Welcome to the Divine Feast game. Beginner level game, starting now. Please remain alert at all times. Your choices will determine your life or death. Failure in the beginner level game will result in the death of everyone listed on the player's household registration. Please proceed with caution. Shen Yan opened her eyes and found herself standing in a musty, dilapidated room. This is the Great Xia Kingdom. 5 years ago, a terrifying game descended upon the world, randomly selecting players from each country to enter the game world and complete tasks. Moreover, the actions of these selected players are broadcast live to global audiences. Shen Yan never expected she would be the unlucky one chosen by the game. However, her expression now was one of excitement, not at all like someone who was doomed. When the viewers in Great Xia Kingdom saw Shen Yan's face, their hearts sank. It's over. How did they pick a woman who looks as thin as a ghost? Her body, she probably won't even last through the first night. If she doesn't make it, maybe it's for the best. Who knows how many people she'd drag to their deaths if she's lucky enough to survive to the next level. Even though it's a beginner level game, if she dies, her whole family will be buried with her. I just checked. Shen Yan dropped out of high school, she's a jobless wanderer, and her parents recently sued her in court for refusing to pay her support fees. With her character, she's probably a menace in real life. I feel hopeless for her family. At the same time, in the dilapidated house in Shen Yan's hometown, Shen Yan's mother was angrily pointing at the TV screen, cursing, "This unlucky star. It's fine if she dies, but don't drag us down with her. This useless piece of trash should have been strangled at birth." Shen Yan's father also had a dark look on his face. Next to them was a chubby little boy, Shen Yan's younger brother Shen Yaozu. He was mumbling while playing games, "Mom, Dad, sell the house and let me go live with Tong Tong. I'll transfer my household registration to her family. The rules say only the people on the household register die, right? In the game world." Shen Yan moved her hands and feet, feeling the damp and eerie atmosphere of the room. Instead of being scared, she couldn't help but laugh a few times. "The beginner game ends in death for the whole family, huh?" she whispered, repeating the widely known rule. "Is that for real? There's such a thing? If she died, then those bloodsucking parents and that useless brother would have to die with her?" 666, this was the best news Shen Yan had ever heard in her life. A family should be together, neat and tidy. At this moment, Shen Yan noticed a red notebook appeared in her hand. The cover of the notebook read Apartment Move-In Handbook. Although Shen Yan had never entered this kind of game before, she had watched these game livestreams, so she quickly guessed that this notebook contained the rules of the game world. She immediately opened the notebook and turned to the first page. Sure enough, it recorded many rules. Welcome to Happy Apartment. For your safety, please follow these rules. 1. The lease for this apartment is 30 days. 2. Rest time starts after 10 p.m. every night. Please make sure to turn off the lights and sleep. 3. There are no cats in the hallways. If you hear a cat meowing, it's just an illusion. 4. Never open the door for anyone, especially those claiming to be the administrator. 5. Your neighbors might be a little strange. As long as you don't provoke them, you'll be safe. 6. The convenience store owner on the first floor is not a generous person. Do not attempt to ask him for food. 7. The basement level is strictly off limits. 8. The landlord does not live in the happy apartment. 9. One of the rules is false. Please pay attention to distinguish it. There were only 9 rules, which seemed simple. Shen Yan glanced at the wall clock. 21:58. There were still 2 minutes until the sleep by 10 p.m. rule. The viewers in the live stream were getting anxious. It's almost 10. Turn off the lights and get to bed. What is she doing? Is she in a daze? Don't look, don't look. This woman is a crazy person, their family is about to play a game of match 3. Shen Yan really had no intention of going to bed at all. She even walked to the door, moved a chair, and sat down, casually turning on all the lights in the room. Since death could bring the whole family together, she had to seize the opportunity. Next, she was going to start breaking the rules. 2200 hours. The sound of heavy footsteps came down the hallway exactly on time. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was knocking on Shen Yan's door. A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from outside. Is anyone there? I'm the administrator here to check the water meter. Rule number 4 was very clear, never open the door to the administrator. As long as you don't open the door, you're most likely safe. The viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom held their breath. Shen Yan's father and mother were so scared they covered their eyes. However, Shen Yan didn't hesitate at all. She stood up. She stood up like she was waiting for takeout and pulled the door open without a second thought. Clang. The administrator outside was bloated, its eyeballs hanging off its face, holding its hand up as if ready to knock again. When it saw the door suddenly open, it seemed to freeze in place, not reacting at all. Before it could open its bloody mouth to scare her, it saw the thin human girl looking at it with excitement. Looking at the monster in front of her, Shen Yan didn't scream. Instead, she took a step forward and looked at the monster, grinning. "Big brother, you finally showed up." She pointed at her neck and said sincerely, "Come on, hurry up, kill me quickly, are you going to drag this out? I'm in a hurry to be reincarnated." Administrator. Livestream viewers. Shen Yan's reckless behavior made the air freeze for a few seconds. The administrator had lived so long and had never met anyone who requested such a thing. It could sense a stronger aura of death around Shen Yan than it had in itself. Was this a trap? This human was terrifying. Who would actively beg for a strange being to kill them? The administrator instinctively took a step back, making a gurgling sound in its throat. "Well, it seems like you haven't woken up yet, I'll come back next time." Saying that, it turned around and ran, its speed so fast it seemed like there was a dog chasing it. "Hey! Don't leave!" Shen Yan was in a hurry. Why was it running away? She hadn't even been killed yet. "You came all this way. Are you looking down on me because you won't kill me?" Bang! The folding chair flew and hit the administrator in the head. The administrator was directly knocked down, falling in a dog-eating poop position. "Oh my god, so scary, it's really scary, being caught would mean death." The administrator didn't even dare to stand up. It crawled away on the ground in a strange manner, disappearing into the hallway with eerie speed. Shen Yan stood at the door, speechless. Isn't this supposed to be a horror game? And it's scared so easily? She muttered as she prepared to close the door. The family's neat plan had already hit a snag at the first step. Just then, a mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in her mind. System activated. Detected abnormal behavior from player Shen Yan, triggering hidden mechanism. Because the player not only has no fear of death but also actively seeks death, the system has determined a change in life weight. Failure punishment has been modified. If you die in the early game, you will skip the early punishment and directly trigger a level 4 disaster. Hearing the voice in her mind, Shen Yan froze with her hand still on the door. Huh? She was stunned for a moment. Level 4 disaster? Shen Yan recalled the game rules. The rules said, in a level 2 game, if the player fails, strange occurrences will descend upon the town the player is in. In a level 3 game, if the player fails, strange occurrences will descend upon the county the player is in. In a level 4 game, if the player fails, strange occurrences will descend upon the province the player is in. In the final game, if the player fails, strange occurrences will descend upon the entire country. This means, if she died now, strange occurrences would spread to the entire province she was in. At that time, the old lady who often gave her candy, the stray cat downstairs, and the millions of people in the province would. Does this entire family have to be buried with her? No way, this isn't how it's supposed to go, right? Although Shen Yan hates this world, she never intended to drag so many people down with her. She gritted her teeth and flipped the bird at the air. You're ruthless. In the live broadcast room, the viewers only saw Shen Yan go crazy, scaring the ghost away, then standing in the doorway in a daze. What the hell just happened? That eerie thing, was it scared away by her? I don't understand, but it seems like she's alive? Wait, why does her expression look like she swallowed a fly? Shen Yan indeed felt terrible. Not only did she fail to die, but now she had to fight with everything she had to stay alive. Ugh, the family reunion plan had failed. Shen Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. She picked up the folding stool and slammed the door shut. Not dying made her a little pissed. Just as Shen Yan slammed the door shut, the mechanical voice in her head sounded again. System prompt continued. Since you successfully scared the dungeon administrator, you have unlocked the hidden achievement, More Evil Than a Ghost. You have awakened the S-grade exclusive talent, Full of Evil. A black and red card panel unfolded in front of Shen Yan. Talent name, Full of Evil, S-grade. Passive effect, Physical Exorcism. As long as your malice exceeds the supernatural, all your physical attacks, including but not limited to fists and folding stools, will deal 100% real damage to the supernatural. Note, this is called Evil People Deal with Evil Ghosts. Active skill, Nuclear Goodness Extortion. Actively release malice. When a supernatural being experiences fear towards you, you can demand a gift from it. It cannot refuse. Note, the deeper the fear, the more precious the gift. Cost/limitations, using the talent will accumulate mental pollution. If you do not release your violent emotions in time, you will completely lose your sanity and become part of the dungeon. 002 Happy Apartment scared the ghost to death. Looking at the red and black talent panel in front of her, Shen Yan's mood lifted slightly. Although the family elimination plan was ruined, this golden finger seemed pretty powerful. Physical exorcism? As long as my malice is strong enough, I can smash ghosts with a brick? Nuclear goodness extortion? Scare the ghosts to tears and steal their stuff? Shen Yan gripped the somewhat deformed folding stool in her hand, feeling a faint warmth in her palm and an inexplicable restlessness surging in her chest. The small text at the bottom of the system panel was still flashing. Reminder: using the talent will accumulate mental pollution. Please release emotions in time, or you will become twisted. Release emotions? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. She really wanted to release some emotions right now. After all, anyone who's just prepared to die, only to be told you can't die, would be a little frustrated. Since death is off the table, it's time to live well. To survive comfortably for 30 days in this crappy apartment, she definitely needed some tools. Shen Yan tucked the folding stool under her arm, and without a word, turned around and opened the door again. In the live stream, the viewers who had just sighed in relief immediately started reaching for their emergency heart medicine. What the hell? Why did she open the door again? What's this woman trying to do? Didn't she just scare the ghost away? Does she want to chase it down? Don't go. That's the corridor. It's full of ghosts. It's over. If she keeps pushing her luck, she's definitely doomed. She was just lucky earlier, but going out now is certain death. Shen Yan didn't care how the bullet comments were screaming. She stood in the hallway, glancing left and right. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered, blinking like a ghost winking at her. The administrator who ran away like a rabbit was nowhere to be seen now. Pretty fast on their feet. Shen Yan muttered. If it were any other chosen one, they would have quickly retreated into their room and locked the door. But Shen Yan was different. Her current logic was simple: since this is a game, the administrator is an NPC, and NPCs must have loot. That cowardly administrator looked like an elite monster that drops equipment. How could a fat piece of meat, hanging so close, be allowed to fly away? Shen Yan, holding a folding stool, swaggered toward the staircase, following the trail of sticky, pus-like liquid on the floor. Just as she reached the staircase corner, she suddenly heard a series of strange "oh-oh-edit" sounds. The swollen manager was crouching in the shadow under the stairs, holding a tattered notebook, trembling and muttering to himself. Scared me to death. The new tenant is really terrifying. She actually wanted to drag me down with her. Luckily, I ran fast. Oh, big brother, isn't it cool here? A mocking voice suddenly came from above. The manager stiffened, and his eyeball, hanging from his face, almost fell to the ground in shock. He mechanically lifted his head, only to see the female demon from earlier leaning over the handrail of the stairs, smiling at him. The folding stool was still swaying in her hand. Oh my god! The manager screamed in terror, scrambling to crawl downstairs. Stop! Shen Yan lazily called out, if you take one more step, I'll gouge out your other eyeball and use it as a light bulb. The manager instantly hit the brakes. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, it was that his legs had gone weak. That overwhelming sense of oppression from deep within his soul made him feel like he wasn't facing a human, but a demon wearing human skin. Detected target manager fear value skyrocketing. Skill activation conditions met. Shen Yan slowly walked down the stairs, planting the folding stool on the ground with a crisp clang. The manager shuddered in fear, huddling in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Lady, please spare me. I'm just a worker. A worker? Being a worker is good, a worker can get rich. Shen Yan squatted in front of him, extending a hand with all the confidence in the world and said, you knocked on my door earlier and scared me. I'm not unreasonable, so how about some compensation for emotional distress? That's not too much, right? Live stream audience? What the hell, emotional distress fee? Is she blackmailing a ghost? Although I'm human, I kind of feel bad for this manager. Though he's not human, you really are a dog. The manager was nearly crying. He had no money on him, only ghost money. Would that count? But seeing Shen Yan's increasingly dangerous look, he didn't dare to take the risk. Shivering, he searched his ragged work clothes and, after a long while, pulled out a rusty keychain. This is all I have. The manager said in a choked voice, this is the universal spare key for the apartment. It opens all the doors. It was originally for room checks. Shen Yan snatched the key from his hand. Ding. Activation successful. Item acquired, manager's spare key, D-grade item. Function, this key can open most of the locks in this building. Use with caution, as some doors may lead to things that do not welcome you. Just the key? Shen Yan disdainfully weighed it in her hand, this is so poor. No magical item or, at least, a couple 100,000 ghost coins? The manager shook his head frantically, no. Really nothing else. Alright then, poor thing. Shen Yan clicked her tongue and stood up. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With this key, it would be much easier to visit the neighbors. She turned around, ready to head back to her room, but suddenly heard a woman's scream coming from upstairs, followed by the sound of a belt cracking against flesh. The sound came from room 302. Right next door. Shen Yan stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing slightly. That restless, unsatisfied feeling surged up again. The system had been right, this talent had side effects, grabbing a key wasn't enough, the fire inside her still burned. How annoying. Shen Yan looked up at the ceiling, her gaze cold enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Domestic violence in the middle of the night. Do you have any public conscience? She looked at the universal key in her hand, then at the folding stool. Perfect, I haven't warmed up yet. Shen Yan turned and walked not back to her room 301, but straight toward the front door of room 302. In the live stream, the expert team from the Great Xia Kingdom had just been about to celebrate Shen Yan obtaining an item. At the sight of this situation, she immediately became tense again. What is she going to do? Rule number 5 says, neighbors are dangerous, but as long as you don't provoke them, you're safe. She took the key and didn't go back to her room but hid here. Is she trying to provoke the neighbor? Shen Yan stood at the door of room 302, listening to the sounds of yelling and cursing inside, and let out a cold laugh. She raised her hand and inserted the rusty key into the lock. Click. The door lock turned. Since the more malicious she was, the more she would get in return. Very well, the ghosts in this building won't be at peace now. 003, happy apartment, do you have any sense of public morality? Shen Yan stood at the door of room 302, listening to the screams coming from inside. The universal key in her hand was quickly inserted into the lock. Click. The door lock turned. Without hesitation, Shen Yan pushed the door open and entered. A strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of cheap alcohol hit her face. Under the dim light, a tough man wearing a stained tank top was wildly swinging a barbed leather belt, mercilessly whipping the woman in red who was huddled in the corner. The woman was covered in blood, her face full of wounds, screaming in agony as she begged, "Stop hitting, husband, stop hitting." I know I was wrong. The man continued to hit and curse, "Damn bitch. You can't even cook a proper meal. I take crap outside, and I still have to see your face when I get home?" This was clearly not ordinary domestic abuse, it was a never-ending cycle of death replaying itself. This woman had probably been beaten to death in such a way in her lifetime. Shen Yan stood in the doorway, against the light. She cleared her throat, and her voice wasn't loud, but it sounded especially jarring in the dead silence of the room. Hey! As soon as the voice was heard, the man's actions froze. He slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes full of violent murderous intent. When he saw that only a frail human girl had entered, he grinned, showing a set of yellow, rotten teeth. Where did this little bug come from? Dare to interfere with my family matters? The audience in the live broadcast room instantly had their hearts in their throats. It's over. This male ghost looks way scarier than that cowardly manager. The size difference is huge. Shen Yan's little arms and legs, she's not even strong enough to take one punch from him. Run. That male ghost has a weapon. Shen Yan could indeed feel the pressure. This man's resentment was far stronger than that cowardly manager. And... whoosh. A leather belt, with the sound of breaking air, was suddenly whipped at her. Shen Yan instinctively raised the folding stool to block it. Bang! The immense force made her palms go numb, and her whole body was uncontrollably pushed back 2 steps, her back slamming into the doorframe. Her arm burned with pain, as the end of the belt scraped against her arm, instantly splitting the skin and causing blood to seep out. It really hurt. The live stream room was filled with exclamations. She's bleeding. Shen Yan is hurt. I told you she was too reckless. This is an evil ghost. Shen Yan looked down at the wound on her arm, frowning. After all, she was still a mortal, not a superhuman. But this pain, instead of making her afraid, felt like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, instantly exploding the suppressed rage deep in her heart. You dare hit me? Shen Yan raised her head, her eyes changed. If she was just trying to vent earlier, now, she truly wanted to kill this person. Warning, player's malice level has risen. Please release emotions in time. Current malice level is 88%. Once malice reaches 100%, you will completely lose control and become part of the instance. Malice level has surged to 92%. Talent full of evil effect activated physical damage increased by 200%. The man was momentarily stunned by Shen Yan's cold gaze, but then he became even more furious. It's none of your business if I beat my wife, do you believe I'll kill you? He roared and charged again, the leather belt in his hand turning into a blur. But this time, Shen Yan didn't dodge. Like a madwoman, she didn't retreat but advanced, charging toward the barbed belt. Bang! The belt whipped across her shoulder, and she didn't even furrow her brows. Taking advantage of the gap when the male ghost attacked, the folding stool in her hand, with a fierce wind that seemed to lift the top of its skull, slammed hard into the male ghost's face. You think you can show off? Bang, bang, bang. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Shen Yan was straddling the male ghost, and with every swing of the folding stool, there was a dull thud followed by black blood splattering. What's all this noise in the middle of the night? Don't you know the walls here are thin? No sense of public decency, huh? Hitting your wife? Why don't you go hit the landlord instead? The male ghost, once so arrogant, was now powerless, being beaten without a chance to retaliate. It was horrified to realize that this human woman's strength was outrageously huge, and the searing pain targeting its soul made it unable to gather any resentment. That kind of crazy, pure malice was even more intense than the evil within this ghost. Spare me. The man's head had been deformed from the beating, and finally, he begged for mercy. Shen Yan panted heavily, pausing her actions. She wiped the sweat from her face, glanced at the now broken folding stool, and disdainfully tossed it aside. Then, she grabbed the man by his hair and dragged him in front of the woman. Apologize. Shen Yan said coldly. The male ghost trembled, sorry. The woman in the red dress, in the corner, was already stunned. She had been beaten countless times in this room. Every time she screamed for help, the neighbors pretended they didn't hear, and some even complained that she was too loud, telling her to endure it. No one had ever opened this door for her. And no one had ever crushed her nightmare beneath their feet like this. Shen Yan looked at the woman's dazed expression and clicked her tongue impatiently. What are you staring for? Do I have to teach you? Shen Yan kicked the male ghost on the ground. You're going to leave this trash alive? Planning to keep it around for the new year? The woman shuddered when she heard this. She looked at the man who once terrified her, now lying on the floor like a dead dog. A deep, long-hidden hatred and satisfaction surged in her heart. It was the instinct of revenge, repressed for so long. Roar! The woman suddenly let out a sharp howl, her previously timid face instantly turning hideous. She lunged forward and sank her teeth into the man's neck. The sound of tearing, of chewing, echoed in the room. Shen Yan stood silently, expressionless, lighting a cigarette she didn't even know where she had gotten from. She didn't intervene. This was the woman's revenge to take. A few minutes later. Only a patch of black marks remained on the ground. The once arrogant abusive husband, under Shen Yan's malicious suppression and the red-dressed woman's reckless assault, had his soul scattered. The woman in the red dress slowly stood up, and her red dress seemed even brighter. She turned around and looked at Shen Yan. Her ghostly face, once hideous, gradually returned to the delicate look she had in life. She deeply bowed to Shen Yan. Thank you. The woman's voice was hoarse, with a hint of sobbing. You are the first person who has heard my cries and come in. Shen Yan turned her head away, avoiding the woman's gaze. Don't get too full of yourself. She covered her still bleeding arm, her tone stiff. I just think you all were too noisy, disturbing my sleep. Also, don't cry anymore. It sounds horrible. In the live stream. Whoa, Sister Shen is so gentle, I'm crying to death. Damn it, disturbing her sleep? She clearly came to save us. Is this the so-called tsundere? Hard on the outside but soft on the inside, confirmed. Am I the only one who thinks she looked so cool beating up that male ghost just now? The woman didn't get angry at Shen Yan's indifference. A smile, even uglier than crying, appeared on her pale face. I know, you are a good person. She trembled as she took a red hairpin from her blood-stained hair. This. I'll give it to you. Although it's not valuable, but it can protect you. Ding. Gift received, bloody red hairpin, C-class ghost artifact. Source, the gratitude of a wife who was beaten to death. Function, after wearing, it grants immunity to one deadly, eerie attack. In front of certain ghosts, it represents the identity of friendliness. Shen Yan glanced at the hairpin, which still had blood on it. She instinctively recoiled, muttering, so dirty. But her hand still reached out, grabbing the hairpin and casually stuffing it into her pocket. Alright, I've received my compensation for emotional distress. We're even now. With that, Shen Yan turned and walked away, her steps swift and decisive. Just as she reached the door, she paused for a moment, her back still to the female ghost as she said. The door's lock is broken. Fix it yourself. If anyone dares come in and bully you again, bite them to death. You died in a red dress, so technically, you're a vengeful spirit, so don't be so timid. Goodbye. Bang. The door slammed shut. Shen Yan stood in the hallway, leaning against the wall, letting out a long breath. The wound on her arm still hurt, but the restlessness inside her heart had finally dissipated somewhat. At that moment, a faint, cat-like crying sound came from upstairs. The sound was intermittent, filled with helplessness and fear. It was like a child abandoned and crying out. Shen Yan glanced up at the ceiling. TCH. She irritably ran a hand through her hair. This damn apartment, is there no normal one? Alright. If I'm dealing with one, I'm dealing with one, if I'm dealing with two, I'll deal with two. Let's see what's going on. Shen Yan walked up the stairs, the faint baby's cry growing clearer. Wah wah. The sound was sharp and grating, like someone scraping their fingernails across a blackboard, making the listener's scalp tingle. Reaching the corner of the fourth floor, Shen Yan stopped. She glanced at her empty right hand. That folding stool had already fallen valiantly. Now, she was empty-handed. Though she had just awakened her S-class talent, she still hadn't become an immortal. Facing a vengeful spirit, not having a weapon made her feel less secure. If she wasn't careful, she could be slapped to death, right? Shen Yan's gaze swept across the corridor. Finally, her eyes locked onto a fire extinguisher hanging at the corner of the wall. The red bottle, heavy with weight, had the right firmness, and could spray to interfere with the sight. You'll do. Shen Yan reached out and took down the fire extinguisher, weighing it in her hand. Not bad, fits well. In the live stream. Well, the folding stool's been swapped for a fire extinguisher, an upgrade in gear? This woman really doesn't treat herself as an outsider, casually taking public property. To the one ahead, who cares about public property when your life's at stake? But why is she holding the fire extinguisher? To cool the ghost down? What the hell cooling down? That canister hitting someone would give the ghost a concussion. Shen Yan, holding the fire extinguisher, followed the sound of crying to room 404. The crying was coming from here. The door wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap, and cold air was rushing out. Shen Yan didn't knock, she just kicked the door open. Bang! The door slammed into the wall with a loud crash. The crying inside stopped abruptly, but only for a second, before an even louder wail exploded. Wah! Shen Yan frowned as she stepped inside. The room was a mess, like a trash dump, with shredded diapers, milk powder cans, and a foul-smelling black liquid scattered all over the floor. In the center of the living room, there was a cradle. A ghost baby, with a bloated, dark blue body and an absurdly large head, was leaning over the cradle, its mouth wide open, almost stretching to its ears as it wailed loudly. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and instead of tears, blood was pouring from its eyes as it cried. Next to it, on the sofa, sat a woman with disheveled hair, her back to the door. She was holding a phone with a cracked screen, mindlessly scrolling, murmuring in a crazed voice. Be good, baby. Mommy's busy. Don't bother mommy. Even though the child was crying so hard its throat seemed about to break, she didn't even glance back once. Shen Yan hated this kind of noise. She felt like her blood vessels were pounding in her head. Hey! Shen Yan raised the fire extinguisher and impatiently called out. Take care of your kid, he's so loud. The woman on the sofa slowly turned her head. It was an extremely twisted face, with deep-set eyes and dark circles so heavy it looked like she'd been punched twice. Her face was filled with exhaustion and madness. What did you say? Her voice was sharp and piercing. You think my baby is noisy? You don't like him too, do you? You all hate him. Ah! The woman suddenly lunged forward, her nails growing 3 inches, like a madwoman, charging at Shen Yan. Dare to disturb my baby's sleep. I'll tear you apart. The live stream instantly exploded. Damn! Is this woman a postpartum depression mutant? She's so fast. Shen Yan, dodge. How do we fight this? We still have to watch out for that ghost baby. Shen Yan looked at the crazed woman charging at her, and instead of backing away, she sneered. No time to calm the baby, but you've got the strength to fight? Spoiling him. Just as the ghost woman's claws were about to reach Shen Yan's face. Put. Shen Yan yanked the fire extinguisher's pin out and sprayed the ghost woman's face with a furious burst. The white dry powder exploded like smog, instantly coating the ghost woman's face. Ah! My eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The ghost woman was blinded by the spray, her movements faltering as she wildly waved her hands and clawed around. Told you to take care of the kid. Shen Yan swung the red fire extinguisher can, using the powder as cover. With a burst of strength, she delivered a perfect home run. Told you to stop playing on your phone. Bang! The fire extinguisher slammed into the ghost woman's stomach, sending her crashing back into the sofa. Talent evil accumulated, triggered. Physical sleep aid, forced version, activated. The ghost woman was dazed from the hit. She was about to get up when Shen Yan took a step forward, placing one foot on the edge of the sofa, and aimed the fire extinguisher directly at the ghost woman's forehead. Are you awake now? Shen Yan looked down at her, her gaze fiercer than a demon. Can't hear the baby crying like that? If your ears don't work, you can donate them to someone who needs them. The woman trembled. Through the swirling dry powder, she looked at the human in front of her, filled with murderous intent. The kind of fear from deep within her soul caused her to snap out of her madness in an instant. I heard. Then why aren't you calming him down? Shen Yan put the fire extinguisher away and pointed at the nearby crib. Go, pick him up. If you can't calm him, I'll calm you both. The woman didn't dare to object. She scrambled to the crib, carefully picking up the still wailing ghost baby. Miraculously, the baby that had been crying like crazy moments ago, the moment it was in her arms, quieted down, sensing the familiar scent, and its crying immediately softened. The ghost woman stiffly patted the child's back, singing a dissonant lullaby. Sleep, my dear, sleep, my precious baby. Her eyes slowly shifted from madness to confusion, and finally to a complex sadness. She looked at the child in her arms, tears of blood falling one drop after another. I'm sorry, baby. Mommy didn't mean to ignore you. Daddy hated you for being a girl, kicked me out. Mommy is just so tired. Hated for being a girl? Shen Yan froze for a moment. So, she too was a pitiful soul. Postpartum depression, kicked out by her husband, then dying suddenly in despair and exhaustion, only to be tortured by her obsession after death. The ghost baby snuggled in its mother's arms, no longer crying, but giggling instead. It reached out its tiny hand and grabbed a strand of its mother's hair, blowing blood bubbles from its mouth, looking strangely, ugly cute. The room finally grew quiet. Shen Yan leaned against the doorframe, pulling out the half-smoked cigarette, about to light it, when she suddenly put the lighter down. She looked at the child in the room and said, forget it, babies shouldn't be exposed to secondhand smoke. I told you, you're not bad at calming him down. She pouted, had to force me to get violent. The woman, now with a child in her arms, turned to look at Shen Yan. This time, her eyes held no murderous intent, only deep fear, and a hint of gratitude? After all, if this violent human hadn't slapped her awake, she might still be stuck in that vicious cycle, going mad for much longer. Thank you. The woman held her child, slightly bowing. I don't have much to give you. She thought for a moment, then took off a pacifier covered in saliva from the baby's neck. This is the baby's favorite pacifier, though it's a little old. Shen Yan looked at the pacifier, still dripping with saliva, and her face scrunched up as if her features were about to fold into each other. This thing was even more disgusting than that bloody hairpin earlier. Ding! Received gift, dead baby's pacifier, C+ level item, Function, holding it in your mouth significantly reduces your presence, even if you perform a pure land dance in front of a ghost, it might ignore you, also has a silencing effect. Note, though it doesn't taste great, it can save your life at a critical moment. Shen Yan took a deep breath. She endured it. Who would argue with a life-saving item? She extended 2 fingers, barely touching the edge of the pacifier, and took it with distaste. She wrapped it in a tissue and stuffed it into her pocket. Alright, play less on your phone and take care of the baby more. Shen Yan picked up the fire extinguisher from the floor and turned to leave. If I hear that little brat cry again, I'll come back and smash your phone. Yes, it won't cry again. The female ghost nodded repeatedly, holding the baby. Shen Yan walked out of room 404 and returned to the hallway. At this moment, the entire 4th floor was eerily quiet. The ruckus just now had intimidated the surrounding neighbors. Everyone knew that someone tough had moved into this building. Not only did she dare to fight an abusive man, but she even dared to beat a crazy woman, and then still accept gifts. In the livestream room, the comments suddenly changed tone. Ha ha ha. God, stop playing with your phone and take care of the baby. Shen Yan, am I here to join this family? No, I'm here to break it up. Oh, wait, to fix this family. It's brutal, but why does the ending feel so warm? The pacifier earlier. I imagine Sister Shen with it in her mouth, hee hee. Upstairs, your account is gone. Shen Yan reached the stairwell, about to head downstairs to rest for a bit. Suddenly, a loud, untimely growl came from her stomach. Gurgle. She was hungry. After a whole night of fighting and climbing, her energy was completely drained. Shen Yan rubbed her flat stomach, her brow furrowing. This damn game, no meals or lodging? She remembered there was a 24-hour convenience store on the 1st floor. The store owner was supposedly a miserly old ghost, as mentioned in the rules. Shen Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Miserly? That's perfect. It's easier to rob a miser's money without feeling guilty. Just in time, it's snack time. Shen Yan slung the fire extinguisher over her shoulder, changed direction, and headed straight for the 1st floor, not returning to the 3rd. 005, happy apartment. Some places even ghosts fear. Shen Yan carried the fire extinguisher as she made her way down the stairs. Food was a must to get, as players in this horror game not only risked being killed, but also the possibility of starving to death. There was normal food in the bizarre world, and Shen Yan wanted to find something to fill her stomach. As she passed the corner of the stairs leading from the first floor to the basement, Shen Yan's steps suddenly stopped. There was a rusty iron gate, locked tightly with dense chains wrapped around it. Yellow talisman papers were stuck to the gate, some of them already blackened and seeping dark red liquid. A pungent smell of blood and decay seeped from the gaps in the door. That smell was 100 times worse than the alcohol stench in room 302 and the filth in room 404 combined. Rule 7, the basement is a strictly forbidden area. Shen Yan stood on the stairs, not even near the door yet, but her bloodstained red hairpin in her pocket started to burn with heat. That was the warning signal of a sea-level ghost tool. Not only did it burn, but she could even feel the hairpin trembling, as if the ghost inside was screaming, "Don't go! Don't get close! You'll die! Warning! Detected fatal threat! Warning! High energy reaction ahead, malice level, unmeasurable. System prompt, with the player's current strength, entering would instantly rip you apart. The scraps are all gone." Shen Yan's pupils slightly contracted. That oppressive feeling rushing at her made every hair on her body stand up. It was an instinctive shiver that any living being has when facing its natural enemy. Her current physical exorcism method here would probably only be enough to scratch the opponent's itch. TCH. Shen Yan gave the dark iron door a deep look, then decisively turned around and took no more steps forward. Fine, I can't provoke this. She rubbed her still burning pocket, calming the frightened hairpin inside. Wait, once I've eaten, I'll come back to settle the score. She turned around and walked into the first floor lobby. In the corner of the lobby, a dim yellow light was on. That was the 24-hour convenience store. Shen Yan pushed the door open and walked in. The convenience store wasn't big, and the shelves were sparsely filled with dust-covered products. Moldy bread, red drinks, and some candy that looked like eyeballs. Behind the counter sat an old man wearing a melon seed cap, with two thin mustaches. He was as thin as a skeleton, and the sound of his abacus clicking was sharp. His small green bean eyes gleamed with sharp calculation. This person was probably the convenience store owner. Rule 6, the owner of the convenience store on the first floor is not a generous person. Do not attempt to ask him for food. Shen Yan walked up to the counter and placed the fire extinguisher on the ground. Boss, 1 bucket of instant noodles. The boss looked up and sized her up from head to toe. When he saw that she didn't have any paper money but only a fire extinguisher, his expression instantly darkened. Beggar? The boss's voice was sharp and shrill. Do you have money? If not, get lost. I don't give credit here, and I don't accept begging. Shen Yan narrowed her eyes. Based on her usual temperament, she should have just taken the items by force right now. But she keenly noticed that the old man had a string of beads on his wrist, and each bead was made from a human bone. Moreover, in the shadow behind him, there seemed to be several pairs of blood-red eyes hidden. Everything pointed to the fact that this old man was a tough character. The hairpin in her pocket was also burning hot right now. The old man was probably much stronger than the abusive guy upstairs or the administrator. Rule 6 must be true. Taking his things by force might lead to disaster. In the live broadcast, the viewers were also getting nervous. This boss looks hard to deal with. Shen Jia, don't act impulsively. The rule says you can't ask for food. What about buying? But Shen Yan has no money. Hurry up and leave. Being hungry is a small thing. What if it turns into a fight and we can't win? Shen Yan didn't take action. She suddenly smiled, her signature nuclear good smile. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the universal spare key she had extorted from the administrator. Pa! The key was slapped onto the counter. Boss, did you misunderstand something? Shen Yan leaned forward, lowered her voice, and said, I'm not here to beg, and I'm not here to buy anything. She pointed at the key, and her tone became confident and arrogant. I'm the new floor manager, conducting a fire safety inspection. The boss froze. He stared at the key. It was indeed the administrator's key, and it still carried the aura of that cowardly administrator. In the apartment's rigid hierarchy, anyone who could get this key was either the administrator themselves, or someone who had killed the administrator or forced them into submission. Inspection? The boss's green bean eyes turned, and his attitude softened slightly, but he remained wary. What are you inspecting? Shen Yan pointed at the fire extinguisher on the ground and then at the dusty products on the shelves. Someone reported that your store has food safety hazards, and that the fire escape is blocked. Shen Yan began to spout nonsense, but with great confidence. According to the apartment management rules, I have the right to shut down your store and confiscate all your illegal products. As she spoke, she made a motion to grab the instant noodles on the shelf. These all need to be taken for testing. The boss panicked. He was a miser. Normally, even if one word is missing, they can fight to the death with ghosts. How could they let someone seal the shop? But he couldn't see through Shen Yan's depth. This human had both the bloody scent of a vicious ghost and the token of an administrator. Could this really be someone sent from above for an inspection? Hey. Manager. Let's talk. The boss quickly pressed down on Shen Yan's hand, forcing a smile on his skull face that looked even uglier than crying. It's a small business, not easy. Please, can you be lenient? Shen Yan stopped moving and raised an eyebrow. Lenient? That depends on your sincerity. She rubbed her stomach. I haven't eaten yet, all for the sake of checking the work. If she couldn't take it by force, she would outsmart him. She didn't break Rule 6, ask the boss for food, she chose accept a bribe. The two are completely different in nature. The boss had a pained expression. After struggling for a while, he finally unwillingly turned around and took out a bucket of what seemed like normal braised beef noodles, along with a sausage. Well, let this be your hardship fee, sir. The boss's heart bled. Shen Yan was not polite and directly took it. Where's the hot water? Over there. A few minutes later. Shen Yan sat on a chair outside the convenience store, slurping the steaming noodles. The boss huddled behind the counter, glaring at her with a face full of resentment, anger brewing but not daring to burst out. This was his small business. If this person really was the manager and gave him a fine, it would cost him his life. In the live stream. 666. Can it be played like this? This is fraud. It's pure fraud. I've learned it, so the way to break Rule 6 is public funds for eating and drinking. But Shen Yan is so smart, she clearly sensed that she couldn't fight the boss, so she immediately switched tactics. Full and satisfied. Shen Yan felt much more energetic. She wiped her mouth, stood up, shook the keys in her hand, and threw a flirtatious wink at the boss. Thanks, boss. I'll come back tomorrow to check again. The boss nearly spat out blood. Come back tomorrow? Don't rush, she'll come for the next 30 days. Shen Yan walked out of the convenience store and instinctively glanced at the stairs leading down to the basement. The darkness there was still thick and impenetrable. Now that she was full, Shen Yan should go back to sleep. After all, Rule 2 says that after 10 p.m., the lights must be off and you should sleep. It's already 1 a.m., which counts as after 10, so no problem. However, just as she turned around, ready to head upstairs, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a fresh, red notice posted on the announcement board in the lobby. It read, Job recruitment, the apartment urgently needs a night shift security guard. The pay is generous, only requiring nightly patrols of the basement. Shen Yan's footsteps stopped. Basement? Recruitment? Was this a legal way to enter the basement without violating the rules? 006, Happy Apartment, I also want to be Loki, but my strength won't allow it. In the early hours, Happy Apartment was as silent as a massive grave. Shen Yan returned to room 301 but had no desire to sleep at all. She sat cross-legged on the stiff wooden bed, holding the red residence rules and, under the dim light, read through the 9 rules once again. Welcome to Happy Apartment. For your safety, please follow these rules. 1. The lease term is 30 days. 2. Rest time begins after 10 p.m. Please make sure to turn off the lights and sleep. 3. There are no cats in the hallway. If you hear a cat meowing, it's just a hallucination. 4. Never open the door to anyone, especially those who claim to be the administrator. 5. Your neighbors may seem a little strange, but as long as you don't provoke them, you're safe. 6. The convenience store boss on the first floor is not generous. Do not try to ask him for food. 7. The basement is absolutely off limits. 8. The landlord does not live in Happy Apartment. 9. One of these rules is false. Please be cautious in distinguishing it. Shen Yan finished reading, lightly flicking the paper with her fingertip, letting out a chuckle. Oh? One of them is fake? She rolled her dead fish eyes and complained, I don't see any of these being true. It's all nonsense. She instinctively reached into her pocket, wanting to pull out a cigarette to calm herself down. There was still half a cigarette left from the last time she smoked. She took it out and was about to light it, but when she looked down, she saw that the cigarette had broken at some point. The tobacco spilled all over her hand, and the paper was torn. Tisk. Shen Yan looked displeased. The craving for a cigarette was unbearable, it felt terrible. Her gaze landed on the red notebook in her hand. The paper was nice, quite thin. In the live stream, hundreds of millions of viewers were watching her, guessing if she had discovered some earth-shattering secret. She's looking at the rules. She's definitely analyzing which one is fake. I think the third rule is fake, I saw a cat when she went downstairs just now. Shut up, just watch how Sister Shen operates. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Shen Yan made a shocking move. Her hands, filled with wisdom, directly tore out the page with the rules written on it. Zzzing. The crisp sound of tearing paper was especially sharp in the silent night. Then, she skillfully gathered up the spilled tobacco and placed it on the page that read, "Do not violate the rules," rolling it up. Next, she licked the edge of the paper, sealing it shut. A cigarette was rolled up, just like that. With the cigarette ready, Shen Yan took out her lighter, flicked it, and lit the cigarette with a soft click. She took a deep drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. As the smoke swirled around her, the words on the rules gradually turned to ashes. The live stream was dead silent. 10 full seconds passed before the bullet screen exploded. Holy shit! Did she just smoke the rules? Physically swallowed the rules? This mental state. I would call it a special skill. Other players treat the rules like a Bible, and she uses it to roll a cigarette? That's crazy. Is she not afraid of being cursed? Meanwhile, at the Great Xia Kingdom's horror game command center. The atmosphere was heavy, almost awkward. A group of gray-haired experts and high-ranking commanders, with stars on their shoulders, were seated around a large screen, holding a strategy that had just been delivered from another country's livestream. They had intended to tell Shen Yan about the cat clue, as every country only had 3 hints, and they needed to be very cautious. Commander. A young man nervously raised his hand, pointing at the screen where Shen Yan was puffing out smoke. Should we still send this strategy? The senior commander, sitting at the front, looked at the screen, twitching his lips. Send it? Send what? The woman has already smoked the rules into her lungs. The commander rubbed his forehead, shaking his head helplessly. Well, maybe, we don't need to anymore. He sighed deeply. Our usual methods seem to have no reference value for this comrade, Shen Yan. At the same time, the international forums exploded due to Shen Yan's outrageous actions. Countries were desperately analyzing Shen Yan's gameplay footage to help their own players survive. In the neighboring Sakura country's command center, after seeing Shen Yan beat up the abusive husband on the 3rd floor and receive the female ghost's gift, they thought they'd found the standard answer. They immediately sent a tip to their chosen one, a new judo black belt. Go to room 302, beat up the abusive husband, save the battered woman, and get a powerful item. The Sakura country newcomer believed it without question. He confidently kicked open the door to room 302, shouting stop, just like Shen Yan. But he didn't have the evil reputation talent, nor did he have the kind of intimidating aura that could scare off evil spirits. As soon as he charged in, the woman ghost, who had been getting beaten, suddenly turned violent and, along with the abusive husband, tore the interfering human into pieces. Who asked you to meddle in our affairs? That was the last human sentence the Sakura country player heard. The Sakura country livestream instantly went black. Then, in the real world, the screams from the Sakura country player's home filled the air. His parents, wife, and children, 5 people in total, had all experienced sudden cardiac arrest and died mysteriously at the same time. This was the punishment of the beginner's game, family execution by household registration. The sorrowful result left everyone watching the livestream in silence. The command centers of various countries then realized with horror, Shen Yan's work couldn't be copied at all. In this world overshadowed by a terrifying game, there is a well-known iron law. The game is divided into 5 levels: beginner, second, third, fourth, and final. To completely escape the game, players must complete 40 dungeons, which consist of different game levels. The more advanced the player, the higher the difficulty of the game they face. Only by fully completing these 40 life or death trials can their country gain God's protection and never again be disturbed by strange invasions. Because of this, those who can survive through 10 or 20 dungeons are equivalent to the most precious nuclear weapons in their countries. The more dungeons a player completes, the longer their rest period in the real world. At this moment, across the ocean in the beautiful country, in a luxurious seaside mansion, a blonde, blue-eyed man was shaking his wineglass, staring at the giant projection screen on the wall. His name is Wilson, the #1 player on the global leaderboard, having completed 33 dungeons. Only 7 more to go before reaching the legendary 40 dungeons. At this moment, his eagle-like eyes were firmly locked on the frail girl from the Daxia kingdom on the screen. Interesting. Wilson took a sip of wine, his voice cold and chilling. A talent awakened on the first day of the beginner dungeon? Most players only awaken their talents after barely completing the first dungeon. Even someone as talented as him only awakened his abilities after half a month in the game. But this Shen Yan awakened in less than 2 hours. Although he didn't know exactly what her talent was, he could feel that it was an extremely dangerous, even perverted power. Beside him, a well-dressed attendant respectfully bowed. Honorable Wilson, should we pay attention to this newcomer from Daxia? Not just pay attention, we need to make her disappear. Wilson put down his wineglass, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes. This kind of seed player who awakens early will completely disrupt the global ranking once they grow stronger. We can't interfere with the beginner dungeons, but... He sneered. Once the second-level dungeon begins, it will be a multiplayer dungeon. At that time, other players will enter. Remember, players from different countries will kill each other for benefits and the huge MVP rewards. Send my message down, tell our allied countries' players to be alert. If they encounter the Shen Yan in the second level dungeon. Wilson made a slashing motion across his throat. Even if they have to use a sea of people tactic, they must crush her in the cradle. The attendant bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. While the outside world was stirring with dark currents, Shen Yan remained completely unaware. After finishing her cigarette, she stubbed it out on the bed's edge and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, a faint light filtered through the dirty window. Shen Yan leaned on the windowsill and looked outside, only to find that the world had no sun. The sky was overcast, as if it were ready to rain or storm at any moment. The best time to sleep was on gloomy, rainy days, and Shen Yan had never slept so soundly in the real world. It was such a good sleep. Shen Yan stretched lazily and pushed open the door. The entire apartment was empty, as if the bloodshed, screams, and cold winds from last night were nothing but a hallucination. The once happy apartment now looked dilapidated, silent, and even exuded a strange sense of eerie peace. Daytime, huh? Shen Yan squinted her eyes. According to the horror game's rules, daytime is usually when the monsters are dormant and it's safe for players to explore. She decided to take advantage of the daytime to figure out the layout of this building. The first place she thought of was the forbidden area mentioned in Rule 7, the basement floor. That was the place that had instinctively terrified her last night. During the day, with the sun's energy strong, it should be fine, right? Shen Yan held onto a glimmer of hope. She reached the stairway leading down to the basement floor. However, she hadn't descended the steps yet. The blood-red hairpin in her pocket started to burn like crazy, its heat almost enough to set her pants on fire. Warning! Warning! System prompt: the restrictions during the day only limited their range of activity, not burned them to ashes. With the high-energy reaction ahead, if you go down now, you're delivering takeout like a buffet. Shen Yan's footsteps paused. She immediately pulled her leg back. Alright, fine, you're tough. She was a crazy person, but not a fool. Since both the system and the ghostly object warned her, it meant that she wasn't yet qualified to touch that line. Then let's check something else. Shen Yan turned around, her gaze shifting toward the upper floors. This apartment building had 4 floors in total, with 4 units on each floor, totaling 16 units. She decided to conduct a carpet search, starting from the 4th floor and working her way down, floor by floor. Soon, Shen Yan found herself standing at the door of Unit 401. The door was covered with various sticky notes. Remember to turn off the gas. Bring the lunchbox. Bring the keys. Especially the 3 words "bring the keys," which were circled in bold red pen 3 times and placed above the most visible part of the doorknob. It seemed like the owner of this unit often forgot their keys. They must have left a spare key by the door, right? Shen Yan crouched down and lifted the dirty red doormat. A thick layer of dust had accumulated under the mat. But near the bottom right corner of the doorframe, there was a clear, key-shaped gap in the dust. It looked like a spare key had been placed there for years. Shen Yan reached out and touched the blank spot, her fingertip brushing against something cold and hard. The key had already been taken, but because it had been placed there for so long, a small piece of rusted metal debris from the key had fallen off and was stuck in the gap between the tiles. She stood up and scanned the top of the doorframe. It was covered in dust, but in the middle, there was a spot where a finger had wiped away the dirt. Shen Yan tiptoed and reached up to touch the top of the doorframe. A brass key fell into Shen Yan's hand. People who often forget their keys won't give up on hiding them. Shen Yan tossed the key in her hand. They just moved the hiding spot from one convenient place to another. This key wasn't useful to Shen Yan, as she already had a master key in her possession. After obtaining the key, she didn't open the door to Unit 401. Instead, she walked directly to the end of the 4th floor corridor and pried open the building's main electrical panel. The densely packed wires were enough to make anyone dizzy looking at them from the screen. But Shen Yan just glanced at it, and her finger immediately found a red line. The wiring in this building has been altered. Shen Yan traced the red line, muttering to herself, all the electric meters in the building are running, which means people are living here. But this line, it bypasses all the individual meters and directly connects to the main switch's input. This was stealing electricity. She looked at the line, which ran upwards, passing through several floors, and eventually disappeared toward the top floor. She had already checked the 4th floor, and there was no 5th floor. The 5th floor was hidden. Shen Yan then checked the direction of the water pipes. She found that there was also a water pipe leading to the top floor. Living in the attic, stealing public electricity, and secretly connecting a water pipe to ensure a water supply? Shen Yan closed the electrical panel, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile. The hidden 5th floor was likely where the landlord of the building lived. So now she knew that the 8th rule was a lie. Leaving the 4th floor, Shen Yan continued her search, 1 floor at a time. On the third floor, she didn't find any new clues. Then she went to the second floor, where she found a half-burned apartment renovation blueprint in the electrical panel. The blueprint clearly marked that the building originally did not have a basement floor. The basement floor had been dug out later. After getting these clues, Shen Yan went to the first floor again. The hallway on the first floor also had nothing special. At this time Shen Yan was terribly hungry. She went to the convenience store on the first floor and hugged a pile of bread and several bottles of water and went upstairs. In the daytime the convenience store had no one guarding it, and the food inside all looked normal. These foods should already be expired, but Shen Yan did not care. She was so thin that she was only skin and bones, because when she was little she often had no full meal to eat. Whether the food was expired or not did not matter. Shen Yan was afraid of hunger. As long as you gave her food, she would without hesitation fill her stomach. The live room bullet comments were almost flooding the screen. Fuck. Is this really a high school dropout with no job? This logic reasoning ability, I do not believe she is a bad student. That thing she just did, one look at the depth of the footprints and then guessing height and weight, is that serious? Who exactly is this sister? Great Xia Nation Command Center. The senior commander looked at Shen Yan on the screen doing everything like flowing clouds in water. His eyebrows frowned into the character Chuan. The file says she is ordinary? High school dropout? The commander suddenly slapped the table hard. Which high school dropout can understand building drawings? Can understand circuit diagrams? Check again for me. I want her most detailed file. Now. 5 minutes later. A brand new encrypted file was delivered into the commander's hands. The file bag was torn open, several yellowed report cards and a sealed police record slid out. The commander picked it up and took one look. His pupils suddenly shrank. The data showed Shen Yan once studied at the best key high school in the whole province, long-term ranked first in the grade. Her math, physics, chemistry scores were almost all full marks. Her logic thinking ability was rated as genius level. However, just on the day of the college entrance exam 5 years ago, her parents, in order to marry her to a fool in the same neighborhood to exchange for a high bride price, gave her sleeping pills, locked her at home, and did not let her go to the exam. After Shen Yan woke up, she found the door was locked from outside. In order to attend the college entrance exam, she without hesitation jumped down from the third-floor bedroom window. As a result, she broke her leg, fell into deep coma, and missed the college entrance exam. After waking up, Shen Yan did not cry, and did not make trouble. She only silently packed her things, and on that night of thunder and heavy rain, dragging her leg wrapped in plaster, completely disappeared from that man-eating home. These 5 years, she hid her name and identity, grew wildly in the darkest corners, until recently she was found by her parents, and sued in court. The meeting room was dead silent. Everyone looked at that file, for a long time unable to say a word. So it turns out, she did not refuse to study. She was someone whose wings were broken. After a long while, the senior commander closed the file, took off his glasses and wiped them, letting out a heavy sigh. These are two pitiful worms, who gave birth to a dragon that should have soared across the 9 skies. Too much of a pity. On the screen, Shen Yan was facing a blueprint and showing a playful smile. 007, happy apartment on how to build friendship with empty nest old people. The daytime passed very fast. Shen Yan checked all the remaining households on the 4th floor. The whole apartment was frighteningly quiet, except for her own footsteps. No sound of any living thing or dead thing could be heard. Obviously, in this game, daytime was an absolute truce period. When checking room 103, Shen Yan stopped her steps. This room was very clean. It could even be said to be clean to an excessive level. Old-style redwood furniture was wiped until it shone. Several yellowed family photos hung on the wall. In the photos there was only a kind-faced old woman. The position beside her was empty. Obviously the old partner had been gone for a long time. Shen Yan walked to the refrigerator. On it were pasted dense sticky notes. The eldest son's phone number is 138. The youngest daughter likes to eat braised pork. Remember to buy pork belly. Today no one called back, and no one came to see me. So lonely, old man, you also miss me, right? On the table there was also placed a thick diary. Shen Yan flipped through a few pages. They were filled with trivial daily records, and every word revealed a deep loneliness that penetrated to the bone. This is a typical empty nest old person. The children are away, the spouse has passed, and she stays alone in an empty house, and in the end, she might even die at home without anyone knowing. Shen Yan closed the diary, her eyes flickering for a moment. In the real world, to escape from her vampire parents, she also rented a place like this old and worn-out one, and next door lived a lonely old lady similar to this one. She understood this kind of elderly person very well. They are not lacking money or food, what they lack is a mouth to chat with them. Moreover, these old ladies who spend their days sunbathing downstairs and observing their neighbors are usually the information center of the entire community. What happened in this building, which tenant has problems, what quirks the landlord has, they definitely know it all. The source of information has been found. A smile crept onto the corner of Shen Yan's mouth. She glanced at the wall clock. 1800 hours. It was getting dark, and the gloom began to thicken. No hurry, I will come find you tonight. Night fell. 2000 hours. The lights in the hallway lit up again, and that unsettling coldness once again enveloped the happy apartment. Other chosen ones had already curled up in their blankets, shivering in fear that their breathing might attract monsters. However, Shen Yan adjusted her collar, even washing her face in the bathroom to make herself look more spirited. Then, armed with a universal key, she boldly knocked on the door of room 103 next door. She brought the key because she had already decided that if the resident didn't open the door, she would simply unlock it herself. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound echoed in the first-floor hallway. And Wang, are you home? I am the new Shaoshan, here to bring you some warmth. In the live stream. She has started again. That's a ghost. Is she going to bring warmth to a ghost? Sister Shen's social prowess is something I admire. Creak. The door slowly opened a crack. A strong smell of decay rushed towards her. Behind the door appeared an extremely horrifying face. It was an old lady, but her face was highly decomposed, half of the flesh on her cheek had fallen off, exposing ghastly white bones, and several wriggling maggots moved around in her eye sockets. She must have died in summer and had been dead for a long time before being discovered. Who? Ah. The old lady's voice was ghostly, sending chills down one's spine. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been scared to death by now. But Shen Yan, as if not seeing those maggots, wore a warm smile and pushed the door open, squeezing inside. Oh, Aunt Wang, it's me. The one living upstairs. She casually closed the door, and before the old lady could react, she plopped down onto the living room sofa, her posture so practiced it was as if she had returned to her own home. This room is really tidy, and you are a person of taste. Shen Yan patted the armrest of the sofa, sincerely complimenting her. The old lady was stunned. She stared at Shen Yan with her murky, almost popping out eyeballs. For so many years, anyone who entered this room either screamed and ran away in fear or covered their noses in disgust. Never before had anyone dared to be this close to her, sit on her sofa, and even compliment her on being clean. You are not afraid of me? The old lady asked gloomily, as a maggot fell from the corner of her eye onto the floor. Afraid of what? Shen Yan bent down, pinched the maggot with 2 fingers, and calmly placed it back into the nearby trash can. People get old, and it's normal to have some minor issues. My grandmother used to have rheumatism, she was in pain every rainy day, just like you. Audience, what the hell is similar? Is rheumatism the same as having maggots? Shen Yan didn't want to dwell on this topic and directly switched to casual chatting mode. Aunt, looking at this photo, you were a beauty when you were young. Your children must be quite successful, right? I saw on the fridge that your eldest son is a big boss. Aren't they busy, not coming back to see you much? I just see you alone and it's quite lonely, so I specially came to bring you warmth and blessings. Shen Yan's mouth kept chattering non-stop. She precisely stepped on the weak points and joys of the empty nester, bringing some noisy atmosphere to this quiet room with her chatter. After a few sentences, the originally gloomy old lady's gaze actually became a lot kindlier. Yes, they are all busy. The old lady sighed, sitting across from Shen Yan. Busy to the point that if I died, no one would know. Little girl, you are a good person, all these years, you are the first one willing to talk to me. In the live broadcast room, viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom were already numb. This scene, though a bit heavy, why does it feel a bit warm? Shen Yan's mental quality is amazing, she can chat so happily with a face covered in maggots. Of course, the bullet comments weren't all harmonious. It's completely thoughtless, if this old lady suddenly goes wild, she wouldn't even know how she would die. Yeah, just lucky to encounter a non-killer freak, let's see how long she lasts. This kind of reckless play definitely won't make it to the end. As soon as these comments were posted, the internet police of the Great Xia Kingdom sprang into action. System announcement, detected abnormal IP, user Wings of Freedom banned permanently for using illegal proxy access. System announcement, user Sakura has been muted for 36,500 days. Good riddance. Pop the champagne. Outsiders, don't bark, if you don't like it, don't watch. Inside the instance, Shen Yan and the old lady's chat was still ongoing. After an hour of heart-to-heart, Shen Yan felt the time was right and slowly began shifting the topic to what she wanted to discuss. She casually asked. By the way, Aunt Wang, I just moved in a couple of days ago, why does this building feel strange? Especially that basement, every time I pass by it feels chilly, is it not clean down there? Hearing this, the old lady's previously relaxed expression instantly stiffened. Her terrifying eyes glanced around, and she lowered her voice, leaning mysteriously toward Shen Yan's ear. Girl, that place, you must never go. That is where the landlord grows people. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat. Grow what people? Isn't the landlord in the attic? Shen Yan pressed further. The old lady appeared very frightened, her body trembling slightly, as the rotting flesh on her face fell off in pieces. The landlord, that old monster, he wants to live longer, to achieve immortality. He takes disobedient tenants, and those poor souls who can't pay rent, and drags them down there. He dug a big pit down there, and plants people in the soil like trees, saying he needs some energy to feed them. The night I died, I heard cries from below. That was. Before the old lady could finish, she suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly closed her mouth. She looked at the ceiling in terror, as if a pair of eyes was watching them from there. Shoo! Don't ask! Don't ask! The old lady anxiously pushed Shen Yan. Hurry! While he hasn't noticed. Quickly go back to your room. Remember. Never go to the basement. Never go. Shen Yan was pushed to the door. Although she hadn't finished asking, she had already gotten the core information. The basement is a human breeding ground. The landlord uses living people to nurture evil spirits, aiming for immortality. The landlord indeed exists, he is an old monster, and he has absolute surveillance over this building. Alright, thank you, Auntie, I'll come chat with you again another day. Shen Yan smoothly exited, not forgetting to wave her hand. You should rest early, don't stay up late, it's bad for your skin. Viewers, does she even have space for her skin to improve? Back in the hallway, Shen Yan's smile instantly vanished. She glanced at the direction of the attic, then looked down at the basement. Growing living people to nurture evil spirits. Shen Yan stroked her chin, a flash of cold light crossing her eyes. Using living sacrifices to the heavens, no wonder the first basement is so heavy with gloom. 008, happy apartment. As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. After leaving room 103, Shen Yan's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling calmness. She stood in the corridor, not rushing back to her room, but slowly lifting her head, her gaze sweeping through the dim hallway like a hawk. And Wang's terrified glance at the ceiling just now revealed one message. There are surveillance cameras in this building. That old perverted landlord living in the attic, who desires eternal life, is lurking behind the screen like a rat in the gutter, spying on everything here. A peeping Tom? Shen Yan scoffed softly. Her gaze fixed on a faintly glowing smoke alarm at the corner of the hallway. That position was very hidden, and an ordinary person would definitely not notice it. But Shen Yan was very familiar with it. When she was in high school, her father had installed a monitoring camera in her room to watch her. He called it monitoring her studies. When Shen Yan discovered that camera, she was stunned. She removed the camera, but her father installed a second one in a hidden manner. Later, to avoid being spied on, she watched countless videos explaining how to check for hidden cameras. The landlord's method of installing cameras was truly child's play for her. Shen Yan hated peeping Toms the most. Under the gaze of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room, Shen Yan made an incredibly arrogant move. She walked right under that camera, slowly raised her hand, and gave the camera a long middle finger. Moreover, her lips clearly formed two words. Stupid idiot. The live chat room erupted. Wow. What is she cursing? She must be cursing the landlord. Judging by her expression, it seems there are cameras installed here? This provocation is off the charts. Isn't she afraid the landlord will come down and kill her? Landlord, are you polite? Sister Shen, politeness? What is that? Can you eat it? After provoking the landlord, Shen Yan felt much more relaxed. She turned and went downstairs, heading straight to the hall on the first floor. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The hall was empty, with only the bulletin board making a flap flap sound in the wind. Shen Yan walked to the bulletin board and ripped down that red recruitment notice. Urgently hiring night security guard. Requirements, bold and attentive. Duties, patrol the first basement every night from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Salary, daily payment, including meals and accommodation, salary negotiable. Contact person, convenience store owner. Shen Yan flicked the paper. Absolutely forbidden area? A playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That is forbidden for tenants. If it's for a security guard, then it's a work area, isn't it? As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. She wanted to legally enter the first basement. Shen Yan took the recruitment notice and turned to enter the nearby 24-hour convenience store. The convenience store owner was dozing off at the counter, still hugging the abacus. Bang! A hand slammed down heavily on the counter, pressing the red recruitment notice in front of the owner's bony face. The owner was startled, almost dropping the abacus on the counter. He opened his little green eyes and saw that it was that female demon again, his face turning pale. It's you, again? The owner trembled, covering the food under the counter. You are definitely not the new landlord? Don't think about blackmailing my food again. Shen Yan rolled her eyes. Who cares about your expired instant noodles? Idiot, I already stole a lot while you weren't around during the day. She pointed at the paper on the table. I want to apply. Ha! The owner was stunned, thinking he heard wrong. You want to apply for the night security guard? He looked at Shen Yan with a deadpan stare. Girl, do you know what kind of place the first basement is? The last security guard that went there left not even a bone fragment. He was, cough cough. Stop babbling. Shen Yan interrupted him. Just tell me if you need someone or not. The boss's eyes flickered. The landlord was indeed pressing hard. Recently the fertilizer downstairs was quite restless and urgently needed a scapegoat to keep an eye on things. Originally, he was still worried about where to find a fool to trick, but unexpectedly, this little devil came knocking on his door herself. Since she was seeking her own death. Lacking. Of course, lacking. A sinister smile appeared on the boss's face. Since you sincerely want to work as the personnel supervisor, I will make an exception to hire you. But let me be clear up front, I won't take responsibility if anything happens. All right. Shen Yan agreed bluntly. Let's talk about the salary. The boss took out an abacus, ready to squeeze labor. 3-day trial period, no salary, just one work meal. Smack. Shen Yan slammed her hand on the table, making a crisp sound. She leaned down, stared into the boss's eyes, and said in a friendly tone. Boss, do you have any misunderstandings about the current job market? First, this is a high-risk job. I want double pay. Second, I want a full set of labor protection supplies. Third, if you dare to default on payment. Shen Yan smiled sinisterly. I won't mind letting this store change owners. Talent full of evil, triggering judgment. Judgment successful, your bully behavior has caused the miser to feel deep despair. The boss looked at Shen Yan's stance of destroying the store if she didn't receive payment. His heart was bleeding. He had lived for so long and had never seen someone discuss labor laws with a ghost. But considering this woman's combat power, he still compromised. Although this woman was not the main tenant, he had heard last night that she had violently beaten a domestic abuser, calmed a ghost baby, and even snatched its pacifier. In short, this woman was not to be messed with. All right. It's up to you. Whatever you say. The boss gritted his teeth and pulled out a black package from under the counter, throwing it at Shen Yan. This is the security uniform and flashlight. Hurry up and go patrol. Don't come back up until 4. Shen Yan took the package and opened it to take a look. Inside was a security uniform stained with blood, a heavy-duty flashlight. And most importantly, a black access card. Ding. Acquired item, night shift security uniform, D-level ghost tool. Function, wearing it, you are the staff of the apartment. During patrols, you can be exempt from certain rules killing towards tenants. Acquired item, special flashlight. Function, its light can reveal things not visible to the naked eye. Shen Yan happily put the items away. Thanks, boss, you're a good person. Without changing into the clothes inside, she directly put on the oversized security uniform. At this moment, the time just jumped to 2200 hours. Apartment rule, lights must be turned off and sleep by 10 p.m. But now, Shen Yan had a new identity. She was the security guard, and now it was her night shift. Rule 2, ineffective against her. Alright. Whether a security guard or not, this rule is ineffective against her. Shen Yan took the flashlight and access card, striding confidently to the iron gate leading to the basement. The suffocating sense of oppression from yesterday still lingered. The blood-stained red hairpin in her pocket began to heat up, warning her as if screaming, "Don't go in." But this time, Shen Yan didn't back down. She took out the black access card, swiped it at the lock sensing area. Beep. The iron gate, originally wrapped in chains and covered with talismans, produced a heavy caca sound, slowly opening to both sides. A strong smell of blood, mixed with moist earth, instantly rushed at her. In the depths of darkness, it felt as if countless eyes were watching and numerous mouths were wailing. Is this the place for the living sacrifice that Aunt Wang spoke of? Shen Yan stood at the door, turning on the powerful flashlight. The beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the stairs leading to hell. In the live stream, everyone held their breath. She really went in. Isn't it only the second day? This level of difficulty in the basement, others would at least wait until the last 1 or 2 days to dare go in, right? Is she planning to clear the level in advance and then just sleep and slack off for the remaining time? Contestants from other countries are all playing dead. Sister Shen's test for employment this time is impressive. She's really good at exploiting bugs. I wonder what is really down there. Shen Yan took a deep breath. There was no fear on her face, only excitement about the mystery set to be unveiled. She took a step forward, her figure completely swallowed by the darkness. The iron door behind her slammed shut with a heavy sound the moment she entered. There was no way back. 009, happy apartment, no entry without a permit. As the heavy iron door shut behind her, Shen Yan felt as if she had stepped into another world. The air on the basement level was thick and nauseating, a mix of the smell of blood, decay, and a strange earthy scent. Silence surrounded her, broken only by the squelch sound of her canvas shoes on the damp ground. What a horrible environment, can't they even install a ventilation system? Shen Yan covered her nose and made a sarcastic remark. She didn't rush in but instead turned on the heavy special flashlight in her hand. Click. A pale, even slightly blue light broke through the darkness in an instant. Without the flashlight, this place looked like an ordinary abandoned basement, filled with piles of dirt. But under the beam of the flashlight, the surroundings suddenly twisted into a terrifying scene. Those things that looked like dirt piles began to wriggle under the blue light. What on earth were those dirt piles? They were clearly human heads buried in the ground. Looking around, the entire basement level resembled a neatly arranged field. Hundreds of people with only their heads exposed were lined up in an orderly fashion. Their skin appeared a strange grayish blue, eyes tightly closed, mouths wide open, and countless thin red roots were crawling out from their 7 orifices, deeply rooted in the surrounding soil. Above them, a ceiling full of red pipes dangled down like a spider's web, dripping some black-red liquid into the mouths of these heads. Drip. Drip. This was a grand, silent feast where living people were used as fertilizer. Even the audience in the livestream felt a chill run up their spines through the screen. Ugh, what the hell is this hellish scene? My claustrophobia just died on the spot. Growing humans. They really are growing humans. That Aunt Wang wasn't lying. What kind of pervert is this landlord? What does he want to raise these people for? Shen Yan looked at this field, and instead of throwing up, she took a few steps closer with great interest. She shone the flashlight at the nearest head. It was a middle-aged man in a suit. He looked like a corporate slave in life and now had to become fertilizer here. How tragic. Is this what they call growing humans? Shen Yan pouted, not growing too well, looking a bit malnourished. At that moment, perhaps sensing the flashlight's bright light or smelling the presence of a living person, the previously silent basement suddenly stirred. Hungry. Water, give me water. Kill me, please, kill me. Countless fragmented, painful groans came from the dirt piles all around, merging into a maddening low-frequency noise. Then, the nearest head suddenly opened their eyes wide. Those pupil-less white eyes fixed intently on Shen Yan, and the soil around their necks surged violently, as if they wanted to burst forth and pounce on her. Roar! The neck of the man in the suit stretched like a snake, opening his mouth full of fangs to bite at Shen Yan's calves. Watch out! The livestream's bullet comments were going wild. Shen Yan stood there, completely unmoved. Just as that huge mouth was about to bite her, a faint red glow suddenly radiated from the blood-stained night shift security uniform she was wearing. Zila! The suited man let out a sharp scream as if he had bitten into a glowing iron, instantly shrinking back. A large charred mark appeared on his face as he looked at the uniform on Shen Yan with fear. Effective item, night shift security uniform. Effect triggered. In the eyes of these fertilizers, you are the administrator with the power of life and death. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. This outfit is quite useful. She looked down at the trembling suited man and didn't feel anger from his earlier attack. Instead, she smiled kindly at him. Were you planning to bite me just now? Shen Yan lifted the heavy special flashlight in her hand and struck the suited man's head with a thud. Bang! The flashlight sounded like it hit a rotten watermelon. The suited man felt stars in his eyes, his head tilted at an angle. And you all! Shen Yan swept the beam of the flashlight toward the restless heads around her. Clearing her throat, she shouted. Shut up! What are you howling about in the middle of the night? Don't you know it's rest time? The people upstairs need to sleep, why are you making noise? Anyone who dares to make another sound, I will pull it out and throw it at the convenience store on the first floor to cook a Kanto stew. The basement fell into dead silence instantly. Absolute silence. The basement, which was just filled with chaos, became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the heads shrank in fear, tightly closing their mouths, afraid of attracting the attention of this demon. Though they were ghosts, they understood human language, and they understood threats even better. Especially the mention of Kanto stew, it sounded very painful. Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. We are all doing this for survival. You work as fertilizer, I work as security, and we'll mind our own business. As long as you behave, I won't bother you. She held the flashlight and began to patrol among the mounds of earth. While it was called a patrol, it was really just a sense check. She found that most of the people planted here had lost their sanity, leaving only the instincts to feed and kill. The deeper she went, the more painful the expressions of those heads became, and their resentment grew stronger. Suddenly, Shen Yan's footsteps stopped in a corner. Here stood a lonely mound of earth. Unlike the other grayish deadheads, the head protruding from this mound, although pale, surprisingly still held a glimmer of clarity in its eyes. Moreover, the most crucial point was, this head was wearing the same security uniform as Shen Yan. Oh. Shen Yan walked over, squatted down, and shook the flashlight in front of his eyes. Senior? The head turned its eyes with great difficulty, looking at Shen Yan. Its mouth didn't sprout tendrils like the others, and its throat produced a voice that was incredibly dry. Run, quickly. Don't do this job. Run? Not a chance. Shen Yan not only didn't run but instead curiously asked. Why run? This job has great benefits, food and accommodation provided. The former security guard panted laboriously. Trap. The landlord has to eat one security guard every 7 days. I was last week's. You are next. I see. Shen Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the job ad said urgent hire, no wonder the boss looked at her like he was looking at a dead person. The so-called night shift security was actually the landlord's food supply prepped for himself. Patrolling was a lie, fattening them up to eat was the truth. One every 7 days? Shen Yan stroked her chin. Then I can't live for at least 6 days. Today is my first day, and I have 6 days left before my death. The former security guard looked at Shen Yan's nonchalant expression, his eyes almost bulging out in panic. No, tonight, he will come. He comes down to patrol every night. When he sees a new one, he won't be able to help himself. Before he could finish his sentence, the temperature in the entire basement plummeted. The dripping pipes overhead suddenly stopped functioning. A sense of oppression, 100 times more terrifying than before, slowly seeped out from the darkest depths of the basement through that door leading to a darker underworld. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps. Like some enormous monster, dragging its heavy body, one step at a time up the stairs. All around, the heads of the people instantly terrified, burrowed into the ground, showing only the tops of their skulls, trembling in fear. Even the former security guard closed his eyes, whispering in despair, he's coming, he's coming. Shen Yan stood up. She felt it. The bloody red hairpin in her pocket was already hot enough to burn through the fabric. The intensity of the malice far exceeded all the eerie things she had encountered so far. Is this the landlord? Or, is it the true form of the landlord? Shen Yan tightened her grip on the flashlight, while her other hand discreetly reached for the dead baby pacifier in her pocket. She had props and a system, so self-preservation wasn't a problem. Even if she faced certain death, she could use the fuchsia hairpin given by the woman in red to block a fatal attack. Shen Yan seemed reckless, but deep down, she had her own calculations. She wouldn't gamble with the lives of all the people in the province. The footsteps grew closer. In the darkness, a gigantic silhouette gradually emerged. That was not a person. That was a mass of rotten limbs stitched together, holding a giant, rusty pair of garden shears. Oh. Shen Yan looked at the monster, and instead of hiding, she whistled. The landlord's look is quite unique. If you didn't know better, you'd think it came straight out of some bio-horror movie. Since the door was locked and she couldn't escape, she could only make some moves. Shen Yan adjusted the collar of her security uniform, and at the moment the monster stepped out of the darkness, raising its shears to harvest. She suddenly raised the flashlight, cranked the beam to the maximum, and shone it directly onto the monster's face. Who's lurking there? Shen Yan shouted loudly and justifiably. Don't you see there's a security guard here? Where's your badge? Where's your health code? No ID, no entry. Thud, thud, thud. The monstrous meat hill, dragging its giant gardening shears, approached step by step. Shen Yan tightened her grip on the flashlight, just about to use the trick again to zap the ghostly thing, when the head of the security guard at her feet suddenly whispered. Don't be impulsive. He is not the landlord. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, pausing for a moment. Not the landlord? Then who is he? The former security guard's eyes revealed an abysmal fear as he trembled and explained. He is a gardener, a vicious dog raised by the landlord, specifically responsible for the planting and harvesting down here. Did you see those empty pits? He takes the captured people and tears them apart alive, then eats the flesh off their bodies, leaving only the heads. Then he plants the heads in the ground, watering them day and night with that black-red liquid secreted from his body. As he said this, the former security guard's voice trembled. I found out, it's said to be an ancient living sacrifice evil technique called the 100-head gathering formation. Heads planted here can neither live nor die. The resentment and malice generated will flow through these pipes to the attic. This malice surrounds the whole happy apartment, forming a gigantic geomantic deadlock while the landlord sits at the formation center, absorbing our lifespans and resentment to ensure his immortality. After hearing this, Shen Yan glanced at the pipes above her head still dripping foul liquid, then looked back at the monstrous figure covered in pus before her. So this is the gardener responsible for planting people. Eating human flesh, planting heads, feeding malice with corpse oil. This isn't an apartment, this is clearly a carefully designed cult altar. So disgusting. Shen Yan spat in disdain. Doing feudal superstitions is one thing, it's also unhygienic. At this moment, the gardener had walked into the light. Its face, made up of countless pieces of rotten flesh, was. With 3 eyes darting around, it finally fixed its gaze on Shen Yan. It smelled it. That was the scent of fresh, vibrant flesh and blood. This human carried an unruly air, she was perfect material for creating a main soul. Roar! The gardener let out an excited roar. He rushed forward with a rusted giant pair of scissors, half his height, aimed straight at Shen Yan. Seeing this, Shen Yan didn't retreat, instead, she raised her hand and directly aimed the beam of her special flashlight at the gardener's face. What are you roaring about? Shen Yan shouted, standing tall with the authority of a security guard. I am the new night shift guard. I'm on a routine inspection. Since you are the gardener in charge of planting, where is your work permit? Where is your health code? Look at you, covered in boils, seriously violating food hygiene safety regulations. I have the right to forbid you from entering. The gardener was confused by the sudden bright light and angry rebuke. What exactly is a health code? The air froze for 3 seconds. Seeing the gardener's foolish expression, Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. Roar! The gardener realized he was being toyed with by a human when he heard Shen Yan's laughter. You're asking for death. The giant scissors swung through the air with a howling wind, aiming to cut Shen Yan in half. Damn, why did you suddenly attack without following the rules? Shen Yan cursed, instinctively shrinking back. Snip! The scissors brushed past her nose, directly slicing a thick irrigation steel pipe into 2 as if it were a straw. Black oily sewage gushed out instantly, splattering all over Shen Yan. Is this thing really that strong? Shen Yan wiped the grime off her face, and by chance, grabbed the half of the cut steel pipe that was lying in the mud. This steel pipe was about 1 meter long, with a sharp cut and heavy. Oh, thank you for the gift, this is a very handy new weapon. Watching the monster adjust its posture, raising the scissors for a second attack. Shen Yan took 2 steps back. Going toe-to-toe with this monster? Her little body couldn't withstand a single cut. Though she had the red hair card to save her, she didn't plan on using it unless absolutely necessary. Then she could only use that disgusting thing. Shen Yan awkwardly darted through the piles of dirt while reaching into her pocket. Her fingertips quickly brushed against that soft, damp thing, a dead baby's pacifier. Ugh! Just touching it made her stomach churn. The sticky feel reminded her of touching a skinned rat. This thing was dug out from that big-headed ghost baby's mouth. She hadn't even washed it. It was covered in saliva. The malicious wind from behind was drawing near, and Shen Yan couldn't afford to feel disgusted anymore. I'm going for it. With gritted teeth, Shen Yan closed her eyes, her expression twisted in pain, and forcefully shoved the pacifier covered in ghost baby's saliva and resentment into her mouth. Mmm. A foul, indescribable stench exploded in her mouth, shooting straight to the top of her head. Shen Yan's face instantly turned green, her features contorting in pain, wearing an extremely standard pain mask. This was beyond disgusting. But fortunately, the pacifier's effect kicked in immediately. Item activated, dead baby's soothing pacifier. Effect, your sense of existence has dropped to 0. In the eyes of the strange, you are now like a breath of air. At the very moment the pacifier entered her mouth. The gardener, holding scissors and poised to slice Shen Yan in half, suddenly froze. It turned its massive, tumor-like head in confusion and looked around. Where had that lively human gone? Why had the scent disappeared all of a sudden? Its eyes, filled with a desire to kill, were filled with great confusion. In the livestream, the viewers were going insane with laughter. What? Is this invisibility? Haha, look at Shen Yan's expression, like she ate a pile of old poop. Sister Shen, I am dirty, but I am alive. This prop is amazing, though it's disgusting, it's very useful. Die, old man. With the pacifier in her mouth, Shen Yan felt an overwhelming wave of pure malice rise within her. She gripped the solid steel pipe tightly, and her S-class talent, Evil Overload, instantly activated. All the malice, all the disgust, all the rage, poured into this single strike. Shen Yan sprang behind the monster like a nimble cat, leaping high off a mound of earth. Bang! The steel pipe with tremendous force came crashing down on the monster's bulbous head. This blow was powerful and heavy. The monster's head was smashed flat in one spot, black blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The monster let out a terrible howl, covering its head and turning around, wanting to see who had attacked it. But when it turned back, it found no one behind it at all. Bang! Another strike, this time hitting the monster's knee. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as its bone snapped. The massive body came crashing down to its knees. Then came the one-sided, brutal slaughter. Shen Yan was like an emotionless pile driver. Bang! 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 Let you cut me! Let you be involved in cults! Let you be unhygienic! Made me eat that disgusting stuff! Each strike came with the monster's shrill wails and Shen Yan's angry grunts. That once mighty gardener was beaten into a corner, cowering and holding its head. It had no idea where the attacks were coming from, only feeling the air thick with malice directed at it. Finally, after Shen Yan struck dozens of times, the monster completely broke down. It dropped the huge scissors and turned into a puddle of mud, crawling back deep underground through the cracks in the floor. It would rather face the landlord's punishment than confront this invisible madwoman again. The crisis was over. Shen Yan gasped, spitting the pacifier out of her mouth immediately. Phew! 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 She spat wildly, grabbing the bottle of mineral water she had snatched from the convenience store earlier and rinsed her mouth furiously. So damn disgusting. I never want to use it again in my life. She looked disdainfully at the pacifier on the ground, just about to pick it up to wipe it and put it back in her pocket. But she found that the originally pink pacifier had turned gray, and a fine crack had appeared on it. System prompt, item dead baby's pacifier excessively used, now in cooldown. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Warning, please cherish ghost items, excessive use may cause damage or destruction. Shen Yan stared blankly for a moment, then picked up the pacifier. There wasn't a prompt before. Ghost items have cooldowns too? She frowned. It seemed these ghost items were not all-powerful, nor could they be used infinitely. That blood-stained red hairpin could only block a single deadly blow. This pacifier was for invisibility, but using it once meant it had to rest for a day. Good thing I didn't waste it. Shen Yan felt a twinge of fear. If she hadn't finished the fight quickly, once the invisibility wore off, she would have really had to face that monster in a life-or-death struggle. Looks like I need to use them sparingly in the future. Shen Yan carefully stored away the gray pacifier. Though disgusting, it was a life-saving artifact in critical moments. She lifted the already bent steel pipe again and weighed it in her hands. This thing is still solid. Physical attacks, never on cooldown. Shen Yan turned around, the flashlight beam sweeping around again. Those heads that had been scared into the ground by the monster were now peeking out one by one. Hundreds of eyes looked at her with the utmost awe. Especially the former security guard, whose mouth was agape and eyes nearly popped out. He had thought Shen Yan would be eaten, but instead, this newcomer actually made the gardener run away? Shen Yan walked up to the former security guard's head. She slammed the bent steel pipe down on the ground, making a crisp sound. Hey, senior. Shen Yan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. A big smile appeared. Now that troublesome one has left. We can have a good chat about how to hang the landlord on a street lamp. Oh wait, should we talk about how to break this 100 heads gathering evil formation? In the basement, the former security guard's head looked at the smiling girl in front of him, and he smiled back kindly. He looked at Shen Yan, lowered his voice, and spoke sincerely. Girl, since you can scare off the gardener, it shows you have real skills. As a senior, I am willing to tell you the way to directly kill the landlord. He struggled to turn his head, signaling deep into the basement with his eyes. Do you see that pillar covered with yellow talismans? That is the landlord's 100 heads gathering evil formation air valve. This secret, I overheard from the landlord. As long as you smash that pillar, the evil energy from the entire formation will backflow. At that time, the landlord won't die but will be seriously injured. This is our only chance to survive. Shen Yan followed his gaze and indeed saw a red pillar covered with talismans. Her eyes brightened, and she looked at the security guard with admiration, gratefully saying, Oh my! Senior, you are so impressive. You even know this core secret? I was just worrying about how to deal with the landlord, and unexpectedly, you directly told me the strategy. Hee, I am also doing this for self-preservation. The security guard smiled at Shen Yan, urging her, hurry up, girl. The gardener has run away, now is the best opportunity to make a move. As long as you smash the pillar, we will all be saved. At this moment, the live stream's bullet screen began to scroll wildly. Wow! Hidden strategy. This senior can really handle it, he speaks when necessary. Cleared. Sister Shen is about to clear it, you are my hero. After this, she can relax until the end of the game. Sister Shen, hurry and poke the air valve. This is a shortcut to victory. Poke, hard. Upstairs, you better be talking about the air valve. The atmosphere reached its peak. Shen Yan stood up, tightened her grip on the steel pipe, took a deep breath, and heavily nodded at the security guard. Senior, thank you. I will do as you say. A look of gratitude appeared on the security guard's face. "Go ahead, good girl." Before he could finish his sentence. Whoosh! A malevolent wind suddenly sounded. Shen Yan did not swing the steel pipe at the pillar but instead struck down like a black venomous snake, drawing a cruel arc in the air. It smashed mercilessly onto the security guard's head. The security guard's face, still adorned with a grateful smile, instantly exploded under the steel pipe. Red and white splattered all over the ground. That head was smashed to pieces like a rotten watermelon. With this one strike, the security guard's eyeballs were blown 2 meters away. The basement suddenly fell silent. In the livestream, those rolling bullet screens of moved, charge, instantly disappeared. 5 seconds passed before the livestream audience realized what Shen Yan had just done. Wow! Shen Yan has gone crazy? That was an ally. Did she just blow the kind security uncle's head off? Wait, just a second ago, she was calling him senior, and the next second she just physically exorcised him? What mental state is Shen Yan in? In the basement, Shen Yan expressionlessly shook off the brain matter stuck to the steel pipe. The kind smile of the neighborly girl had long disappeared, replaced by a chilling coldness and disdain. She viciously stared at the pile of meat on the ground, spat. Bah! I hate it the most when people deceive me. She raised her head, and her cold, dead fish eyes swept across the other trembling ghost heads around her, letting out a few cold laughs. You dare to deceive me, you can't do that. How can a person who has only been planted in the ground for 7 days as food know the highest secret of the landlord's formation weakness? And the air valve? And the evil energy backflow? The landlord is not a fool. How could he let a newly captured food know where the self-destruct switch is? If I really listened to his nonsense and smashed the pillar, I would probably get shot into a sieve right on the spot. Shen Yan's words struck like a needle. The audience, who had just been moved, suddenly felt a chill run straight to the top of their heads after hearing these words. Wow! Blind man, you discovered the truth. Yeah. Even if he has reason, he is just food. How could food know the chef's trade secrets? Thinking deeply is terrifying. That security guard wants to trick Shen Yan into sending her to her death. Sister Shen's mind, so rational, so frightening. After finishing her words, Shen Yan stepped over the pile of rotten meat. The security guard's words were half true and half false. The relationship between the gardener and the landlord might be true, but that solution is definitely a deadly scam. She held a steel pipe and began to wander in the field of heads. To find out even a little bit of truth, she needed to find a truthful, honest person who didn't lie. Soon, Shen Yan's gaze stopped in a corner. There was a male ghost wearing glasses who looked gentle and scholarly. This scholarly ghost had clear eyes, suggesting he had not been planted for long and still retained some rationality. Shen Yan walked over, propped the steel pipe on the ground, and, holding it with both hands, looked down at the glasses-wearing man and said, "Hey, four-eyed brother." Shen Yan squatted down and waved a flashlight in front of his eyes. "Can we chat for a bit?" Hearing Shen Yan's words, the scholarly male ghost didn't even lift his eyelids. He coldly replied, "I won't say anything. If you have the ability, just kill me." Kill him? Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh at this. You think too highly of yourself. You're neither human nor ghost, desperate to live and unable to die. You must be hoping to die at my hands right now? You want me to kill you, but you refuse to say anything. Where is there such a good deal in this world? If you say nothing, I won't kill you. I will let you continue to be planted here, slowly losing your memories until you become a mindless monster. Now, the scholarly male ghost's expression finally broke. For him, death was indeed the greatest mercy. He suddenly turned his head, staring at Shen Yan with intensity, and trembled as he asked, "You won't kill me, then why did you kill that security guard just now?" Because he didn't want to die, so he deserved to die. Shen Yan looked directly into the four-eyed man's eyes and calmly narrated, "I killed him because he lied to me, treating me like a fool, trying to trick me into sending myself to die. He didn't want to die, so I killed him. You want to die, yet I refuse to kill you unless you tell me what you know, then I might consider giving you a quick end." The scholarly male ghost looked at Shen Yan's eyes, which were devoid of waves. After a long time, he sighed, as if giving up resistance. "What do you want to know? But I need to make it clear first, I don't know much. I'm not as good at making stories as that security guard. I'm just an ordinary programmer. I got caught coming back late from working overtime this past Monday, right by the apartment entrance. I only know that every 7 days, new people are sent in. That gardener must need to eat food to continuously secrete that liquid that nourishes the ghost heads. This is just my guess. As for the landlord, I have never seen the landlord. That gardener doesn't talk to us, it only feeds us that stinky liquid like watering plants." The scholarly male ghost spoke intermittently. What he said was not much and sounded very trivial. Shen Yan listened attentively. She believed that what this glasses-wearing man said was all true. After asking her questions, Shen Yan stood up and stretched widely. After a long day, an immense fatigue surged in her heart. From last night until now, she had dealt with a domestic violence man, climbed stairs, and had just fought with the gardener. The body has long been overextended. Now she really wants to take a nap. Looking around, she notices a shabby single bed in the corner of the basement. She doesn't know who it was for, and it only has an old, tattered quilt on it. Shen Yan just took a look, then without saying a word, she picked up a steel pipe and walked over. She patted the dirty quilt that looked unclean, showed no disgust, and directly plopped down on it. With her shoes off, she climbed into bed, half covering herself with the quilt over her security uniform. The action of getting into bed was smooth and quick, done in one go. It was as if this were not a horror game, but her own bedroom. This left the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded again. What is she doing? Is she going to sleep? Is Shen Yan going to sleep under the gaze of hundreds of ghostly heads? In a basement full of the stench of corpses? I would get tetanus just from looking at that quilt, and she's covering herself with it? Crazy, this woman is utterly crazy. Shen Yan lay on the hard bed, smelling the musty odor, and her heart was not too disturbed. This environment was indeed tough, but not tough enough to be unacceptable. 5 years ago, on that stormy night, she limped away from home empty-pocketed. In the dead of winter, she huddled under a cold bridge for a night while wild dogs fought her for territory. That night was clearly in June, but she felt as though she could still feel the bone-chilling wind when she thought back to it. In contrast, here there was a bed, a quilt, though a bit dirty, at least it was not drafty. For Shen Yan, as long as she wasn't caught by her parents and sold off, anywhere felt like heaven. Just as she was about to close her eyes and fall asleep, the gentle male ghost got anxious. He stretched his neck and shouted at her, "Hey! You promised to kill me. Why are you sleeping? You are not keeping your word." Shen Yan didn't even open her eyes upon hearing this, lazily rolling over. What's the rush? I always keep my word. If I said I would give you a swift end, then I will give you a swift end. She yawned, her voice getting softer and softer. But before that, you have to stay alive. Before I kill you, you have to help me deal with the landlord. Don't you want revenge for what he did to you? The gentle male ghost was stunned. Revenge? Of course, he wanted to take revenge. But, could such a frail woman do it? At this moment, with her back facing the ghosts, Shen Yan had already closed her eyes. In fact, she did not want to kill the gentle male ghost right now to fulfill her promise to kill him. She didn't make a move mainly because she currently could not activate her full of evil talent. Full of evil needed sufficient malice and emotional turmoil to be activated successfully. Just now, she could kill that security guard because she was genuinely enraged by being deceived. Her killing intent boiled, so she could smash the security guard's head with a single blow. Now, facing this honest, death-seeking, and quite cooperative gentle male ghost, she had not a shred of anger in her heart, making it impossible to evoke any malice. In this calm state, the steel pipe in her hand was just an ordinary iron rod. Don't even talk about killing a ghost, she probably couldn't even scratch a ghost. I better quickly take a nap, Shen Yan thought drowsily, when I wake up. I'll build up some morning grumpiness, and tomorrow I should be able to kill a ghost. 012, happy apartment off work, refusing to compete. It was 4 in the morning. In the basement, the ticking liquid sound suddenly became urgent. From the depths of the darkness came a loud noise of gears turning and liquid flowing. Shen Yan was awakened by the noise and the suddenly strong sweet, rotten smell in the air. Lying on that old single bed, wrapped in the dark quilt, she frowned in extreme displeasure. The morning grumpiness was building up. For someone who suffered from long-term insomnia, finally being able to sleep soundly in a place with a bed and quilt but being woken up in the middle of the night. That kind of rage that wants to destroy the world is even stronger than facing death. Warning! Warning! Detecting extreme fluctuations in player emotions. Malice value is rapidly rising. Current malice value, 95%, 98%. System prompt, please release malice as soon as possible. Overloaded malice value will lead to irreversible mental pollution. The alarm in Shen Yan's mind hurt her head. Shut up. She sat up from the bed, rubbed her messy hair, and looked fiercely at the source of the noise with her dead fish eyes. She saw the gardener who had been driven away earlier had returned. This time it did not have the big scissors, but instead was dragging a huge meat sack, pouring a black-red liquid into a funnel, whispering as it poured. Drink it. Once you drink it, you will not hurt anymore. Drink it and you will live forever. Drink it and you will have ultimate bliss. After finishing pouring the liquid, it took a bowl of crystal-clear liquid that emitted an eerie red glow. Its 3 strange eyes turned, locking onto Shen Yan, who was sitting on the bed. It slowly walked over, its face twisted into a kind smile formed from rotten flesh, and offered the silver bowl to Shen Yan. The new security guard, you must be very hungry, right? The gardener's voice carried an eerie charm. Come, take a sip. This is the holy water bestowed by the landlord. As long as you drink it, you will have endless power, you will have endless wealth and glory. That voice seemed to carry some kind of mental toxin, trying to break through Shen Yan's psychological defenses. Shen Yan bowed her head, her hair covering most of her face, her body trembling slightly. The gardener was overjoyed, thinking she was moved, and hurriedly brought the bowl closer. Warning! Malice value has exceeded 100%. Since it is so good. Shen Yan suddenly raised her head. In that instant, the gardener saw a pair of terrifying eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the pupils nearly dilated. Those were not eyes of temptation, but extreme rage. Then you keep it for yourself to wash the toilet. Bang! Shen Yan directly threw off the blanket, grabbed the solid steel pipe beside the pillow, and swung it with a world-destroying anger, hitting the gardener squarely on the chin. Crack! With a crisp sound, the gardener's chin directly shattered, and the bowl of holy water splashed all over its own face, sizzling. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Doing pyramid schemes? Shen Yan jumped out of bed, chasing the gardener like a madwoman. Bang! Still talking about immortality? Still talking about wealth and glory? Bang! I hate empty promises. Look at your face, it's like a puzzle. Do you believe it yourself? With every strike, the gardener screamed in agony. Finally, after dozens of strikes, this enormous meat mountain monster was completely subdued. It curled up in the corner, hugging its head, shivering, its three eyes filled with fear. Shen Yan breathed heavily, propped the bent steel pipe on the ground, looking down at the gardener from above. She extended a hand, palm up, fingers beckoning. Do you want me to spare you? Shen Yan revealed a kind smile. Then pay a protection fee and show me your sincerity. The gardener froze for a moment, then its rotten face showed an expression worse than crying. Whoa. I don't have any money. It was truly poor. Usually responsible for farming and feeding, the landlord never paid wages. Where would it get any ghost money? No money? Shen Yan's smile instantly vanished, her eyes becoming extremely dangerous. No money, then take your life to pay. Saying this, she raised the steel pipe high again, about to smash the gardener's skull. Don't kill me. Let me think. I have. The gardener was terrified. It frantically dug around in the gaps of its own pile of rotting flesh with that decaying large hand. After rummaging for a long time, it finally pulled out a small cloth bag, trembling as it handed it to Shen Yan. This is the best seed, for you. Shen Yan took the dirty cloth bag and opened it. Inside were a few dark red seeds, looking like eyeballs. Ding! Obtained item, Ghost Vine Seed, C-Class Ghost Tool. Function, throw it on the ground or on a corpse, and it instantly grows into ghost vines with paralysis toxin, capable of entangling and controlling enemies for half a minute. Quantity, 5/5. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. C-Class Ghost Tool? That's fine, at least you know what you're doing. Shen Yan tucked the seeds into her pocket and kicked the gardener disdainfully. Get lost. The gardener felt like he had received a great amnesty, rolling and crawling back into the depths of darkness, never daring to show his face again. Shen Yan felt good, her morning grumpiness dissipated. She glanced at the stunned scholarly male ghost beside her and pointed towards the gardener's escaping direction. Did you see that? This is the fate of not listening, you'd better obey a bit. After speaking, Shen Yan walked towards the staircase. The staircase door had already been opened. It seemed even the boss could not defy the rule of letting the security guard off work at 4 o'clock. Before dawn, the convenience store on the first floor was still open. The boss was leaning on the counter, squinting his eyes listening to the sounds downstairs. TSK, no sound. That girl must have turned into fertilizer by now. The boss shook his head and took out an abacus to prepare to settle accounts. At that moment. Ding dong. The convenience store's sensor door rang. The boss instinctively looked up. Welcome. Before he could finish, his jaw dropped onto the counter. There stood Shen Yan, wearing a loose security uniform, swaggering in with a bent steel pipe on her shoulder. She carried a strong smell of blood and dirt, yet she was unharmed, even looking energetic. You. The boss trembled, pointing at Shen Yan as if he had seen a ghost, even though he himself was a ghost. How did you come up? How could you be alive up here? Shen Yan walked to the counter, pointed at the clock on the wall, and said with righteous confidence. Boss, take a good look. The job posting said working hours are 22 to 4 o'clock. It's now 4:15. Shen Yan spread her hands with an expression of why don't you understand? I'm off work now. You wouldn't want me to work overtime, would you? Her gaze turned cold, her tone becoming a bit dangerous. Overtime? That's a different price. The boss gaped, unable to say a word for a long time. What the hell, off work? Having gone to the death trap on the basement floor, and still being able to clock out on time? What kind of monster is this woman? Shen Yan ignored the boss's shock. She walked straight to the shelves and rummaged through a pile of dusty items for a while. Finally, she pulled out a pack of unknown brand cigarettes and grabbed a lighter. This counts as overtime pay. After saying that, she tore open the package, put a cigarette in her mouth, and turned to walk out. Hey! Wait! The boss finally regained his senses, his stingy instincts making him instinctively want to stop her. That's my stock. You can't. Shen Yan stopped in her tracks. She didn't turn around, just tilted her head slightly. The weak light of dawn fell on her pale yet delicate profile, casting a shadow. With a cigarette in her mouth, the corner of her lips curled into a sinister arc. Her dead fish eyes glanced at the boss, casually saying, "What, do you want me to stay for breakfast?" 013, happy apartment, the most luxurious bath on the internet. 4:30 a.m. As the heavy iron door of the basement closed behind her, the happy apartment once again fell into a deathly silence. Shen Yan, with the cigarette earned from working overtime at the convenience store, returned to room 301 with an unrecognizing stride. Pushing the door open, the room was still in that dilapidated state, with peeling walls and spots of mold. But at this moment in Shen Yan's eyes, it was simply a 5-star presidential suite. After all, compared to the basement filled with heads, dripping with corpse oil, and full of stench, this place felt far too warm and too much like the human world. Pa! Shen Yan spat out the cigarette but took off the security uniform stained with black blood, dirt, and the gardener's mysterious sticky liquid, and casually threw it on the floor like trash. This trip to the basement. Although she had harvested the ghost vine seeds and a lot of information, the cost was that she was truly filthy. The rotten smell on her body was so overwhelming that it almost made her want to throw up. I can't stand it anymore, I must take a shower first. Shen Yan frowned, the cleanliness that was etched in her bones made her feel uncomfortable all over. She walked to the rusty faucet and tentatively turned it slightly. Sizzle, cough cough. The pipe let out a few dry coughs like an old tuberculous patient, and then a murky, rust-smelling reddish-brown liquid flowed out. This was not water at all, more like some kind of diluted blood. TSK, this garbage apartment, even the water is cut off. Shen Yan disdainfully turned off the faucet. If it were an ordinary player encountering such a situation in a survival instance, they would probably have to endure or use a rag to dab this dirty water lightly. After all, clean water here is a strategic resource more precious than gold. Every drop of water must be saved for survival. Who would dare use it to take a shower? But who is Shen Yan? She is the one who dares to roll up the rules and smoke, treating convenience stores as her own warehouse. She walked to the corner of the room and flipped a piece of tattered oilcloth. Underneath, neatly stacked, were dozens of 5L large bottles of mineral water, towels, shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste. These were all the spoils she had looted from the convenience store while the owner was asleep during the day. Without saying a word, Shen Yan picked up the bottles of mineral water, twisted open the caps, and whooshed them into the large red plastic bucket in the room. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 5 buckets. The crystal clear pure water splashed luxuriously in the bucket. The audience in the livestream was wide-eyed, almost popping out their eyeballs. Holy cow! What is she doing? Is she going to take a shower with drinking mineral water? What a waste! This is life-saving water. Other players have to save every drop to drink for 3 days. Is this the world of the big shots? So extravagant. So wasteful. If the convenience store owner saw this scene, he would probably die of anger all over again. Shen Yan filled the entire bucket with water and reached in to check the temperature. A bit cool. No problem, the sword of physics was about to make its appearance again. She pulled out the special flashlight. Since this thing could burn the gardener's face, it meant its power was extremely high. The heat generated from the bulb was definitely considerable. She turned the flashlight to the high beam mode, shone it on the surface of the water for a while, and swirled the hot bulb in the water. Physical heating, simple and brutal. Comfortable. Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction and started to unbutton her clothes inside. Just as she was taking off her t-shirt, revealing her fair shoulder, the live stream screen suddenly flickered. Then, the entire screen instantaneously became a thick, colorful mosaic. Besides the sound, nothing could be seen. System prompt, detected inappropriate content, livestream has automatically activated privacy protection mode. The barrage erupted. This sleep, Shen Yan slept deeply and gloomily. What landlord, what gardener, what customs, all were thrown to the back of her mind. This is her survival philosophy: when it's time to fight, don't care about your life; when it's time to enjoy, don't settle. Time flew by. The sky outside changed from pitch black to pale white, then gradually to dim yellow. It was probably around 5 in the afternoon. Shen Yan finally woke up. She stretched with a big yawn, her bones making cracking sounds. Her energy restored, her spirit full, the morning grumpiness vanished. She crawled out of bed, nibbled on a piece of bread, drank half a bottle of water, then walked to the window. At this moment, it was still daytime outside, but it was gloomy. The street below was empty, and the whole apartment building was quiet. Shen Yan sat on the windowsill, trying to stretch her hand outside, wanting to feel the world outside. But just as her hand reached the window, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The terrifying game world looked no different from reality, but in fact, its range of activity was quite small. Shen Yan quietly sat on the windowsill, her slender legs swinging in the air, patiently watching the sun sink bit by bit. She was waiting for nightfall, then to discuss business with the residents in this building. 8 p.m. The sky was completely dark. The motion sensor lights in the hallway began to flicker, making a humming electrical sound. A cold wind slipped in through the crack of the door, the temperature in the air plummeted. Faintly, sounds of slippers walking from upstairs and downstairs could be heard, along with soft cries and arguments. Happy apartment came to life. Shen Yan's eyes brightened, and she jumped down from the windowsill. It's time for work. She tidied her clothes, picked up the solid steel pipe that had become her exclusive weapon, pushed open the door, and stepped into the gloomy hallway. Her first target was not anyone else. It was the red-dressed female ghost living in room 302, who had once given her the blood-stained red hairpin, and suffered greatly from domestic violence. She was an old acquaintance of Shen Yan, also one of the most resentful and most likely to be persuaded fierce ghosts in this building. As she reached the steel security door adorned with double happiness characters in front of room 302, she did not kick the door violently as she had when saving someone last time. Instead, she politely knocked 3 times in a rhythmic manner. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, there was a deathly silence, followed by a cold wind blowing out from the peephole. A mournful female voice came through the doorboard. Who is it? Shen Yan cleared her throat, a saleswoman-like enthusiastic smile on her face. Sister neighbor, it's me. Sister neighbor, it's me. Shen Yan's voice passed through the doorboard. I have a project about freedom I want to discuss with you. Creak. The steel door adorned with old double happiness characters slowly opened a crack. A cold wind mixed with a faint smell of blood blew out. Opening the door was the woman in red from room 302. Compared to her hysterical madness during their first meeting, she appeared much quieter now, but her pale face still had 2 lines of bloody tears. Her red dress, although bright, exuded a heavy sense of despair. That domestic violence man was completely gone. But this room still filled with a suffocating and fearful atmosphere. Broken bottles, overturned tables, bloody handprints on the wall, everything here was frozen at the moment of her greatest suffering in life. The woman in red looked at Shen Yan, a glimmer of doubt flashing in her hollow eyes. It's you. She recognized this girl. It was this human girl who had helped her punish that man, so she no longer had to be beaten every day. You are still alive? Thanks to your sister, I'm living well. Shen Yan smiled, showing no courtesy as she pushed the door open and walked straight in. She looked around this living room that resembled a ruin, then boldly pulled up a relatively intact chair to sit down. The woman in red floated in midair, watching her warily. What do you want? I want to save my sister from fire and water. Shen Yan raised her head, her dead fish eyes staring directly into the ghost woman's eyes, asking word by word. Even though the abusive man has fled, my sister is still trapped here. Would she be happy like this? The woman in red was stunned. Happy? These 2 words were too extravagant for her. She looked at the room that had imprisoned her for countless years, blood and tears flowing more fiercely from her eyes. What use is happiness? I can't get out. Even though he is dead, I still can't get out. I am trapped here, repeating the moment of death every day. I want to leave, but this building is like a cage, tightly locking my soul. That's right. Shen Yan snapped her fingers. That's why I'm here to find you today. She leaned forward, crossing her hands on her knees, her tone calm yet filled with temptation as she said. Sister, you can't get out not because your grudge isn't strong enough, nor because you haven't taken revenge. But because of the owner of this building, the landlord. Landlord? The ghost woman's eyes wavered slightly. Exactly. Shen Yan continued, he set up 100 heads gathering evil array on the basement floor, using hundreds of skulls as the focal point, turning the whole building into a huge place for raising corpses. You residents, whether human or ghost, are all his battery stot. He feeds on your grievances to achieve immortality. As long as he lives a day, as long as that formation continues to operate, you will never think of leaving this room 302, never think of reincarnating. You will stay here for 100 years, 1,000 years, until your soul is completely dried up, turning into a wisp of ash. The woman in red began to tremble violently. The air around her started to twist, and the blood handprints on the wall became a bright red, dripping. I want to leave. I want to get out of here. She screamed, her voice piercing and heart-wrenching, I want to see the sun outside. I want to go home. I can help you. The woman's appearance was too pitiful. Shen Yan's voice suddenly became firm and powerful, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. She stood up and extended one hand. Sister, let's make a deal. You join my team and lend me your strength. Together, we will storm the upper floor, kill the landlord, and smash his formation. Once we succeed, you will be free. You can leave this broken building, see the sun outside, reincarnate, and start a new life. This deal is totally worthwhile. The woman in red stared fixedly at Shen Yan's hand. She hesitated, she struggled. As a woman used to weakness, she didn't think she could achieve something so grand. Shen Yan was slightly speechless. Sister, my dear sister, don't be afraid of failing, you are the fierce ghost in red. Me? The woman in red still hesitated. Yes, it's you. Shen Yan nodded with certainty. Sister, take a chance. Weren't you afraid of the abusive man before? Think about how you killed him. You must stand up and resist to gain a new life. To succeed, you must go crazy, rush forward without any care, you can definitely escape. After a long time, the woman in red slowly floated down. She extended her pale, cold, black-nailed hand gently onto Shen Yan's palm. I am willing to try. The ghost's voice was still cold, but with a hint of determination. At worst, I will be scattered. Shen Yan calmly said, don't worry, I won't let your soul scatter. Ding. Congratulations, player Shen Yan, successfully recruited team partner, 302 red ghost, grudge spirit level. Current favorability, friendly. Faction power, +1. Got 1. Shen Yan was in great spirits. With the powerful output of the red ghost, she felt more confident. Sister, since you've joined, let's not idle. Shen Yan pointed upstairs, we still need to recruit a few more people. The more people, the greater the strength. 5 minutes later. Shen Yan brought the woman in red to room 404. Here lived the ghostly mother and the headless ghost baby. Shen Yan still knocked politely on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. The gaunt, ghostly mother holding a baby appeared at the doorway. Seeing Shen Yan, the ghost mother instinctively tightened her hold on the ghost baby, clearly still traumatized by the woman who had once forced a pacifier into her child's mouth and physically put him to sleep. Oh, big sister, don't be nervous. Shen Yan smiled and waved her hand, is the child asleep? The ghost mother watched her warily, what do you want to do this time? My child is not disturbing anyone today. I never said he was disturbing anyone. Shen Yan spread her hands. She pointed to the ghost in red behind her, I'm here to talk to you because I formed a group with this sister to discuss the property fee with the landlord. The ghost mother glanced at the ghost in red, her gaze shifting slightly. They were both victims in this building, and there was a certain connection between them. Shen Yan looked at the big-headed ghost baby in the ghost mother's arms, still gnawing on his fingers, sighed, and her tone became somewhat sorrowful. Big sister, this child won't grow up, right? These words hit the ghost mother's sore spot directly. Tears instantly streamed down her face. Yes, it's been 3 years, he's still this small. He will forever be a baby, forever stuck in this room crying. I want him to grow up, I want him to go to school, I want him to call me mommy. As long as the landlord is around, he will never grow up. Shen Yan coldly added a knife, then quickly threw out an olive branch. Big sister, the landlord has turned this building into a deadlock where time is frozen. This child is trapped, and only by breaking this deadlock can he enter reincarnation and be reborn as a human. You wouldn't want him to be an eternally crying monster, would you? No. I don't want that. The ghost mother screamed, her maternal love transforming into overwhelming resentment in that moment. For the child, a mother can turn into the most terrifying evil spirit or become the most steadfast warrior. As long as he can be reborn. The ghost mother raised her head, her gaunt face revealing a fierce killing intent. I will do anything. Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction. That's right. For the child's future, we need to find that landlord who trapped you. Ding. Congratulations player Shen Yan, successfully recruited team partner, 404 ghost mother and ghost baby, grudge spirit level. Faction power, +2. Shen Yan stood in the corridor, behind her stood the red-dressed ghost, and on her left stood the ghost mother holding her child. Although the team only had 3 members, counting the ghost baby, the aura was already quite frightening. Almost there. Shen Yan stroked her chin. The main fighting force was established. Next, they needed a key role. Someone well-informed, who could guide them and rally all the individuals in the building. Shen Yan's gaze turned downstairs. Room 103. That empty nester, the old woman Wang, who liked to burn paper in the hallway and seemed a bit eccentric. Let's go. Shen Yan waved her steel pipe, like a big sister leading her gang to collect protection money. Let's go to the first floor and chat with old Wang about community elderly care. The sensing lights in the corridor flickered on and off, emitting a chilling electrical buzzing sound. A strange team was marching powerfully down from upstairs. At the front was Shen Yan. She wore simple t-shirt and sweatpants, carrying a bent steel pipe stained with dried blood. Behind her floated the 302 girl ghost in a red dress, with tears of blood on her face, long hair moving without wind, radiating a chilling presence. To her right was the gaunt ghost mother, holding the big-headed ghost baby. The baby occasionally let out a sharp wail, sending shivers down people's spines. If other players saw this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But instead of scaring Shen Yan, she felt powerful, like a gangster boss leading her lieutenants on patrol. We're here. Shen Yan stopped at the door of room 103. A glimmer of firelight came through the crack of the door, along with a choking smell of burned paper. It's Aunt Wang. This old lady sends money to those over there without fail every night. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Shen Yan knocked on the door with a livelier rhythm. Who is it, so late? The elderly and cautious voice of Aunt Wang came from inside. I told you, there are no scrap papers to collect for you. Aunt, it's me, Xiao Shen. Shen Yan cleared her throat and called out loudly, I'm here to notify you to attend the first happy apartment owners meeting. Ha? Aunt Wang was stunned inside. What's that? Owners meeting? Where did this broken building get an owners committee? Out of curiosity, Aunt Wang opened the anti-theft door, which was covered in talisman papers. Girl, what are you being so weird about in the middle of the night? Before she finished speaking, Aunt Wang's voice suddenly stopped, as if choked by an unseen hand. She widened her cloudy old eyes in terror, staring at the two grim figures behind Shen Yan. The red-clothed ghost was staring at her intently, while the ghostly baby grinned at her, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Oh my god! Aunt Wang screamed, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, reaching to close the door. There's a ghost. Hey, Aunt, don't be afraid. Shen Yan quickly wedged a steel pipe into the door crack, and with a click, it secured the door tightly. She extended a hand, gently supporting Aunt Wang like a caring granddaughter. We are all old neighbors, don't be so distant. This is a neighbor? Aunt Wang was so scared her dentures almost flew out, pointing at the two ghosts, trembling. They are here to claim lives. Look at you, you are a ghost too. Why are you scared of ghosts? Shen Yan was truly speechless. Don't be afraid, these two sisters have turned from darkness to light. We are now allies in the fight against the landlord. She helped Aunt Wang sit on the broken sofa inside, while she effortlessly pulled over a small stool to sit across from her, casually reigniting the dying fire in the censer. Aunt, let's speak frankly. Shen Yan looked at Aunt Wang, her playful smile fading, her expression turning serious. I know you don't want to stay in this ghostly place. You burn paper every day, muttering what a sin, retribution, but deep down, you know better than anyone that the bad guys will only bring calamity for 1,000 years. It's good people like you who die unjustly, trapped in this building, unable to reincarnate, unable to reunite with your old partner down below. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang fell silent. She looked at the flickering flames in the firepot, a hint of bitterness appearing on her wrinkled face. Girl, you don't understand, that landlord is not human. What he raises down there eats people, and he sucks away the life force in the attic. We tenants have long been branded. Who dares to resist? Resisting means death, and we wouldn't even retain our souls. I don't want to lose my soul. I promised my partner when he died that we would be together again in our next lives. The key is, you don't even have a chance to reincarnate right now. Shen Yan insisted, pointing at the red-clothed ghost and the ghost mother behind her. They are just like you, wanting to reincarnate. Who wants to endure this endless suffering? Only by resisting can we break the curse of being trapped here for eternity. Trust me, I can help you resist. I've already crippled the gardener below, he's too scared to come out. Shen Yan leaned forward, her dead fish eyes burning with crazy fire. Aunt, now we have the numbers. I know you're well informed, you must know how to get to the attic. Tonight, let's go find that old landlord and kill him. As long as the landlord is dead, the formation will be broken, and you won't have to live in fear every day. You can leave here, go outside to dance in the square, and when you're tired, you can reincarnate and meet your beloved old partner again, also your children. Grandma, have you ever thought about why your children don't come back to see you? Could it be because you've been dead for many years, trapped for so long, and your children have also long gone to the Western Paradise? Children have also gone to the Western Paradise? This sentence seemed to touch a deep pain in Grandma Wang's soul. A huge sadness showed in her murky eyes. Shen Yan was not talking nonsense, she had read the old lady's diary. At first, the old lady's children were very filial. Later, her diary slowly mentioned that her children hadn't come to see her for a long, long time. The old lady had stayed in this ghostly building for too long. Maybe she knew this herself, she just didn't want to accept it. Now that this matter was directly exposed by Shen Yan, she suddenly felt a bit broken. After a long time, Grandma Wang sighed deeply. She trembled as she pulled out a brass key from her pocket and slammed it on the table. Alright, I'll join. I've had enough of this kind of life. Since you little ghosts aren't afraid of death, what do I have to fear with my old bones? Grandma Wang pointed at the key and said. The entrance to the attic is not on the 5th floor, that's just a trick. The entrance is behind the sealed power distribution room on the 1st floor, where there is a dedicated freight elevator that goes straight to the attic. This is the key to the distribution room, left by my old partner when he was alive. He used to be an electrician. Shen Yan grabbed the key and smiled slightly. That day when she chatted with Grandma Wang, she had deduced from Grandma Wang's careless words that she knew how to get to the 5th floor. She came to ask Grandma Wang with a let's just see attitude, not expecting that Grandma Wang actually knew how to get up and even handed over the key. Alright then. The first homeowners committee of Happy Apartments is officially established. Ding. Congratulations, player Shen Yan, successfully recruited an ally, 103 Grandma Wang. Faction power, +1, current, 4. Current task updated, lead the homeowners committee to conquer the attic and kill the landlord. At this moment. In the 1st floor hall, the 4 homeowners gathered. Shen Yan stood in the middle with a steel pipe, the red-dressed vengeful ghost on her left, the ghost mother holding a ghost baby on her right, and Grandma Wang leading them in front. Let's go. Shen Yan waved her hand. However, just as they stepped out of the 1st floor corridor, ready to head to the power distribution room. Boom! The entire Happy Apartment suddenly shook violently. Like an earthquake of magnitude 8, chunks of wall plaster fell off, revealing the bright red bricks inside. No. That wasn't brick, it was a wall of meat, writhing like muscle fibers. All the light bulbs above burst. An intense, suffocating black evil energy rushed into the hall through the stairwell and ventilation pipes. All doors and windows were instantly sealed. An old, venomous voice, seemingly from the depths of hell, echoed in everyone's ears through the apartment speakers. Who allowed you to establish a committee? My apartment. I make the rules. Since you all don't want to live, then let's turn you all into fertilizer for the basement. As the roar fell, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the surrounding walls, and numerous black, slimy tentacles whipped madly toward everyone in the hall. The landlord was awake. And he was very angry. The livestream went completely wild. Damn! The boss battle has begun. This landlord can control the whole building? Is this building alive? Can this lineup win? It looks a bit risky. What's there to fear? Sister Shen has a steel pipe and a bunch of vengeful ghost sisters. Just go for it. Facing the overwhelming tentacles, Shen Yan not only didn't retreat but stepped forward. She placed the steel pipe across her shoulder, raised her middle finger at the speaker, and smiled arrogantly. Old dang, why are you shouting so loudly? Your property fees are too high, and the service is poor. Now, we officially notify you. You are fired. Boom. A huge black tentacle slams down like a battering ram, hitting the floor of the 1st floor hall, kicking up a cloud of rubble and dust. The entire apartment seems to turn into a giant stomach, with flesh and blood writhing madly on the walls, countless slimy tentacles whipping like whips, vowing to digest these rebellious viruses. Run! Shen Yan boldly fired the landlord, but her body honestly ran away. She knew very well that with just a few steel pipes and some not fully leveled ghost teammates, going head-to-head with the landlord was seeking death. Moreover, the path to the distribution room was completely blocked by dense walls of flesh. Where to run, girl? There's no way out. Aunt Wang was so scared that her dentures were trembling, tightly clutching the key to the distribution room, almost getting down on her knees to bow to the landlord. Over there. Shen Yan pointed her steel pipe toward the only place still lit in the hall, the 24-hour convenience store. The glass door of that store was plastered with many yellowed talismans, as if some kind of rule still protected it from the landlord's direct violence. At least for now, it seemed to be the only safe zone. In. Shen Yan kicked open the convenience store's automatic door and shouted. The ghost in red let out a sharp scream, her long hair spread out like a net, blocking a whipping tentacle. The baby in Ghost Mom's arms opened its mouth and spewed out a puff of black gas, pushing back another wall of flesh. Taking advantage of this gap, Shen Yan pulled the weak Aunt Wang and slipped into the convenience store like an eel. Bang! The glass door slammed shut. Shen Yan pushed several bags of rice over to block the door, temporarily stopping the frenzied tentacles from pounding on the glass. Hey! 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 What are you doing? What are you doing? The store owner was curled up under the counter shaking, and when he saw this group of demons rushing in, he jumped up in a panic. His skeleton face was filled with terror, tightly clutching his abacus, pointing at Shen Yan's group of ghosts and shouting. Get out! Everyone get out! You've angered the landlord, don't bring the fire to my store. I still have to do business. The landlord said as long as I don't resist, I can keep my store open. Do business? Shen Yan slammed the steel pipe smeared with gardener's flesh onto the counter, making a loud noise that sent the chips on the shelf jumping. She didn't extort him like usual but looked at him with a compassionate gaze, as if looking at a terminally ill patient. Boss, has your brain been soaked in formalin? Can't you see the current situation? The boss felt a chill from her gaze, his green bean-like eyes darting. What situation? I'm neutral. I don't want to get involved in your mess. Bullshit. Shen Yan let out a cold laugh. She casually picked up a bag of bread from the shelf, glanced at the production date, then tossed it back to the boss like throwing away garbage. Boss, let me do some calculations for you. First, the landlord has now activated the seal the building mode. The main entrance is welded shut, the windows are sealed tight, and not even a fly can get in. Shen Yan raised one finger. This means that starting today, no new tenants will be coming in. The boss paused, the green light in his eyes flickering. No new guests, but what does that have to do with? Second, Shen Yan raised a second finger, pointing at the red-dressed ghost mom, and Aunt Wang behind her. Look at these few, they are all your regular customers, right? But now, they've all joined my owner's committee. Everyone is busy rebelling or fleeing. Who still has the time to come here to spend high prices on instant noodles? Buy cigarettes? As for those ghost heads on the basement floor, they've long been eaten dry by the gardener and lost their sanity, and they cannot spend either. Third, Shen Yan leaned forward, her dead fish-like eyes firmly locked onto the boss's eyes, shooting a soul-piercing question. No customers, no cash flow. Without cash flow, your goods, bread, milk, ham will slowly expire, mold, and rot. Shen Yan's voice was like a devil's whisper, every word precisely piercing the miser's heart. You will watch your hard-earned goods turn into a pile of garbage. You will guard this room full of waste, earning not a single penny or paper bill. Your little vault will drain dry, with nothing coming in. By that time, you will no longer be a convenience store owner. Shen Yan's lips curled into a cruel arc as he spoke slowly. You will become a poor, dead ghost. The words poor dead ghost came out like a bolt from the blue, striking the boss hard on the head. In the livestream, the audience went crazy with laughter. Wow! That's a killer blow. For a miser, being broke is scarier than death. Shen Yan's logic is perfect. No new players equals no new customers equals store closure. Look at the boss's face, it went from pale to sickly green. He is losing it. The boss's body trembled violently. His originally calculating green bean eyes were now filled with fear and despair. No, must not be broke. His biggest obsession was making money. Hoarding wealth. If the goods rotted in his hands, if he went bankrupt guarding a pile of garbage in this hellhole, it would be hell on earth. No way. The boss hugged his abacus, shouting hoarsely, my money, my goods can't rot away. Do you want to keep your property? Shen Yan revealed his hidden agenda, throwing out the last bait. If you do, join us. All you need to do is get rid of the landlord, break the blockade, and open the door. The outside world has plenty of customers. By then, you will be the exclusive supplier for this entire building. All the supplies in this building will be under your control. Even Shen Yan pointed to above, lowering his voice. The treasures hidden in the landlord's attic, those he has hoarded for decades, will then be yours to share. Deal. The boss suddenly raised his head, and the fear in his eyes was instantly replaced by a burning passion for money. That was the power of capital. That was the astonishing fighting spirit sparked by the fear of bankruptcy. Damn it! That old landlord wants to cut off my source of income? The boss roared, flipping open the counter's shield. He pulled out the pure gold abacus that he cherished like his own life. His fingers flew across the abacus. Pitter-patter. The golden abacus beads let out a crisp sound like bullets chambering, each bead swirling with the stench of money. Ding! Congratulations, player Shen Yan, successfully recruited ally, convenience store owner, elite level. Special ability, money strike, ranged output, material supply, unlimited logistics. Faction power, +1, current, 5. Current team configuration. Tank/commander, Shen Yan, steel pipe/ghostvine. Mage/control, red-clothed female ghost, ghost mother. Shooter, convenience store owner, gold abacus. Support/guide, Granny Wang. Pet, ghost baby. That's more like it. Shen Yan patted the boss's shoulder with satisfaction, casually grabbing a bottle of expensive imported mineral water from the counter and taking a sip. Put it on the tab, it's for team building. At this moment, the tentacles outside were still crashing madly against the glass door, making loud bang-bang sounds. Cracks had appeared in the glass, and the talisman paper was burning. Clearly, the convenience store couldn't hold out much longer. But Shen Yan was not worried at all. She glanced at the dense meat wall outside, then at her group of peculiar teammates behind her, and jumped onto the cash register like a bandit leader, issuing a rallying cry. Dear owners, dear employees. Since the landlord wants to play a game of trapping us here, then we won't leave. From today on, the convenience store will be our base.
Shen Yan grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, her eyes fierce.
Boss, gather all your Red Bulls from the warehouse. Bring out the bread and the ham sausage. Everyone eat until they are full, then we'll exhaust that old thing here. He blocks the building, we cut off his supplies. Let's see who starves first, him or us. Yes. The cries and howls echoed throughout the convenience store.
The store owner was like a person on adrenaline, counting the abacus while shouting, "For sales."
Let's take him down.
On this day, the situation in Happy Apartment changed completely.
The landlord sealed off the entire building, cutting off the escape routes.
Shen Yan, with a group of fierce ghosts, occupied the convenience store on the first floor as their base, starting the apartment counteroffensive battle. Shen Yan sat on a genuine leather swivel chair in the store, watching the writhing tentacles outside, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, her gaze was calm to the point of being terrifying. Don't be anxious, the real show is just beginning. 017, Happy Apartment. While others are fighting for survival, she's building a team.
Time, day 4 of the Happy Apartment instance, late at night.
At this moment, the live streaming rooms in the real world were in sharp contrast. Because the Happy Apartment instance existed as an independent parallel space, each chosen one's progress completely depended on their own actions.
Eagle Country Live Room. The highly anticipated Special Forces soldier, John, was currently eavesdropping at the door of room 302. The domestic abuser in room 302 was still alive, crazily beating his wife inside. John held a dinner knife in his hand, wanting to go in and save the person for clues, but he didn't dare to, sweating profusely. He hadn't eaten much for 2 days, his lips were cracked, and his mind was tense. Oh. God. He was still racking his brain on how to obtain the first decent ghost artifact. The comments were filled with anxiety. John is too slow. The neighbor from Great Xia Country has already taken down the boss. Don't rush, this is the normal progress. That domestic abuser looks frightening, who dares to go in? Bear Country Live Room. The tall chosen one, Ivan, was panting in the second-floor corridor. Although he had great physical attributes, even able to push ordinary ghosts bare-handed, hunger couldn't be fought with muscle. The apartment wasn't sealed, but he couldn't find any food. The convenience store owner was a miser. Ivan had no ghost coins and almost got beaten to death by the owner's golden abacus for trying to rob. Damn, so hungry. Ivan curled up in the corner, gnawing on a half-rotten apple, his gaze unfocused. In this bizarre tale of rules, physically driving away ghosts felt good, but without logistics, even a tough guy couldn't hold out. However, when the global audience nervously shifted their attention to the Great Xia Country Live Room, everyone was stunned. There wasn't any cautious stealth, nor the dreadful scene of hunger. Although outside was a horrifying mass of bloody tentacles, inside that brightly lit first-floor convenience store, sounds of chatter filled the air. Bomb. 4 twos. Bomb. Give me the money. There sat Shen Yan, lounging with her legs crossed on the genuine leather chair at the checkout, chewing on a ham sausage, holding a deck of playing cards, looking relaxed. Opposite her were the red-clothed female ghost from 302 and Aunt Wang from 103. And the newly recruited convenience store owner was squatting beside them, painfully counting with the abacus. Sister Shen, this king bomb doubles, you are going to deduct 2 boxes of instant noodles again. As for the terrifying ghost mother from room 404, she was sitting in the corner, feeding a ghost baby with hot milk from the store's heating cabinet. The ghost baby was smacking its lips, making satisfied giggling sounds. This scene left the billions of viewers in the live chat instantly silent. After a good 10 seconds, the comments erupted like a volcano. Did I walk into the wrong live room? Is this horror game or happy dodishu? The contrast is too drastic. Next door, John is still eavesdropping, Ivan is still gnawing on a rotten apple, and over here in Great Xia Country, we're already calculating the dodishu scores? Did you notice? Only something went wrong with Shen Yan's instance. Outside are all tentacles, which means she has directly forced the boss to the edge. This is hilarious. Is this the top-tier player entering the beginner village? While others are fighting for survival, she is organizing a team-building event. Convenience store owner, I was so scared at that time, but I had no choice. Holy Buddha, while other players are thinking about killing ghosts layer by layer, she is collecting ghosts layer by layer. I'm done. Shen Yan threw down her cards and stretched lazily. Boss, bring me another bottle of Coke, ice cold. The convenience store owner looked unwilling, but he still hurried to get it. At this moment, the explosive-proof glass door of the convenience store finally couldn't withstand the crazy impact of the flesh and blood tentacles outside, and cracks spread like a spider web. The talisman paper burned to ashes, turning into black gray that drifted down. Boom! With a loud crash, the door trembled precariously. Shen Jie. The door is about to break.
The convenience store owner was trembling all over, clutching his golden abacus, hiding behind the counter.
Shouldn't we retreat?
I have an air raid shelter in my underground warehouse, with plenty of supplies.
We can hide there for a month. As long as we survive for 30 days, we win. Survive?
Hearing this word, Shen Yan stopped drinking her coke. She drained the bottle in one go and smashed the empty bottle on the ground.
Bang! The plastic bottle bounced a few times.
She turned around, and in her lifeless eyes, there was not a trace of fear, but a burning madness that could terrify even the fiercest ghosts.
There is no survive in my life dictionary. When I fought with wild dogs under the bridge, I didn't hide. When that family locked me in the basement, I didn't hide. Now.
Shen Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile, and she pointed the steel pipe at the ceiling.
Facing this old monster that is barely surviving by sucking people's blood, you want me to hide? Cough, cough, cough. Actually, it wasn't that Shen Yan didn't want to hide.
But the system was continuously warning her. She was so angry at being forced that her malice value was about to exceed 100. If she didn't release this malice, she would lose her sanity to mental pollution, and then become a part of the scenario.
Now, other than causing chaos quickly, Shen Yan had no other way.
But she would not reveal the true reason. She glanced at the wall clock.
4:30 a.m.
There was still more than an hour until dawn. It had already been 4 days since she entered this game.
Comrades, listen up.
Shen Yan's voice echoed through the convenience store, overpowering the roar outside. We are not going to play a waiting game, nor are we building any defenses.
That old monster thinks sealing the building will trap us? Dream on. If he seals the building, we will tear it down.
Shen Yan jumped off the counter and kicked open the bag of rice used to block the door.
Everyone, grab your weapons. Follow me to the basement control room.
We are going to kill him before dawn and use his head as a ball to play with. As soon as she said this, the whole place fell silent.
Even the red-dressed ghost was shocked. Now? Don't we wait for our injuries to heal? Don't we wait for the landlord to weaken a bit more? Didn't you say you would wait until daybreak to break into the basement and cut off those pipes providing ghost energy?
Shen Yan did say that she would cut off all the pipes in the basement after dawn.
But now. Warning, warning, player's malice value has risen to 95%. Malice value rising will lead to a decrease in sanity. When malice value reaches 100%, you will completely lose your mind. Do we still have to wait until tomorrow? Wait for what? Shen Yan strode toward the door. Only the weak wait for opportunities, the strong create their own opportunities. Let's go. Roar. Perhaps influenced by Shen Yan's reckless spirit, or perhaps the pent-up resentment of this group of ghosts finally exploded. The red-dressed ghost let out a sharp scream, and her long black hair instantly swelled, like a black tide rushing toward the door. The baby in the ghost mother's arms opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, letting out a deafening cry. Even the timid Ant Wang shakily raised the key in her hand. Biting her teeth, she shouted, "Fight! To be reborn and see the old man." Crash! The convenience store's door shattered completely. Countless black tentacles slithered in like venomous snakes. Get away!
Before Shen Yan could make a move, the store owner, heartbroken over the shattered glass door, instantly exploded with rage.
My door! I want you to pay for it! He furiously tapped on the golden abacus. Financial strike shotgun mode. Pitter-patter. Countless beads of the abacus, shining with golden light, filled with the smell of copper and the anger of capitalism, shot out like a Gatling gun. The tentacles at the front were instantly turned into sieves, bursting into clouds of rancid blood mist. Good job, boss. Not a loss this time. Shen Yan laughed loudly and charged out right behind. She waved the steel pipe in her hand, quickly throwing the ghost vine seeds towards the flesh walls on both sides. The dark red vines exploded instantly, tightly wrapping around the flesh, trying to sneak attack, forcibly clearing a path in the hall. And Wang. Where's the way? Over there. Behind the stairs, that wall. And Wang was protected in the middle by the red-dressed ghost, pointing to a corner deep in the hall and shouting. That was originally a solid wall, but now it was covered by activated flesh, looking like a huge esophageal entrance, constantly writhing. That's the door to the distribution room. Blocked by flesh. I'll clear the way with the baby, the ghost mother shouted loudly. Wow. The ghost baby let out a piercing scream, spewing out a wave of black death energy that corroded away a layer of flesh from the wall. The long hair of the red-dressed ghost followed, drilling into the flesh wall like a drill, pulling hard to the sides. Rip. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of tearing, the thick layer of flesh membrane was finally ripped open, revealing a rusted iron door. Key? Hurry! Ant Wang trembled as she rushed forward, inserting the brass key into the keyhole. Click. The lock opened.
Almost the moment the door opened, a thunderous roar erupted from the hall behind them. The landlord seemed to sense that the little ants had broken through the defense line, and the entire building began to tilt violently, cracks opening in the floor as if to swallow everyone.
In. Quickly get in.
Shen Yan pushed Aunt Wang inside, then kicked the grieving store owner in after her. Once everyone was inside, she slammed the iron door shut and secured the doorknob with the steel pipe.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The impacts from outside sounded like thunder, and the iron door quickly warped. But here was the distribution room, the heart of the building, and for now, it was still safe. Inside the narrow room, there was only an old freight elevator surrounded by iron bars.
This is it.
Aunt Wang touched the elevator's control lever, her eyes reddening. The old man used to take this to the attic to fix the circuits.
Shen Yan walked over, without any hesitation, directly pulling down the elevator's brake door. Click the room.
The old elevator winch emitted a piercing friction sound, the cabin shook slightly, and began to rise slowly. Inside the cabin, the red emergency lights flickered, illuminating the anxious faces of the people, ghosts. Shen Yan leaned against the cold iron bars, preparing to light a cigarette. But just as she pulled out the lighter, she caught sight of the ghost baby sleeping in her mother's arms, and put the lighter away.
Can't let the baby inhale secondhand smoke.
She looked up at the dark elevator shaft above, a place that seemed like a throat to hell, her gaze cold. From here to the attic, there were still 5 floors to climb.
These 5 floors were destined to be anything but peaceful. But so what? Everyone. Shen Yan's voice echoed in the narrow elevator shaft. This is the last train to freedom. Hold on tight. We are going to give that old thing a final send-off. 018 Happy Apartment Hell Elevator. Click Ziz.
The old freight elevator struggled to rise like an old man having an asthma attack in this bloody-smelling shaft. The elevator was just a rusty iron cage surrounded by iron bars, breezy on all sides, clearly revealing the pitch-black walls of the elevator shaft outside. But this was not the most terrifying part. The scariest thing was that as the elevator rose higher and higher, the walls that should have been made of concrete were now squirming. Bright red flesh bulged out from the walls like tumors, countless blood vessels pulsing and emitting a thump heartbeat sound. What kind of elevator shaft was this? This was clearly the esophagus of some giant monster. And they were about to be sent into its stomach as food.
Warning. Player malice value, 96%. Warning. Sanity line on the brink.
Shen Yan leaned against the iron bars, listening to the piercing alarm in her mind, with veins pulsing at her temples. She felt like a barrel full of explosives, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Her hands were tightly gripping the steel pipe, her knuckles turning white from the force.
How long until we reach the top?
Shen Yan's voice was hoarse, containing an extreme repressed anger.
Aunt Wang gripped the control lever tightly, her face losing color. Soon. This elevator is so old and so slow. At that moment.
Above them, a sinister, aged voice erupted again, this time seeming to squeeze out from the meaty walls around.
Heaven has a path, but you won't walk it. Hell has no door, but you choose to come. Since you have entered my body, then, dissolve. Before the voice faded. Boom. The meaty walls surrounding the elevator shaft suddenly contracted violently. The originally spacious shaft instantly narrowed, with countless sharp bone spurs piercing out from the flesh walls, viciously squeezing toward the iron cage in the middle like a meat grinder. Ah! It's going to crush us.
The convenience store owner screamed in fear, almost crushing the beads of the abacus in his hand.
Squeak!
The iron bars of the elevator groaned under the unbearable weight, starting to bend and deform inward.
Dissolve, you son of a gun! The red light in Shen Yan's eyes flared up.
Just when she was looking for a vent for her frustration, it delivered itself right to her door. She swung the steel pipe fiercely, striking at a gigantic bone spur that reached inside.
Clang!
The massive recoil numbed her palm. But this steel pipe had been polished through countless real battles, combined with Shen Yan's current malice boost of 96%, that bone spur was actually smashed in two.
Get back, you bastard!
Shen Yan struck like a madwoman, hitting wherever a spur extended in.
Bang! 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 But after all, this was the landlord's territory, and there were too many bone spurs, densely packed like raindrops attacking. Help! Shen Yan yelled in anger. Boss! Where's your keyboard? Get it out.
The convenience store owner bit his teeth, his heart bleeding. This is my coffin money. Though he cried out in pain, his hands were not slow to act.
Cash attack heavy rain pear blossoms.
Pitter-patter. Countless golden beads shot out in all directions, each bead capable of shattering a piece of flesh, forcibly creating a safety distance against the pressing walls of meat.
Baby, don't look. 404 Ghost Mom also would not back down.
She tightly protected the ghost baby behind her, unleashing a fierce wave of dark resentment. It was the power transformed from a mother's protective instinct. Her withered hands directly grasped the compressing iron bars, desperately using brute force to hold up the deforming cage.
No one is allowed to touch my baby.
And the red-clothed female ghost was the fiercest of all. Her long black hair grew wildly, instantly filling all the gaps in the elevator cage, forming a black hair cocoon that protected everyone in the middle. The outer bone spurs stabbed into her hair, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. The red-clothed female ghost let out a muffled groan but did not retreat a step.
There's one more floor. Hold on.
Aunt Wang desperately pulled on the control lever. As the elevator violently shook, it rushed past the 4th floor.
However, just as they were about to reach the top attic, boom! A loud noise rang out from above.
A thick, sturdy, the barbed tentacle wrapped directly around the elevator's cable above.
That was the landlord's main tentacle.
It was trying to cut the cable, sending everyone plummeting into a bloody mess. The cabin shook violently, letting out a horrific scream, and came to a halt in midair.
It's over, the cable's going to snap.
The convenience store owner slumped hopelessly to the ground.
Warning. Player's malice value, 98%. Warning. Imminent loss of control. Snap?
Shen Yan looked up, peering through the gaps in the fence at the disgusting tentacle above that was tightening the cable with madness. The nauseating, fishy stench and the arrogant, high-handed demeanor that seemed to want to crush a bug completely triggered Shen Yan's last bit of reason.
Shen Yan suddenly smiled.
A smile that was vicious, a smile full of twisted joy. She pulled out the remaining few ghost vine seeds from her pocket.
Let's see who breaks first.
She jumped up suddenly, stepping on the red-dressed ghost's hair for leverage, one hand grabbing the iron cage's top fence, the other fiercely shoving the ghost vine seeds into the flesh cracks in the elevator shaft wall.
Grow for me! Shen Yan shouted violently. Under the intense malice value of 98%, those few C-class ghost vine seeds seemed to mutate. Boom!
The dark red thorny vines erupted instantly, indiscriminately burrowing into the surrounding blood and flesh walls to absorb nutrients, then turning and biting back like rabid dogs. Thick vines rapidly climbed up the shaft wall, and in the blink of an eye, they wrapped around the tentacle that was causing the destruction. Not only that, but more vines, like chains, tightly bound the ceiling above.
Pull it up. Shen Yan ordered the vines.
Though the ghost vines had no intelligence, under Shen Yan's terrifying malice suppression, they instinctively chose to obey.
Several vines tightened, replacing the soon-to-snap cable, forcefully pulling the heavy elevator cabin upwards in a powerful surge. Boom!
The elevator crashed through the ceiling.
But this wasn't the end.
Because the exit to the attic had been sealed with thick bone plates by the landlord.
No way out. The top is sealed.
Aunt Wang cried out in despair. Shen Yan landed, the steel pipe in her hand slightly bent. She took a deep breath, and the red light in her eyes almost overflowed.
99%. Just a little more. Just a little more and she'd be completely driven insane. No road?
She would carve her own path.
No way out?
Shen Yan walked to the center of the cabin and looked up at the sealed bone plate. Then she pulled out the special flashlight from her pocket.
Boss, give me the bottle of white wine you're carrying.
Ha! The convenience store owner winced in pain. He had brought a bottle of liquor he normally wouldn't dare drink. Originally, he thought that if they didn't survive, he could have a final drink before going. But now, after hesitating for a moment, he threw the bottle of Northeast Erguatu in his arms over. Shen Yan caught the wine, pouring one bottle over the flashlight's head and the other into her mouth, then spraying it upward at the ceiling.
Snap! The flashlight switched to its high beam mode.
In that incredibly unscientific high temperature, the alcohol ignited instantly.
Who?
A fire dragon shot into the sky, directly smashing into the bone plate above.
Open up for me.
Taking advantage of the fire, Shen Yan bent her legs slightly and leaped high into the air like a cannonball. The steel pipe in her hands carried all her accumulated rage, morning mood, and the maliciousness of being driven mad, and slammed heavily into the center of the now crisped bone plate.
Crack boom!
The bone plate shattered.
Blinding white light poured down from above. It was the attic's light.
The elevator cabin, with its massive inertia, broke through the final defense and crashed into the mysterious, sin-filled attic.
Dust settled.
Shen Yan stood in the deformed iron cage, panting heavily. She looked up, and for the first time, through the broken dome, saw the so-called landlord.
It wasn't a human.
It was a massive tumor growing on the attic ceiling.
Countless blood vessels connected like a spider's web throughout the entire building.
In the center of the tumor, there was an old, twisted, shocked human face.
Shen Yan wiped the blood off her face, revealing a smile more terrifying than a devil.
She raised the steel pipe, pointing at the monster above her head.
Good morning, old dang. 019, happy apartment. The landlord offers a sacrifice, boundless magic. Attic. As the elevator burst through the floorboards, everyone gasped in shock. This was no longer the old attic filled with junk as imagined, but a gigantic, crimson flesh altar. The surrounding walls were densely engraved with bizarre black runes, countless thick blood vessels emerging from the floor, gathering like tree roots in the center of the ceiling. And there hung a massive, still thumping tumor. The surface of the tumor was covered with faces of pain and distortion. Those were the countless souls consumed by this apartment over the decades. And in the middle of the tumor, there was an immense, old face filled with anger. This was the landlord. Insects. A bunch of humble insects. The landlord's voice echoed in the attic, carrying a terrifying mental pressure, causing everyone's eardrums to bleed. Those huge eyes fixed on Shen Yan, filled with incomprehensible rage and shock. How dare you come up here? All the previous tenants, which one was not tortured into mental collapse and fear, eventually becoming my food? You bunch of unripe food, how dare you resist your master? In his eyes, both humans and ghosts were delicious ingredients. Ingredients rushing into the kitchen with weapons to kill the chef was an insult to him. So much nonsense. Shen Yan pointed the steel pipe straight at the tumor, her eyes cold. Because I'm in a hurry to get home for breakfast. Looking for death. The landlord roared. Countless blood vessels suddenly burst, turning into a rain of blood. Then, shadows around the attic wriggled out dozens of bone-spiked tentacles, thicker and sharper than those downstairs. This time, it was not a test, but an all-out annihilation. Bang! 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 This wave of attacks was too fast, too fierce. It was not at all comparable to those tentacles downstairs. The landlord was in his prime, not weakened by hunger, and at this moment, he was invincible. Be careful! The convenience store owner shouted, frantically moving the golden abacus in his hands, trying to build a barrier of money. However, in the face of absolute power, even hell money was useless. Crack! A giant bone spike swept by, shattering the golden abacus. My abacus! The owner screamed in despair, being thrown against the wall, his soul turning transparent, nearly scattering on the spot. Wow! The ghost mother let out a shrill scream, enduring an attack with her back. To protect the ghost baby in her arms, half of her shoulder was sliced off, black ghostly energy wildly leaking out. The long hair of the woman in red snapped inch by inch at that moment. Although she was a fierce ghost, facing this already perfected core of the formation, she still appeared too weak. In just one encounter, Shen Yan's proud Avengers alliance was severely injured. Only Shen Yan stood alone in the center, lonely. Did you see? A mocking smile appeared on the landlord's giant face, his eyes looking at her like a lamb to be slaughtered. This is the gap between man and God. Since you don't want to ripen, then rot on the ground. Swish. The thickest and sharpest main bone spike, gathering all the landlord's malice aimed at Shen Yan's heart, suddenly plunged down with an unavoidable speed. This strike was undoubtedly fatal. In the live stream, countless viewers screamed in despair. It's over. It can't be stopped at all. This boss is invincible, it's impossible to fight. I was impulsive, Sister Shen was reckless this time. Other countries' chosen ones are still hiding under the covers crying for their mothers. I had high hopes for Sister Shen, but unfortunately, she is going to be killed by the landlord. However, faced with this lethal strike, Shen Yan did not dodge. In fact, the corners of her mouth even curled into an extremely strange arc. Just as the bone spike was about to pierce her chest, she pulled out the item obtained from the red-clothed female ghost in Chapter 3, Bloodstained Red Hairpin. Item, Bloodstained Red Hairpin, C-Class. Hidden attribute, it is the most cherished token of the red-clothed female ghost in her lifetime. The wearer can withstand one bizarre deadly attack. Pa! With a crisp sound of shattering, the red hairpin in Shen Yan's hand exploded into powder, transforming into a piercing red light that forcefully blocked the bone spike. Boom! The huge shockwave knocked Shen Yan back 3 steps, but she was unscathed. What? For the first time, astonishment appeared on the huge face of the landlord. He did not expect that this bug actually had the ability to resist. Not done yet, Lao Deng. Shen Yan, using the smoke from the impact of the bone spike as cover, swiftly reached into another pocket. She pulled out the disgusting item she had endured for a full 4 days, covered in dead saliva and unknown goo. Dead baby's pacifier. Item, Dead baby's pacifier, special. Function, placed in the mouth, it can completely conceal the breath of a living person, entering invisible state. Looking at the dirty, stinking pacifier, Shen Yan's face turned green. Ugh, she gagged, listening to the alarms already ringing in her mind. Current malice value, 99.9%. Warning. Once it reaches 100%, the player will completely lose their sanity and become a monster of the instance. It's now or never.
Shen Yan closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and directly shoved the disgusting pacifier into her mouth. Mmm. A smell so foul it was beyond words surged straight to her head. It felt like swallowing a piece of rotten flesh that had been left for 3 months.
The extreme physical nausea instantly transformed into overwhelming anger and malice. Warning! The player's mind is experiencing severe shock. Malice value skyrocketing, 99.94%, 99.96%, 99.99%. Warning! Warning! Only 0.01% of sanity left. Please release malice immediately. Shen Yan's body trembled violently. Her eyes instantly turned pitch black, the whites completely disappearing, veins turning black, spreading across her cheeks like climbing ivy. She could feel the crazed thoughts swallowing her mind. Just one more second, even a tiny hesitation, and she would completely forget who she was, becoming a malevolent ghost in this building. Just this 1 second.
Shen Yan shouted to herself in her mind. This was the last clear moment she snatched at the edge of her sanity's collapse.
And in the landlord's view,
the girl suddenly disappeared. No trace of breath, as if she had never existed.
Playing ghost. Come out. The landlord panicked.
He wildly waved his tentacles, attacking the surrounding air indiscriminately, trying to force the sly bug out.
Just then,
the landlord felt a chill above his head, sending shivers through his very soul. It was pure, more intense than all the resentment in this building combined, yet fiercely suppressed on the edge of explosion extreme malice. He struggled to roll his huge eyes upward. There, Shen Yan was hanging upside down on the ceiling pipe. She held the pacifier in her mouth, her face pale as paper, her pitch-black eyes devoid of any human emotion.
And in her hand,
the originally curved steel pipe was now wrapped in heavy, almost tangible black mist. The black mist constantly extended and warped, eventually transforming into a giant scythe of death engulfed in black flames. This was the strongest strike she could gather before her sanity collapsed. Shen Yan looked at the terror-stricken face of the landlord and, at the last moment, spat out the pacifier she had in her mouth. She revealed a smile that was both crazed and incredibly clear, her voice hoarse, as if coming from the depths of the underworld.
Remember in your next life, don't force honest people to eat dirty things. A flash of black light. The scythe swung down. Put. There was no obstruction whatsoever. Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The landlord's gigantic head, connected to the entire building's veins, was severed cleanly with one stroke. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. That face, filled with shock and unwillingness, along with that ugly growth, slammed heavily onto the floor. Boom! The entire happy apartment fell into a deathly silence. Pa! With the landlord's death, the malice finally stopped rising, stuck firmly at the 99.9% death line. Then, it quickly poured down. System alert, malice value has dropped to 30%. Hearing the mechanical, cold system prompt in her head, Shen Yan jumped down from the ceiling. The black scythe in her hand instantly dissipated, turning back into that broken steel pipe. As the malice value rapidly fell, the darkness in her eyes faded, returning to clarity. She propped herself up on the ground, her face pale, and spat out violently. Blah. It's so damn disgusting. 020, Happy Apartment Final Chapter. In the attic, the pungent smell of blood remained strong. The landlord's massive head rolled to the side, his unblinking eyes still staring at the ceiling. Shen Yan wiped the sour water from the corner of her mouth and took out the 1 yuan lighter she bought. What a 1 yuan lighter, this was brought back from reality by the old smoker himself. Click. A weak flame flickered, looking precarious in the cold attic. Tisk. Shen Yan frowned. She glanced at the system panel, current malice value, 42%. With this little malice value, it's enough to scare little ghosts, but to ignite this building made of resentment and flesh, it's completely insufficient. Thinking for a moment, her gaze fell on the dirty, dead baby's pacifier in her palm. This thing was so disgusting that as long as she held it, her malice value would skyrocket. At this moment, the surface of the pacifier was covered with fine cracks, clearly indicating that the earlier invisibility had drained its durability. Warning, the item has entered a forced cooldown period. Forcing usage will lead to complete destruction of the item. Shen Yan stared at the pacifier, her eyes flickering. At this moment, the dark, sunless head farming ground on the first basement floor involuntarily flashed in her mind, recalling the polite-looking male ghost with glasses, and the thousands of wronged souls howling for death in the soil. Only by completely burning this building could those fragmented souls be freed. TSK. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't feeling sorry for those lonely souls rotting in the ground. She simply felt that the pacifier was too disgusting. It was covered in saliva, and keeping it around was unpleasant. It was better to use it as disposable fuel and destroy it with this broken building. Thinking of this, Shen Yan once again made that physically nauseating action.
She forcefully stuffed the already half-destroyed pacifier into her mouth.
Moom. In that moment, the previously fading nausea surged back. This feeling was like forcing a cleanliness freak to lick a garbage bin.
Shen Yan's stomach churned violently, the urge to vomit, which she forcibly swallowed, instantly ignited her emotions.
Warning. Item overload. Malice value forcibly raised, 60% 70%. Burn.
With the pacifier in her mouth, Shen Yan's eyes glowed with black energy again as she forcefully pressed the lighter.
Whoosh.
This time, what burst forth from the lighter was not the orange-yellow flame, but a strange, pitch-black flame, radiating intense heat. This fire mixed with Shen Yan's malice, and as soon as it touched the blood and flesh on the floor, it spread wildly like hot oil meeting an open flame.
Meanwhile, in the basement, on the first floor,
it was already a scene of ruin. Just a few minutes ago, when the landlord's earth-shattering roar echoed from the rooftop, the gardener, who had been hiding and healing in the dark, went mad. It felt the master's call, starting the chainsaw, wanting to rush forward and ambush the intruder. However, it failed. Because it was now like a fly trapped on a flypaper, firmly stuck in place. Roar! The gardener roared, wildly cutting the things that were wrapped around him with the chainsaw in his hand. Those thick, dark red vines, as strong as pythons, were tightly constricting into his flesh, jamming his chainsaw chain and leaving him unable to move an inch.
In the dirt opposite him,
the cultured bespectacled ghost, with only his head exposed, was weakly gasping for breath. But on his pale face was a hint of a victorious sneer. When Shen Yan left the basement, she secretly stuffed him with 2 ghost vine seeds. At that time, she said, "Four-eyed brother, take this. If there really comes a day when we fight, maybe it can help me hold the gardener back."
Shen Yan also didn't know when the fight would happen, so she kept a backup plan.
The reason she didn't kill the gardener earlier was because she was worried that acting too soon would anger the landlord, speeding up the progress of confronting the boss. What she didn't expect was that not killing the gardener also sped up the progress. At this moment, the backup plan she left for the bespectacled ghost head became crucial. Just now, the moment the gardener was about to rush upstairs, the bespectacled man did not hesitate to spit out those 2 seeds and, using the resentment of his thousands of companions around him, instantly ripened them, tightly entangling the gardener in vines. The ghost vines here were nurtured by ghostly energy, several times thicker than the ghost vine Shen Yan threw upstairs. Moreover, they were continuously and tightly wrapping around the gardener, with no sign of disappearing at all. In the past, the gardener used this kind of vine to tie people up one after another and torture them to death. Now he himself had fallen under the vines he had cultivated. "Big guy, save some energy," the bespectacled man squinted and mocked at the gardener, who was raging helplessly in place. "You can't get up there. She said she would take care of you, master, so I believe she can do it."
At this moment,
the ceiling of the basement suddenly turned a fiery red.
A wave of scorching heat, accompanied by black flames, rushed into the basement through the broken pipes. Boom!
The sea of black fire instantly engulfed everything. The gardener let out one last, heart-wrenching scream. Wrapped tightly by the ghost vines, it could not escape the sea of fire at all, only able to helplessly watch as the black flames burned through its tough skin, turning its wicked body to ashes.
It never stepped out of the basement even once before it died. In this firelight,
those heads planted in the ground gradually transformed into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. The black fire broke the shackles that imprisoned their souls, and when they left home, they all wore expressions of joy from finally being freed. The bespectacled man's ghost had also slowly dissipated in the flames. It seemed he could see through the layers of floorboards, the mad girl standing in the attic, disdainfully setting the fire.
"Ha!"
The bespectacled man smiled contentedly, a single crystal tear sliding down the corner of his eye. "Although your temper is a bit stinky, you still keep your word."
"Thanks, Shin Baoyan." Outside the apartment, on the street. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire happy apartment was completely swallowed by the sea of black fire. The massive shockwave, mixed with the heat wave, blew away some of the surrounding fog.
Shen Yan appeared a bit disheveled. She had jumped directly out of the second-floor window.
Spit!
The moment she landed, she couldn't wait to spit out the pacifier that had turned to crumbs in her mouth. System prompt, special item, dead baby pacifier, has been completely destroyed due to forced overload use.
Finally scrapped, worthless thing, I don't have to endure this smell anymore.
Shen Yan cursed as she wiped her mouth, completely ignoring the blazing fire behind her that turned her pale face red. In the open space beside her, several illusory figures floated quietly. The red-dressed female ghost from room 302, the blood and malice on her body had vanished, turning into a graceful girl in a red dress. The ghostly mother from room 404 was no longer withered and terrifying. The ghost baby in her arms had transformed from a monstrous appearance to a chubby baby chewing on its fingers. And Wang from room 103 held a key in her hand, looking at Shen Yan with loving eyes. The stingy convenience store owner floated beside them, no longer holding an abacus. His face appeared less lecherous, instead showing a hint of honesty.
Seeing the convenience store owner, Shen Yan felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, boss, I burned down your convenience store. If it's burned, then it's burned, the owner shook his head with relief. Actually, I wasn't that stingy. It's just that this building had too much negative energy, and my flaws were magnified after living here too long. Is that so? Shen Yan touched her nose and pulled out a password box she had swiped from the attic. I was going to take all the landlord's money to give to you, but it seems that isn't necessary now. Since it's like that, I'll just throw it in the fire and burn it. Huh? Money? The convenience store owner's eyes widened. No, why burn it? Give it to me, give it to me. Shen Yan smiled and handed over the box. After the landlord died, she rummaged through his attic for a long time before finding this money. After all, she promised the owner that she would give him wealth, she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Taking the box, the owner bowed to Shen Yan. The other ghosts followed suit. Goodbye, Shen Yan. They transformed into a sea of golden starlight, dissipating in the dawn breeze. Shen Yan watched those lights, pulling out a crumpled cigarette from her pocket, lighting it with the flames of the burning building behind her. She took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring toward the sky. Safe travels, I won't see you off. In the next life, be more mindful, and don't live in such a shady apartment to save on rent. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating her proud silhouette. And above this wreckage, in the void, a few lines of stunning golden characters were slowly gathering. 021, Happiness Apartment SSSS level clear. The fire was still burning. That strange black flame devoured the entire building's flesh and blood but did not spread beyond the street. They seemed to possess self-awareness, only fixated on burning that building filled with sin and resentment. Shen Yan stood in the empty space, fiddling with the lighter in her hand, calmly observing her masterpiece. As the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the happiness apartment, which had stood here, vanished completely. Only a bare, charred foundation remained, clean as if there had never been a building here. At that moment, the originally gloomy sky suddenly cracked open. A golden beam of light, dazzling to the point of being blinding, violently descended from the void, enveloping Shen Yan entirely. Then, the cold, grand mechanical announcement echoing throughout the entire game world rang out. Detected player Shen Yan has cleared the happiness apartment, number 4444, horror instance. Final settlement in progress. In the sky, huge golden letters began to solidify, the line of text becoming clearer in the void, SSSS level clear. Billions of global viewers held their breath at this moment. Since the horror game arrived on Earth, millions of players had been forced into the game. Even the top-tier experts standing at the peak of the pyramid had only birthed over 30 SSS level clearers after exhausting all their efforts. People believed that SSS was the ceiling of evaluation for this game. It represented perfect survival and an injury-free clearance. But today, it was Shen Yan who made the whole world realize that there's still a god above the ceiling. Player, Shen Yan, Xia Country. Survival time, 4 days 6 hours, refreshing the fastest historical record. Exploration degree, 98%. Boss kills, landlord, complete form, gardener, complete form. Special achievements. Capitalist of the ghost realm, successfully recruited the stingy boss. Friend of women, successfully rescued and helped the red-clothed ghost and ghost mother. Violent demolition office, physically destroyed the apartment structure. God blasphemer, with a mortal body, killed the false god. Overall rating, SSSS, mythical level. Boom. At the moment the fourth S appeared, the real world completely boiled over. Headquarters of the Great Xia Kingdom Divine Feast Game Strategy Group. A group of gray-haired experts stared wide-eyed, fixated on Shen Yan in the live broadcast, as if they saw an alien. SSSS level, there's actually an SSSS level? An elder's hands trembled as he stared intensely at the clearing time. Not just the rating level. Look at the time. 4 days 6 hours. That's the scariest part. We always thought, according to the rules, that survival time meant you had to endure the time to finish the game. But Shen Yan broke this rule. She proved that if you eliminate the source, the game can end early. At this moment, the global network bullet screen was crazily refreshing as if it went mad. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? 4 S's. My titanium alloy dog eyes have gone blind. Turns out SSS level isn't the ceiling. So shocking. It turns out you can finish the game early just by killing the boss? I'm enlightened. You upstairs, what are you enlightened about? How many people in this world can do what Sister Shen did, grinding the big boss into dust? Mythical level. It turns out Shen Yan represents the divine. With gifted players like Shen Yan, our country has hoped to complete 40 games and retire with success, right? The real world was ablaze with discussions about Shen Yan's performance.
As the person involved, Shen Yan looked at the shiny golden 4Ss above her head, wishing they could blind her eyes, but she did not show any joy. Of course, she knew she was about to become famous. But fame was not a good thing for her, she didn't like being in the spotlight. Under Shen Yan's calm gaze, the golden subtitles changed once more, and the final reward list finally emerged. Reward settlement in progress. Received SSSS level exclusive cash reward, 10 million renminbi, 10 million. Additional reward, S-level soul weapon item selection box X1. Between the two lines of golden rewards, there floated a line of inconspicuous red small text. Received game points, 100,000 points, can be used in the system mall. That line of red small text looked so strange, as if it was not on the same layer as the other two lines of golden fonts. But this didn't matter, what mattered most now was that the one was followed by a long string of zeros, which represented a total of 10 million RMB. With this money, she could afford her rent.
Ah, no wait. What rent does she need to pay? She was going straight to Sanya to buy a big villa. Transporting back to the real world. With a flash of light, Shen Yan's figure disappeared from the ruins. The camera instantly zoomed out, sweeping over endless streams of data. Divine Feast Game, Central Control Center. This was a place of dead silence, only countless points of light blinking, each point representing a dungeon in progress. At the very bottom of the data, there was a line of inconspicuous counters. Originally, it displayed current dungeon number, 41,132. Just as Shen Yan teleported away, that number suddenly flickered, changing to current dungeon number, 41,131.
No one noticed this slight change, as if this was just an insignificant data fluctuation.
022, we have cut off our relationship with Shen Yan. Reality World. Great Xia Kingdom, Lingjiang City. Jin Yumantang Hotel, 2nd floor banquet hall. At this moment, a lively wedding was being held here. The groom's name was Shen Yaozu, and the bride was the daughter of a local small boss, Li Lili. Though a small boss, being able to connect with a family like the Shen family was significant for an ordinary family like hers. That's already a high climb. Dear friends and family.
On stage, Shen Yaozu wore a tight-fitting white suit, a smile of a small person achieving success on his face, holding a microphone and shouting loudly.
Thank you all for attending my wedding with Lily. Today, I have two joyful announcements. The guests below clapped sporadically, many even bowed their heads, scrolling on their phones, looking somewhat distracted. After all, the entire internet was focusing on the live broadcast of the Happy Apartment Dungeon. Who was in the mood to listen to this Phoenix man's nonsense? Completely unaware of the odd atmosphere, Shen Yaozu proudly wrapped an arm around his fiancée and said loudly. The first joyful event, of course, is that Lily and I have tied the knot. And the second piece of good news is, just yesterday, our whole family, me, my dad, and my mom, successfully transferred our household registrations to Lily's household. We have officially become residents of Linjiang City. At this point, Shen Yaozu deliberately paused, a hint of gloating on his face. As you all know, my sister Shen Yan, unfortunately, got selected by a horror game. It's well known that being chosen means death. It will also bring misfortune to the family. So I decisively rushed to the police station these past few days and handled the separation of household procedures. I left that cheap girl alone on the old household register. Beside him, Shen's father and mother wore proud faces, with Shen's mother even snatching the microphone to add. Yes. Everyone bear witness. That dead girl Shen Yan has nothing to do with us now. If she dies in the game, that's her bad luck. In the future, even if she turns into a vengeful spirit, don't come to bother our Yaozu. Thanks to Yaozu's cleverness and quick reaction. Otherwise, our family would be dragged down by that jinx. Shen Yaozu laughed loudly. Exactly. That cheap girl wouldn't even hand over a few hundred yuan of her salary, and now it's good, dying in the game saves us trouble. Our family will be on top from now on. However, just when Shen Yaozu was laughing madly, a sharp scream suddenly came from the back row of the hall. What the hell? SSSS level? Immediately, a young guy jumped up. Everyone, look at the game live broadcast. Clearance. That Shen Yan cleared the level. Hearing this, the girl responsible for playing the wedding video quickly switched the big screen to the game live broadcast. Ziz. The big screen that was originally playing wedding photos was instantly switched to the game world. On the screen appeared a blackened ruin. Amidst the ruins stood a thin, expressionless girl. Naturally, this was Shen Yan, the cheap girl mentioned by Shen Yaozu. At this moment, some shocking text was shining with golden light above her head. Clearance evaluation, SSSS, mythical level. Reward, 10 million renminbi. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10 million? Someone counted the string of zeros on the screen and screamed. Shen Yaozu's smile froze instantly. Shen father and mother dropped the red envelopes in their hands onto the floor. No. It's impossible. Shen Yaozu lunged towards the big screen, his eyes nearly bulging out, and he screamed hysterically. This is fake. It's edited. Today is the 4th day of the game. The rules say the survival game lasts 30 days. How could she possibly clear it now? The guests below watched Shen Yaozu jumping around like a clown, and finally, someone couldn't help but sneer. Shen Yaozu, you really don't watch the livestream, do you?
That Shen Yan directly killed the boss, cleared the level early, and got the SSSS level divine evaluation. The country just issued an announcement saying this is a strategic level talent, and they will protect her in all aspects. That 10 million is just pocket money, the national rewards will be even more. At this moment, Shen's mother finally reacted, staring intently at the 3 words 10 million, her greed now overshadowing her shock. She suddenly pushed Shen Yaozu hard. She shouted. Quick! Call now! That's my money! That's our Shen family's money! She's not dead! She's successful! I'm her mother, this money must be used to buy a house for Yaozu. Shen Yaozu fumbled with his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the number that he had blocked long ago and just unblocked. While dialing, he also switched to speaker mode, wanting everyone to be envious of him. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Can't get through? Shen Yaozu frowned and dialed again. Sorry, the user you dialed is busy. Hearing the busy tone, Shen Yaozu's face instantly turned a deep shade of red. Frustrated, he slammed his phone on the table and shouted angrily at the air. Damn it! This brat dared to block me? Now that she has money, she forgets her parents and her brother? This is outrageous. When I see her, I'm going to give her a beating. Hearing the word blocked, the guests below exchanged subtle glances. It seems Shen Yan really doesn't want to acknowledge this family. Of course, she's now a top player in the Divine Banquet game, a national protected figure. This family doesn't treat Shen Yan like a person, so why should Shen Yan care about them? Let's go, don't eat here anymore. Yeah, let's hurry, if Shen Yan finds out we have connections with this family, we'll be doomed. In an instant, the once lively banquet hall began to experience an eerie retreat. Guests left one after another without saying a word. Some pretended to take phone calls, some made excuses to go to the restroom, all sneaking away faster than rabbits. In just 5 minutes, dozens of tables had completely emptied. Only cold dishes left untouched on the tables and an empty hall remained. Hey! Don't leave! The red envelopes haven't been given yet. Looking at the deserted hall, Shen Yaozu was infuriated. What are you crying about? You brainless fool! The bride, Lily, who had been sitting quietly beside him, finally exploded. She tore off her veil and threw it harshly into Shen Yaozu's face. Shen Yaozu, are you stupid? Why did you cut ties with your sister? That's 10 million. If it weren't for your brainlessness, we could still benefit from her. Why did you change your household registration yesterday? You pushed away the god of wealth. Now she has blocked you. I hate you, I'm not getting married anymore. Lily. Don't be angry. Seeing her about to leave, Shen's mother panicked. She rushed to grab Lily's hand, her sharp face suddenly showing an extremely flattering smile. Oh Lily, what are you afraid of? So what if the household registration was changed? What does it matter? Blood relations cannot be severed, no matter what. Shen's mother pounded her thigh and shouted confidently. I am Shen Yan's biological mother. This is her biological father. Yaozu is her biological brother. She crawled out of my womb, as long as I'm still alive, even if Shen Yan runs to the ends of the earth, she must still call me mom. She must support me. As long as this blood relation exists, her 10 million is our 10 million. She can't think of keeping a single penny for herself. Shen's father also darkly nodded beside her, spitting out a thick phlegm. That's right. Does she dare not to pay? I'll go to the state unit and hang a banner. I'll expose her unfilial behavior online. Let's see if the country wants this ungrateful wolf. Hearing this, Lily, who had been crying, suddenly brightened up. She stopped crying, wiped her tears, and relinked her arm with Shen Yaozu's. Mom, you're right, no matter what, you are still her parents who gave her life. Supporting parents is her duty, this money should belong to us too. Let's go. Let's find her now. Let's demand the money. 023, she wants to settle old scores with them. In Linjiang City, at the Cloud Top Palace. This is the most mysterious and expensive wealthy district in Linjiang City. Situated on a hillside, overlooking the bustling city. At the top of the mountain, there stood a villa called No. 1 Courtyard, a true symbol of power and status. But now, the owner here is Shen Yan. She had just exited the game world when the country sent troops to take her from a shabby rental to this place. Originally, she planned to fly to Sanya and buy a vacation home as soon as she returned to reality. Unexpectedly, before she even set off, the government directly gifted her a luxury mansion and a top-notch luxury car. They even provided her with a butler, a chef, and a security team. This annoying capitalist life has indeed allowed Shen Yan to live well.
Of course, Shen Yan wouldn't refuse these things. Why decline something that's free? She couldn't waste her money recklessly. Her money was valuable. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Shen Yan wore a soft silk bathrobe, swirling a glass of expensive red wine in her hand. She had just finished bathing, washing 3 times before finally getting rid of the nauseating stench of death and poverty. Miss Shen, this steak is top-quality Wagyu airlifted in, and it's medium rare. Would you like to try it? An old butler in a tailcoat respectfully placed the meal on the table. Behind him stood 2 elegant female agents, clearly sent by the government to protect her closely. Thank you. Shen Yan cut a small piece and put it in her mouth. Miss Shen, one of the female agents approached, pressing her earpiece, her expression slightly odd. A group of people at the front gate claims to be your parents and younger brother, and they are causing a scene wanting to come in. Our people have stopped them. Should we drive them away?
Shen Yan didn't pause her eating, she shook her head and said.
No need.
She swallowed the meat in her mouth, her voice calm, giving away no joy or anger.
Let them in.
5 years ago, she had left home without a second thought, unable to bear the vampiric family that exploited her. Back then, although she had a strong backbone, she was still too weak and could only escape. But now, things were different. Since they dared to come knocking, she would settle the score with them properly.
5 minutes later, in the villa's living room. Oh my. Oh my god. This is way too lavish.
Before they even saw her, Shen's mother's sharp voice had already come in.
The family of 4 stormed in like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden.
Looking at the towering crystal chandelier, the genuine leather sofa, and the priceless paintings on the walls, the Shen family's eyes turned green.
Mom! I want to live on the 2nd floor.
Shen Yaozu shouted excitedly, pointing at the spiral staircase with a flushed face. I want that room with the big balcony.
Okay, it's all yours. Shen's mother laughed, unable to close her mouth.
Li Lily walked directly to the display cabinet, reaching for an antique vase as if she was the mistress of this place.
Until they noticed Shen Yan sitting calmly in the center of the sofa.
She sat quietly, holding a wineglass, coldly looking at this family. That gaze was just like 5 years ago when she ran away from home, detached, stubborn, and filled with resentment.
You ungrateful girl. You're living a good life now, and you don't even know to show filial piety to your parents?
As soon as Shen's father saw Shen Yan's I don't care expression, he became furious. 5 years ago, this girl had taken the household registration book and fled, forcing him to pay a hefty dowry. He had kept that account in mind all along. He marched over, pointing a finger at Shen Yan's nose and scolding.
Hiding for 5 years, now that you're rich you want to keep it all for yourself? No way. I'm your father, even if you run to the sky, you're still a part of the Shen family.
Shen's mother also rushed over, plopping down on the coffee table opposite her, slapping her thighs and causing a scene.
Shen Yan! You ungrateful wretch! Do you have any idea how we've lived these past 5 years? Now that you've made it, you don't even call mom and dad?
Shen Yan gently swirled her wineglass.
Took a sip of wine.
She didn't even bother to argue about who ignored whom for the past 5 years. She lifted her eyelids, her gaze sweeping over the group of greedy beings, and coldly uttered 3 words.
Is there something?
These 3 words were more piercing than any insult. It was a complete disregard.
You, what kind of attitude is this? Shen Yaozu was completely enraged by this disregard.
What he hated most was Shen Yan's demeanor. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how he hit or scolded her, she never obeyed like other girls. She always looked at him with eyes as if he were trash.
Arrogant and disdainful. Shen Yan! Stop pretending with me.
Shen Yaozu rushed forward, old grudges and new hatred flooding his heart.
5 years ago you dared to run, and now you haven't even paid me the court's judgment and you dare to block me?
Quickly take out the property certificate for this villa.
And that 10 million bank card. Change the password to my birthday. Otherwise, I will break your rebellious bones today.
As he spoke, his hand, slicing through the air, swung violently towards Shen Yan's face.
He used to do this.
Since she wouldn't obey, he would beat her until she did.
However, this time, it was different.
At the moment when Shen Yaozu's hand was about to touch Shen Yan's cheek, her hand suddenly lifted unexpectedly.
Crack!
The crisp sound of a bone cracking echoed throughout the living room. Shen Yaozu let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Looking at Shen Yan, she remained steadily seated on the sofa, not spilling a drop of red wine from her cup.
One of her hands clamped down on Shen Yaozu's wrist like a vice, then twisted it backward. You
Shen Yaozu was drenched in cold sweat from pain, looking at his sister in terror. Her gaze was no longer just indifferent, but filled with true murderous intent. What a useless waste.
Shen Yan's tone was icy. Bang!
She lifted her foot and decisively kicked Shen Yaozu in the abdomen. Her body, tempered by talent and trials, unleashed a force that ordinary people could not withstand. Shen Yaozu flew out like a torn sack, crashing heavily into the TV cabinet 5 meters away, shattering the 100-inch television into pieces.
Yaozu! Shen's mother and Li Lili screamed as they rushed over. Shen's father trembled in anger, grabbing a nearby vase to smash it. This is rebellion. Rebellion. You unfilial daughter dare to hit your brother. I'll kill you, this scourge, today. At the moment Shen's father raised the vase. 2 dark gun muzzles were instantly pressed against his forehead. Don't move.
2 female agents, who had been standing in the shadows, sprang into action like lightning, directly bringing Shen's father down to the ground, their knees pressing firmly against his back.
Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. She's killing me. My daughter is killing her father. Shen's father cried out like a slaughtered pig. Shen Yan slowly stood up from the sofa. She walked in front of the curled-up Shen Yaozu, looking down at the family, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Sister agent, please be a witness.
Shen Yan pointed at the nearly lifeless Shen Yaozu, her tone as calm as if discussing the weather.
I am now a high-level strategic protection target of the state. There are many people outside who want to kill me.
Just now, this person tried to attack me, and I have reason to suspect he was bribed by foreign forces. She squatted down and patted Shen Yaozu's face, contorted in pain, her voice light, yet chilling as if falling into an ice cave. I hope to file a lawsuit against them for treason.
024, Chapter, The Reunion of Shen Family in Prison. Treason.
As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the large living room seemed to have the air sucked out of it. In that second, Shen's father, Shen's mother, and even the fierce-looking Shen Yaozu, all seemed like puppets pressed on pause, frozen in place. They were just a group of common people who would argue with their neighbors for a few $100 for 3 whole days and nights. In their minds, fighting was at most about losing money, and causing trouble was at most about detention. But the word treason was too heavy, too distant, and too terrifying.
That was something that could cost one's head.
It meant spending a lifetime in prison. After several full seconds, Shen's father's knees seemed to suddenly lose all strength, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the carpet.
No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. With 2 female agents firmly holding his shoulders, Shen's father's face twisted uncontrollably, tears and snot instantly covering his face. He desperately tried to lift his head, his voice trembling like a sieve. Officer. Sir. I am her biological father. I just came to ask my daughter for some old age money. This is family business. Why would it be treason if we argue behind closed doors? Family business?
Shen Yan squatted on the ground, looking at the old face twisted in fear, her eyes only holding a hint of mockery.
What family business? Didn't you move away your household registration and publicly sever ties with me?
She stood up, slowly adjusting her bathrobe collar, and coldly said to the agent beside her.
If it was an ordinary person, it would indeed be family business. But now I am a strategic national talent.
My hands are meant for killing monsters in dungeons and earning resources for the country.
You want to break my hands, hurt my brain, causing damage to national combat capability.
If this were ancient times, it would be called conspiracy against the imperial officials. In modern times.
Shen Yan paused for a moment, then continued. This is sabotaging national security. This accusation was not only logically tight but also impossible to refute. The nearby female agent looked at Shen Yan, a flicker of admiration flashing in her eyes. As expected from a big shot, not only was she powerful, but her mind worked incredibly fast. Dealing with such scoundrels, reasoning was useless, they needed to be crushed by power. Take them away. The team leader waved his hand coldly, and immediately 4 fully armed special police rushed in, the black riot shields emitting a cold glare. Yes. The special police acted roughly, dragging Shen's father and Shen Yaozu off the ground like dead dogs. Ah. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to. At this moment, Shen Yaozu couldn't care less about the severe pain in his wrist and stomach. Extreme fear made him lose control of his sphincters, and a foul smell quickly filled the luxurious living room. He kicked desperately, his shoes squeaking against the floor, crying out to Shen Yan. Sister. Sister, I was wrong. I am your biological brother. Please tell them, I don't want to go to jail. Lily. Lily, help me. Just a moment ago, Li Lily who shouted, I want a piece of the pie now had shrunk into a corner, her face as white as paper. Seeing the special police look at her, she screamed and jumped up like she was avoiding a plague, pointing at Shen Yaozu and shouting. I don't know them. I don't know this family. I don't want to marry. Shen Yaozu and I are not registered. I was tricked here. I am innocent. Don't arrest me. Take them all away for investigation.
Shen Yan waved her hand, as if swatting away flies. Check their accounts, see who they've been in contact with recently.
If there's any dirt, let them stay inside. Shen Yan. You ungrateful wolf.
You will face retribution. Shen's mother's shrill curses echoed in the corridor, but soon her mouth was covered with a rag, turning into desperate muffled sounds.
Bang.
As the heavy door closed.
The noisy clamor, the nauseating smell of greed, was finally completely cut off from the world. The world was quiet. Ha! Shen Yan took a deep breath and sat back down on the sofa.
She glanced at the stain left by Shen Yaozu's accident on the carpet, wrinkling her nose in disgust.
Butler. Yes, Mississippi.
The old butler had appeared behind her without her noticing, his expression still respectful, as if the farce from before had never happened.
Take the carpet away. Do whatever you want with it.
If those people appear within 5 kilometers of the manor again, release the dogs.
Yes, Mississippi.
I will arrange the best legal team to follow up, ensuring they reflect in there for a good 10 or 8 years. The butler slightly bowed, his tone calm and reassuring. Shen Yan had some worries. After all, treason was the label she placed on them, and it couldn't genuinely be used to convict those scoundrels from the Shen family. Hearing the butler's words, she felt utterly relieved. The Shen family received a prison reunion gift package, wishing them good luck. She dismissed everyone and sat alone in the spacious, luxurious living room, watching the brightly lit city outside the window. Only then did she summon the golden treasure chest that had been hovering in the corner of her vision.
S-Class Soul Item Selection Box.
This was the reward obtained from completing a dungeon, and Shen Yan had only seen ghostly items in the game world, never encountering a soul item.
She was quite curious about what a soul item was.
Shen Yan found the selection box she had brought back from a sack, and when she reached out to open it, the box did not respond.
Open.
Shen Yan silently whispered in her heart.
Click. The golden treasure chest slowly opened, a dazzling light flashing through. 3 distinctly different item projections slowly floated before Shen Yan, waiting for her choice.
Option 1, Cranium-Crushing Hammer, Attack Type. Description, a giant iron hammer covered in brain matter, weighing 200 pounds. Effect, deals devastating damage to spiritual entities, with a 30% chance to trigger stunned effect.
Simple and crude, 1 force crushes 10.
Option 2, Bloodstained Stethoscope, Support Type.
Description, an heirloom of a lunatic asylum doctor.
Effect, when worn, can hear the heart voices and movements of ghosts and monsters within 100 meters.
A magical tool for scouting and avoiding danger.
Option 3, Faceless Mask, Special Type. Description, a white mask without any features, made of material like jade, feeling as smooth as human skin.
Effect.
Disguise, when worn, it hides player ID, level, and aura, even simulating the oppression of a fierce ghost to blend in among monsters. Faceless, when wearing the mask, others will not see a specific face, making it impossible to be remembered or targeted.
Note, true hunters often appear in the guise of prey.
Shen Yan's gaze swept over the 3 options. The hammer was too heavy, she didn't like such brute force weapons. The stethoscope was useful, but she was inherently sensitive to malice, making its function somewhat redundant.
Finally, her gaze settled on the white mask. Not wanting to be noticed, disliking fame, not wanting to be targeted by fierce ghosts. This thing is good.
She was already under the gaze of the global populace, and with this mask, at least it could provide her some cover in the horror world. Shen Yan's lips curved into a playful smile as she reached out and grasped the mask.
Holding the mask, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel troubled. The item was good, but it was so big, how would she carry it with her in the future?
At that moment, Shen Yan heard the system's prompt. System prompt, detected that the player has a soul item with no place to store it.
Would you like to exchange 50,000 points for a storage ring? System?
This system's presence was so low, sometimes Shen Yan even forgot she had a system. She looked at the system panel, which displayed only a lonely number showing her malice value, with nothing else. Now her malice value was 10%, exactly the same as when she was in Happiness Apartment. It seemed that the real world did not affect her malice value.
Exchange for space ring. Shen Yan silently thought.
In the next moment, a shining ring appeared on Shen Yan's delicate ring finger. Its size was just right for her finger.
She tried to put the mask into the ring, and in a blink, the mask vanished from sight. At that moment, the butler walked in from outside, respectfully looking at Shen Yan and said, "Miss, the Special Adjustment Bureau Divine Feast Strategy Group has sent you a party invitation." 025, was I really a useless person? Lingjiang City, Special Adjustment Bureau Divine Feast Strategy Group Headquarters. 9th Conference Room.
The decoration of the conference room was very serious, and around the huge mahogany round table, there were already 9 people sitting sparsely.
The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive.
There were both men and women, some middle-aged uncles with weary eyes and a smell of smoke. A yellow-haired young man dressed in hip-hop with his legs propped up on the table.
A middle-aged woman heavily made up. And a silent man in a suit and leather shoes who was constantly cleaning his glasses.
When Shen Yan pushed the door in, everyone's gaze instantly focused on her like a spotlight. After all, Shen Yan was the only newcomer in the world to receive an SSSS-level clearance evaluation, and now she was too famous.
Today, Shen Yan wore a simple black hoodie.
She shoved her hands into her pockets, walked to an empty corner, casually kicked a stool, and sat down. A few people nearby wanted to come over and chat, but seeing her unapproachable demeanor, they silently withdrew their outreached feet.
The powerful presence made her seem a bit hard to approach.
Shen Yan didn't actually know that others had given her such an evaluation.
Her expression did look a bit unpleasant.
But it wasn't because she was cold, it was just that she hadn't slept well, she was a little tired. She originally thought that becoming a key protected figure of the country would allow her to live a heavenly life of sleeping until she naturally woke up and counting money until her hands cramped.
But reality gave her a heavy blow.
Just a day after binding with the national agency, she was to wake up at 6 in the morning and travel across half the city to attend a meeting in this godforsaken suburban base. After sitting down, Shen Yan silently sighed in her heart. Indeed, there is no easy money to be made in this world. Even though she had become an important protected figure of the country, she essentially remained a high-level workhorse.
Hello? Suddenly, a timid voice sounded next to Shen Yan.
Shen Yan slightly turned her head. She saw a girl in a pink dress with double ponytails carefully moving to the chair beside her.
The girl looked very cute, like a delicate doll. Is something wrong?
Shen Yan raised her eyes and asked.
I'm Lin Xiaowan.
The girl seemed very nervous, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. I saw no one was talking to you here, so can I sit with you?
Shen Yan glanced around. There were many empty seats nearby.
However, others were gathered in small groups.
Did it seem like this girl was isolated? The chair has no name on it.
Shen Yan withdrew her gaze and slightly shrunk her head into her collar.
Seeing that Shen Yan didn't chase her away, Lin Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief. She kept secretly glancing at Shen Yan with admiration, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't find a topic. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Shen Yan's left hand resting on the table. There, a silver ring was emitting an unusual glimmer.
Wow!
Lin Xiaowan couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess, is this ring the legendary space ring?"
While speaking, she kicked her own bulging hiking bag at her feet and enviously whispered.
The treatment of a goddess is really good.
Just cleared the beginner dungeon, and the country has already issued such advanced storage equipment to you. Unlike me, after 3 rounds of play, I struggled to get a storage item, and it's still an ugly big backpack. Hearing this, Shen Yan casually twirled the ring on her finger. Since the chosen ones were supposed to be sensitive to storage spaces, she also sensed that Lin Xiaowan's backpack wasn't ordinary.
She casually replied, "This isn't issued by the country, I just bought it with 50,000 points."
Points?
What points?
Lin Xiaowan blinked her big eyes, looking at Shen Yan in confusion.
Points? What points? Hearing Lin Xiaowan's words, Shen Yan's action of turning the ring paused slightly.
She didn't understand why Lin Xiaowan reacted this way when she heard the word points.
Could it be that she didn't know about points at all?
As her thoughts turned, Shen Yan's face remained unchanged, and she added in an extremely natural tone.
It was a slip of the tongue.
I just meant that I spent 50,000 yuan. I zoned out for a moment and misspoke, sorry.
Oh. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Shen Yan's explanation, Lin Xiaowan, the silly innocent girl, didn't think much of it. She looked at Shen Yan and said,
I told you there were no points. You're so lucky, master, to have only spent 50,000 to buy a spatial ring.
That's such a great deal. The seller must be a clueless fool. Yeah, definitely a fool.
Shen Yan lazily replied, casually taking out her phone. She swiped the screen as if casually, but in fact, she opened the forum and quickly clicked on the post titled Shen Yan's Clearance Highlights that was the most clicked on the internet. Then she directly scrolled to the final settlement screen of the post. There, it clearly screenshots her final rewards list.
Received SSSS level exclusive cash reward, 10 million yuan. Additional reward, S-level Soul Device Selection Box X1. It didn't mention points at all?
Shen Yan also checked the live broadcast replay, and there was no hint of a points reward in it.
So, did other people not know that she had earned points?
Shen Yan looked at the screen and recalled the scene during the settlement carefully. She remembered that when she looked up, there was, between those 2 lines of golden official rewards, a line of inconspicuous red font floating. Received game points, 100,000 points, can be used in the system mall. That line of red text perfectly overlapped with the golden text, looking as if it was part of the same interface. But now, seeing the live replay, Shen Yan found that line of red text didn't exist at all. At that time, she felt that the red line seemed very unnatural, looking like it wasn't on the same layer as the two lines of golden text. Just at that moment, busy looking at the 10 million yuan reward, she didn't pay much attention to it. Now she realized that the two things were indeed not on the same layer. The truth should be, the game official's rewards were on one layer, visible to everyone, while the rewards given by her crude system were on another layer, directly superimposed onto her retina. At that time, the two layers overlapped, which made her count the rewards given by the system as part of the official rewards. When she saw the points reward, she even subconsciously thought that all players had the system. Only when Lin Xiaoruan looked confused upon hearing the word points did Shen Yan subtly realize that maybe not everyone had the system and points. In the very first instant of realizing this, Shen Yan quickly turned her words about points into a slip of the tongue. Since not everyone had the system, she absolutely could not reveal that she had the system. This system really was tricky. It gave a reward that could overlap with the official screen. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoruan's silly, carefree nature, she might have sold herself today. After figuring out the points matter, Shen Yan locked her phone screen and comfortably changed to a more relaxed sitting posture. Such a trump card that could make someone red-eyed, she must hide well. By the way, Master, have you registered on the forum? Lin Xiaoruan suddenly asked Shen Yan. Shen Yan shook her head in response. No, what's that? Lin Xiaoruan was worried about not finding a topic to continue the conversation with Shen Yan, and after hearing that Shen Yan had not registered on the forum, she immediately took out her phone and started guiding Shen Yan. Let me teach you how to use the forum. There are a lot of valuable insights here. For instance, you can find information about equipment levels here. Under Lin Xiaoruan's guidance, Shen Yan downloaded an app called God Feast Echo. Lin Xiaoruan said that most people on this forum are from Daxia, but there are also a few outsiders who use VPNs to seek game strategies. As Shen Yan listened to Lin Xiaoruan chattering in her ear, she casually browsed the forum's pinned informational post. About equipment levels, latest version. Ghost weapons, D, C, B, A, S, SS levels. The most common equipment doesn't recognize its master, can easily backfire. Soul weapons, D, C, B, A, S, SS levels. One major tier higher than ghost weapons, the higher the level, the rarer it is. SS level can bind to a soul. Artifact? Legendary level, a trump card for survival, kept secret by the big shots, level unknown, extremely rare. Shen Yan thought of her S-level soul weapon mask and slightly curled her lips. From the ranking, the mask should already be considered a rare good thing. She continued scrolling down and saw a post about talent levels. Recalling her impressive performance with lightning, Shen Yan confidently opened the post, believing her talent must be remarkable. Talent rating comparison table. S level, ordinary/basic type. Accounts for 80%, usually has a single function. Mockingly called cannon fodder level. SS level, rare/advanced type. Accounts for 19%, the backbone that major guilds compete for. SSS level, genius/rule type. Accounts for 1%, each one a national treasure. Shen Yan squinted her eyes and casually opened her personal panel. Behind the line talent, evil personality. Talent rating, S. Shen Yan stared at the S for 2 seconds. Then turned her head and smiled. It turned out that people really do smile when they are speechless. In fact, she remembered her talent was S level, but she didn't dare to believe she was a nobody, so she quietly opened the panel to take a look. With such a dominating entrance, how could she only get an S level talent? After all that, the person who killed through the dungeon with a mythic evaluation in a global livestream was considered a bottom-tier cannon fodder by the system? That's just too funny. The big shots who sent her villas and luxury cars hadn't even asked about her talent level. If they knew she was just an S, would they take back the big house she just slept in for a night? Just as Shen Yan was speechless, a sharp cold laugh came from beside her. Heh, Lin Xiaoruan, you really have no shame. The speaker was a long-haired woman in a Chanel outfit. Lin Xiaoruan had introduced her as Su Man. She elegantly crossed her legs, playing with a delicate folding fan in her hand, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over Lin Xiaoruan before landing on Shen Yan, sarcastically saying, Lin Xiaoruan, as an S-level waste, don't try to get close to the newbie king. The skilled one managed to get an SSSS level clearance rating, how could she possibly want to deal with a rookie like you? Can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you, showing a complete lack of self-awareness? What? Do you want to collaborate with the newbie king to enter the same dungeon and harm our genius? Hearing Su Man's words, Lin Xiaoruan's face instantly flushed red. She angrily replied, Don't slander me, I really didn't. The others in the conference room turned their attention towards Lin Xiaoruan upon hearing this. Su Man was infamous for her sharp tongue, and she was rare with her SS level talent, always dominating in this circle. Shen Yan remained seated, looking a bit displeased as she watched the situation unfold. Although Lin Xiaoruan could be a bit noisy, her earlier comment, "what points," actually helped her confirm another person didn't have a system, so she could be considered her little lucky star. And this Su Man, her mouth really was foul. Shen Yan slowly lifted her eyelids. Those cold eyes held a hint of impatience, looking coldly at Su Man.
What's wrong with S-Class?
Her voice was not loud, but it carried a lazy sharpness, instantly silencing the entire conference room.
My talent is also S-Class. Then am I not just as well received with an SSSS divine level evaluation? What's wrong with S-Class, may I ask? As Shen Yan's words fell, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Even the elite man who was polishing his glasses halted his movements, staring at Shen Yan in disbelief. A few seconds later, Su Man's expression froze, and then she let out an incredulous scream. Huh? Are you joking? You mean you, this rookie king who cleared with an SSSS mythical evaluation, your talent level is only S-Class? Yeah. What's the problem? Shen Yan retorted. Hearing Shen Yan's affirmative answer again, the conference room instantly erupted. What the hell? Is this true? An S-Class talent can achieve an SSSS evaluation? This is not scientific. Isn't S-Class recognized as a trash talent? Could it be that she got the SSSS divine evaluation purely out of luck? Or did she use some powerful one-time item? The expression on Su Man's face was spectacular. She initially thought Shen Yan would definitely be an SSS class big shot and had always looked up to this newcomer.
Now that she heard that Shen Yan, like Lin Xiaoruan, was also an S-Class, the awe in her eyes instantly dissipated by more than half. Turns out, you are also a waste of S-Class.
What a bummer.
I thought you were someone useful, but instead, there's another one holding us back.
You. Lin Xiaoruan wanted to defend Shen Yan but was glared down by Su Man's fierce gaze. Su Man, you shouldn't say that.
In the corner, a young man with yellow hair stood up, puffing out a smoke ring, casually said.
What's wrong with S-Class? There are more than one S-Class among the top 100 on the player rankings.
Talent is one aspect, personal intelligence and capability are another.
You have high talent, but why haven't I seen you make a name for yourself? Shut up, yellow hair. What do you understand, you thug? Su Man immediately shot back. Just as the conference room was about to erupt into chaos. Bang!
The door was violently pushed open from the outside.
A stout middle-aged man in a dark green uniform strode in.
Behind him followed two recorders, exuding a military aura that was both intimidating and authoritative.
What's all the noise about? This is the Special Investigation Bureau, not a marketplace.
The man's voice boomed like a bell, instantly silencing the whole room. He was Lei Dong, the senior commander of the Special Investigation Bureau's Divine Feast strategy team.
Lei Dong's gaze swept across the room, finally lingering deeply on Shen Yan in the corner.
To be honest, he was also very surprised. The higher-ups had issued a strict order to focus on cultivating this national treasure talent, but she turned out to be rated the lowest with an S-Class talent? They had even forgotten to ask her talent level beforehand, everyone just assumed she had top-tier talent.
Could it be that her perfect clearance was really just luck?
After all, this game had been around for 5 years, and over those years, many rookie players had performed well in dungeons but had mediocre talents, showing average performance in later dungeons. However, no one like Shen Yan had ever perfectly cleared before, so Lei Dong still had great expectations for this rookie king's future performance. As Lei Dong pondered many thoughts, he was a battle-hardened commander and quickly collected his emotions, tapping the table.
Everyone sit down.
I don't care if you are new players or old players, whether your talent is S-Class or SS-Class, once you enter the dungeon, there are only two kinds of distinctions, the living and the dead. I am the commander of this operation, Lei Dong. Next, I will tell you the regulations you need to follow when joining our Divine Feast strategy department, as well as the life and death tests you will face.
026, someone with a serious illness has appeared. Lei Dong's voice thundered like a bell.
The shaking made the glass in the conference room buzz. Just moments ago, Su Man and Huang Mao were at each other's throats, but now they instantly fell silent. Even Shen Yan, who had been slouching in his chair with little energy, straightened up awkwardly. I won't waste words, Lei Dong said, pressing his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping over the 10 people present like a hawk. You can sit here because you've all passed the novice selection and officially become level 2 players. But don't think you're safe just because you got here. According to big data statistics, the death rate for level 2 games is as high as 75%.
That means, out of the 10 of you, there may be less than 3 left after the next game.
Hearing that number, Lin Xiaoruan's face went pale with fright. Although she had passed the level 2 game 3 times, she was still timid as a mouse. Lei Dong pressed the remote in his hand, and a white 3-dimensional space model appeared on the large screen behind him.
To improve the survival rate, from the second game onwards, the system will activate the Fate 3 Choices mechanism. At the start of the game, you will be forcibly pulled into a white space. After entering the white space, 3 doors will appear in front of you, each representing a different instance. Each door will display the instance name, difficulty star rating, and death rate prediction. Remember, Lei Dong emphasized, this is your only chance to take control. My advice is, stick together.
Players in the same area can discuss choosing the same door to enter. Especially players with S-level talents should try to follow SS-level experts, walk with players who have experienced 2 or 3 games, and don't be reckless. As he said this, Lei Dong deliberately glanced at Shen Yan in the corner. Although she was an SSSS-level player, the fact was that her talent rating was only S-level. In his eyes, players with lower talent levels should team up with higher talent level players if they wanted to survive early on.
They should even actively seek protection from players like Su Man with SS-level talents. He hoped that all players could come out alive. Did you all understand what I said?
Understood, the crowd answered sparsely. As long as you understand. Anyway, I want to welcome you to the Special Adjustment Bureau, the Divine Feast Countermeasures Department.
As players within the national system, you will enjoy the highest level of treatment.
Villas, luxury cars, special funds, and even the safety of your family will be fully covered by the country. Every player attending this meeting will receive a reward of 10 million. After the meeting, the prize money will be immediately deposited into your accounts. Upon hearing 10 million, Shen Yan's once unfocused eyes suddenly sharpened, and she became much more spirited.
Another 10 million? As long as the money is there, a 6 a.m. meeting is bearable. But
Lei Dong's tone shifted sharply, becoming serious again. Power comes with obligations. Since you chose to join the Countermeasures Department, you must cooperate with the Bureau's information collection and submit instance strategies unconditionally. And when you receive a call to gather, you must respond immediately.
Lastly, and most importantly, Lei Dong raised a finger. You must do everything possible to survive. The situation is very serious.
Strange occurrences are happening globally, and you selected people are the only ones who might become saviors, I beg you.
Saying this, Lei Dong bowed deeply to all of them. I finished speaking, the meeting is dismissed.
Everyone, go back, rest well, and enjoy however you want.
By the way, the next instance will start in about half a month.
In Sanya, at a certain private seafront villa in Yalong Bay. These past half-month can be said to be the most comfortable days of Shen Yan's life. The first thing she did after leaving the Special Adjustment Bureau was to book the earliest flight to Sanya, spending 14 million to buy this luxurious house with a private beach. She originally was reluctant to spend her own money. But later she thought, going to the next dungeon, she might not come back alive. At that time, if she was gone and her money was still there, how miserable would that be? It's better to spend the money now. The life of the rich is truly diverse. At this moment, Shen Yan was wearing a bikini, lying on a flamingo float in the infinity pool. In her hand, she held a chilled coconut juice, and on her face were sunglasses worth thousands. The sea breeze gently tousled her long, jet-black hair.
This is living. Shen Yan took a sip of coconut juice and sighed comfortably.
During this free time, Shen Yan also took the opportunity to study the space storage ring in her hand. The storage space of the ring was quite good. With the leftover money from buying a villa, she stocked up on a lot of compressed biscuits, purified water, first aid kits, and some daily supplies and weapons in the ring. All the supplies were neatly arranged in the space ring, which gave Shen Yan a great sense of security. She wasn't in the least bit anxious about the upcoming end of her vacation. Just as she prepared to turn over and continue sunbathing. Ding! A cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in her mind, shattering this tranquility. Player Shen Yan, please pay attention. Your half-month mandatory rest period has ended. Detected that you are a level 2 player, matching you with players of the same level in the same area to enter the game. Teleport countdown, 10, 9, 8. Damn it! Is the countdown this fast? I'm still in a bikini. Shit. In a hurry, Shen Yan wrapped herself in a bath towel and was teleported out. Fortunately, she had stocked a few sets of clothes in the space. White space. After a moment of dizziness, Shen Yan entered a white space. When her vision cleared again, Shen Yan found herself back in that familiar, suffocating white square. Around her, 9 silhouettes flickered into view. These people were the same ones she had seen in the meeting room half a month ago. Shen Yan felt a bit embarrassed and tightened her bathrobe. She had played too hard and lost track of time. She would definitely pay attention next time. If there is a next time. Everyone obviously had a good vacation. Compared to half a month ago, they all looked much better. Except for the woman named Lu Ruyan. She was still wearing that revealing red dress from that day, huddled in the corner. This woman looked extremely haggard. There were dark circles under her eyes, as if she wasn't doing well in reality. Welcome back to the Divine Feast game. This round of the game opens the Fate 3 Choices mode. Please choose the dungeon you will enter within 10 minutes. As the system prompt finished, 3 huge luminous doors rose in the center of the square. Option 1, Ghost Marriage Mansion, difficulty 2 stars. Can accommodate 5 players. Type, supernatural/puzzle. Death rate, 30%. Note, a good day for marriage. But the living cannot drink this wedding wine. Option 2, Zombie Siege, difficulty 3 stars. Can accommodate 5 players. Type, survival/action. Death rate, 50%. Note, once prosperous, now a wasteland. Shh, don't make a sound, they can hear you. Option 3, Death High School, difficulty 4 stars. Can accommodate 5 players. Type, rules/confrontation. Death rate, 88%. Note, welcome to enrollment. This is the paradise for bad kids and the graveyard for good kids. After the 3 doors appeared, everyone was stunned. Almost everyone's gaze wandered between option 1 and option 2. Although there was a difference in death rates between option 1 and option 2, as members of Daxia, many would instinctively avoid Chinese horror. As for option 3, it was completely ignored. Death High School had a death rate that was too high. Everyone felt that no one would choose to enter the Death High School dungeon. Unless they were seriously ill. But, someone who was seriously ill indeed appeared quickly. While everyone hesitated between the first door and the second door, Shen Yan showed no hesitation at all and walked straight towards the door that represented death, the third door. In the eyes of others, it was labeled 90% chance of death. But Shen Yan's system reminded her. Detected high-yield financial product. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. The highest reward for this game is 50 million renminbi. 50 million. Shen Yan thought she could buy a villa in Bali with that money. She walked too quickly, too firmly, just like a lady snatching discounted eggs in a supermarket. Hey! Shen Yan! Suman's voice echoed from behind. She seemed obviously incredulous. Are you crazy? Don't you see that has an 88% death rate? You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Shen Yan didn't stop, she merely waved her hand to the crowd with her back facing them, her tone as calm as if discussing the weather. It's fine, I didn't go to college. I just want to experience the beautiful atmosphere of school. After saying this, she stepped into the light door, and her figure vanished instantly. The white space fell into a dead silence. What the hell is experiencing the school atmosphere? After a moment, Suman let out a cold laugh. She adjusted her expensive tailored suit and turned to look at the several followers behind her, her chin slightly raised. Ha, what a reckless fool. Do you think passing a beginner level makes you invincible? Greedy people like this often die the fastest. With a shrewd look on her face, she pointed at the first door and said. Only a fool would seek death, those who want to live, choose door 1 with me. Just listen to my commands, I can guarantee to bring you to victory. But I must say, those who only know how to cry and those with dirty backgrounds, don't follow me. After saying this, she cast a pointed look at Lin Xiaoruan and then glanced at Lu Ruyan in the corner. A few players quickly gathered around Suman, surrounding her as she walked towards the first door. In the blink of an eye, only a few people remained in the square. Lin Xiaoruan stood at the spot, her little face twisted in a knot. Although there was no longer a place for her with Suman, she still had the opportunity to choose the second door with a much lower death rate. But, her idol Shen Yan had already gone to the third door. Lin Xiaoruan always felt especially reassured staying close to Shen Yan, but could feeling reassured mean she could follow her to a dungeon with an 88% death rate? Whoa. It doesn't matter. I'm coming, idol. Lin Xiaoruan stomped her foot and, with a sad face, chased after the third door. Big shot, wait for me. If I have to die, then so be it. Even if I get eaten by a ghost, I'd rather not listen to Suman nagging. Hey, this is interesting. The blonde guy spat out the bubblegum in his mouth. He didn't want to follow Suman either. Damn it, I can't stand those arrogant women. Being with someone like that will either kill you or drive you crazy. The blonde guy ruffled his messy yellow hair, grinned revealing a small canine tooth. The new king is exciting. Since we're playing a game, we might as well choose the hardest level. A real man isn't afraid of difficulties. Hey, Shin Big Shot, wait for me, my name is Chi. I'll follow you in this dungeon. After saying this, he swaggered into the third door as well. At this moment, the silent glasses-wearing man, Chen Mo, pushed the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose. He glanced at Suman's group, then at the direction Shen Yan disappeared, a glint passing under the lenses. SSSS level passer, even if she has only S-level talent, she must be someone extraordinary. Since she dares to go in, it means the risk is controllable. Thinking of this, he quietly took a step forward, becoming the fourth person in Shen Yan's team. At this moment, only one person was left in the square, Lu Ruyan. She looked at Suman's group of glamorous people, and instinctively tugged at her somewhat revealing red dress. She felt that Su Man was right, a woman like her was not clean. Looking again at Shen Yan's side, they were all young, energetic kids.
Even that yellow-haired guy looked vibrant.
She was a woman of the world, and in the past, she had made others uncomfortable, only to be despised.
Forget it.
Lu Ruyan bitterly smiled, pulling out a flattened lady's cigarette from her pocket and smelling it at her nose. She chose not to follow anyone but to walk alone, silently heading towards the empty second door, zombie siege.
Since she didn't belong anywhere, she would walk by herself. Dying in the mouths of zombies would perfectly destroy this dirty body, freeing her from the pointing fingers of others. Quest confirmation, Death High School. Current team size, 4 out of 5. Matching the 5th teammate. Matching successful. Loading. 027, Death High School. Why doesn't this foreign teacher speak human language?
With a dizzying flash of white light, that familiar feeling of weightlessness hit once more.
An extremely mechanical voice echoed in the void. Welcome to Death High School. This instance is for a 5-person team.
This mission requires survive in Death High School for 2 months.
Students, I wish you academic success and an early liberation.
When Shen Yan's feet hit solid ground, her first instinct was not to check for ghosts around, but to quickly look down at herself.
Phew.
Shen Yan let out a long breath, her anxious heart finally settling back in her stomach. Thankfully, the baggy bathrobe that had wrapped around her was gone. In its place was a well-fitted British-style school uniform. A white shirt, a red bow tie, a deep blue suit jacket, and a pleated skirt that fit perfectly.
This is great. Shen Yan pleasantly tugged at her bow tie. If she were to sit in class wearing a bikini or a bathrobe, that would be mortifying. She was a good student, after all. For a level 2 instance, the benefits are certainly better than the beginner level, plus they even allocated clothes. Shen Yan carefully scanned the subtitles in the void. This instance was very different from the last one. She remembered that in Happy Apartment, she received the rule, the rental period for Happy Apartment is 30 days. At that time, the instance informed her of the need to survive for 30 days. This time the instance directly gave the survival time in subtitles. After reading the subtitles seriously, Shen Yan sat down at a brand new desk. She found herself in a spacious and bright lecture hall. Sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing lush green lawns and a bell tower made of red bricks outside. If it weren't for the cold countdown of the system still ticking in her mind, Shen Yan would have thought she had crossed into some youth idol drama set. There were only 4 people in the classroom at that moment. Besides Shen Yan, there was the confused Lin Xiaoru, the yellow-haired Qi who was fiddling with his hair, and Shen Mo, who was pushing up his glasses to observe the surroundings. The classroom was somewhat dull, and Shen Yan habitually took out a cigarette, ready to light it. Just as the others hadn't figured out the situation yet. Bang! The classroom door was heavily pushed open. A burly man with deep-set eyes and a scruffy beard strode in. He was wearing a tight-fitting teacher's uniform and holding what looked like a very hard teaching stick. As soon as he entered, his blue eyes fixed on the 4 people in the classroom, his expression clearly extremely displeased. Then, he began to roar at the people in the classroom at a very fast pace. Regardez-vous. Quel disaster. Look at you. This is a disaster. Un band de déchets. SCE on école ou un poubelle? A bunch of trash. Is this a school or a dump? The voice was deafening, with spit nearly splattering onto the desks in the first row. Lin Xiaoru trembled in fright, her little face instantly pale. She shrunk her neck and said in a teary voice. It's over. Is this the evil ghost of the level 2 instance? What kind of spell is he chanting? Is it going to get serious? Beside him, Shi also looked tense, gripping tightly onto the demon weapon that he hadn't taken out yet, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This spell sounds really fierce. Could it be some kind of instant death curse? Should we strike first? Seeing his 2 teammates trembling in fear, Shen Yan rolled her eyes in frustration. She shifted to a more comfortable sitting position. Stop shaking, he's not chanting a spell. Shen Yan's voice was lazy, dripping with indifference. He's just cursing. Ha! Lin Xiaoruan was taken aback. Shen Yan lifted her eyelids, pointed her pen at the still raging foreign teacher, and then pointed at Qi's flamboyant yellow hair, explaining blandly. He said you all look like a pile of non-recyclable trash. Especially that yellow-haired one, who looks like a dry straw stuck in cow dung. It's simply the greatest insult to this prestigious school. Actually, the foreign teacher also cursed Shen Yan for smoking in class, but she chose not to translate that part. She silently pinched out her cigarette and tossed it back into her ring for storage. That's right, smoking is not allowed at school. She is a good student after all. Shi Yi? Shi Yi pointed incredulously at his own nose. He's cursing me? He's not casting a spell, he's making a personal attack on me? The raging foreign teacher seemed to have caught on to the commotion over here. His gaze suddenly locked onto Shen Yan, and a hint of surprise flickered in those blue eyes.
He strode over to Shen Yan, looking down at this seemingly lazy girl who wasn't afraid of him and suddenly asked in French.
Tu comprends le français?
Shen Yan didn't change her posture, just tilted her head slightly, replying in a lazy but exceptionally standard French.
Un peu. The air fell silent for a second.
The anger on the foreign teacher's face eased a bit, seemingly surprised to find someone cultured among this group of trash. He snorted coldly, no longer roaring in French. Instead, he turned his head and pointed his finger at Chiya's nose, harshly speaking in extremely poor, awkward Chinese.
You. Before tomorrow morning. Dye your hair black. This is a sacred academy. Such.
The foreign teacher seemed to forget the descriptive word for a moment, struggling for a while before squeezing out 2 words through gritted teeth.
Rascal.
If I see this pile of yellow weeds again tomorrow, I'll call the discipline office to help you shave it all off. After saying that, the foreign teacher slammed the teaching stick down on the podium that made a loud noise, then turned to write on the blackboard. Leaving Chi-yi alone, chaotic in the wind. He mournfully touched his proud yellow hair, an expression full of indignation.
Didn't they say that foreigners are very open-minded? How can they even not allow yellow hair?
After so many years in society, I never expected that my first experience as a student in this horror game world would be to painfully lose my yellow hair.
This is worse than killing me.
Lin Xiaowan, nearby, wanted to laugh but dared not, so she could only softly comfort. Well, Chi-yi, your life is more important than your hair, how about you just dye it?
Shen Yan ignored the 2 lively characters.
At that moment, a sharp and urgent bell suddenly pierced through the air.
Ding-a-ling-ling. The class bell rang. With the sound of the bell, the originally empty corridor suddenly echoed with noisy footsteps. Soon after, dozens of students dressed in the same school uniform surged into the classroom like a tide through the front and back doors. Among these students were blonde, blue-eyed handsome boys, cool black guys with dreadlocks, and beautiful Asian girls with black hair and eyes. They gathered in groups, skillfully finding seats and placing their backpacks. Hey, Lucy. Where are you going to hang out this weekend? My dad just bought a yacht. How about a party at sea? Have you heard?
That Jayasena from the next class, his family went bankrupt, he has already been expelled. Wow, that's really tragic.
Everything here feels too normal.
It seems no different from a top private school in the real world. Lin Xiaowan and Chi-yi were both taken aback.
Is this really a horror game?
Lin Xiaowan asked, confused. They look like real people.
Yeah, there's not a hint of gloom. Chi-yi scratched his head. Could this game be making us experience school life?
Shen Yan maintained her lazy posture, casually spinning a pen in her hand. But that pair of half-squinted deadfish eyes, at this moment, slightly cracked open, revealing a trace of barely perceptible cold light.
Normal?
In a horror game, normal is the most abnormal thing.
In the last Happy Apartment game, although the environment was dilapidated and eerie, at least it was easy to tell that those neighbors were not human. Now that they knew it was a ghost, that made things simple, either deceive or fight, the logic was clear. But this place is different. According to the game description, this level can accommodate only 5 players at most. Since there are so many beings that look like real people, that means this is a world mixed with NPCs, living people, and eerie beings. Ghosts lurk in the crowd, wearing human skins and speaking in human language. Humans mix among the ghosts, pretending to be mysterious to survive.
To distinguish between who is a ghost and who is a player wanting to kill you in this environment is much harder than directly confronting a ghost.
Interesting.
Shen Yan thought to herself, the corner of her mouth curling into a faint, almost invisible cold smile. At that moment, she felt the hairs on her back suddenly stand up. It was a sensation like being targeted by a venomous snake.
Not the chilling, suffocating aura of a fierce ghost, but a warm, yet thicker, sickening. The murderous intent belonging to a human. This kind of murderous intent was familiar to Shen Yan. Ha!
Her family had tried more than once to kill her, the stubborn rebel. The action of spinning the pen did not stop, she narrowed her eyes slightly. This targeted murderous intent instantly reminded her of the words she heard in the Special Investigation Bureau 2 weeks ago. Lei Dong had mentioned that the international situation is tense, and some hostile countries do not want to see the Great Xia nation rise, so they will try every means to target high-potential players from the Great Xia in the game. Furthermore, even when she was on vacation in Sanya, she encountered an assassination attempt from reality. The Special Investigation Bureau later sent her an email reminder that, in the game world, she should also be careful of assassinations from people from other countries. This game can only accommodate 5 players at a time, the 4 known players are all from the Great Xia. The 3 players beside her are all from the Great Xia, and they won't kill Shen Yan. So the murderous intent she felt now must come from the 5th player. This player should be from a hostile country. Shen Yan's peripheral vision scanned the classroom full of heads discreetly.
There were too many people.
Various skin tones, various languages, each person looked like a normal student. The hunter who wanted to kill her was hidden among this group of students.
Hiding their identity? Heh, very interesting. Let's see who can hide deeper. 028, Death High School, did Shen Yan die? The whole internet celebrates.
In the real world, Great Xia's Divine Feast Game Command Center. Lei Dong looked at the screen showing the crimson 4-star difficulty label of Death High School, and his blood pressure shot up.
This batch of newcomers, not a single one is easy to deal with.
Suman has cleared the secondary level 5 times, and she still chooses to enter the lowest difficulty dungeon. She has no team awareness at all.
What she's doing prevents newcomers from even growing, not to mention surviving.
She has brought a few elites with her, it's simply chaos. I clearly reminded Shen Yan to stick with the SS level talented players, and
she even took the lead and entered the Death High School. Does she have a death wish?
She went charging into a dungeon with an 88% mortality rate, dragging 3 newbies along with her.
What's most infuriating is this Lu Ruyan, going solo to hunt monsters. What does she think she's doing, trying to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? After a moment of silence, Lei Dong asked his assistant again, did you find out who the 5th player in Death High School is?
No, the assistant carefully shook his head.
We can't identify the 5th player. There's no livestream footage of them. This person is a black household, and you know, black households can't livestream. This is too much. The world's already getting weird, and we still have to follow useless rules like this?
Lei Dong was so angry his eyes turned red. The command center could have sent 3 bullet screens to support the players in the dungeon. He wanted to remind Shen Yan to be cautious of the 5th player. But to his surprise, the 5th player was actually a black household. The secretary, noticing Lei Dong's growing anger, whispered, don't be too upset.
How can I not be upset? With this team setup, anyone above us will think my strategy is flawed. Lei Dong slammed his hand onto the table.
The secretary was instantly too frightened to speak. At this moment, the live stream of Daxia was filled with tension.
Suman's fans were going wild, their words full of superiority. Suman's true fans, this is the new king? Hilarious. They have no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth goes. It's still Suman who's the best, steady, and sure, that's the way to go. Unlike some rich newbie, dragging Lin Xiaoruan, that burden, to die.
Last time, Suman sacrificed a ghost weapon to save Lin Xiaoruan, thank goodness Lin Xiaoruan isn't following her anymore.
Suman forever. Let's all support Suman with carnival gifts. Shen Yan's fans were not backing down.
World-weary face, what's so great about Suman, who only picks soft targets? If Sister Shen went into a 2-star dungeon, it would be a max-level pro slaughtering the newbie village.
How boring is that?
Exactly, we love watching Shen Yan be ruthless and wild.
What's wrong with 4 stars?
Sister Shen handles all the disrespect.
We believe Shen Yan can create a miracle.
However, just as the creating a miracle bullet screen floated across the screen, Shen Yan's livestream suddenly went black. Regular viewers knew that when a livestream goes black, it meant the player participating in the horror game had died inside the game.
So, did Shen Yan die?
The livestream chat was instantly filled with a deathly silence.
Seconds later, mocking comments erupted like a tsunami. What the hell? Did Shen Yan black out? Did she die? Ha 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 ha. Is this the miracle you were talking about? The miracle of dropping dead right after landing? Where are the people who were praising Shen Yan? Come out and walk a few steps.
Your sister Shen just died in the first episode. Not only was the domestic Daxia chat in chaos, but foreign viewers lurking in the livestream were also going wild.
Ha ha ha. Is this the hero of China? Is this what you guys call a hero? Hilarious. I heard Daxia even gave this newbie a villa? Ha ha ha, they don't think Shen Yan is some kind of top-tier player, do they?
Daxia made a huge mistake, they thought they were getting a king, but ended up with a bronze-level player.
Seeing the blacked-out livestream, Lei Dong collapsed back into his chair, defeated.
It's over, Shen Yan died so quickly.
The Death High School dungeon would probably be a complete failure.
Daxia had just lost 4 players, and now it seemed that several small towns were about to face a strange catastrophe.
Shen Yan, you didn't expect this, did you?
When I die, the strange catastrophe will spread across the entire province.
In the game world, Death High School. A few minutes earlier.
After sensing the murderous intent that mixed among the crowd, Shen Yan stood up, took leave, and dashed into the men's restroom on the first floor, where no one was around. As they say, an open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden strike is hard to defend. Rather than constantly worrying about that 5th player, it was better to hide her identity. She rushed into the restroom, took off her pants. Then she put on the faceless mask. The reason she took off her pants to wear it was because Shen Yan knew that once she took off her pants, the entire livestream would be covered in a full-screen mosaic. And she needed to take advantage of this chance to change her identity behind the mosaic.
Faceless mask.
Description: a white mask with no facial features, made of material similar to jade, yet it feels as smooth as human skin when touched.
Effect.
Disguise: after wearing it, the player's ID, level, and presence can be hidden, even simulating the pressure of a fierce ghost, allowing them to blend in with spirits and monsters. Faceless: once the mask is on, others will not be able to see your face, making you unmemorable and impossible to be locked onto.
Note: true hunters often appear in the guise of prey. After a brief twist, the cold, quiet girl in the bathroom disappeared. In the mirror covered with spider webs, a boy wearing a loose male school uniform, with messy hair and a casual, careless look, appeared. This boy was the new identity Shen Yan had given herself, the school bully, Akai. Heh, the fifth player had hidden their player identity, right? She would let this player know what real, hide and seek, was. TCH, not bad looking. Looking at her new self in the mirror, Akai touched his chin and whistled at the reflection. Based on the description of the mask, once worn, it hides the player's ID, level, and presence, making them impossible to lock onto. Shen Yan's plan was to temporarily disguise herself as Akai to explore information about the assassins from the enemy country. What she didn't know was that because the mask made her untrackable, the livestream signal was interrupted, and the outside world was spreading rumors that she was dead. With her new identity, Akai stuffed his hands into his pockets and swaggered back into the classroom. Report.
A slightly hoarse teenage voice interrupted the foreign teacher's lecture. The foreign teacher, blonde with blue eyes, turned around and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His piercing blue eyes scanned the disheveled boy by the door with displeasure.
You must be the new transfer student? Why are you late on your first class? The teacher's tone was impatient. No teacher would like a lazy, unruly student like Akai. Students these days, they just keep getting worse. Come in, find an empty seat. And remember, I don't want to see this happen again.
Facing the teacher's warning, Akai shrugged indifferently and walked into the classroom. Hearing someone enter, Lin Xiaoruan, Qi Yi, and Shen Mo all instinctively looked up towards the door. When they saw the unfamiliar boy, they all turned back in disappointment.
Why isn't Sister Shen back yet?
Qi Yi scratched his head, feeling uneasy. She's been in the bathroom for so long.
Is she lost?
Lin Xiaoruan tightly gripped her pen and muttered softly, maybe it's just harder for girls to use the restroom. Shen Mo glanced at the clock on the wall and noticed that Shen Yan had been gone for 10 minutes.
She's been in the bathroom too long. He didn't understand why Shen Yan had gone to such a dangerous place alone. In a dangerous instance like this, shouldn't they all stick together?
Once in the classroom, Akai walked to the last row, casually kicked an empty chair aside, and lazily sat down.
At the front, the foreign teacher tapped the blackboard.
Since none of you seem interested in the lesson, let's familiarize ourselves with the new school rules for this semester. Here's your student code of conduct, pass it around and make sure everyone gets one. At this school, grades are life. The rules are the law. Students who violate the rules will be seriously dealt with according to the system, so make sure you remember every single rule. Hearing the teacher's words, Lin Xiaoruan and Qi Yi both became tense. They knew that these so-called school rules were likely the rules for this spooky game. A dark red paper was passed from the front row of the class to Akai's desk. Akai casually opened it, and 10 school rules jumped out at him. St. Mary Academy Student Code of Conduct. 1. Our school is an international school filled with love and peace, and there is absolutely no bullying on campus. 2. Playful teasing among classmates is a way to strengthen friendships. If you see a student being bullied, please ignore it is just their normal play. 3. If you forcibly interfere with classmates' play, you will become the new play target. 4. The library is a sacred temple of knowledge, students with poor grades are strictly forbidden from entering. 5. You must go home after school in the evening, the school does not provide accommodation, and no student is allowed to stay. 6. All students at this school are equal, and there is no class system. If you find that students' uniform badges are of different ranks, please believe that this is just a decoration made from different materials. 7. You are a student and must obey the school's rules. If you are late, leave early, do not wear a uniform, or confront a teacher, you will be invited by the disciplinary director to have tea. 8. This school emphasizes humanistic management, so there is no disciplinary director. 9. If you encounter difficulties, you can find seniors in blue clothes to help. 10. 2 of the above rules are false. Akai merely glanced at it, and a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. What school rules? A pile of absurd words, a knife that kills. To summarize this heap of nonsense, it has 2 meanings. First, as long as you wave the flag of play, you can beat someone to death and it is not considered bullying. Second, this school is a gladiatorial arena with a strict class system. As for which 2 rules among these are false? For Akai, it doesn't matter. He could be sure that the first, second, and third rules were definitely true. In a school where badges represent different class systems, bullying is not taken seriously.
Young masters in high positions can bully poor students at the bottom freely. Since the school rules say there is no bullying, only playful teasing. Then this new transfer student is willing to physically help them verify what it means. Reasonable teasing within the rules allowed. The atmosphere in the classroom had already become somewhat dull because of those 10 trap-filled school rules. At that moment, a ripple of red suddenly spread through the air. That was the external aid barrage from the command center of the Great Xia country. Usually, this limited opportunity for 3 prompts is only used when facing extreme danger or significant intelligence. In front of Lin Xiaoruan, Qi Yi, and Shen Mo, a line of blood-red bold text suddenly appeared. Great Xia Command Center, Shen Yan has been confirmed dead. Survivors Lin Xiaoruan, Qi Yi, and Shen Mo must be careful and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The 5th player is very likely not a good person, remember that. The moment Lin Xiaoruan saw this message, the pen in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling to the front row. She stared blankly at the words, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen? Sister Shen is so strong she just went to the bathroom. Qi Ye's eyes widened in shock, the veins on his neck bulging as he stared intensely at the text in the air, as if he wanted to swallow those words whole. This is nonsense, Qi Yi said, raising his hand and smashing it heavily onto the desk, making a loud noise. This loud sound was particularly jarring in the quiet classroom. Surrounding students in exquisite uniforms turned their heads one after another. They frowned, looking at the out-of-control Qi Yi with eyes full of disdain, as if he were garbage. Several female students even dramatically covered their noses, as if they smelled something foul coming from a lower-class person. God, so rude. Which savage dog crawled out of the slums? How dare it bark in class? What bad luck, to be in the same class as such an uncultured guy. The foreign teacher on the platform darkened his face, he forcefully knocked on the desk with the blackboard eraser, his tone severe and filled with disgust. That kid banging on the desk. This is a sacred classroom, not your wild market. If you make such uncivilized noise again, get out and stand in the corner. Qi Yi gasped for breath, his eyes red, gritting his teeth tightly. If it weren't for Chen Mo desperately holding his hand under the desk, he might have rushed up to fight the teacher. Shen Yan can't possibly be dead. She is an SSSS-level challenger, how could she die just by going to the bathroom? I don't believe it. The Great Xia must have made a mistake. Qi Yi hissed in a low voice. Even Shen Mo, who looked calm and collected, had fingers trembling slightly as he adjusted his glasses. Pupils behind the lenses contracted violently. Is she really dead? That Shen Yan, who was all-powerful in the novice dungeon, with an intelligence almost like a monster, just like that, died? An unprecedented sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the 3. All 3 of them had entered this dungeon with Shen Yan. Now that their pillar had broken, it was like the sky had fallen for them. In the last row of the classroom, Akai had her legs propped up on the desk, wearing an expression as if looking at an idiot as she watched the red bullet screen float by. She really wanted to roll her eyes up to the sky. Her usually emotionless dead fish eyes were now full of anger, pure seething anger. No, does the Great Xia Command Headquarters have only mush in their brains? This is a precious opportunity for an outside hint. She remembers that there are only 3 chances for outside assistance. Last time, in Happy Apartment, she didn't receive a single bullet screen. Thunder movement, it's not that we don't send it, mainly because we feel you don't need it. Now, after finally receiving a bullet screen, they don't tell her who the 5th player is, don't tell her the key clues for the dungeon, but instead send a bullet screen to spread rumors that she has died. Is there something wrong with them? How come I don't know I'm dead? Akai rolled her eyes, feeling speechless inside. Although she had guessed it was the mask that caused people outside to misunderstand her death, seeing the country send her obituary and even her teammates in front sincerely mourning created a feeling that was just too ridiculous. However, Shen Yan's brain worked quickly. Since the whole internet thinks I'm dead. Akai touched the cold mask on her face, her previously speechless expression gradually became playful. Then that 5th player hiding in the dark must have also received the news of my death, right? This means she is temporarily safe. That assassin would think the biggest threat Shen Yan has been eliminated. Next, his blade might swing towards the remaining 3. As long as I hide in the dark, observing who has murderous intent towards Chen Mo and the others, that person is the rabbit I want to catch. Thinking of this, Akai's mood instantly brightened. Originally, she still planned to temporarily impersonate Akai because she thought there would be live broadcast footage, and her identity wouldn't stay hidden for long. But now that the whole world thinks she's dead, she decided to let herself stay dead for a while longer. Since it's time to play, let's play big. Akai lowered her head, glancing at the gray, iron badge on her chest. She had just observed that the students in this school were divided into different classes. Students of different levels wore badges of different colors. Most students wore silver badges. Only a very few, sitting in the front rows, arrogant, and even daring to use their phones in class, wore gold badges. And there were hardly any students wearing the gray badges in the whole class. In this school, the gray badge represents the bottom of society, a piece of trash used for the rich kids to play and release their vent. Gray? Akai said he doesn't like gray. Akai's fingers lightly brushed over the gray badge on his chest. The mask of the faceless, activated. 1,000 faces, 1,000 identities. What identity does she have now? She decides. Under the effect of the mask, that dull, rusty iron badge quickly began to change color. In the blink of an eye. A pure gold badge, representing the highest power, was suddenly pinned on Akai's loose school uniform. From this moment on, he was no longer the poor student transfer, Akai. He transformed into the top bully, the tyrant from a wealthy family, Mr. Akai. Shen Yan satisfactorily flicked that gold badge and put her legs back on the desk. This time, she deliberately kicked the desk in front of her with force. Bang! This sound was louder than the earlier noise made by Chi banging the desk. All the classmates turned around again, their eyes still carrying that ingrained arrogance and dissatisfaction, ready to see which unruly trash was making noise again. The foreign teacher at the podium could no longer tolerate it. He suddenly turned around, the chalk in his hand was snapped, pointing angrily at the last row, shouting. Who is it? Is it never ending? The one sitting in the back sleeping. Stand up for me. The foreign teacher's roar suddenly stopped when his gaze hit the dazzling gold on Akai's chest, as if an invisible hand had suddenly grabbed his throat. It came to an abrupt halt. A gold badge? The foreign teacher's blue eyes, once filled with anger, widened instantly, and his expression was priceless. From anger to disbelief, then to an almost instinctive fear, finally melting into a nauseating flattery. In this private aristocratic school, a gold badge represents not just money, but also the kind of background equivalent to the board of directors. A student like this, let alone sleeping in class, even if they tore the classroom apart, the teacher would have to nod and fawn over them, handing them a hammer. Ahem. The foreign teacher forcibly swallowed the curse about to escape his mouth. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, his voice became incredibly soft, afraid of disturbing this young master. This student isn't uncomfortable on the chair? Do you need me to have someone change it to a couch for you? The class fell into dead silence. The students who had just been looking at the back row with disdain, upon seeing the gold badge, their arrogance instantly turned into awe, even lowering their heads, not daring to look directly. Qi Yi and Lin Xiaoruan, who had just been enraged by Shen Yan's death news, were stunned upon hearing the teacher's 180-degree turnaround, staring back with tears in bewilderment. In the last row, the boy named Akai was lazily picking his ears, looking at the foreign teacher with a face of disdain. Teacher, your teaching voice is too loud, it's disturbing my sleep. Also, Akai pointed at his deskmate beside him, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This guy is too ugly, affecting my mood, please ask the teacher to have him stand outside. Since he was going to use the rules. Then let you first see what true pleasure of the privileged class looks like. Akai's deskmate was a fat boy with a silver badge, looking somewhat like her vampire brother. Just when Akai sat down, this deskmate said something utterly unreasonable. Damn, another poor loser has come. TSK TSK TSK. You look down on Akai, huh? Then let's turn you into a plaything. Don't get me wrong, this is not school bullying. This is just normal playing among classmates. 030, Death High School, the enduring A Huang. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop to the ground. Everyone's gaze was focused on the last row where the legs were propped up on the desk. A face full of impatience showed on the young boy. Just seconds ago, he was seen as a late student who could be crushed at any moment. But now, that golden badge shining with a noble light turned him into the wealthy young master of the classroom. The foreign teacher at the podium was now sweating beads of cold perspiration. As a senior teacher who had taught at this school for many years, he knew better than anyone what the golden badge represented. In this strictly ranked private school, the golden badge stood for a background at the board level, representing supreme privileges in this campus. Such students could decide the fate of teachers with a single word, even life and death. Throw him out? The foreign teacher glanced at the chubby boy sitting next to Akai, who was wearing a silver badge and now looked pale with fear. Just moments ago, this chubby boy was mocking Akai as a poor loser. Now, retribution came like a tornado. The foreign teacher hesitated not at all. The kindness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a ferocious and cold expression. He strode down from the podium and grabbed the chubby boy's collar as if picking up a chicken. Did you not hear young Master Akai's words? The foreign teacher's voice was ice cold. You are too ugly and have seriously polluted young Master Akai's view. Now please get out. The chubby boy's entire body trembled with fat, clinging desperately to the edge of the table, and let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. No! Teacher! I am a silver badge. My dad is from the Alumni Association. Slap. The foreign teacher backhanded him, knocking out two of the chubby boy's teeth. Did you not hear me tell you to get out? How dare you contradict a teacher? You are a student and must follow the school rules. If you are late, leave early, don't wear a uniform, or contradict a teacher, you will be invited by the discipline director for tea. The foreign teacher didn't waste any time, dragging the struggling chubby boy all the way to the classroom door. Then, in front of the entire class, he opened the classroom door and, like throwing out garbage, tossed the chubby boy into the thick darkness of the hallway. Chubby boy, go have tea with the discipline director. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside, followed by horrific sounds of bones cracking and flesh being chewed. In just 3 seconds, the screams outside abruptly stopped. The foreign teacher closed the door expressionlessly, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, adjusted his somewhat disheveled suit, and turned to face Akai, once again donning a flattering smile that felt like a spring breeze. Young Master Akai, the garbage has been cleaned up. See, isn't the air much fresher now? The whole class was trembling. Even those originally arrogant silver badge students now buried their heads low, afraid of being pointed out by this moody young Master Akai. Just now, this chubby boy was breaking the rules, dead? Lin Xiaoruan, sitting in the front row, covered her mouth in fear, looking like a novice just chosen for the game despite having gone through 4 game dungeons already. This was mainly because Lin Xiaoruan's talent was quite useless. Her talent was S-level, Saint Mother Radiance. This was a healing/calming type of talent. When her empathy was strong, she could listen to bizarre narratives, reduce bizarre hatred levels, and even heal bizarre psychological trauma. It sounded like a useless talent. Did those fierce and terrifying monsters really need healing? Holding such a useless talent, Lin Xiaoruan felt she would eventually die in the game. Shi Yi was also stunned. He was initially immersed in the sorrow of Shen Yan's death news and anger at those snobbish teachers. But in the blink of an eye, the transfer student's knife-wielding incident unfolded. Gulp. Shi Yi swallowed hard. Was this really a student? This was practically a living hell. It is indeed much quieter. Akai sat in the last row, watching as the foreign teacher nodded in satisfaction. She didn't think this was cruel. In a terrifying game, mercy for the enemy is cruelty to oneself. That little fat boy's malice was almost overflowing. Keeping him around would surely bring disaster. Better to kill him and establish some authority along the way. Is this the power of the gold badge? No wonder so many people are eager to climb to the top of the pyramid. Life and death are in hand, the power to control fate at will. Shen Yan gently stroked the gold badge, thinking power truly makes one intoxicated. This little fat boy didn't die without value. At least now Shen Yan knew, it wasn't just players who die for breaking the rules, NPCs do too. Since it's quiet now, let's continue with the class. Akai waved her hand, as if dismissing a servant. Yes. Class will start immediately. The foreign teacher, as if granted amnesty, hurried back to the podium, his hand trembling slightly as he picked up the chalk. However, just as the foreign teacher was about to turn around to write on the board, Akai's lazy voice rang out again. Hold on. The teacher's back stiffened, almost crushing the chalk in his hand. He turned around stiffly, his smile looking worse than a cry. Young master, is there anything else? Akai didn't look at him but focused her gaze on the front row of the classroom. There sat her 3 teammates, looking like lost dogs. Lin Xiaoruan was crying, Shi Yi was furious, and Chen Mo was in a daze. Above their heads hung a gloomy aura of I can't take it anymore, I don't want to live. Shen Yan frowned slightly. This wouldn't do. Although she had faked her death to escape, if these 3 guys broke down and handed over their heads, she'd have to go through a lot of trouble to save them. She needed to give them something to do, to distract their attention. Just now, Shi Yi had slammed his desk and clashed with the teacher, almost getting punished. Even though she had intentionally kicked the desk to divert the teacher's anger, based on this foreign teacher's vengeful nature, he would surely look for a chance to make Shi Yi suffer after class. Rather than letting the foreign teacher take action, why not? Akai's lips curved into a wicked smile. She extended a slender finger, precisely pointing across most of the classroom at the still red-eyed Shi Yi. That yellow-haired one. Akai looked at him with disdain. Was it you who slammed the desk just now? What? You think you're so great? Shi Yi was taken aback and pointed at his own nose. Did you call me? Of course, if I'm not calling you, am I calling a ghost? Akai sneered, lightly flicking the dazzling gold badge on her chest, her tone filled with untouchable arrogance. How much are you worth in your family, and you dare to act like a bully in school like me? Listen, little yellow-haired one, I won't allow anyone to be as arrogant as me. As she spoke, Akai's tone shifted, as if she were offering a favor. But, I see this toughness of yours is quite interesting. Just so happens, this young master needs a lackey. So, starting today, you are my lackey. The whole class was shocked. The silver badge students whispered among themselves, some reveled in joy, while others were secretly anxious. To be the lackey of the gold badge? Though it sounded unpleasant, in this hellish school, how many sought after this lifesaver? But Qi Yi was no ordinary person. He was the leader of a biker gang ruling over dozens of streets in the real world, a tough guy who had the word loyalty tattooed on his back. To make him the lackey of a rich young master? This was practically worse than killing him. You're dreaming. Qi Yi exploded with fury, suddenly standing up. The murderous aura that erupted in that moment made several nearby students instinctively shrink back. I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Do you think you can buy my dignity with your filthy money? Dream on. Even if I die here today, jumping from this building, I will never become your. As Qi Yi was about to charge at Akai, the foreign teacher quietly picked up a sharp triangle ruler. He stared coldly at Qi Yi, as if ready to kill to protect young Master Akai's authority. Qi Yi. Sit down. A long, pale hand firmly pressed down on Qi Yi's trembling shoulder. This was Chen Mo, who was sitting beside Qi Yi. After pinning Qi Yi down, Chen Mo pushed up his glasses on his nose and leaned close to Qi Yi's ear, urgently whispering in a voice only the two could hear. Don't be impulsive. Do you want to get everyone killed? Chen Mo, let me go. That bastard humiliated me. Qi Yi continued to struggle, his eyes bloodshot. So what if he humiliated you? Chen Mo's voice instantly turned cold. Look up ahead. That foreign teacher's ruler is already pointed at your neck. Shen Yan is already dead. Our greatest support is gone. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the despair in his heart, and quickly analyzed. A true man can bend and stretch. Now there are only 3 of us left in the team. I'm a useless waste without awakened talent, and Lin Xiaoruan is just a support who can only cry. If you die too, who will protect us? Do you know how many people will give us badges if we get wiped out? Do you think this is still the reality where shouting and killing is the norm, and one person being full keeps the whole family from starving? Use your brain, Qi Yi, you represent the great Xianao. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Qi Yi suddenly froze. He turned his head and saw Lin Xiaoruan cowering in the corner, shivering with tear-stained cheeks. That fragile girl was now looking at him with an expression of utter helplessness. Chen Mo continued to whisper in his ear. That Akai is the top young master of a financial magnate at this school. Although he has a terrible personality, the golden badge on his chest represents absolute privilege. Becoming his lackey might sound bad, but at least he can guarantee your safety. As long as you stand by his side, that teacher won't dare to touch you, and he won't even touch us who are close to you. Qi Yi, to help us all live, and for the people of Huaxia, please endure this humiliation just this once and obediently listen to him. As Chen Mo kept whispering, the anger in Qi Yi's eyes gradually extinguished, replaced by a sense of humiliation and helplessness that felt like being violated by life. He bit his teeth tightly, tasting blood in his mouth. For the teammates still in this instance, for the protection of the people of Huaxia, what's wrong with trampling on his dignity? Alright, Chen Mo, I'll go. Finally, under the mocking gaze of the entire class, Qi Yi walked step by step, feeling utterly humiliated, to the last row of the classroom. He stood in front of Akai, clenching his fists, and gave a 90-degree bow. Ah! Young Master Akai. From now on, I will be your lackey. The classroom instantly fell silent. This seemingly arrogant blonde guy really surrendered to the tyranny of young Master Akai? Then, Akai chuckled lightly, patting Qi Yi on the shoulder with a smile. That's more like it. Akai looked at this teammate, whose face was marked with enduring humiliation, and almost laughed out loud in his heart. Who would have thought? This seemingly carefree blonde guy could endure such humiliation. This is good. Since he acknowledges his older brother, it's only natural that his brother will protect him, following the rules of the Jianghu. Shen Yan extended his hand, patting the empty seat beside him where someone had just died. Sit down, Ah Huang. She is, but, which was about to sit down, suddenly froze in midair. He suddenly raised his head, looking incredulously at Akai. You, what did you call me? Ah Huang. Akai pointed to his hair as if it were obvious, smiling brightly. With your head of yellow hair, calling you Ah Huang is very fitting. What? Don't you like it? Qi Yi. Of course, he didn't like it. Ah Huang? That sounds like a dog. Qi Yi wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling that his street king dignity was completely gone. He looked at Chen Mo, hoping for some psychological comfort. But Chen Mo merely adjusted his glasses with a blank expression, avoiding his gaze. As long as he was alive, being called Ah Huang was better than being called dead, right? Alright, stop standing there. Akai kicked the chair beside him. Sit down, Ah Huang, block the sun for me. I want to sleep. Qi Yi took a deep breath, silently repeating for the big picture 3 times in his heart. Then, he plopped down onto the empty seat, actually blocking the sunlight from outside like a door god. The foreign teacher on the stage looked at this scene, regretfully putting away the triangle ruler in his hand. Since he had become Akai's dog, even hitting the dog had to consider the master. Alright. Class is starting now.
The foreign teacher put on a smile as if everything that had just happened hadn't happened.
And in the last row,
Shen Yan, lying on the table pretending to be asleep, had a slight smile on her lips in the dark. Although her method of picking up little brothers was a bit ruthless. But these 3 little lambs were now temporarily penned into her sheepfold.
The smoke gave me a headache.
As she spoke, she put her hands in her pockets and swaggered ahead. Shi had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow behind as her bodyguard, while Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan carefully walked at the back, trying to minimize their presence. In the hallway, the crowd surged. The flow of students here was even larger than they had imagined. Not only were students from their class, but students from other classes also poured out. The hallway was not wide, and a faint smell of formaldehyde hung in the air. Most students wore silver badges, their expressions cold and their steps hurried. Occasionally, a few students with gray badges stuck close to the walls, not daring to lift their heads. And when Akai appeared in the hallway, her golden badge was like Moses' staff parting the sea. The originally crowded students, seeing the gold, panicked and made way, creating a wide passage in the crowded hallway.
Wow, this is really stylish.
Akai thought to herself, enjoying the feeling of not having to squeeze through.
Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan, following behind her, did not have such a good experience. Especially Lin Xiaoruan, who walked at the back.
She lowered her head, tightly grasped the corner of Chen Mo's shirt, fearing she would lose him. They quickly arrived at the staircase, where the flow of people was the largest and the sight was the most chaotic.
Suddenly,
a foot silently stretched out from the crowd.
That foot was extremely hidden and malicious. It suddenly tripped Lin Xiaoruan hard on her ankle.
Straight ahead, a middle-aged female teacher in a professional outfit and black-framed glasses was approaching with a stack of homework. She looked serious and stern, her high heels clicked sharply against the floor, her face written with, "Do not approach."
Ah!
Lin Xiaoruan cried out in surprise, and her whole body uncontrollably lurched forward. As the feeling of weightlessness hit her, her eyes widened in fear.
It's over.
She was going to crash into that female teacher. Seeing this, Chen Mo wanted to grab Lin Xiaoruan, but his outstretched hand was blocked by the crowd, and he grasped at nothing.
Bang!
As a result, Lin Xiaoruan collided hard with the female teacher.
Clatter!
The stack of homework books in the teacher's hands scattered all over the floor, and her thermos fell to the ground, spilling scalding hot water and wetting her skirt. The once noisy hallway instantly fell silent, all students stopping in their tracks, looking at Lin Xiaoruan, who was slumped on the ground, with dead eyes. The female teacher slowly looked down, observing her soiled skirt, then glanced at the homework spread on the floor. Her already serious and rigid face instantly hardened. Veins popped out on her forehead, her eyes shining with a chilling aura.
Teacher. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Lin Xiaoruan, frightened and pale, hurriedly tried to get up and apologize.
Didn't mean it?
The female teacher's voice was sharp and piercing, like chalk scraping harshly across a blackboard.
Can't you watch where you're walking? Or do you simply not regard me, your teacher, at all? Warning. Rule triggered. Violation of school rule number 7, resisting/insulting teacher.
The teacher suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Lin Xiaoruan's arm. That hand had fingers that were excessively slender, and her nails were cut sharp.
Come with me to the academic affairs office.
The teacher bellowed, I think you need a proper talk with the discipline director to learn what it means to respect teachers and values.
Go to the academic affairs office for a talk? Doesn't that mean going to death? No.
I won't go, help me. Lin Xiaoruan's tears began to spill. She actually wanted to call out for Qi and Shen Mo to help, but her rationality restrained her. Lin Xiaoruan knew that calling out her teammates' names might lead to their complete failure. Although Lin Xiaoruan was weak, she would not deliberately drag her teammates down.
Moreover, she wasn't completely without means to save herself.
When Shen Mo and Qi were helpless because of the restrictions of the rules, Lin Xiaoruan's right hand, hidden in her school uniform pocket, quietly grasped something cold. It was a rusty pair of scissors, stained with dried blood.
Item name, bloodied surgical scissors. Quality, B-class ghost tool. Function description, Silent Reaper. When the user stabs the scissors into the target's body, the target will be forcibly subjected to a silence effect lasting 30 seconds, during which they cannot make any sound or call for help. Moreover, the wound will automatically close after the scissors are pulled out, appearing unhurt, but the internal organs are completely shattered. Remarks, Shu, don't speak, quietly go to die. This was the ghost tool Lin Xiaoruan brought out from the third instance. Although she was timid and cried easily, she had survived 4 games in the Divine Banquet game, and she was definitely not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xiaoruan lowered her head, tears blurring her vision, but a trace of ruthless determination flickered deep in her eyes, forced into a corner. If this teacher really intended to drag her away,
then in the very last second before she was pulled into darkness, she would stab this pair of scissors into the teacher's carotid artery. As long as she stayed silent and left no external wounds, she could kill the teacher without being discovered, creating the illusion of the teacher suddenly dying from a health crisis. Just as Lin Xiaoruan tightened her grip on the scissors, ready to fight to the death, a loud bang echoed. A foot clad in expensive leather shoes arrogantly kicked the scattered assignment books on the ground.
The assignment books flew into the air, with several directly hitting the female teacher's face.
The female teacher paused, then turned with rage, her eyes sparking with fury, almost ready to burst out.
Which reckless fool is this?
She turned to see Akai standing behind her, hands in his pockets, head tilted, looking at her with dissatisfaction.
Hey, four-eyed old hag.
Akai spoke slowly, his voice lazy yet filled with pressure.
Can you loosen your grip off my little kitty? The female teacher was stunned.
She glanced at Lin Xiaoruan on the ground, then at Akai's golden badge, and her murderous aura instantly weakened.
Master Akai? This student bumped into me, violating school rules. Bumped into you?
Akai stepped forward, glaring at the female teacher, his tone rude.
Aren't you the one who's blind?
Clearly, you didn't pay attention and blocked my pet's path. This little yellow hair is my puppy, and since he is my pet, naturally, his friends are too.
That filthy crying bag is my little flower cat. What? Akai's eyes were full of arrogance, completely embodying a spoiled rich kid. Do you want to take my kitty for tea? Don't you know you must respect the owner when hitting a cat?
Everyone knew Akai was using absurd arguments, speaking nonsense about cats and dogs. But with his golden badge, his words represented the truth.
The female teacher's expression changed again and again. To take the pet of the golden badge master for tea?
Even if she had 10 times her courage, she wouldn't dare.
No, I don't dare. The anger on the female teacher's face vanished instantly.
She humbly released her grip on Lin Xiaoruan, and even helped her brush off the dust on her clothes.
It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
With a smiling face, the female teacher picked up the assignment books on the ground while apologizing. I wasn't paying attention and blocked Master Akai's pet's way.
I'll leave right now, right now.
After speaking, she bowed to Akai, clutching the messy books, and ran back into the crowd. A life-threatening crisis ended in such an absurd manner. After the teacher ran away, Akai turned back, looking deeply at Lin Xiaoruan, especially at her right hand still in her pocket.
Huang. Akai kicked Qi Ye's calf. You need to look after my adopted little kitten for me.
Don't let her show her claws randomly, she might hurt herself.
Qi Yi was completely confused. Huh? Show her claws? Isn't she crying?
Akai didn't explain, just chuckled scornfully and turned to leave in big strides. Just now, Akai saw very clearly. She knew if she didn't speak up to save Lin Xiaoruan's hand, hidden in her pocket, would definitely pull out her tools.
Those life-saving tools, they should be kept for dealing with the copy boss. They couldn't be wasted on these small fry.
Akai saved Lin Xiaoruan because she didn't want Lin Xiaoruan to waste her tools.
Not because she had a soft spot for a teammate she didn't know.
She wasn't a soft-hearted person.
Cats and dogs, let's go eat. Akai swaggered forward again. Qi Yi was almost in disbelief. Do you have no manners?
It's fine to call me a dog, but also say.
If you don't want to die, shut up. Chen Mo covered Qi Ye's mouth, can't you see?
It was Akai who saved you and Lin Xiaoruan. Looking at Akai's figure walking away, Chen Mo pushed up his glasses on his nose.
This Akai was too abnormal. Was he an NPC? Or was he the fifth player? 032, Death High School, the gatekeeping lion. The group arrived at the cafeteria.
As soon as they stepped through the door, a strange smell mixed with high-class perfume and the stench of rotten water hit them. Looking around, the class divisions here were shockingly stark.
The central golden area was like a top-class Western restaurant, isolated from the world.
On the long table covered with velvet tablecloths lay fresh flowers and candlesticks, while waiters in tuxedos moved gracefully, waiting for every noble guest's command.
The outer silver area, however, was a crowded buffet assembly line.
Students stood in long lines with stainless steel trays, collecting clean but simple food. In the corner was a dark and damp gray area, where there weren't even decent tables and chairs. There were only a few big iron buckets giving off a foul stench, filled with a gooey substance like cement. Some students wearing gray badges were numbly squatting on the ground, scooping up the stinking slop from the buckets with broken bowls. Akai strolled straight to the golden area with her hands in her pockets and sat down at a luxurious table.
Qi Yi followed behind her, his head drooping, his hands awkwardly pressed against his pants seams. His once arrogant yellow hair now looked somewhat wilted, and he resembled a big yellow dog that had just been scolded, feeling both wronged and afraid to speak. Akai leaned back in her chair, her long fingers tapping the table, and then she glanced at Qi Yi with displeasure. What are you standing there for? Sit down? She pointed with her chin at the smaller table beside the main one, which also had a clean white tablecloth. Go sit there, and call my little kitten to join you. Lin Xiaoruan had been obediently following Qi Ye's behind. Her hands were neatly placed on her abdomen,
and her beautiful big eyes were curiously and cautiously surveying her surroundings. She looked just like a soft and cute doll cat that had just arrived at a new home, both compliant and adorable. Akai raised her eyebrow, truly a cat and dog. Hearing Akai wanted 2 students wearing gray badges to sit in the golden area, the nearby head waiter was taken aback, his face showing a difficult expression. Young Master Akai, according to the rules, students with gray badges cannot sit in the golden area, that's against the rules. Rules? Akai looked up, her slanted eyes narrowing arrogantly as she stared at the waiter. Do you know who they are? They are the pets I just adopted. My pets are spoiled. They can sit wherever they want. Akai pointed at Qi and Lin Xiaoruan, smiling brightly as she asked, what's wrong with my pets using that table?
Do you want my cat to squat in the corner and eat scraps?
The waiter trembled under the gaze of those smiling eyes, cold sweat instantly pouring down from his forehead. Here, the golden badge was the greatest rule. He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize to Asai. Yes. You are right, young master. Your pet is naturally precious, they can certainly use the dining table here. I'll have the best pet food served right away. After speaking, the waiter instantly turned and scolded his subordinates, you blind fools. Hurry and bring cutlery to that table, esteemed guest. Listening to Asai repeatedly calling him a pet, Qi gritted his teeth in anger. In a deep sense of shame, he gritted his teeth and told Lin Xiaoruan to sit at another table. Then he softly said to Lin Xiaoruan, when this instance ends, I will definitely twist its head off and kick it like a ball.
Why? Lin Xiaoruan asked in confusion.
Qi was even more puzzled. He called you a cat and my dog.
Don't you feel insulted? Not at all.
Lin Xiaoruan shook her head.
Cats are so cute, meow. Not far away. Chen Mo quietly watched Asai and the other 2 who had already sat down.
He lowered his head and glanced at the dull gray badge on his chest. Then he turned his head to look at the students in the gray area, fighting over scraps like wild dogs.
Finally, his gaze landed in the golden area. There, Asai was enjoying royal treatment, and even Qi, whom he considered a dog, had a clean plate in front of him. As long as one acknowledges a master, can one sit at the golden table? Chen Mo touched his nose and directly walked towards Asai. At this moment, Qi remembered that Chen Mo hadn't sat down yet and hurriedly called out. Chen Mo, come here. Chen Mo nodded to Qi, but he did not go over there.
He raised his hand, expressionless, straightened his tie, and pushed up the glasses on his nose, hiding all emotions behind the reflections of the lenses. Then, he walked confidently to Asai's luxurious long table. Looking at Asai, who was waiting for the food, Chen Mo slightly bowed and straightforwardly said, Esteemed young master Asai, may I ask, do you still need any lions at your door? Asai, who was idly fiddling with the napkin, paused at Chen Mo's words. She lifted her eyelids and looked at the glasses man with a half-smile.
This person is quite smart and direct. Able to bend and stretch.
Asai curved the corners of her mouth and nodded her chin at the chair across from her.
Sit. Without a word, Chen Mo pulled out the chair and sat down.
As soon as he settled down, the previously snobbish waiter immediately approached with a face full of smiles, laying down the napkin for Chen Mo, while enthusiastically saying,
Oh, this must also be a pet raised by the young master.
He's my lion, Asai said with a smile.
Oh, a lion.
The waiter respectfully nodded to Chen Mo, then stepped aside after arranging the bowls and chopsticks for him. The head waiter came over holding a gold-stamped leather booklet and deeply bowed to Asai.
Young master Asai, here is today's menu. Asai took it and opened it. Noble restaurant dining instructions.
1. All vegetables are fresh and safe to eat. The meat ingredients are freshly slaughtered that day, a slightly sour meat flavor is a taste of fear, please eat with confidence.
2. Do not ask about the source, that would be disrespecting the art.
3. Refuse to waste. If leftovers exceed 20%, a tenfold penalty must be paid, and the discipline director will call you for tea. Our school strictly prohibits food waste. 4. If you see a guest with a menu wasting food, you must have made a mistake. 5. Guests holding menus cannot pass them to others. Anyone violating this rule will be dealt with by the senior sister who will show you the stars and moon. 6. If you have dietary restrictions, you can write in the blank space at the bottom of the menu. It turns out this menu contains hidden game rules. At this moment, Shen Yan couldn't help but feel fortunate to have become Asai. If she were still Shen Yan, she might only be able to go with her teammates to the food scraps, and when it was time to eat the scraps, she definitely wouldn't be able to swallow them.
Wouldn't that directly violate the rules? So dangerous. After glancing at the menu, Akai casually handed it back to the waiter. I don't lack money, just bring me whatever. As for them, just give a little bit. She dared not give the other 3 any extra food. What if they couldn't finish it? After ordering the dishes, Akai knocked on the table and glanced at Chen Mo. The lion has a big appetite. No matter what comes out later, make sure to eat it all.
Shen Mo's eyes twitched a little. He always felt that Akai's words had a deeper meaning, as if she was reminding him of something. Soon, all the dishes were served. The appetizer was a translucent meat jelly. Akai picked up her knife and fork, and when she elegantly cut off a piece to eat, she heard the chatter of two girls dining next to them. Have you heard? That Xiaoya from class 1-2 dropped out. The long-haired girl was slicing her meat jelly.
Yeah, her family went bankrupt.
The short-haired girl replied with a smile, but she's really kind. Before she left, she donated herself to the cafeteria, saying it was to thank the school for their cultivation.
No wonder the meat jelly today has a milky flavor, it must be the taste of Xiaoya. Just as Chen Mo picked up his fork, his hand froze in midair. He stared at the pink meat jelly on his plate, and his stomach churned. Donated herself to the cafeteria? Before Chen Mo could digest this fear, a sudden scream of collapse came from the corner. I won't eat. This is spoiled. In the gray area, a student suddenly slammed down his bowl. I want to see the principal. I want to drop out. This place is not meant for people. The restaurant instantly fell silent.
Everyone stopped their knives and forks and stared at that student as if watching a dead person. The head waiter sighed and coldly spoke into the intercom. I've said it many times, our school strictly prohibits wasting food.
Remove the student who doesn't follow the rules. The kitchen door opened. Two tall chefs pushed a massive dining cart out.
They wore professional smiles and walked straight to the student. One on the left, one on the right, they forcefully stuffed the student into the food waste bin at the bottom of the cart like folding a quilt.
Mum.
The lid closed, and the muffled sound disappeared. The head waiter walked over to pick up the bowl on the ground, shaking his head in regret. What a shame, too emotional, the meat has gone sour, we can only make meatballs now. Akai put the piece of meat jelly she had just cut into her mouth and chewed carefully.
She said ominously to Chen Mo, did you understand? In this school, kids who waste food will turn into food. Hearing this, Chen Mo took a deep breath, forked a big piece of meat jelly, and forced it down his throat. He remembered Akai's earlier words, the lion has a big appetite, no matter what comes out later, eat it all. Was Akai reminding him back then? Who exactly is Akai? Is she the fifth player who wants to cooperate with them? If she's the fifth player, why can she eat Xiaoya's meat so calmly?
At that moment, Akai was quietly smiling with her head down.
The meat jelly they had was not Xiaoya at all. The sixth rule of the cafeteria clearly states that if there are dietary restrictions, they can write it down. When Akai looked at the first rule, without a second thought, she casually wrote a line at the bottom of the menu, only eat pork, allergic to all other meats. This is a place with a strict hierarchy, those waiters didn't dare to serve any other kind of meat to this young master of the financial group. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan and Qi Yi were eating salad. Since they were not at the same table as Akai, Lin Xiaowan received another menu. As an experienced player who had gone through 4 games, Lin Xiaowan knew that the strange world did have normal food, but it couldn't fully guarantee the variety of food. For safety and to ensure she could finish her food, Lin Xiaowan ordered 2 servings of vegetable salad. The yellow-haired dog was feeling quite wronged. There was meat on the menu, so why didn't Lin Xiaowan order any? Until he heard Xiaoya, Qi Yi silently gave Lin Xiaowan a thumbs up. From this point on, only Chen Mo was hurt in this world. 033, Death High School money really can allow you to do whatever you want. Ugh. As soon as Chen Mo walked out of the cafeteria with Akai, he couldn't help but vomit. He leaned against the flower bed by the roadside, feeling the turmoil in his stomach like a storm. Although he kept telling himself that he did things against human principles just to survive. But as soon as he thought of the girl named Xiaoya, that nauseating feeling in his body couldn't be suppressed. What's wrong, little lion? Akai, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around, looking at him with a strange expression. Did you eat something bad? Or, do you think the meat doesn't taste good? Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing the sour liquid rising in his throat back down. He lifted his head, seeing Akai looking at him with an examining gaze. In those dead fish eyes, there was no discomfort at all. Instead, there was a laziness and satisfaction after a full meal. Even, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mo's heart trembled slightly, and his awe for Akai deepened. He was actually smiling. After eating one of his kind, he was actually relishing the moment with a smile. Only someone who is completely detached from human morals, a top-notch madman who kills without hesitation in a horror game, could show such a theatrical smile while eating such food, right? No. No. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, straightened his back, trying hard to look like a qualified lion. It tastes great, sir. I just ate too quickly and choked a bit. Oh, that's good. Akai nodded, nearly unable to hold back her laughter. She turned around, her shoulders slightly shaking. Oh dear, such a silly lion. Watching the smart one trembling in fear from the information gap and having to say human meat smells great to show loyalty, this dark humor was even more satisfying than the meal.
Since he enjoys imagining so much, let him imagine a little longer. There was no way, Akai still couldn't expose her identity to anyone.
Since we are full, let's find a place to take a nap.
Akai yawned lazily and waved her hand. I'm so tired, this broken school doesn't even have a lunch bell.
At this moment, Shi Yi and Lin Xiaoruan also came out.
As they only ate vegetable salad, their faces didn't look good. But when they saw Chen Mo vomiting violently, they felt relieved that they hadn't ordered meat.
Shi Yi leaned closer to Chen Mo and whispered, "Hey, old Chen, you really ate that thing? You are something else."
Chen Mo coldly shot him a glance and said in a low voice, "Shut up."
If he hadn't watched that girl who wasted food being pushed into the kitchen, how would he have eaten that disgusting thing? Although Akai suggested taking a nap, the reality problem facing everyone was where to sleep? According to regulation number 5. Students must go home after school in the evening. The school does not provide accommodation, nor does it allow any student to stay. Although it was noon now, not evening.
But it seemed there was no building called dormitory in the school. Sir, the school rules say they do not provide accommodation. Although Chen Mo felt uncomfortable, his mind was still clear, and he reminded dutifully, we may not find a place to sleep.
Rules?
Akai stopped under a giant oak tree, looked up at the distant building that was brilliantly decorated like a palace. She pointed that way, a look of disdain curling at the corner of her mouth.
Little lion, remember this.
In this world, rules are meant to bind the poor. That kind of no accommodation provided nonsense is meant for the grey trash that can't afford to stay at school.
Do you think someone like me, who donated an entire building to the school, needs to go home to take a nap at noon?
After saying that, Akai directly took a big step towards the luxurious building with the sign Elite Club. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized.
That's right.
Now he was following Akai. Rules like this don't apply to the young master of a financial tycoon. At this moment, Chen Mo felt greatly relieved, thankful that he had firmly grabbed onto Akai's thick thigh. Although he did not understand what schemes Akai had up his sleeve, there was no doubt that being by his side was the safest place to be. Soon, the four of them arrived at the front of the luxurious building. At the entrance stood two tall discipline committee members, wearing red armbands, looking like black bears. They held spiked rubber clubs in their hands and glared fiercely at every student trying to get close. A few students wearing silver badges had just tried to approach when they were struck on the leg by the discipline committee members' club, rolling out with cries of pain. However, when Akai and her zoo team came over, the two fierce discipline committee members immediately became warm and friendly.
Young Master Akai. Good afternoon. The VVIP booth has been reserved for you.
Akai gave a nasal grunt and lifted his foot to enter. But at that moment, the discipline committee member on the left suddenly reached out his hand, blocking Chen Mo, Qi Yi, and Lin Xiaoruan who were behind him. He pointed at the gray badges on their chests and awkwardly said,
Young Master Akai, I'm really sorry.
According to the rules, this building only allows nobles to enter. These lowly gray students, with their dirtiness, carry poverty germs that will pollute the air inside.
They're not students, they're my pets, Akai directly rebutted. This is my lion, this is my dog, and she is an irresistibly cute cat.
The discipline committee member pointed towards a row of rusty cages in a dark corner next to the building. Master, we have a special pet storage area over here, you can put them in the dog cages over there, and we will help you give them water. Indeed, a few pretty little pets were locked inside the cages.
Shi Ye's face turned green instantly. He wouldn't want to live in a dog cage, he would really lose his temper.
Chen Mo's heart also sank. Privileges are nice, but breaking such rigid area rules seems really hard.
Young Master Akai, how about?
Chen Mo was about to say they would wait outside.
Slap.
A crisp sound of a slap interrupted Chen Mo's words. Akai retracted his hand, disgustedly wiping his palms on the discipline committee member's uniform. The towering discipline committee member, hit by this slap, had his face all twisted, yet he dared not move, covering his face in terror as he looked at this little ancestor.
What do you think you are? How dare you tell me what to do?
Akai said, slightly looking up with a very angry expression. How many times have I said it?
I suffer from severe separation anxiety.
If I am away from my pets for even a minute, I will have difficulty breathing, my heart will race, I become irritable, and may even want to kill. Akai moved a step closer, continuing to speak in a chilling tone.
Do you want me to go into a fit right now and tear down your building? Or do you want to replace my pets and go in to sleep with me?
The discipline committee member looked at Akai's emotionless eyes, remembering the young master's infamous reputation, shaking in fear, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. Even if the rules say Grey can't enter, in Death High, the strongest rule is the preference of the powerful.
No. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare.
The discipline committee member shook his head wildly, immediately stepping aside, opening the door as wide as possible, making a pleased gesture with a face full of flattering smiles. Since the young master has special needs. The demand, of course, is to be handled with special care.
Hurry! Let the young master's pets all go in.
Prepare the best soft cushions and cans for the pets.
Ah Kai snorted coldly, adjusted his collar, and swaggered in with the three of them.
As they passed by the discipline committee member, Shi couldn't help but straighten his back and glared at the big guy, pretending to be fierce.
Although being a dog was humiliating. But I must say, this feeling of being protected by the master truly feels amazing. Woof woof. 034, Death High School Top Pet Treatment. Elite Club VVIP Private Room. Pushing open the heavy redwood door, a wave of luxury hit him like a tidal wave. If the outside corridor was a gloomy school, then this place was a medieval palace.
The ground was covered with a 5 cm thick Persian handmade carpet, soft enough that stepping on it felt like walking on clouds. Above him hung a dazzling crystal chandelier, and the walls were adorned with paintings of unknown authenticity, while a faint lavender scent filled the air, with the temperature controlled at a comfortable 24 degrees.
This is where students take a nap.
Shi's eyes widened, like a bumpkin who had never seen the world, carefully stepping on the carpet, afraid that the dust on his shoes would dirty this expensive carpet. Although he was also a big brother in the real world, this level of wealth clearly exceeded his understanding. Young master, your exclusive suite has arrived.
The leading servant bowed respectfully, gesturing with one hand to invite them in, then glanced back at the three behind him, displaying an extremely professional smile.
We have prepared the very best pet comfort package for your beloved pets as per your instructions.
Ah Kai walked straight to the king-size bed that looked soft enough to sink into, threw himself onto it, and let out a comfortable sigh. Pretty efficient.
He turned over, found a comfortable position, and lazily waved his hand.
Let my pets rest. Remember, if they don't sleep well, I won't sleep well. If I don't sleep well, don't expect to keep this building. Yes. We will ensure they enjoy a king's sleep.
The servant snapped his fingers. Immediately, several NPCs dressed in maid outfits pushed in some strange items.
Treatment for Ah Huang. This is a dog bed prepared for your beloved dog made of pure gold, luxurious nano-temperature control, a doghouse.
Two servants carried in a glittering, extraordinarily extravagant, gigantic doghouse, placing it in one corner of the carpet. This doghouse was ridiculously large, enough to fit an adult man lying down and rolling around. Inside was lined with cushions said to be made from velvet and some rare animal skin. Beside it was a diamond-studded automatic water dispenser and a giant bone-shaped pillow.
The servant looked at Chi, smiling widely.
This is our club's hottest Golden Retriever Supreme model, featuring automatic massage and flea removal functions.
Mr. Ah Huang, please enter your house. Chi.
The corners of his mouth twitched violently.
Enter the house? Make him, a dignified man, crawl into this doghouse to sleep? Too much. Chi clenched his fists, turned to Akai, ready to blow up and say, "Can't I sleep on the sofa?" But before he could say anything, he saw the servant take out a plate from under the cart and place it at the entrance of the doghouse. On the plate was a perfectly grilled, sizzling with juices, aromatic top-grade Kobe steak. Next to it was a glass of chilled cola. This is Mr. Ah Huang's afternoon snack, the servant added.
Shi's throat tightened suddenly. He had only eaten a plate of grass in the cafeteria, and his stomach was feeling empty and uncomfortable. The aroma of the steak was practically calling his soul.
And looking at that doghouse. Although it looked like a doghouse, the cushion looked softer than his bed in reality. And it even had a massage function? Ahem. Chi loosened his fists.
His dignity was long gone.
And what is dignity? Can it be eaten? Fine.
Chi took a deep breath, wearing a tragic expression of "for the greater good, I can endure," and boldly walked to the doghouse, plopping down inside.
In the next second,
his expression froze. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of comfort rushed from his tailbone straight to the top of his head.
Wow. Chi couldn't help but let out a low moan. This cushion actually has a heating function?
The massage strength, amazing. While grabbing a steak and taking a big bite, he lay comfortably in the doghouse and even turned over contentedly, hugging a bone-shaped pillow. So fragrant.
What's wrong with being a dog?
Being a dog means eating meat, sleeping on a soft bed, and not worrying about being taken away by ghosts.
This is simply a divine life. Cats and lions.
After settling Ah Huang, the servant turned to Lin Xiaoruan.
This is prepared for Miss Kitty, a cloud cat climbing frame hanging basket.
It was a pink, woven hanging basket suspended in midair, filled with fluffy white cushions, next to a plate of exquisite fish-flavored cookies and a bottle of warm milk. Cats like heights, this place has a wide view and feels very safe.
Lin Xiaoruan looked at the cute hanging basket, and her eyes instantly brightened.
For a girl who was constantly terrified, this wrapped, suspended small space indeed felt safer than sleeping on an empty bed.
Thank you. Lin Xiaoruan blushed, obediently climbing into the hanging basket.
She curled up, sipping the milk slowly, really looking like a ragdoll cat basking in the sun.
Finally, it was Chen Mo's turn. The servant looked at Chen Mo with a slightly odd expression. As for this lion gentleman.
The servant clapped his hands. 4 people worked together to lift in a royal couch covered entirely in tiger fur. Since it's a lion, naturally, it should sleep on the fur of the king of beasts. The servant said respectfully. Additionally, this is the meal prepared for you. The servant presented a silver tray. Chen Mo's heart instantly rose to his throat. He subconsciously covered his stomach, fearing he would see more raw meat jelly or bloody organs. If there's another surprise, he would surely throw up on the spot. However, when the lid was lifted, what lay inside was not meat, but a steaming cup of hand-ground coffee and a very normal-looking black forest cake. Lion gentlemen need to keep a clear mind to patrol the territory for their master, the servant explained. This is a refreshing meal package.
Chen Mo. Phew.
Thank goodness, it's something from the world of the living. Chen Mo sighed in relief, elegantly sitting on the royal couch, lifting the coffee, and taking a sip, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes behind his lenses. This Akai, even the treatment for pets was arranged so fittingly to their personas.
Shi is the strong one, so he gets meat and a bed.
Lin Xiaoran is the mascot, so she gets milk and candy. And I am the intellect, so I get coffee for alertness.
Is he assembling a team to survive in this strange world in such a way?
The more Chen Mo thought, the more unfathomable it seemed, and his level of offer Akai rose another notch. Soon, the room fell silent. Shi was snoring in the doghouse, Lin Xiaoran held her scissors curled up and fell asleep in the hanging basket, and Chen Mo rested his eyes leaning against the couch.
On the big bed.
The always feigning sleep Akai slowly opened her eyes.
She hadn't really slept.
In this strange instance filled with oddities, truly drifting off to sleep would mean seeking death. She pulled out a booklet the servant had given her from under her pillow. The cover of the booklet had golden embossed letters, Elite Club Member Exclusive Value-Added Service Guide.
Seeing the name of the booklet, a knowing smile appeared at the corner of Akai's mouth.
She didn't come to such a place to sleep. Since she could gain rules in the Golden Restaurant, she came to this gold-drenched den of power, so she would surely gain something different here. And sure enough, it came. She turned the first page of the value-added services. Instantly, a stench of rot, extravagance, and disgust rushed at her. 035, Death High School, The $1 Million Mouse. Part 1, The Worry-Free Zone, Let Trash Be Your Stepping Stone. Dollar represents US dollars. Scapegoat service, pay $5,000 per session. Description, made a mistake and don't want to be punished? Don't want to go to the little black room? We offer professional gray scapegoats. They have tough skins and thick flesh, resistant to beatings. You just have to stand aside and watch them scream on your behalf. Intelligence extraction, pay $50,000 per session. Description, using the latest brain-machine interface technology, forcibly extract the brain marrow and memories of a silver badge top student and inject them into your brain. Note, the extracted person will become an idiot, already harmless, fed to the dogs. Part 2, Ultimate Pleasure Zone, release your most primitive beastliness. Human punching bag, pay $2,000 per hour. Description, stressed out from studies? Come to the boxing gym to vent. We provide live punching bags, gray students, no fighting back, no dodging, beaten to death. Tools like chainsaws, baseball bats, and salt water are available for extra excitement. God's Eye, peeping livestream, pay $10,000 per hour. Description, unlock 24-hour pinhole camera access across the whole school. Included areas, slum teacher dorms, watch that usually proud female teacher change stockings, public changing rooms, gray livestock pens, mixed gender dorm. Satisfy your voyeuristic desires. Organ blind box, pay $50,000 per session. Description, it's all about the thrill. Randomly extract a living part, cornea, kidney, heart, etc., from a violating student. Freshly extracted, guaranteed warm. Part 3, Midnight Auction, tonight at 8 p.m. VVIP only. First night auction, starting bid $100,000. Source, selected freshly enrolled, untouched gray badge freshman, gender not restricted, includes virginity check report. Promise, guaranteed clean, obedient, and trained. After bidding, can be taken back to private dorm. Damaged? No problem, the cafeteria provides free processing and cleaning services. Specimen named Mother, starting bid $500,000. Description, this is the mother of a disobedient student, turned into a fine specimen, placed on your bedside, guaranteed to have an artistic touch. Even someone as emotionally indifferent as Akai couldn't help but feel some stirrings inside upon seeing these transactions. No wonder this place has turned into a school of ghost stories. It wears the skin of an ivory tower, but it does all the cannibalistic business. Even the teachers have become objects for voyeuristic fantasies. This is a thoroughly rotten garbage school. Kai kept flipping through the brochure until her gaze froze on the last page. There, in blood red font, was this week's limited time reward event. Campus Hunt, Catch the Mouse. Description: recently, a few dirty, foreign mice have infiltrated the campus. They disguise themselves as students, attempting to disrupt our sacred campus order. Reward: $10 million, $10 million per mouse. Additional reward: the first person to catch a mouse will directly receive a guaranteed Ivy League admission. Tip: mice are always sneaky. They don't understand the rules here. $10 million? A guaranteed admission spot? Upon reading this, Kai smiled. Clearly, they, the players, were the mice mentioned in the reward. They are really worth a lot. Huang. Kai suddenly called out. Ji, who had been drowsily napping, suddenly poked his head out of the dog bed, a bit of drool still hanging from his mouth. Woof. No, young master, what's up? Stop sleeping, get up and help your master with some work. Kai said, flipping over and sitting up from the bed. She casually threw the booklet full of Sin at Shen Mo, who was drinking coffee. Lion, take a look. This school has such an interesting event this week. Kai's voice carried in excitement, as if she had just discovered a new world. This brochure has a bounty. The reward says that there are a few foreign mice sneaking into the school. A single one is worth $10 million. $10 million? The elegantly posed Shen Mo suddenly trembled his hand, spilling the hot coffee all over the expensive carpet on the floor. He shookly took the booklet, his eyes fixed on the few lines of red words. Hunt the mouse. $10 million. This was not a bounty for some mouse. This was clearly a slaughter order directed at them, the players. The bounty was far too much. Just by killing a mouse, one could earn $10 million. This meant that all teachers and students in the school, even the cleaning lady, would turn into crazy hunters, tearing them to pieces for this $10 million. Master. Shen Mo's voice trembled unconsciously. Although he seemed a bit smarter and calmer, he had neither awakened a talent nor possessed a ghost weapon. Once he encountered a pursuit, his chances of survival were lower than Lin Sherwan's. He wanted to say, so many people will join this activity, it's too dangerous, let's hide. But Asai didn't give him the chance to speak at all. She had already jumped out of bed, tidying her slightly messy school uniform, excitedly saying. Although this young master doesn't lack money, but this is $10 million delivered to the door. Let's not refuse. Moreover, there's also a guaranteed admission slot. Our prestigious family values these trivial things so much. If I really get into an Ivy League school, my dad probably will give me a few more points of shares. Asai spoke flawlessly, as if she truly was an indulgent second-generation rich kid. She walked up to Chi-Yi, patted the large dog's head, and smiled, painting a big dream. Ahua, don't you despise being a dog? As long as we catch a mouse, I'll give you the $10 million, won't let you be a dog anymore. How about living a superior life? Chi-Yi was stunned. He looked at Asai's excited face, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What the heck? Catch mice? Even if Chi-Yi was foolish, he guessed that the so-called outside mice referred to them, the players. So Asai wants to take them to catch themselves? What the heck is this hell-level joke? Ahua! Seeing Chi-Yi in a daze, Asai slightly squinted her eyes, her tone laced with the unique impatience of a rich second generation. What? With that expression, do you have opinions on this young master's decision? And no. No opinions. Chi-Yi shivered all over. How could he dare to have any opinions? Catch. We must catch. Young master points, I bite. No matter if it was a death sentence, he just needed to placate this crazy young master first. And on the side, Shen Mo pushed the cold coffee cup, looking at Asai's face reddened by greed. He completely overturned his assumption that this young master was a high-level player. No. If he was a player, seeing the Hunt the Mouse deadly order aimed at him, he should react with caution. How could a player hear about catching mice and be so excited like going on a spring outing? Even wanting to grandly take the suspects to catch them himself? This can't be acted out. He was not a player at all, he was a complete, privileged, ill-tempered, local tycoon young master. Since he was a local native, he must never let him discover that he was a mouse. Shen Mo put down the coffee cup, slightly leaned toward Asai, his tone hypocritical yet passionate as he said. The young master is wise. Those filthy mice dare to mix into your territory. As your lion, I am willing to serve you. Asai curled her lips and raised an eyebrow. Very good. Since everyone is so motivated, then don't just lie there. Let's go. Out of the nest. The hunt begins. Just as Asai turned to walk towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden urgent knocking sound rang out. Immediately, the exclusive servant of the VVIP box pushed the door open. He ran in, drenched in sweat, bending over and trembling as he spoke. Ah.
Young Master Akai, I'm so sorry. I've disturbed your enjoyment. Akai frowned, a flash of offended anger flickering across his face. Don't you see I'm about to go out on business? Get out. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't want to stop you. The servant was almost crying, his head bowed in fear, but the student council members are here. They said they received an anonymous report and insisted on coming in to check. We tried to stop them, but it was Chairman Jiang himself leading the team, we simply couldn't hold them off. Before the servant's words fell, a gloved hand roughly shoved him aside. Since you can't stop them, don't block like a watchdog. The main door was pushed wide open. The originally spacious entrance was instantly blocked tight by 7 or 8 student council members in black uniforms and red armbands. Amid the crowd, a boy in a white tailcoat walked in slowly. He wore a diamond-studded platinum badge on his chest, with a plaque symbolizing another kind of power hanging beside it, Student Council President Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang carried a latest model high-end tablet with the school emblem printed on it, his expression cold and arrogant. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people in the room besides Akai, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Young Akai, you seem well. Just now, the Academic Affairs Office received an anonymous report saying that a few mice without files sneaked into your box. You know, every student has their initial electronic photo file recorded upon admission. But these few mice are foreign species that snuck in disguised as humans, they have no original files, and we need to clarify this. What to clarify? I only have cats, dogs, and a little lion here, no mice. Akai replied unhappily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang raised the tablet in his hand, lightly lighting up the screen. He said, whether it's a mouse or not, there's no need to argue. Just scan the face and see if there's someone like this in the file database, and it will be clear. If there are no files. Zhang Chang's gaze suddenly turned fierce, then we can only send them to the kitchen for harmless processing. Hearing this, Akai's previously lively expression darkened instantly. She turned sharply, staring fiercely at Chen Mo, Qi Yi, and Lin Xiaoruan behind her. That gaze was no longer playful as if looking at pets, but filled with anger and murderous intent from being deceived. Mice? Akai's voice squeezed out from between her teeth, she stepped closer to the 3, exuding a suffocating low pressure. Did you deceive me? Aren't you my cats, dogs, and lions? Bang! Akai suddenly grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and smashed it hard at Chen Mo's feet. Speak! What happened? Akai pointed at Qi Ye's nose, then at Lin Xiaoruan, and finally fixed a fierce gaze on Chen Mo, looking as if she would swallow them whole in the next second. Are you a mouse? Or are you a mouse? Or are you a mouse? I hate it most when others treat me like a fool. If you really are the wanted criminals worth 10 million, don't blame me for chopping you into pieces to feed the dogs. Qi Yi was so scared that his legs went soft, trembling and unable to say a word. Lin Xiaoruan was even more tearful, trembling all over. Only Chen Mo remained calm. At the moment Akai exploded, his eyes quickly glanced at the tablet in Zhang Chang's hand and then at the high-performance desktop computer in the corner of the room that had not yet been turned off. Then, Chen Mo suddenly moved a step closer to Lin Xiaoruan. Taking advantage of Akai's roar, Chen Mo hurriedly whispered to Lin Xiaoruan in a tone only the two could hear. Hold this senior back, I need 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, I can get us the files. After saying this, Chen Mo, taking advantage of Akai still pointing and cursing at Qi Yi, pretended to be scared and stepped back, quietly moving towards that computer. Akai caught a glimpse of Chen Mo's actions out of the corner of her eye. In an instant, she guessed that this lion had already thought of a way to handle it. Lin Xiaoruan received Chen Mo's signal. She looked at Zhang Chang, who was expressionless with a tablet in hand, and then at Chen Mo, who had already sat down at the computer and started typing furiously. An idea formed in her mind. At this moment, the only thing Lin Xiaoruan could use was her own beauty. Lin Xiaoruan bit her lower lip, widened her eyes, and put on a sweet smile as she walked towards Zhang Chang with a cat-like grace. Senior Lin Xiaoruan's voice was sweet to the point of being sticky. She reached out her small hand, gently tugging at Zhang Chang's tailcoat, tilting her head back, her big, watery eyes blinking innocently. What are you saying? How could I be a mouse? She leaned closer to Zhang Chang, the faint milky scent from her body wafting towards him. Mice are all smelly. Lin Xiaoruan tiptoed and gently blew into Zhang Chang's ear. Senior, take a sniff, I smell so sweet and soft, how could I be like a mouse? Did you make a mistake? Tempted, Zhang Chang involuntarily swallowed. He looked down at this soft and cute little girl in an ill-fitting school uniform in front of him. A rush of heat instantly surged from his lower abdomen. Zhang Chang put down the tablet in his hand, and that gloved hand naturally wrapped around Lin Xiaoruan's slender waist, his eyes becoming murky and greedy. Indeed very fragrant. But to truly know if you're a mouse, just smelling isn't enough. You need to undress and check closely. Zhang Chang's hand began to wander inappropriately, even pulling Lin Xiaoruan towards a nearby private room. No wonder Akai said you're a kitty, you really are gentle and cute. Just right, Senior is a bit hot, needs a little kitty to cool him down. Lin Xiaoruan felt a surge of urgency.
She was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea that Senior's hand felt like a slimy snake. She wanted to push him away but didn't dare, only anxiously looking towards Chen Mo's direction.
Come on, hurry up. If this doesn't speed up, I might have to pull out scissors.
Seeing Jiang Chang about to take Lin Xiaoruan out of the room, a hand suddenly came in and blocked Jiang Chang's path.
Chairman Jiang. Akai stood between the two, an evil spark in her eyes. You've overstepped, haven't you? This is my kitty. If there is to be a check, it has to be me who does it. Akai pointed at Lin Xiaoruan. Don't you know that humans and cats are different? Let her go. Jiang Chang paused, his face instantly darkened. Akai, what do you mean? Are you really going to go against me for a stinky mouse? She's not a mouse, we're not mice. Just then, Shen Yaozu stood up from the corner of the computer chair. He pushed up his glasses, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but his eyes were unexpectedly confident. Senior, you must be mistaken. Shen Yaozu straightened his clothes and strode up to everyone, looking at Jiang Chang with certainty and saying, There are no mice here. If you don't believe it, please check the files. Didn't you say mice have no files? Akai raised an eyebrow. It seemed Shen Yaozu had already dealt with the file situation. She immediately sat back on the sofa nonchalantly, crossed her legs, and watched the excitement. Since my lion is so confident, Chairman Jiang, then go ahead and check. Jiang Chang snorted coldly at these words. He didn't believe that among these people, there were no mice. Especially that Lin Xiaoruan, clearly terrified of him but still trying to tempt him. Wasn't she just afraid of him discovering her identity? He raised his tablet and scanned Shen Yaozu. Beep. Scan successful. Name, Shen Yaozu. File status, normal, gray. Jiang Chang was stunned. The man with glasses, frowning and hiding in the corner, was indeed a student at the school. So, what about this little kitten that was seducing him? Shen Yaozu scanned Lin Xiaoruan again. Ding. Scan successful. Name, Lin Xiaoruan. File status, normal, gray. Finally, there was Qi Yi. Ding. Scan successful. Name, Qi Yi. File status, normal, gray. How is this possible? Jiang Chang looked at the 3 green normal labels on the tablet, his brow furrowed. Clearly, he had received a report that there were illegal residents here, so why did they all have files? Could it be that the person who reported was playing him? So, what's up, President Jiang? Akai stood up from the sofa, walking up to Jiang Chang, radiating a dominant aura like a true school bully. Is being student council president something remarkable? You barged into my room without evidence, wrongfully accused my pet of being a mouse, and even wanted to take the chance to sleep with my cat? As she spoke, Akai grabbed Jiang Chang's collar tightly. You better give me an explanation for today's matter, or we'll have a feud. If you don't apologize, I'll make sure to hit you every time I see you from now on. Let's see if your student council president title holds up against my fists. Jiang Chang's face turned pale to the extreme. He stared fiercely at Akai. If it were an ordinary student, he would have already hit them. But Akai wore a golden badge, she was from a powerful family just like him. If he got into a conflict with the forces behind Akai over such a trivial matter, it could jeopardize his position in the competition for the heir among several brothers. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chang took a deep breath and forced out a statement. Sorry, I made a mistake. He broke free from Akai's grip, adjusted his tie, and before leaving, cast a venomous glance at Lin Xiaoruan, as if claiming, little kitten, the school is big. We might meet again. Finally, Jiang Chang left, filled with anger, slamming the door behind him. As the door closed, the others in the room let out a sigh of relief. Shen Yaozu slumped onto the sofa, his hands still slightly shaking. Those 5 minutes had been the most intense moments of his life. In those 5 minutes, he hacked into the school's surveillance system, retrieved high-definition images of the 3 of them, quickly created ID photos using photo editing software, and then forcibly cracked the back end of Jiang Chang's tablet to insert the 3 forged files into the database. During this series of operations, he also checked Akai's file. The screen displayed. Name, Akai. Identity, son of the school board member. File status, top secret, golden. Looking at the genuine, unforgeable golden file, Shen Mo's last doubt completely vanished. At this point, Shen Mo was certain that Akai was indeed the son of a local tycoon. The reason this young master saved them was purely coincidence, just to satisfy his lowly and malicious interest. However, what Shen Mo did not know was that Akai had a file because once the faceless mask was activated, all the identity she fabricated would become real on a rule level. The so-called son of the school board member file was simply a real existence automatically generated by the mask to support her lies. Alright, stop spacing out. Akai glanced at the clock on the wall and stretched lazily.
It's almost time for afternoon classes. She walked to the door, turned back to look at the still shaken trio, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of her mouth.
Let's go, my pets. We'll go to class first.
Then, while in class, let's take a closer look.
Akai's eyes suddenly became sharp. Who is the real mouse?
037, Death High School. This young master just wants to skip class.
Do you have an opinion?
As he stepped out of the elite club's door, the oppressive atmosphere mixed with a hint of high-end perfume instantly dissipated. Akai walked at the front with both hands in the pockets of her school uniform pants. The dazzling golden badge on her chest acted like an invisible barrier, making the passing silver badge students lower their heads and sidestep, fearing to avoid her. In the morning, everyone in the school had heard about how Akai sent a chubby boy to the discipline director 4T. Now, the whole school knew that Class 7 of the third year had a loud and arrogant transfer student, and no one dared to look directly at this moody young master from a wealthy family. Shi and Lin Xiaoruan followed Akai closely like two obedient little beasts, keeping their heads down. Back in Class 7 of the third year, the first class of the afternoon was a chemistry lab session. In the classroom, the students had already seated themselves according to their experimental groups. As Akai pushed open the back door of the classroom with one hand, the originally noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Clearly everyone was apprehensive of this bully boy. Akai was quite satisfied with this effect and directly sat back in her exclusive seat at the back. Shi continued to sit next to Akai, ready to listen to the young master's orders at any time. Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan sat down in the central positions of the classroom, one in front of the other. They didn't choose to sit with Akai. Although being next to Akai was safe, they hadn't forgotten they were players here for a mission, and staying under Akai's watchful eye might prevent them from completing certain tasks. This class was a chemistry lesson, and Lin Xiaoruan hadn't met the chemistry teacher yet. She wanted to focus, to see if this chemistry teacher was strange, but just as she sat down and hadn't yet fully seen what the chemistry teacher looked like, she felt an extremely unfriendly gaze stick to her. Lin Xiaoruan turned her head to take a look and found a long-nosed foreigner at the back staring at her with malicious intent.
Ding-ling-ling.
The class bell rang, and a pale-faced chemistry teacher with thick black-rimmed glasses walked onto the podium.
His long, thin pointer struck the podium with a sharp bang-bang. Class is starting.
The chemistry teacher was a serious old man. Please be quiet, study hard, and do not make noise.
Anyone who causes a disturbance will be sent to the discipline director 4T. The classroom, which had been slightly noisy, fell silent once again in an instant.
Lin Xiaoruan shrank her neck and stole a glance at Jack at an angle behind her.
Who is on duty today, and why hasn't the blackboard been wiped? The chemistry teacher asked angrily from the podium.
At this moment, Jack stood up, raised his hand, and said, "Sorry, teacher, the physics teacher didn't allow us to wipe it because many classmates still haven't finished copying their notes."
I'll wipe it now.
While speaking, Jack walked up toward the podium. As he passed by Lin Xiaoruan's seat, Jack, using his body to shield, secretly and forcefully kicked Lin Xiaoruan's desk leg. A flicker of triumph flashed in Jack's eyes. As long as Lin Xiaoruan's desk toppled over, with supplies scattered everywhere, the huge noise and chaos would definitely make that stern teacher instantly judge her for disrespecting the teacher and disrupting discipline. However, just as he exerted force in that moment, Lin Xiaoruan seemed to have eyes behind her and suddenly extended her left foot to hook Jack's leg.
Bang!
Jack was tripped by Lin Xiaoruan's outstretched foot and fell to the ground like a dog.
Ack!
At the same time, the fallen Jack let out a sharp scream. Lin Xiaoruan's previously trembling hand now steadied itself on the table, and a hint of just the right panic appeared on her delicate little face. She smiled sweetly at Jack, whose face was twisted in pain, and said apologetically,
"Oh dear, I'm sorry, international friend.
I just had a bit of a leg cramp and wanted to stretch. I didn't see you walking by." Jack's forehead throbbed with pain, the veins bulging, as he pointed at Lin Xiaoruan, unable to speak for a long time. The chemistry teacher suddenly turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto Jack. "Jack, why are you shouting loudly in class? Do you want to go find the discipline director for a chat?" "Teacher, she stepped on me." Jack gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out through his clenched jaws. "I didn't see her step on you, I only saw you yelling and screaming in the classroom." The teacher snorted coldly, "Go explain to the discipline director." "Teacher, I have to accompany Senior Jiang Chang this afternoon to look into things." "I don't have time to explain. If Senior Jiang Chang can't find me, he will get angry," Jack said fiercely. Hearing the name Jiang Chang, the chemistry teacher paused for a moment, clearly wary. "Since you don't have time, then obey the classroom rules and quickly come up to wipe the blackboard." Jack fell hard, gritting his teeth and limping toward the podium. Lin Xiaoruan sat obediently, but inside she scoffed coldly. When she was in the elite club, she had seen Jack following Jiang Chang, acting sycophantically. He was clearly Jiang Chang's lackey. This lackey, high on power, loved to bully others. Was he trying to get her to break the rules and get punished so he could go to Jiang Chang and take credit? Sitting behind Lin Xiaoruan, Chen Mo pushed his glasses up, looking at Jack with suspicion.
The country's bullet screen said the fifth playing person might not be kind. Could this Jack be the fifth player? Asai's long fingers tapped gently on the desk.
She was also pondering Jack's intention to trouble Lin Xiaoruan, but before she could think it through, a mechanical and urgent electronic voice suddenly rang in her mind.
Warning! Warning! The S-grade item faceless mask core temperature is too high. Countdown, 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, it will forcibly enter an 8-hour cooling period. Tip: if not removed in time, the consciousness will be swallowed by the mask's will, and you will permanently lose the identity of Shen Yan and become a passerby student in this quest. Asai. Damn. This brainless system really never fails to disappoint her. It always waits until things are about to burn up before making a late announcement. Last time it was that useless hairpin, only prompting her when it was almost broken. Who exactly created this broken system? And now it's doing this again? She glanced at the clock. There was still some time before class ended, and she only had 20 minutes left. If she took off the mask here and returned to Shen Yan, the billions of eyes in the live room would explode, and the lurking assassins would instantly lock onto her position. So she absolutely couldn't take off the mask in the classroom. Bang! Without warning, Asai suddenly kicked the desk in front of her. All the students in the class jumped in surprise, turning their heads in unison. Shi Yi, who was napping on the desk beside her, fell out of his chair in shock from the noise. Asai seemed to care little about the impact of her actions on the class. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and, while standing up to leave, disdainfully said, "What a broken experiment. The formaldehyde smell in this classroom is giving me a headache." Seeing someone disrupting the class, the chemistry teacher's hand with the chalk trembled. He was angry but could only suppress his fury. "Asai, we're still in class." "In class?" Asai scoffed, her eyes filled with rebellious hostility. "I don't want to be in class anymore. I want to skip school now." "What, do you have an opinion?" She rolled her eyes at the chemistry teacher and then, under his speechless gaze, she strode confidently out through the back door. Actually, she could have left directly, but she intentionally created some noise before going. She had to let those 3 stupid teammates in the classroom know she was leaving, otherwise, how could they not end up like Chi-Yi, that fool, napping on the desk? In class, snoozing would get the teacher mad, and she would have to find the discipline director for T. At that time, if she wasn't there, no one could protect her cats, dogs, and little lions. She walked quickly. The moment she stepped out of the teaching building, Akai's speed suddenly increased. There were 15 minutes left. She had to run out of the school in 15 minutes and find a place where no one was around to take off this broken mask. Based on her previous experience from watching live streams, anything outside the school wouldn't be broadcasted. As long as she left the school and took off the mask, the live stream would remain disconnected. This way, the news that she was still alive wouldn't leak out. 038, Death High School, pink dreams and leaky windows. The huge stone lion at the school gate cast a long, eerie shadow in the evening sun. The sunset glow on the iron gate felt like painting a layer of bloody edges on this prison. Akai strode across the playground. At this moment, the faceless mask on her face was no longer cold. Instead, it felt like a burning iron, tightly pressed against her skin. The burning sensation drilled deep through her pores, as if countless hot needles were trying to pierce through her skull, invading her mind. Countdown, 10 minutes. Warning, detected that the mask's will is forcibly merging. Please remove it immediately. Shut up, idiot. Akai gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This broken system was useless except for reporting good news after the fact and stabbing her in the back when she was dying. A few security guards stationed at the gate saw the arrogant rich kid cutting class. Their job was to manage all the students in the school and prevent any rule breaking. But seeing Akai's eyes filled with fury, all the security guards wisely lowered their heads, not daring to block the rich kid's way. Akai swaggered out of the school gate. The moment she stepped through the gate, the oppressive, cold feeling, as if someone were blowing on the back of her neck, instantly disappeared. At the same time, the livestream feeling of being watched vanished completely from Shen Yan's mind. According to her experience, the area outside the school belonged to the NPC living zone. Having escaped the bizarre core of the Death High School rules, the livestream would forcibly cut off here. As long as she took off the mask outside of school, no one would know that Shen Yan was still alive. She darted into a dim, empty alley. Hiss. Akai reached out, her fingers digging into the seam at the edge of her face, and yanked it off fiercely. The sensation was like tearing off a dry scab from her face, sending a cold shiver throughout Shen Yan's body. Cold sweat soaked her back instantly. As the mask fell off, her messy curls quickly straightened out, and her tall male form transformed back into the slender, cool-looking girl. Shen Yan leaned against the mottled brick wall, gasping for breath. She looked at the cold, silent white mask in her hand, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. After calming her breath a little, Shen Yan put on the hood that came with her school uniform to cover her cool face and followed her memory towards that so-called home. That was an old family building, the wall paint had peeled off, the corridor was cluttered, and the tantalizing smell of stir-fried chili from the neighbor's house lingered in the air. Shen Yan stood at the door of room 502,
her fingertips lingering on the keyhole for a moment. This feeling of returning home was as strange to her as a nightmare from a century ago.
Click. The door opened. A faint aroma of food rushed towards her. Shen Yan is back?
A gentle female voice came from the kitchen, followed by a middle-aged woman in an apron emerging from the kitchen, holding a freshly washed vegetable.
Why are you back so early today? Did you face any grievances at school? Shen Yan said nothing, just stood at the entrance, quietly looking at the woman in front of her. This is her mother in the story.
She looked ordinary, with fine laughter lines at the corners of her eyes, and her gaze was filled with unconditional love. On the old sofa in the living room sat a middle-aged man. When he saw Shen Yan come back, he put down the newspaper he was reading and said seriously, "Now that you're back, hurry and wash your hands to get ready for dinner.
Don't just stand there in a daze. Why do you look so unhappy? Is it too much pressure at the noble school?" Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat.
That feeling of being wrapped in warm, ordinary love was like a soft thorn, precisely stabbing into her heart, which was already full of wounds and calluses.
If these are truly my parents.
If 5 years ago, that mother Shen who forced her to marry a fool for dowry money on a stormy night had ever shown such a gaze. If that father Shen, who personally locked the door and watched her jump out of the window, breaking her leg while only caring about the tens of thousands in dowry money, had ever cared about her pressure like this, perhaps Shen Yan would not have turned into the greedy, mad monster she is today. In that moment, Shen Yan's fingertips trembled slightly.
Shen Yan? What's wrong?
Her mother came over and wanted to touch her forehead. Shen Yan dodged subtly to the side, quickly burying the trace of emotion in her eyes beneath her icy expression that never melted.
Shen Yan responded vaguely and went straight into her room.
At the moment she pushed open the door, Shen Yan's fingers clenched tightly.
This was a completely pink room.
Light pink wallpaper, a princess bed with lace edging, and a desk neatly arranged with several exquisite glass jars filled with colorful candies. Shen Yan stood at the door, looking at that almost unreal warm room, her eyes full of astonishment.
In the real Shen family, she had never had her own room.
During those long years, Father Shen and Mother Shen always said the house was small, only stuffing a creaky folding bed at the corner under the stairs for her. Even when there were empty rooms in the house, they preferred to shut them up to pile up junk rather than let her live in. She remembered clearly that once some classmates came to play, seeing her curled up under the stairs, they joked that she was Harry Potter's nephew. At that time, Mother Shen was beside her, not feeling the slightest guilt, but rather proudly said, "The poor child is lucky to have a space under the stairs to sleep. I had it worse when I was young. I could only sleep above the pigsty, and in summer it smelled of pig manure everywhere. One winter it was so cold that I secretly slept in the kitchen and almost got beaten to death by my grandmother. How could a girl sleep indoors?
It's bad luck when the time comes."
Clearly, Mother Shen was also a victim of valuing boys over girls, yet when she grew up, she became the same kind of abuser.
Isn't that ridiculous? Ha!
Shen Yan slowly walked over, her fingertips gliding over the soft bedding, finally resting on the jar of sweet candies on the desk. This had once been the home she had imagined countless times while gritting her teeth under the windy corner of the stairs.
Shen Yan, come, eat some fruit.
Her mother came in holding an exquisite fruit plate, with watermelon seeds removed and apples carved into cute rabbit shapes.
Thank you. Shen Yan lowered her eyelashes, stepping back a bit awkwardly. This child, why are you being so polite with Mom?
You can take a nap first, I'll call you when dinner is ready.
You look so tired.
Her mother affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to leave. Shen Yan stared at the plate of fruit for a while, then suddenly got up and followed her out. Where's your phone?
I want to ask my classmates what the homework is today. Just take it yourself, it's on the TV cabinet.
Upon hearing the woman's words, Shen Yan quickly found her phone, then, in a parent's tone, rapidly composed a text message to the teacher.
Hello teacher, I am Shen Yan's parent. The child has not been feeling well lately. I would like to ask for a month of sick leave for her to recover at home. I hope you can approve it. A moment later, the phone vibrated slightly.
Teacher, Shen Yan's mom, the child's health is important. I have approved the leave, let her rest well. Receiving the reply, Shen Yan quickly deleted the sent message and the receipt, then returned the phone unchanged to its original place. At night, Shen Yan lay on that soft big bed and fell asleep. In her dream, she returned to the Shen family. It was a dark rainy night. She curled up on a folding bed in the stairwell. Above her were her father and mother cursing and calculating the bride price, the cold and dampness creeping up her ankles.
Don't worry. I put a lot of drugs in her food. When she falls asleep in the middle of the night, we will quietly send her to the Li family. When she wakes up to find herself in a completed situation, she will have to accept it.
Shen Yan struggled desperately in her dream.
Finally, she woke up.
She abruptly jumped up from the bed, drenched in sweat. What met her eyes was a gentle pink. Outside the window, heavy rain was pouring down.
Raindrops crashed madly against the glass, making a loud pata-pata sound.
Shen Yan realized that the window seemed not to be tightly shut, a chilly breeze carrying raindrops flowed in. Just as she got up to close the window, a frail figure was already busy by the window. It was the mother from her dream. The middle-aged woman was struggling to pull the slightly old window, her movements gentle as if afraid to wake a beautiful dream. "This window always leaks wind and rain, let your dad fix it later."
The mom turned her head, seeing the startled Shen Yan, her eyes filled with pain. "Were you woken by the sound of rain?" "Don't be afraid, Mom is here. Once it's shut, it won't be cold, you can go back to sleep." After closing the window, the mom walked over, carefully tucking in the corners of Shen Yan's blanket. Those hands, thick with calluses, gently patted her shoulder. This pure expression of love was something Shen Yan had never possessed before. From the moment she was born, she was disliked by others. Because they hated her, Shen's mother named her Shen Yan, meaning disdain. Her name is Shen Yan, Yan meaning disdain. The despised Shen Yan suddenly became somewhat attached to this false warmth in the moment. 039, Death High School, the elite school turned into a hell on earth. The morning sunlight spilled through the gaps in the pink curtains, casting fragments of light onto the tidy desk. When Shen Yan opened her eyes, the plate of apples left over from last night, carved into rabbit shapes, had begun to oxidize and turn yellow, but the faint, warm scent of home in the room had not faded. In the living room, the sound of fried dough sticks sizzling in the oil could be heard, along with the muffled news broadcast from the radio. Yan, have you gotten up? Mom fried some dough sticks for you, eat them while they're hot." Shen Yan stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. The trace of confusion caused by just waking up was quickly replaced by cold rationality. She swiftly got up, changed into the well-fitted suit uniform, and pushed the door to leave the bedroom. The breakfast was consumed in complete silence. Shen Yan maintained the image of the obedient yet introverted Yan, until she pushed open the front door, and her mother's reminder came from behind, "Don't tire yourself too much at school, come back early."
Shen Yan's footsteps paused for a moment, without turning back. This tenderness could be enjoyed, but not greedily wished for. Greed would lead to downfall. Those who fall cannot escape this realm. Stepping out of this lively alleyway, ensuring no eyes were around, she slowly took out that cold, lifeless white mask from her pocket. "Since I've already taken a month off, Shen Yan can continue to skip classes reasonably during this time." Originally, Shen Yan also thought that since the mask could disguise, today she could switch to a more low-key or more advantageous identity for gathering information. For example, a certain janitor or school nurse. But at the moment the mask touched the skin, that familiar, domineering sense of fusion struck again. The white light flickered. Shen Yan looked down at his hands, distinct bones, broad and strong. When he touched his hair again, that arrogant curly texture returned to his fingertips. Identity binding successful, Senior 3, Class 7, Akai. Shen Yan's hand froze in midair, his brows slightly furrowed. "System, what's going on? I haven't chosen a disguise target yet, why have I turned into Akai directly?" A mechanical, monotonous voice echoed in his mind. Reminder, S-level item Mask of the Faceless automatically binds the identity once activated and confirmed in each specific instance. This binding lasts until the end of the instance, and cannot be switched again during this period. "Ha!" Shen Yan's anger turned into a sarcastic laugh, rolling his eyes at the air. "Why wasn't this limitation written in the manual? You always wait for me to get into the trap before spouting nonsense. Are you a system created by a fool?" This time, the system had no response, quiet as if it had never existed. Such idiotic behavior left Shen Yan extremely speechless. "Forget it, counting on a stupid system like you, I might as well count on Chi-Yi to get into a 985 school." Akai resigned to fate, raised his foot, and walked towards the school. At the school gate, students were flooding in like a tide. From a distance, Akai spotted 3 familiar figures. Chi-Yi was squatting under the stone lion at the school gate, holding a meat bun and biting into it, oil dripping from his mouth. He had already dyed his flamboyant yellow hair into a neat black color and shaved into a clean, refreshing buzz cut. Now he seemed to have lost some of his roguishness and gained a bit more of the sunny, upright aura of youth. Akai thought that the foreign teacher was right not to allow Chi-Yi to keep the yellow hair. This indeed looked much more pleasing. Shen Yaozu stood beside him, pushing his glasses and flipping through a physics reference book, while Lin Xiaoruan, like a scared little deer, tightly gripped the strap of her school bag, shrinking between the two. "Young master, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally arrived." Chi-Yi, with sharp eyes, spotted that glimmer of gold on the badge and the arrogant walking style from a distance, and excitedly rushed over. That eager puppy-like look drew sideways glances from passing students. "Good afternoon, young master," Lin Xiaoruan also timidly greeted. Shen Yaozu put down the book, his gaze lingered on Akai for a moment, before discreetly pulling it back. "Young master, did you sleep well last night?" Akai glanced at them, squeezed out a stiff sound from his throat, Then Akai stuffed his hands into his pockets, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, leading Chi-Yi, Shen Yaozu, and Lin Xiaoruan, swaggering into the school gate. However, at the moment they stepped into the gate, the 4 of them froze.
The once quiet and peaceful noble campus from yesterday seemed to have transformed into a hell on earth overnight. Help! I'm really not a mouse. Don't hit me. On the lawn in front of the teaching building, several girls wearing silver badges were viciously beating a small girl with a gray badge. They were pulling the girl's hair, pressing her down to the ground like a dead dog, and one girl was stamping hard on the girl's hand with her sharp stiletto heel. The small girl, in pain, had tears in her eyes, continually pleading for mercy. Shi's eyes widened, and he saw a group of crazy boys nearby with sticks, working together to tie up a bloodied boy and hang him by his feet from the balcony on the second floor. That boy's head dangled in the air, swaying with the wind, blood dripping from his hair into the flower bed below. Mouse, why don't you try running again? This $10 million is ours for sure. The entire campus is filled with this crazy shouting. On the playground, in the hallways, and even in those originally sacred classrooms, the sounds of bodies colliding and heart-wrenching cries for help fill the air. That bounty for hunting mice must have been spread around. Those students wearing golden or silver badges have gone completely crazy overnight. The $10 million reward has completely ignited the beastly nature within them. Even though tragedies are happening continuously, the passing teachers remain expressionless. Teachers even deliberately step aside to avoid the blood on the ground, as if these bullying acts are merely normal play in their eyes. At this moment, the entire school finally reveals its terrifying side as a horror dungeon. Shi feels his hands and feet go icy. He and Lin Xiaoruan support each other as they walk into the school. Chen Mo walks along, constantly observing everything happening around him. At first, a few people are shocked, but as they walk deeper into the school, their expressions become increasingly numb, because such tragedies are simply too numerous to count. Soon, a group of them enters the corridor of the teaching building. They are halted by an ongoing massacre at the front of the corridor, and Akai stops, hugging her arms, looking cold and apathetic as she leans loosely against a column. Her dead fish eyes show no fluctuation, revealing no sign of pity for anyone. Woo, ah. At that moment, Lin Xiaoruan suddenly bends over in pain. She grips her scalp tightly with both hands, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Don't be afraid. Qi, although also scared, instinctively stands in front of Lin Xiaoruan. I'm not afraid. Lin Xiaoruan shakes her head in trembling denial, softly saying, I can only feel their pain, most of these bullied students are already strange. Lin Xiaoruan's talent is motherly radiance. The passive effect of motherly radiance allows her to empathize with the pain caused by the strange beings. At this moment, the entire school has become a hell on earth, countless pains flooding toward Lin Xiaoruan like a tide. Lin Xiaoruan feels like she is about to be torn apart by this pain. Sweat pours down her forehead as she points at the crowd of attackers ahead and trembles while telling Qi and Chen Mo. Most of those being bullied are not alive but strange beings. Based on past experiences, these strange beings usually hide clues about the core of the dungeon. We must figure out why this school has turned into a horror story. Only by finding the root can we understand how to use the rules to survive. Chen Mo immediately understands. He knows Lin Xiaoruan is hinting to him and Qi to approach these strange beings. To avoid raising suspicion from Akai, Chen Mo walks over to her side and asks the young master. Young master, that 10 million is too tempting, we also want to catch mice. How about you rest here while we help you catch them? When we catch the mice, you get the admission spot, and we keep the money, okay? Akai glances coldly at Chen Mo, snorts lightly through her nose, and coolly spits out one word, get out. Since you have this intention, then go. Help this young master pull out those mice, but don't keep me waiting too long. After getting Akai's permission, the three quickly disperse, blending into the chaotic crowd. Lin Xiaoruan, following the source of the most intense pain, stumbles toward the old equipment room behind the teaching building. There, a group of students wielding sticks surrounds a girl covered in mud, watching her like a show. The girl kneels on the ground, mechanically stuffing shredded test papers into her mouth, chewing until her mouth is full of blood. As she approaches the girl, Lin Xiaoruan feels her soul tremble. Don't eat anymore, please stop eating. Lin Xiaoruan suddenly rushed forward, pushing aside the nearby students, and hugged the girl tightly. In that moment, the motherly radiance automatically activated deep empathy. Lin Xiaoruan seemed to hear the girl's heartbeat and her heartbreaking inner monologue. They say this poor fool, don't deserve to come in first. The girl's desperate voice rang in Lin Xiaoruan's mind. They say I must have stolen the answers from the headmaster's son. They lock me here, saying if I don't eat all this evidence, I'll never see my mom again. I'm so hungry, I can't swallow anymore, my throat hurts so much. It's not enough that they trapped me here. When my mom came to school to find me, they deceived her with a fake video, saying I'm a whore who sells my body. Mom left sadly, she must be so disappointed. I hear you. I hear everything, they are lying, they are jealous you came in first. They all deserve to die, to go to hell. Lin Xiaoruan's tears streamed down her face as she held her cold body tightly. As this empathy comforted her, the girl's body trembled slightly, and two streams of blood tears flowed from her previously blank eyes.
At that moment, feeling the girl's soul's wounds, Lin Xiaowan's body radiated warm, pure light, which slowly enveloped the girl. The empathy from the motherly radiance gently and powerfully healed the girl's spiritual scars. Lin Xiaowan said, "Baby, I will help you find your mom and tell her that she has the most excellent and kind daughter. I believe your mom never lost hope in you, she has always been looking for you." As Lin Xiaowan continued to softly comfort her, the light surrounding the girl grew stronger and stronger.
At this moment, Lin Xiaowan felt much better herself. When the strange pain became especially intense, Lin Xiaowan had to soothe and listen.
If she didn't relieve the pain caused by this soul resonance, her sanity would soon be torn apart by the accumulated suffering, and she would become one of the strange entities in this scenario. As Lin Xiaowan continued to heal, the girl's body slowly became transparent. Just as the girl's body was about to completely disappear, she suddenly shouted in Lin Xiaowan's ear.
"Run!
When the Christmas Eve bell tolls 9 times, the red shoes will dance on all the bad kids. Annie will take back all her gifts, sewing everyone's greed into that forever unfillable blood-red wish sock." As soon as her words fell, the girl's body vanished into thin air like smoke, leaving only a chewed-up, torn exam paper behind.
Damn it, what happened? How did this sneaky exam paper thief suddenly disappear?
The group of boys watching the show, initially enjoying it, now showed fierce expressions upon seeing their target vanish. It must be this girl who suddenly barged in.
How dare she interrupt our fun? Is she tired of living? Let's welcome our new playmate.
Little girl, please tell us your name? She seems to be called Lin Xiaowan, she is young Master Asai's pet.
A boy said cautiously. Another boy sneered upon hearing this, what about young Master Asai? No matter how great he is, he can't break school rules. Rule 3, if you forcibly interfere with classmates' play, you will become the new play object.
Exactly, even young Master Asai can't stop us from catching mice. The leader boy grinned, swinging the wooden stick in his hand as he approached Lin Xiaowan. This girl is clearly just a stinky mouse. Seeing several students closing in on her, Lin Xiaowan could only carefully retreat, quickly getting cornered by a few people against the wall.
Hey, admit it. Admit that you're a little rat.
The leading boy grabbed Lin Xiaowan's collar, trying to force her to admit she was a mouse. But before he could finish the word rat, a piercing sound ripped through the school hallway.
Bang!
A thick, black steel pipe, carrying terrifying power, slammed into the red brick wall behind the leading boy, just inches from his ear. Bricks shattered in an instant, dust flying, and the entire wall cracked open in several places.
My little kitty, is it something you miscreants can touch?
Akai appeared behind him without anyone noticing. She pressed one hand on the tail of the steel pipe, her gaze cold enough to scare anyone, like a madman crawling out of hell. After speaking, she abruptly pulled out the steel pipe and swept it back forcefully, hitting the leading boy hard in the waist.
Crack!
The sound of breaking bones rang out clearly. The leading boy flew away like a broken sack, crashing into a distant water pool, spitting out old blood and fainting without uttering a scream. Akai tilted her head, flicked her wrist sharply, and the black steel pipe drew a cold shadow in her fingers. She stepped forward, her leather shoe crashing heavily onto another assailant's hand, grinding down with cruel force.
Ah! The wail instantly echoed throughout the entire corridor. Akai's expression was emotionless, her eyes revealing unmasked ferocity. Want to play, huh? Alright, I'll play with you until your whole family goes to die neatly, are you satisfied? Her crazed expression, coupled with her ruthless actions, frightened the surrounding students to the ground. Lin Xiaowan sat on the ground, looking up at this murderous youth. At that moment, the bloody school around her seemed to become a backdrop. This wealthy young master with a bad temper that swing of his steel pipe was truly so cool. Wealthy young master Akai. 040 He death school foolish people have foolish blessings, Chen Mo's heart was shattered. After beating the people, Akai casually slung the steel pipe back over her shoulder. This steel pipe was custom made by Akai, brought from the real world to the bizarre world. Last time at Happy Apartment, Akai used the steel pipe to hit the weird ones. She found it easy, so this time she specially brought one into the instance. Looking at Lin Xiaowan sitting on the ground with her cheeks glowing rosy, Akai suddenly bent down, extending her long finger to lift Lin Xiaowan's chin, a wicked and flamboyant smile appearing on her lips. Hey, little kitty, why are you looking at me like that? Don't fall in love with me, it won't end well. I didn't. Lin Xiaowan blushed like a cat with its tail stepped on, her eyes darting around in a panic, momentarily losing her breath. Seeing this, Akai let go of her hand, clicked her tongue twice, and swaggeringly turned to leave with the still blood-dripping black steel pipe. Watching the tall, sturdy figure depart, Lin Xiaowan tightly clutched the hem of her school uniform, her heart a chaotic mess. Although this wealthy young master often used cruel words, calling her kitty and pet, in this deadly instance, he repeatedly saved her from peril. He is actually a very good master. Lin Xiaowan murmured softly. Sensing Akai walking away, Lin Xiaowan lifted her foot to follow.
But after just a few steps, she noticed the broken exam paper left in the place where the girl she had saved had disappeared.
Things left by the bazaar usually hide clues for passing the instance. Without thinking, Lin Xiaoruan picked up the torn exam paper.
Opening it up, she saw a series of crooked, lifeless blood characters written on it. Teacher Lin is the only hope, but she has been sewn into the library's door seam. She can't get out.
No one can get out. What does the only hope mean?
Lin Xiaoruan stared at the blood-written words, frozen for a moment. Rule number 4 says, the library is a sacred temple of knowledge. Bad students are strictly forbidden to enter. This means that the library is not an easy place to enter. But the blood-written words point to the only hope being within the forbidden land of the library.
Lin Xiaoruan couldn't understand the meaning of these blood letters.
She folded the test paper and put it into her backpack, following the already advancing young master, A Kai. At the same time, on the west side of the teaching building,
Qi Yi and Chen Mo were navigating through the chaotic corridor.
Chen Mo had not awakened his talent and knew he was not suited for solo action, so he wisely kept a distance behind Qi Yi, providing strategies. Along the way, he kept persuading Qi Yi to stay calm.
Qi Yi, don't meddle in other people's business.
Our task now is to gather information, don't break the rules. Qi Yi walked ahead with a gloomy face, his expression dark like the bottom of a pot. He didn't fully agree with Chen Mo's opinion, feeling that Chen Mo was too conservative.
Although they pretended to be students looking for mice along the way, they indeed overheard some valuable information.
At that moment, a boy covered in blood, before dying, fixedly stared at the laughing students around him, releasing a venomous curse.
Shu. The noose is tightening. Annie is counting your heartbeats. Soon, the death knell will toll for each one of you. Your greed will ultimately become the brightest ornament on the Christmas tree.
Hearing this sent chills down Shi Ye's spine, but it also stoked the fire of rage within him. Just thinking about the boy's brains spilling out after his forehead was smashed made him feel suffocated. He could have saved that boy just now, but Chen Mo wouldn't let him. The more Qi Yi thought about it, the more he felt frustrated.
Chen Mo, I can't take it anymore.
Qi Yi suddenly stopped. He considered himself a man, unable to watch innocent students being treated like animals.
Chen Mo understood Qi Yi's feelings.
He frowned and said, these students are just NPCs in the script, data in the game.
Caring for these NPCs will only lead to your own demise. But they are clearly living, breathing people.
Qi Yi clenched his fists tightly. If I can stand by and watch them being slaughtered without feeling anything, then how am I any different from the strange entities in the script? Just as they were arguing, raucous laughter suddenly came from around the corner ahead.
Ha ha. Look at this filthy rat. I heard your grandmother picked up trash at the school gate to support your education? That's just disgusting.
The most obvious characteristic of rats is their filth. I think you have the greatest chance of being a filthy rat. A few silver badge students were swinging sticks, surrounding a frail boy who looked nearly unrecognizable. The boy was dirty all over, his school uniform covered in patches.
Hey, this kid has a tough life. His dad died in a mine and couldn't even gather a body, his mom ran away, and yet he still hasn't starved to death. How could a rat starve to death? A rat steals food, he won't starve. Hey, kid, admit it, you're a rat, right? Speak. Ha ha ha, he can't talk. Did you forget?
Last time we tricked him into drinking that cup of cola filled with strong sulfuric acid. It burned his throat so badly that he can't even cry out now.
Since he can't speak, let's make him shut up forever.
Right, let's find a place to bury him alive, right in the pit he dug a few days ago. The leading boy sneered, raising a wooden stick with nails and violently smashing it towards the boy's head. At that moment, the boy tightly covered his face.
A bunch of beasts.
Seeing the nail about to stab into the boy's eye, Qi Yi's anger completely erupted. This time, he charged forward without regard for Chen Mo's obstruction.
Damn it, another fool looking for death.
The surrounding students saw Qi Yi and immediately swung their sticks, charging at him. Qi Yi was not afraid. Like a mad tiger, he crashed into the crowd, directly taking on the three little devils in front of him. But his two fists were no match for four hands. Just as he tried to protect the little mute, a student beside him suddenly lunged forward, stabbing him at the temple with a wooden stick embedded with nails.
Qi Yi, you idiot.
In this critical moment of life and death, Chen Mo unexpectedly jumped in, raising his elbow to block Qi Yi's side.
Bang! The muffled sound of impact echoed. The nail ripped through Chen Mo's elbow, and the blood that splattered instantly blurred half of his glasses.
Chen Mo stumbled from the hit, but he tightly grasped the attacker's wrist, buying Qi Yi time to counterattack.
Do you dare touch my brother again? Qi Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and a powerful punch sent the attacker flying.
Although Qi Yi fought without any skill, he had been on the streets and had fought many times. Those students, having led sheltered lives, quickly scattered in fear. When the bullies had all run away, Qi Yi hurriedly supported Chen Mo, saying, Chen Mo,
I'm sorry, it's my fault for being too impulsive and getting you hurt. Cough, cough, stop talking crap. Shen Mo wiped the blood from his shoulder, his gaze cold and frightening. I didn't want to save you, I only acted because I knew that if you died here, I wouldn't be able to live either. By the way, haven't you figured out what your talent, righteousness above all, means? Don't you know that it's your talent that drives you to stand up and fight for justice? Talent driving me? Shi was stunned, he had never thought about this. His talent was righteousness above all. This was a defensive/explosive type talent. Whenever he saw someone being bullied, he couldn't help but want to step up and fight for them. His ability was exceptionally protective, he could forcefully transfer 100% of the damage taken by his companions to himself. The more he was beaten, the stronger he became, the more serious his injuries, the more terrifying his battle power became. After the battle, all his wounds would automatically heal. The downside of this talent was that during the skill activation, his sense of pain would be forcibly blocked. If the battle dragged on without end, and he couldn't exit to heal, his wounds would instantly worsen to an incurable state, ultimately leading to his death when his life points hit 0. Not long after entering the instance, Shen Mo had asked Lin Xiaowan and Qi Yi about the specifics of their talents. The two were quite naive and had straightforwardly told Shen Mo all about their talents and their effects. Shen Mo looked at Qi Yi and kindly reminded him again, I know you act out of your talent, wanting to help the weak, but you need to learn to control your talent. Your sympathy should be for your companions, helping these useless NPCs is meaningless. You must be the one to control your talent, not the other way around. I understand now. Qi Yi's face turned red. If it weren't for Chen Mo's reminder, Qi Yi wouldn't have realized he was being controlled by his talent. He was a foolish person without much thought. Only after exiting the battle, seeing his wounds slowly healing, did Qi Yi realize that his talent had just been activated. Qi Yi had not yet tested the active skill of his talent, which could forcefully transfer 100% of the damage his companions took to himself. Looking at the wounds on Shen Mo's arm, Qi Yi attempted to transfer. Seconds later, the cut on Shen Mo's elbow miraculously healed, and that same cut silently appeared on Qi Yi's hand. Just as Qi Yi transferred Shen Mo's injury, the saved little newt timidly walked up to Qi Yi. He handed over a dirty pencil case to Qi Yi, put his hands together, and deeply bowed to Qi Yi. What is this for? You want to give me the pencil case as a thank you gift? Qi Yi was about to refuse when suddenly, a game panel popped up. Received gift, C-Class Ghost Tool Little Newt's pencil case. Function, when activated, all sounds within a 3-meter radius enter a state of absolute silence, lasting for 1 minute, exempting all sound-related rule judgments. Note, this is a gift from a child who has had their mouth covered by the whole world, given to their hero in their heart. Since they cannot call for help, let the world be silent too. After delivering the gift, the little newt quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Qi Yi stared at the pencil case in his hand, his mouth agape in astonishment. Shen Mo looked at the pencil case, then at the foolish person who has foolish luck, Qi Yi, and sadly pushed his glasses while pursing his lips. Alright, he took back his earlier words of expressing emotions to NPCs is meaningless. While others picked up ghost tools one after another, he still hadn't awakened his talent, and even got stabbed. Shen Mo felt that his usually calm heart was now slightly shattered. He felt the wound on his arm hurt even more. Hey! Not right. Where is the wound on his arm? 041, Death High School, let your little mouse in too. In the hallway of the teaching building, the wind blew, carrying a faint hint of a fishy smell. Akai lazily leaned against the railing, looking at the 3 people gathering in front of him, raised an eyebrow and said, Hey, my pets are back? So, did you catch any mice? Standing in front of Akai, Qi Yi scratched his head, revealing a big white tooth, and grinned like a fool. Young master, those mice are just too cunning, they disappeared without a trace. But don't worry, we have some clues now, and we will definitely work twice as hard this afternoon to help you catch the mice. Shen Mo adjusted his glasses, calmly agreeing, Yes, young master, we need some time to investigate. Facing Akai, they still acted respectfully. In this strictly hierarchical school, clinging to Akai, the rich young master, clearly had its benefits. Poof. Akai let out a snort from his nose, You talk too much nonsense. Simply put, you've done nothing all morning, right? As she said this, she raised her hand to check her watch. Alright, it's lunchtime. This young master is hungry, come with me to the cafeteria to eat. Saying this, Akai stuffed her hands in her pockets and walked ahead. As they reached the cafeteria door, a rich, slightly greasy scent of meat rushed over them. Walking into the hall, Qi Yi glanced up at the food serving window, and his steps instantly froze. Today, the cafeteria was eerily quiet, with only intermittent chewing sounds. Looking around, all the windows were piled high with meat. Not only were there exquisite spare ribs in the golden area, red braised pork in the silver area, but even the gray impoverished zone, usually filled with dishwater and rotten vegetable leaves, now had trays overflowing with chunks of red and white meat. Those meat chunks were cut quite large, stewed to a pulp, rolling around in thick broth. Qi Yi even saw a piece of meat with half a nail still attached.
Recalling the slaughtered students seen in the corridor earlier, the dismembered bodies, everyone suddenly understood what this meat actually was. This was no longer a cafeteria, it was clearly a morgue filled with corpses. It was too disgusting. Chi felt his stomach churn violently, covering his mouth as he rushed out the cafeteria door and squatted by the flower bed, vomiting wildly.
Shen Mo's face looked even worse than Chi's. He looked at the meat, and all he could think of was the sticky meat jelly he had eaten last time. The nauseating sensation buried deep in his memory surged up instantly. He felt a sharp, violent spasm in his stomach, then rushed out and knelt on the ground, vomiting so hard that even bile was about to come out. Lin Xiaoruan couldn't handle the shock either, holding onto the wall while dry heaving, her face as white as a sheet.
As the three of them were vomiting uncontrollably, a glass of clear water was suddenly handed to Qi. Qi wiped his mouth and looked up, realizing that the person handing him the water was the mute child he had saved earlier that morning from a group of troublemakers. Thank you, Qi said, taking the water, rinsing his mouth, and finally managing to suppress the nausea a bit.
He wiped his face and said smugly to Lin Xiaoruan and Shen Mo, "Did you see that? This is my new little oddball disciple." Last time I saw Sister Shen Yan collecting a few weird followers in the apartment, I couldn't help but envy her. Never thought I'd be able to do the same. Looks like I'm truly learning from Sister Shen, huh? When the name Shen Yan was mentioned, Lin Xiaoruan's already pale face grew even darker. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Even now, she still couldn't accept the fact that Shen Yan had passed away. In the past few days, Lin Xiaoruan had been feeling guilty. As an experienced player, she felt she hadn't done well. Back then, she shouldn't have let Shen Yan go to the bathroom alone. It was all her fault for not being careful, not being observant, and not being bold enough, which caused Shen Yan's death to be so silent. But despite the sadness, Lin Xiaoruan quickly gathered herself. The game was still ongoing, and she had to work hard to escape this dungeon with Qi and Shen Mo. As she looked at the mute child standing stiffly behind Qi, Lin Xiaoruan suddenly squinted, feeling a bit suspicious. Something about this mute child felt off. Yes, definitely off. Shen Mo, this mute child is suspicious, Lin Xiaoruan whispered in Shen Mo's ear. She didn't directly tell Qi because she was worried that this impulsive fool might ruin things. Better to keep it from Qi for now and observe what this mute child intends to do. What do you mean? Shen Mo, leaning against the wall, exhaled deeply. You know my talent is the radiance of the Blessed Virgin, right? As long as it's something weird, I can empathize with their pain, Lin Xiaoruan said, glancing again at the mute child. But with this kid, I can't sense even a hint of pain. It's not normal. A child who's been bullied, had acid poured on them, or even buried alive, how could they not feel any resentment or pain? Hearing this, Shen Mo's gaze immediately turned cold. I understand. Qi is too impulsive, so let's not tell him yet. We don't want to alert them. I'll keep an eye on this mute child. At this point, Shen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan were on the same page, and Lin Xiaoruan gave him a small nod. At that moment, Akai, with both hands in her pockets, leisurely walked out of the cafeteria. She hadn't eaten. Now, the cafeteria was filled with nothing anyone could stomach. Earlier, she had simply stood there in the cafeteria, letting the nauseating stench of blood and decay fill her nostrils. This extreme disgust and ugliness made her feel both sick and angry. System prompt, host's emotional fluctuation detected. Malice value +5 +5 +5 +5. Current malice value, 42%. Akai felt the slight increase in restlessness within her body and raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Her malice value usually stabilized around 20, but now that the school had entered a weird state, she needed to build up some malice to face the upcoming dangers. Right now, her malice value was just right enough to deal with some minor weirdos, but not so much that she would lose control due to exceeding the limit. Since your stomachs are upset, don't waste food here, Akai said as she walked up to them, her tone indifferent. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but give Akai a deep, meaningful look. He couldn't shake the feeling that, despite this arrogant young air, sometimes when she acted, she seemed carefree, yet not as careless as she appeared. They always maintained the status quo in disguise. Go take a nap at the elite club. Akai ignored their gazes and simply gave the order. As soon as they heard club, the three pets all sighed in relief. The club truly was the most comfortable place in the school right now. The few of them followed Akai toward the club, but this time, there was an extra little tail at the end of the line. The little mute trailed behind Shi like a shadow. When they reached the club entrance, the guard in uniform stretched out his hand to stop the tattered little mute. Young master. Shi glanced awkwardly at Akai, this little mute is my brother, can you let him in too? Akai stopped, turned around. Her expressionless deadfish eyes lingered on the little mute for a few seconds, then her mouth curled up in a teasing arc. Alright, let your little mouse in too. When Akai said the words little mouse, her tone carried a vague meaning that was hard to describe.
In that instant, the little mute, who had been keeping his head down and looking numb, slightly twitched his eyebrows. Chi completely failed to sense the stirring atmosphere around them. He carefully continued to explain for the little mute, "Young master, please don't misunderstand, he's just a poor little mute, not a mouse." Akai ignored Chi's words and directly pushed open the club's big door. Watching Akai's retreating figure, Lin Xiaoruan and Shen Mo exchanged glances.
What did Akai mean by that?
He called the little mute a mouse. Did he see through something, or was he just speaking nonsense? 042, Death University System prompt, no such person found.
Elite Club VVIP box.
The afternoon sunlight spilled through the heavy velvet curtains, filling the air with the scent of expensive perfume. Akai lay on the king-size bed, breathing evenly, seemingly fast asleep. Chi hugged his bone-shaped pillow, snoring loudly in the luxurious dog bed.
Lin Xiaoruan curled up like a cat in the hanging basket.
The little mute wasn't allowed into the box. He was arranged to wait for Chi on the sofa in the lobby. Once he was certain Akai was asleep, Shen Mo carefully sat in front of the high-performance desktop computer in the corner. Shen Mo intended to use the computer to hack into the school's intranet to look up information on teacher Lin and Annie. When the three of them regrouped earlier, they had already exchanged the clues they had. Shen Mo had hacked into the school's intranet before. The school's network was very old and easy to break into. He quickly logged into the intranet and found the school's personnel records.
After locating the records, Shen Mo entered the character Lin into the search bar. Soon, a gray resignation file popped up on the screen. Name, Lin Xiaonan. Position, former senior Chinese department head. Status, resigned, 3 years ago. There was only one teacher with the last name Lin in the entire school.
The record showed that this teacher, Lin Xiaonan, suddenly submitted her resignation on Christmas Eve 3 years ago, citing personal reasons.
Next, Shen Mo pulled up the library's borrowing records.
He found that the last time the library was open was also Christmas Eve 3 years ago. The library closing time coincided with the time teacher Lin resigned.
After checking teacher Lin, Shen Mo then entered the name Annie into the search bar. He pressed the enter key.
The screen flickered a few times and displayed a cold prompt box. System prompt, no such person found.
Whether it was student records, staff records, or records of dropouts and deaths over the years, Shen Mo could not find the name Annie.
A heaviness settled in Shen Mo's heart.
A person who didn't exist was mysteriously controlling the entire subplot?
Taking advantage of the fact that Akai hadn't woken up yet, Shen Mo quickly erased his browsing history and turned off the monitor. After doing all this, Shen Mo picked up the unfinished steak in the room. Outside the hall, he handed it to the little mute waiting outside. The little mute gratefully took the steak, cut it into small pieces with a knife and fork, and began to eat slowly and savoringly. For more than a week that followed, the school completely turned into a hell. At first, only the poor students wearing gray badges were hunted. But as the gray students became fewer and even close to extinction, those students with golden badges, blinded by fury, began to cast greedy glances at the middle class with silver badges. This was an indiscriminate predation. If it weren't for Master Asai protecting them, the three little pets might have died in this hunt long ago.
On December 19th.
In the classroom, the seats that were once full were now half empty, and most of the remaining desks were splattered with dried blood. On the podium, the foreign teachers and instructors still passionately delivered their lessons. They asked questions, smiled, and nodded at the empty desks below, as if the deceased students were still sitting upright. This extreme sense of disconnection was chilling. In these days, the little mute followed Chi like a servant, day in and day out.
Pouring tea, handing water, running errands. His loyal appearance seemed to truly consider Chi as his big brother.
Oh, this little mute is really a good weirdo. Chi exclaimed more than once, look how sensible he is, I want to take him out of the dungeon. Lin Xiaoruan and Shen Mo exchanged glances without speaking. The two had been taking turns watching the little mute these days, but he truly hadn't done anything wrong.
As for clue collection, the trio didn't idle around either.
Taking advantage of Master Asai's order to catch rats, they swaggered around the school with a feather as their command. Whenever they saw a lone student, Chi would rush up, pretending to be fierce and interrogate, hey.
Honestly admit, have you seen any rats? In the eyes of outsiders, this was Asai's lackey bullying people. But in reality, during the interrogation, they extracted plenty of mumbling madness from students at the brink of mental collapse. He.
Annie's scissors are already sharpened.
Snip, snip. Don't sleep too deeply.
The red ballet shoes will dance at midnight. They like to crush people's toes.
Soon. The Christmas Eve cleansing is coming. That night, only obedient children will turn into dolls.
Those who don't listen will be turned into meat sauce and stuffed in socks.
There were only 5 days left until the legendary Christmas Eve massacre.
Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, as if brewing a huge snowstorm. In the back row of Class 7 in the senior year, Asai propped her legs on the desk, holding a bag of potato chips, munching loudly. She sank deep into the sofa that the teacher had specially given her, looking extremely lazy.
Awong, go, buy me another bottle of ice cola.
Asai lazily kicked her deskmate's chair.
Sure, young master. Shi immediately got up, kicked the chair of the student in front, and shouted, "Let's go, little brother, we're getting water for the young master."
Hearing this, the little mute immediately stood up obediently.
Just at that moment he stood up.
Asai crunched down on a piece of potato chip. The instant the little mute turned around, she tilted her head slightly, her dead fish eyes staring directly at him.
That gaze was filled with amusement, and felt unsettling when it landed on a person. Like a naughty cat staring at a trembling mouse under its paws, contemplating whether to start eating from the head or bite off the tail first. As the little mute turned around, his movements suddenly stiffened. He could clearly feel that gaze sticking to him, crawling up along his spine. The shudder of being locked onto by a top predator made all his hair stand on end in an instant. But he didn't dare to look up, only burying his head even lower. Little brother?
Shi noticed the little mute didn't move, turned back to Akai and asked, "Young master, why are you staring at him?"
What's wrong?
Akai smiled slightly, pulling the corners of her mouth up. She casually threw the chip bag on the table and tapped the crumbs off her hands.
It's nothing, just thinking this little brother of yours.
Akai paused, her eyes like hooks circling around the little mute before slowly spitting out the second half of her sentence.
Is quite interesting. Go buy some water, don't make me wait too long. Oh, okay. Shi didn't understand what Akai meant and pulled the little mute out of the classroom.
Akai stared at the little mute's back, her gaze faintly landing on his strange walking posture.
A few days ago, he didn't walk this crooked. 043, Death High School, divided teams.
The sky was dark like an upside-down black pot.
Heavy dark clouds pressed overhead, making it hard to breathe.
In the afternoon, following young Master Akai's catch the mouse instruction, Chen Mo, Lin Xiaoruan, and Qi once again began their sweep across the entire school along with the loyal little mute. They passed through the teaching building and arrived at the back of an abandoned laboratory building, a place rarely visited. There was no one around, only the cold wind swirling dead leaves on the ground, making a rustling sound.
As they walked, the always silent Shen Mo suddenly stopped. Wait a minute.
Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and turned to look seriously at his two teammates behind him, saying, "There are some things we need to clarify now." Seeing Chen Mo so serious, Lin Xiaoruan and Qi were stunned for a moment and stopped as well.
What's wrong, Lao Chen? Did you discover some new clues? Qi asked. Not clues, it's about our survival strategy. Chen Mo's tone was extremely serious. Have you noticed our situation is already very dangerous?
Although Akai is protecting us now, she is after all an unpredictable local bully who could turn on us at any moment.
Now with Teacher Lin missing and Annie not traceable, the difficulty of the entire scenario is increasing exponentially. Chen Mo paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. To be honest, relying on just the three of us, a warrior who can only charge in, and two supports without combat power, the chance of surviving the Christmas Eve is less than 10%. So far, we don't even know what will happen on Christmas Eve. Lin Xiaoruan frowned, so what do you mean?
What I mean is, we must change our strategy.
Chen Mo said calmly, we can't continue to aimlessly catch the mouse. We need to find that fifth player. What do we want him for? To kill him? Shi clenched his fists. No, it's about cooperation.
Chen Mo's voice grew a bit lower, he continued. No matter what country he's from, being able to hide undetected in this S-level scenario means he has strong survival skills and means. Now that the scenario has entered its final stage, facing the unknown terror like Annie, we need allies.
With one more person, there's one more chance to survive. Cooperation?
Lin Xiaoruan looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, as if looking at a madman. Chen Mo, are you crazy?
Have you forgotten the red bullet screen issued by the command center of the Great Summer Country? The country clearly warned us that the fifth player is likely not a good person. He must be from a hostile country. And now you actually say you want to find him to cooperate? Isn't that seeking death?
Xiaoruan, listen to my analysis.
Chen Mo didn't get excited, trying to convince Lin Xiaoruan with logic. The bullet screen is just speculation. The fifth player hasn't done anything to harm us until now, right?
Sometimes, in order to survive, using every available power is the optimal solution to clear the scenario.
I don't want to hear your optimal solution. I only know he is the enemy.
Lin Xiaoruan's emotions began to rise. She took a step back, her eyes filled with resistance.
If the fifth player is really a good person, why hasn't he shown up yet?
He has been hiding in the dark, just like a ticking time bomb.
Shen Mo, your thoughts are too dangerous.
Not only should we not cooperate with him, but we should also find him and kill him quickly.
This is what we should do. Kill him quickly? Just based on you?
Chen Mo sighed, seeming helpless against Lin Xiaoruan's innocence. He didn't argue anymore, just calmly said, "It seems we cannot reach a consensus on this issue." He adjusted his somewhat windswept collar and pointed towards the distant sports complex, saying, "I can't convince you, and it's hard for you to change my judgment.
Since that's the case, I won't force it. Let's not talk about this for now, let's continue searching for clues. Next, let's go to the sports complex. If we encounter the fifth player, I will discuss cooperation with him myself. If you want to cooperate, you can go by yourself. I won't go.
I believe in the nation's judgment, and I won't cooperate with the enemy," Lin Xiaoruan said, her cheeks puffed up.
I got it.
Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoruan and Qi Yi, nodding his head. "I just stated my decision. Of course, you also have the right to choose what you think is right. I won't just not look for him, but I also won't team up with you anymore."
Lin Xiaoruan reacted almost instantly.
With red-rimmed eyes, gritting her teeth, she looked at Chen Mo and continued with a firm tone, "Different paths don't make for a discussion.
Shen Mo, since you want to discuss cooperation with that devil, then you go by yourself. I will never team up with a potential enemy." She suddenly turned around and walked towards the lake by the school, saying, "Why not just go our separate ways? I won't ally with the enemy. If I encounter him, I will make him regret coming to this instance with my scissors." After saying that, Lin Xiaoruan stormed off. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiaoruan's back, sighed helplessly, and silently turned around, striding towards the direction of the sports complex. Hey! Hey! What are you two doing? Are you leaving like this?
This scene happened too suddenly, and Qi Yi, who had been silent, was completely stunned. He stood there, looking at the angry Lin Xiaoruan on the left, then at the cold Chen Mo on the right, scratching his head in frustration. What is this about?
How can we just disband? Aren't we a team? Come back. Both of you come back.
But the two were more stubborn than the other, ignoring Qi Yi, and in the blink of an eye had walked far away.
It's over, why disband at such a crucial moment?
Qi Yi looked helpless, not knowing how to handle this kind of situation, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He turned his head and looked at the little mute who had been quietly standing beside him, with no sense of presence, and asked with a grim face, "Little brother, what do you think this is about?
What do you think we should do? Should I go after whom?"
The little mute blinked. He quietly stood in the shade of the tree, his vacant eyes first looked at Lin Xiaoruan's leaving figure, then turned to the direction where Chen Mo had vanished. Then, the little mute stretched out his bony hand. He first pointed towards the direction of the artificial lake where Lin Xiaoruan had left. Then, his finger bent, pointing to himself. Next, he extended his finger to point at Qi Yi. Finally, his finger pointed towards the direction of the sports complex where Chen Mo had left. Qi Yi looked at the little mute's series of gestures, paused for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Do you mean, you will go find Lin Xiaoruan?" The little mute nodded. "And then you want me to go find Chen Mo?" Qi Yi pointed at himself. The little mute nodded again. Qi Yi frowned and thought for a moment, feeling this was indeed the only solution for now. Lin Xiaoruan is a girl, and now she is so emotional, it would be too dangerous for her to go alone to that eerie place by the lake. Let the little mute follow her, at least he is a companion, and if something happens, he can run back to deliver the message. On Chen Mo's side, it wouldn't be a big deal to go persuade him again, just talking it out would definitely resolve the issue.
Fine then.
Qi Yi sighed, patting the little mute's shoulder, speaking earnestly.
Seems like this is the only way.
Little brother, it's hard on you, hurry and catch up with Xiaoruan.
The girl has a stubborn temper and is upset right now, you must keep an eye on her and don't let her do anything foolish.
I'll go chase after old Chen, the dead glasses wearer is also a stubborn mule, why does he have to argue with Lin Xiaoruan at a time like this? As Qi Yi spoke, he looked at the gloomy sky, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart.
Let's split up, you protect Xiaoruan, I'll go persuade Chen Mo, and I'll bring him over to meet you soon. Go now.
The little mute nodded obediently. He looked deeply at Qi Yi, then turned around, dragging his slightly lame leg, limping quickly towards the direction where Lin Xiaoruan had left by the artificial lake.
Death University, the fall of the fifth player? By the artificial lake.
In deep winter, the lake water was cloaked in a dead gray mist, the withered reeds rustled in the cold wind, like some sort of poor whisper. Lin Xiaoruan walked ahead, her head lowered, wiping away tears while kicking the stones by the roadside, mumbling aggrievedly.
Stinky Chen Mo, rotten Chen Mo.
Working with the enemy, has he completely lost his mind? At this moment, a dragging sound of footsteps came from behind Lin Xiaoruan. This sound, Lin Xiaoruan had become used to over the past few days, she knew it was the noise of the little mute's lame leg dragging on the ground. Noticing the little mute following her, Lin Xiaoruan suddenly stopped and turned around to shout at the person behind her.
Can you not follow me anymore? I'm really annoyed right now, can you go back to find Qi Yi? I don't want to see you stinky men. However,
the little mute, who usually cowered at the slightest loud sound, stood still at this moment. He tilted his head, and those originally dull eyes were now fixated on Lin Xiaoruan. Slowly, the corners of his mouth curved up, revealing a very strange, malicious smile.
"Oh, my dear Lin, why do you want me to leave?"
The little mute suddenly spoke, his voice harsh and unpleasant, with a strong foreign accent that made his Chinese pronunciation quite awkward.
"But, didn't you just say that whenever you meet me, you want to kill me? Isn't this exactly the moment you've been waiting for?"
Seeing the little mute suddenly start to talk, Lin Xiaoruan was momentarily stunned, then she stiffened in place.
"You?"
Her voice trembled, her body instinctively taking a step back, and with a shocked face, she asked, "You can talk?"
"Yes. I can talk." The little mute smiled slightly. "Hey, I'm saying, little kitty, are you missing the point?" "The point? What point?"
Lin Xiaoruan looked at the little mute suspiciously, then covered her mouth in terror. "What you just said, does it mean you are the fifth player?"
"Oh, that is so obvious, isn't it?"
The little mute spread his hands, enjoying the thrill of the cat and mouse game.
"What? Were you feeling tough in front of your teammates just now? Didn't you say you'd kill me the moment you encountered me?"
He stepped closer, his gaze venomous.
"Now I've appeared, why aren't you making a move, little kitty? Underestimating your own abilities and wanting to kill me, I want to see who of us will meet God first." You have been pretending to be mute to deceive us."
Lin Xiaoruan retreated a few steps, assuming a posture to run away.
"Oh, no, don't think about escaping, my dear girl."
The little mute grinned savagely, his right hand suddenly jerking, a sharp folding knife sliding into his palm in an instant. "You can't escape, I will let you sleep forever at the bottom of this lake."
"Become a real mute."
Before his voice fell, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he lunged toward Lin Xiaoruan with his dragged leg.
"Ah!"
Lin Xiaoruan let out a sharp scream. Under the threat of death, she closed her eyes and took out a can of pepper spray from her pocket, spraying wildly in front of her.
Hiss!
The strong pepper spray instantly burst in the air. The spicy and pungent red mist directly covered the little mute's face.
"Oh, damn it, my eyes!"
The little mute let out a cry. The burning sensation made him lose his sight instantly. He frantically advanced, covering his eyes, waving the folding knife in the air like a crazed beast. At that moment, a tall figure sprang out from the nearby woods, kicking heavily at the little mute's chest.
Bang!
With great force, the little mute flew backwards, crashing heavily onto the grass. Before he could get up, Chi had rushed over and was on top of him, fists raining down like a torrential storm.
"You piece of trash! Dare to fool me! You still dare to lay hands on Xiaoruan! I trusted you so much! Treated you like a brother!"
Chi was truly furious. This week he had gone all out to protect this little brother, only to realize that he had brought out a poisonous snake. The little mute was beaten black and blue, blood filling his mouth. He barely opened his swollen eyes, looking weakly at Chi, incredulously asking,
How did you come back so quickly? Weren't you at the gym?"
Chi snorted coldly, and punched him again in the eye socket. "Where I go is none of your business, you piece of trash."
"It was me who made him come back." At this moment, Shen Mo, adjusting his glasses, walked out of the woods unhurriedly. He looked down at the barely alive little mute on the ground, his tone cold as he said, "How could I lure out the poisonous snake hiding in the gutter without acting out a ruptured relationship play?" Hearing this, the little mute gasped in surprise, staring at Shen Mo with puzzled eyes, asking, "When did you start to suspect me?"
"From day one, I suspected you, in the elite club."
Shen Mo squatted down, slowly recounting that day's events. "Do you remember that day at noon, young Master Kai rewarded Chi with a steak? At that time, Chi didn't finish it, and I took the leftover steak to you, and when you took that piece of meat, you instinctively grabbed the knife and fork beside it, eating the steak on the plate skillfully." Shen Mo's lips curled in mockery. How could a little mute who grew up in a slum, bullied to the point of only being able to eat leftovers at school, use a full set of Western dining utensils so skillfully? God, your acting is just too bad. The real little mute must have long vanished, right?
Using his pencil case to get close to us is just perfectly suited, as you can remain silent, thus not exposing your terrible Chinese accent. In this scenario, possessing a ghostly item and wanting to subtly approach us can only be the fifth player. You've already been exposed. I guessed you were the fifth player, which is why I let Lin Xiaoruan say in front of you that she wanted to kill you. The little mute gritted his teeth, his eyes full of unwillingness. "Since you suspected me long ago, why expose me today?" "Because I needed to test." Shen Mo explained, "The reason it dragged to today is that a few days ago I was still uncertain where you hid the storage space." Shen Mo's gaze fell on the folding knife in the little mute's hand. "I noticed that every time we explored the campus, you would subconsciously touch this folding knife. A folding knife can't deal with the strange, holding onto it only means it is the storage space, indicating it hides something that can handle the strange." The little mute, whose last trump card had been exposed, finally showed terror in his eyes. He shouted fearfully, "What do you mean? Do you want to kill me and take my storage space? Don't you fear that such actions will affect international peace?"
Millions of viewers are watching the live stream, do you want to start a war? Shen Mo seemed to hear a joke, he chuckled, don't worry, it won't affect anything. Our country once said in our bullet screen that the fifth player might not be a good person, and it mentioned you are not a good person without revealing your identity. Normally, with the live stream camera, your identity would be easy to find. But our country has not figured out your identity to tell us. The only explanation is, you don't have a live stream camera, you are an undocumented player. Shen Mo lowered his head, delivering the final death notice to the little mute. According to the game rules, undocumented players cannot appear in the live stream. This means that when you are near us, our live stream will show mosaics and mute sounds. You dare to attack Lin Xiaoru because you know her stream will be blocked, and if you kill her, no one will know it was you. Likewise, if you die here, no one will know we did it. You will die quietly, like a real rat. Damn it! The little mute completely collapsed. He suddenly sprang up from the ground, gripping his folding knife, and frantically lunged at Shen Mo. Even if I die, I will take one with me. However, Yi didn't give the little mute a chance to counterattack. He had always been on guard against him. Seeing him explode, Yi directly delivered a fierce side kick to the mute's stomach. Bang! This kick was powerful, and the little mute's body drew a faint shadow through the air. When he landed, that folding knife plunged straight into his heart. Blood quickly dyed the dry grass red, and the fifth player died at his own hands. Shen Mo walked over, pulled out the folding knife, wiped it on the corpse's clothes, and casually handed it to Lin Xiaoru. Take it, this is a new storage space. You can throw away that ugly backpack on you. Hey, hey, hey! Don't throw it away. Yi leaned over, grinning and looking at Lin Xiaoru's backpack. Xiaoru, if you don't want it, give it to me. I still need something to carry my stuff. Lin Xiaoru took the folding knife from Shen Mo's hand, hesitating. Shen Mo, this clue was found by you, you should keep it. Shen Mo shook his head. You were the first to discover he wasn't strange, and you acted as bait to draw him out. This is what you deserve. Listening to their conversation, Yi scratched his head and asked in frustration, so you both suspected he had problems long ago? Am I the only one who didn't know anything? Why didn't you tell me? Tell you early? Lin Xiaoru shot Yi a look. With your temper, could you stay calm and act in a play for so long? If you had known earlier, you would have rushed up to fight him directly. What would happen if he hid the dagger or ran away in the chaos? Yi chuckled, that is true. If I had known this guy was deceiving me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back. I would have rolled up my sleeves and directly killed him. As the three talked, they simply cleaned up the scene and turned to leave the lakeside. Shortly after the three left. Behind the fake mountain by the lake, a staggering figure stumbled out. His face was pale, desperately clutching his chest, limping toward the teaching building. Behind him, on top of the fake mountain, a Kai was sitting on a large rock, watching the panicked escape of the back figure with indifference. Heh, Jack. Akai's lips curled into a slight arc as she slowly pulled out her steel pipe from her storage ring and went after him. Little mouse, got you. 045, Dead University, because I know the dead cannot speak. St. Mary Academy, the boys' bathroom at the end of the teaching building. Jack clutched his chest, gasping for air, his face as pale as a corpse. He had just wanted to lean on the sink to rest when the tightly shut bathroom door suddenly burst open from behind him. Creak. A mischievous face appeared in the crack of the door. She had a bloody steel pipe slung over her shoulder, grinning as she looked at Jack huddled in the corner. Hey, little mouse, I've caught you. Jack's heart raced, and he instinctively backed away in fear, crashing against the cold tiles. He forced out a smile even uglier than a cry, his voice trembling. Ethan, have you made a mistake? I'm just an ordinary student? Ordinary student? Ethan scoffed, stepping closer, dragging the steel pipe across the tiles with a grating sound. Jack, you don't need to pretend. I've been watching you for several days. The past few days, Jiang City hasn't been able to catch any mice, and they've taken it out on you, right? I noticed that when you stand up from your chair, your butt tightens involuntarily. Is that a consequence of what Jiang City has done to you? Jack's face instantly turned from pale to livid. Funny enough, Ethan stopped in front of Jack, her smile widening. The little mute, when he stood up from his chair today, also tightened his but just like you. He walked with a limp, exactly the same as you. Until just now, the mute was stabbed in the chest and died, while you clutched your chest and fled from the lake to here. Ethan tilted her head, her tone mocking. Jack, let's guess why that is. How about? I take a guess first? I suspect your talent has to do with cloning, right? Jack's body jolted, and his previously humble eyes suddenly erupted with extreme fear. Who the hell are you? Jack screamed, you can't be an NPC from the game. NPCs can't know what talent is. Who are you? If you can disguise yourself as someone else, why can't I? Ethan laughed, her smile seeming particularly carefree under the dim bathroom light. Why don't you guess who I am? Jack was stunned, staring intently at Ethan's emotionless dead fish eyes, his mind racing to search for the information about the top players from the Dasha Kingdom.
Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed his mind, and he widened his eyes in realization. You are.
Bang!
Before Jack could finish his sentence, Afin swung the steel pipe, crashing it down on his skull. Blood gushed out, instantly flowing down Jack's forehead, blurring his vision. Afin showed no signs of stopping. She leisurely locked the bathroom door, a cruel smile on her lips, swinging the pipe down again and again.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
The heavy sound of flesh colliding echoed in the closed bathroom.
Jack tried. His talent is called Umbra Gemini. Just as Shen Yan said, this is a talent that can transform oneself into two people.
With this talent, he survived 8 terrifying dungeons. Each time, he would create a completely real clone to face danger, letting the monsters kill the clone while he hid in the dark until the end. He had also used this trick to kill many players from opposing countries, and he had never failed. Although the death of the little mute was an accident, he didn't care as long as his real self was alive. He could survive until the end and quietly take the heads of the Xia players. When he returned to reality, he would obtain the money and fame he had always dreamed of.
He was just an undocumented smuggler.
The local government he had smuggled into had promised him that as long as he entered the third-level game, they would arrange identities for his family, allowing his son to sit properly in a bright classroom to study. He was just one game away from entering the third-level game, just one game. Before his consciousness completely sank into darkness, he seemed to see his beautiful wife waving to him in the distance, and he heard his son's tender laughter.
I'm sorry, father can't come home anymore.
Jack's eyes were wide open, refusing to close even in death. Akai looked at Jack's completely fading pupils, her chest heaving violently. This was her first time killing someone. But there was no fear in her heart. Instead, there was a twisted, long-repressed excitement.
Shen Yan, oh Shen Yan, you are indeed a very bad and cruel person.
Blood splattered all over the walls, and Akai's pale face was now covered with crimson stains. She dragged the steel pipe to the faucet and casually washed off the blood on her hands. She ripped a dull storage ring off Jack's cold fingers, tossed it into her space, then stowed the steel pipe away and walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. The classroom of Senior 3, Class 7, was quiet.
It was break time, and there weren't many people in the classroom.
Only Qi, Chen Mo, and Lin Xiao were gathered together.
They looked rather uneasy.
They had just checked the folding knife they took from the little mute. They thought they might find some incredible cursed object, but instead, it was all useless junk, a broken watch that only announces your death, reminding you 1 second before you die, you are going to die. There was also a scarf that could make you invisible, which stated that you had to hold it and shout you are a good child continuously to get a brief invisibility effect for 3 seconds. The weirdest cursed object was called Soul Tickler, which could scratch the monster's armpits, making them laugh foolishly. In short, it was all garbage.
Damn it, what a waste of effort, this fifth player is too poor. Qi muttered under his breath.
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared at the classroom door.
The 3 pets fell silent immediately. Akai walked in.
Her uniform was splattered with blood, although she had washed her face, there were still traces of dark red along her hairline. She walked to the desk, picked up her backpack, and smiled at the 3 pets.
What were you all talking about just now?
Qi gulped nervously and stammered, We weren't discussing anything, just figuring out how to help young master catch mice.
Young master, why do you have so much blood on you?
Oh, it's nothing, Akai casually said as she unzipped her backpack, I just stepped on an annoying rat in the bathroom. After saying that, she simply slung her backpack over her shoulder and left the classroom without looking back.
Akai skipped class again. The reason she skipped class today was not because her mask was about to go on cooldown. The main reason was that she was really too dirty, she needed a proper shower. Watching Akai's departing figure, Chen Mo's expression suddenly turned cold. This bully young master has changed moods. Shen Mo lowered his voice and said, Next, he might not cover us anymore.
We need to be careful, he might start a slaughter. Qi felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although Akai was indeed very arrogant, he had never hurt them. This young master is actually quite good to us, Qi sighed, I don't know who he has killed as mice. If he really starts catching mice, then we pets, sooner or later, we will turn against him. Lin Xiaoruan didn't say anything, her mind was filled with the scene of Akai lifting a steel pipe and standing in front of her to save her that day. Her heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. After leaving the school, Akai took off his mask and walked home all the way.
When he got home, Shen Yan went straight into the bathroom.
She stood in front of the bathroom mirror, looking at the pale and indifferent face in the mirror, and her stomach suddenly churned, bending over and dry heaving.
Actually, it was still nauseating.
The rich smell of blood seemed to linger in her nostrils, refusing to go away.
Stop it, Shen Yan.
She coldly ordered herself in the mirror, there is no mercy in a horror game, if you want to survive, you must adapt to all of this. She washed for a long, long time until her skin turned red.
You must move forward bravely, Shen Yan whispered. Because behind you, the endless alley is empty.
Shen Yan took a long shower, and only when her parents' voices rang out did she change into her pajamas and push open the bathroom door to go out.
Shen Yan found the atmosphere at home a bit gloomy.
Her father sat on the sofa with a black face, smoking, while her mother looked worried.
Shen Yan, come here, the father's voice was deep.
Shen Yan walked over and sat down. Before she could speak, her father sternly questioned, "Your teacher called me today and said you haven't been to school for over a week.
He asked if you were feeling better, when you would return to class."
Her father abruptly extinguished his cigarette, glaring at her seriously. "You leave early and return late every day. Where have you been?
Why are you skipping school and lying? You better tell me honestly." Her mother, also worried, sat beside her. Yan, were you bullied at school? Or did you get into trouble? Tell mom, don't bear it alone."
To these ordinary people, it still was an ordinary key high school. No one knew that it had already turned into a hell on earth with rivers of blood.
"I'm sorry."
Shen Yan didn't know how to explain this matter. She lowered her eyes and softly said, "I haven't been in a good mood recently and skipped school for a few days. I'm sorry to worry you. Tomorrow
I will go back to school properly. Let's talk a bit." The update was explosive. Can I ask for more good reviews? Rolling on the floor, desperately begging for book reviews.
046, Death High School, a shocking resurrection across the internet. Shen Yan returns. In the morning of the Daxia Nation, Li Chang was a die-hard fan of Shen Yan. Since the day Shen Yan was confirmed dead, and the livestream totally blacked out, his first task every morning was to open that already cancelled livestream and send a barrage saying, "Sister Shen, have a safe journey," under the pretense of
cyber incense. Today was no exception. While yawning, he habitually opened his phone.
The originally dark livestream, showing player has died, unexpectedly, at this moment, lit up without warning. On screen, the dawn barely breaking, that familiar figure was leisurely walking down the corridor of the St. Mary Academy, wrapped in the morning light. Shen Yan's cold, thin, world-weary face suddenly filled the whole screen without warning.
Holy crap! A ghost!
Li Chang let out a shrill scream, and his phone plopped into the wash basin.
He didn't have time to dry it off. He scrambled to pick up the phone, quickly took a few screenshots, and rushed to Weibo, posting the craziest update of his life. Breaking news! Shen Yan is not dead. Sister Shen has resurrected. She appeared in the livestream. Everyone hurry to watch. Image. Less than a minute after the post was sent out, the comment section was instantly flooded with mockery and insults. Is the blogger crazy about Shen Yan? How dare they use such photo editing to fool us for views? Exploiting the dead, do you have no bottom line? The official command confirmed Shen Yan's death with their own mouths. Do you dare to question the official announcement? Let's disperse. Another clout chaser. This kind of scam account should be banned directly. The editing is terrible. Sister Shen has been gone for a week, and you tell me she came back to life? Are you a programmer for the cyber banquet game? If Sister Shen is really alive, I'll livestream myself eating poop. Please, blogger, show some respect for the deceased.
However, just 1 minute later, things took a strange turn. Because more and more people discovered that Shen Yan's livestream not only lit up, but the number of online viewers was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. It went from 1 to 10,000, and then from 10,000 to 1 million. The entire online network of the Great Xia was paralyzed, shaking the whole internet. In the livestream chat, the comments that had been silent for a week exploded like a barrel of gunpowder.
High energy ahead. What the hell am I seeing? Living Sister Shen? Zombies. It must be a zombie. Sister Shen, did you buy a resurrection armor? Where are the people who just cursed the blogger on Weibo? Come out and kneel to witness the miracle. Sister Shen, I heard someone lit incense for me in cyberspace? I thought I wasn't dead yet. Sister Shen's skin looks better than before she died? Did she take a paid vacation in the NPC zone? Holy crap! Sister Shen really came back. My tears won't stop. Long live Sister Shen. A miracle. In the 5 years since the cyber banquet game began, the first person to come back from the dead has appeared. Sister Shen is clearly still alive. Why was her livestream closed for a week? In the Great Xia Command Center. Bang! The coffee cup that Lei Dong just lifted fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, hot liquid splattering on his pants, but he was completely unaware. This commander, who had seen countless big scenes, stared wide-eyed, fixated on the electronic screen in front of him, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Department Lei, the live stream footage is confirmed to be correct. The assistant's voice trembled. Shen Yan has indeed reappeared in the livestream. She is alive. How is this possible? Lei Dong shouted in disbelief. The death judgment in the cyber banquet game has never been wrong. A stream interruption always means a player has died. I personally sent out the obituary across the internet. I even personally sent a red bullet chat to warn everyone Shen Yan was dead. Is this scientific? The assistant remained silent. It was a weird phenomenon happening worldwide, and he still asked if it was scientific. What a clueless question. The audience in the livestream clearly had no intention of letting Lei Dong off easy. The barrage of comments had already rubbed the credibility of the Great Xia Command Center into the dirt. Seeking Lei Dong's psychological shadow area, this official slap is crisp and loud. Department Lei, I confirm she died. Sister Shen, I confirm I am alive. I could laugh for a year over this twist. Command Center, quickly retract the obituary. Or it will be embarrassing when Sister Shen comes back to find her household registration cancelled. Isn't anyone curious how Sister Shen survived? Department Lei, go ask. In the game world, at this moment, Shen Yan had already walked into the classroom. She pushed open the door at the back of the classroom and walked in. Inside the classroom, all the noise fell into silence the moment the back door was opened. Clatter. The pen in Lin Xiaowan's hand fell to the ground. Pfft, Shi Yi, who was just about to take a sip of mineral water, sprayed it all over the empty desk in front. Even Chen Mo, who rarely showed much emotion, suddenly widened his eyes. Shen Yan? That Shen Yan who had just entered the game and died? She's standing before them completely intact? Holy crap. Commander Lei Dong, please explain what is going on. Lei Dong, don't ask me, I'm just as confused. Good morning. Shen Yan casually found a seat and sat down, then stuffed her backpack into the desk pocket, her tone as flat as if she had just returned from buying breakfast. In the livestream, the bullet comments suddenly went wild. Wow. What the hell is good morning? Sister Shen's calmness is just amazing. Shiya's expression could make me laugh for a year. Look at the bottle of water at the corner of his mouth. Whoa, Softy is such a heartbreaking little darling, she's about to cry from excitement. Ah, calm guy Chen Mo is finally not calm anymore. Shen. Sister Shen? Lin Xiaowan suddenly stood up, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't care less, she rushed over and grabbed Shen Yan's arm tightly. After confirming it was a warm body, she cried out, Sister Shen. You're not dead. You really didn't die. Whoa, where did you go this week? Where did I go? Shen Yan couldn't explain this matter. Shen Yan couldn't simply say she was on leave, could she? According to the game rules, players cannot stay in the NPC living area for more than 24 hours. Once the time is exceeded, the game officials will directly judge the player as neglecting the game, and the player will be punished, being stuck in the NPC living area and never able to leave the instance again. This was a difficult lie to tell. So Shen Yan could only slightly tilt her head and lightly utter two words, it's a secret. The bullet comments in the live stream surged again. A secret. Did you hear that? This is the style of a strong person. Chen Mo, I want to analyze. Shen Yan, dream on. Sister Shen, I just went to renew my membership, why did you all cancel my household registration? This week, Sister Shen must have been doing hidden missions. Look at that gaze, there's definitely more killing intent. Lin Xiaowan, confused with concern, realized after asking her question that so many people were watching the livestream, and she shouldn't have asked where did Shen Yan go this week. She quickly changed the subject. That's not important, the important thing is you're back. Sister Shen, while you were gone these days, we found a lot of clues. Since you're back, we can share the clues with you. Okay. Shen Yan nodded, looking all ears. Even though she had been living at school in the identity of a Kai during this time, her three teammates did not consider a Kai one of their own, so they hadn't told her many clues. She indeed needed to understand carefully. Then, Lin Xiaowan and Shen Mo took turns sharing everything related to Annie and Teacher Lin. Including those curses about Christmas Eve. Actually, Shen Yan had heard some of those curses from some students. However, the clues she received were disjointed. Now, after listening to Lin Xiaowan and Shen Mo, she finally had some clarity in her mind. Since we can't find Annie, let's figure out Teacher Lin's matter first. After hearing all the clues, Shen Yan made a decisive call. It looks like we need to make a trip to the library. Hey, Sister Shen, the library is hard to get into. Shi sighed, looking troubled. The rules clearly state that the library is a sacred hall, and underachievers are strictly forbidden to enter. We can't just break the rules and go in. Shen Yan smiled slightly. Who said we have to break the rules to get in? The rules say underachievers are forbidden to enter. I'm not an underachiever. She was a well-behaved model student, after all. Just as the discussion concluded, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway. A moment later, the physics teacher walked into the classroom. The classroom now felt extraordinarily eerie. The classroom that was once filled with dozens of students now only had 4 living people, Shen Yan, Shi Yi, Lin Xiaowan, and Shen Mo. Aside from the 4 of them, all the other students had left the classroom, some were killed like mice, while others had run outside to catch mice. The missing students did not attract any attention from the physics teacher.
He walked to the podium, his voice as heavy as ever. Students, turn to page 104. Today, we will review Chapter 6, Sound Wave Resonance, Frequency Locking and Structural Collapse in Specific Media. 047, Death High School, a dimensional strike that overturns the world. The atmosphere in the classroom was oppressive to the extreme. The physics teacher stood on the podium, his murky eyes lifelessly scanning the students below. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a group of students wearing golden badges streamed in one after another. There were more than 20 of them, and they spread out in the classroom, tightly surrounding Shen Yan, Shen Yaozu, Lin Xiaowan, and Qi Yi in the center of the crowd. I feel like there's danger everywhere. Qi Yi couldn't help but shrink his neck, murmuring, "Why isn't a Kai here today? For the first time, I miss that bully. If he were here, these guys wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." Lin Xiaowan looked around and softly replied to Qi Yi, "Maybe something else came up." Hearing their conversation, Shen Yaozu turned his head and gave Shen Yan a faint glance. On the podium, the physics teacher heavily knocked on the blackboard. Last class we covered the basics of sound wave resonance. Today, let me pose a question to see how well everyone is learning. He wrote a calculation problem about collapse frequency in specific media on the blackboard. The question was extremely difficult, involving a lot of non-linear variables. Looking at the problem, Qi Yi quietly asked Lin Xiaowan, "Is this a physics class or an English class?" "Shut up." Lin Xiaowan glared at Qi Yi. If they were deemed to be breaking classroom discipline by talking during class, it wouldn't end well. Shen Yaozu took out a piece of scrap paper and seriously began calculating the physics problem on the blackboard. Although the teacher had posed the question, the classroom was still noisy, showing no signs of quieting down. The students with golden badges whispered to each other in twos and threes, completely ignoring classroom discipline. They were undisciplined, yet the physics teacher turned a blind eye. His murky eyes sternly and rigidly fell on the few students wearing gray badges in the classroom. Seeing that Shen Yaozu, Lin Xiaowan, and Qi Yi were all seriously calculating, the physics teacher nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the physics teacher stopped scanning, his serious, rigid gaze angrily fixed on Shen Yan. While the other students with gray badges were diligently working on the problem, Shen Yan was lazily resting her head on the desk, dozing off. The physics teacher's face instantly darkened, as if he could drip water from it. He walked heavily down from the podium and slapped down hard on Shen Yan's desk. "Shen Yan! Are you trying to defy the teacher? Everyone is calculating. What right do you have to sleep? Everyone is calculating?" Shen Yan looked around in confusion at the other students. The ones with golden badges were either playing with their nails propped against the wall or quietly chatting, and some were even sitting right on their desks. Seeing Shen Yan's actions, the physics teacher sneered coldly. "What are you looking at? Can you compare yourself to them? Those kids, some will be admitted to prestigious schools directly, some will go home to inherit family wealth, and some can lie down for a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. What do you have? If you don't study, what will you eat and drink in the future?" Hearing the teacher's words, Shen Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She had heard such words from teachers in the real world as well. Finally, Shen Yan sleepily raised her head. Glancing at the blackboard, she said in a cool voice, "Teacher, I do not want to learn, I just feel, this question is too simple. This kind of question that doesn't require thinking isn't worth my time to calculate." As soon as she said this, Lin Xiaowan and Qi Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock at the same time. "What? What's going on?" The barrage in the live stream instantly boiled over. "What the heck? Is Sister Shen crazy? She's a high school dropout. Where does she get the confidence to say a college entrance examination level physics question is simple? This question is really hard. I'm the science top student in our county, but I'm not sure I can solve this problem." "Don't say the science top student in the county has no confidence. Have you seen Shen Yaozu? He was the national science top student 2 years ago, and he's still calculating word by word. Just returned and it's going to be over? The rules clearly state that one cannot contradict the teacher. She's looking for trouble. Sister Shen, not only do I want to rise from the dead, but I also want to disturb the grave of the Grim Reaper." The physics teacher laughed in anger. "What an arrogant little girl. Since you know so much, come up and calculate. If you can't solve it, go to the discipline director's office for tea." "All right. To avoid drinking tea, I can only calculate for you." Shen Yan patted the creases on her uniform and walked to the podium with a resigned expression. She picked up the chalk, faced the blackboard, and started writing quickly. F equals 1/2 pi square root LC square root 1 xi 2. Where omega equals 1/square root LC. That is, F equals omega square root 1 xi 2/2 pi. 2 minutes later, Shen Yan left behind a series of streamlined derivations on the blackboard. The answer is 142.5 Hz. After writing the final answer, Shen Yan tossed the chalk in her hand. She turned around and asked leisurely, "Teacher, do you think my calculation is correct?" "Wait, let me take a look." The physics teacher was obviously stunned. He compared it with the reference answer and then nodded unhappily. Consider yourself passing my luck.
You can go down now.
Passed.
Just with a few quick strokes, she wrote down the correct answer?
Chen Mo's pen paused, he had only calculated to the third step. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing again.
My God! This calculating speed, is she a computer come to life? So Sister Shen is a true academic genius? I give full marks for this twist. Wait, Sister Shen hasn't gone down yet? What is she going to do? She should be asking the teacher for a chance to go to the library, right? The truth is up there.
Everyone thought Shen Yan would take the opportunity to ask the teacher for access to the library, but Shen Yan standing on the podium did not do that.
I didn't pass, teacher. Shen Yan looked directly into the physics teacher's eyes and said calmly and directly, because, this question of yours is wrong. The question is wrong? What is Shen Yan up to now? Everyone was stunned. Chen Mo looked at Shen Yan with great astonishment. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the question. Nonsense. The physics teacher slammed his hand on the podium. This is a college entrance exam question from 3 years ago, reviewed by countless teachers. How could it possibly be wrong?
The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned.
Shen Yan is too arrogant, questioning a college entrance exam question? That is the most rigorous exam question.
She's gotten too carried away, definitely too carried away. Sister Shen is about to hit a wall this time.
So what if it's a college entrance exam question?
The specific damping ratio you provided is wrong, so this question must have a problem.
Shen Yan picked up the chalk again and analyzed carefully stroke by stroke.
In this space, sound waves are not simply simple harmonic vibrations, but a dissipative system with regular fluctuations.
According to your original question, before the frequency reaches the lock-in point, the space will collapse first. Don't believe me?
You can try substituting this set of Lagrangian quantities. A set of professional terms flowed from Shen Yan's hand one after another.
The physics teacher went from initial anger, to confusion, and finally to intense shock.
He trembled as he calculated for a long time, and finally admitted hoarsely, You are right.
The original question indeed has a fatal flaw.
The physics teacher revised the question on the spot, and when he looked at Shen Yan, there was actually a hint of respect in his eyes.
Student Shen Yan, you performed excellently. I will apply to the school to grant you a guaranteed admission quota to an Ivy League school.
At this point, people thought the matter should come to a close.
Sister Shen did the right thing, shocking that old man makes it easier to get the opportunity to go to the library.
Sister Shen is simply a learning deity, she can definitely secure her qualification to enter the library now.
Sister Shen, my husband.
Everyone was waiting for Shen Yan to make a request to go to the library. However, Shen Yan still shook her head.
Physics teacher, you are still wrong. The question you just revised.
This time, the entire room fell into silence, even though students wearing golden badges stopped their playful antics, and everyone focused their gaze on Shen Yan.
The physics teacher's breathing suddenly became rapid.
Shen Yan, this problem is already perfect, there is no issue at all. If there is still a mistake, then the entire physics world is wrong.
Shen Yan calmly replied.
Then the entire physics world is wrong. After saying this, Shen Yan picked up the chalk again.
For the next half hour, it became Shen Yan's personal performance.
She did not use any formulas from the textbook, but instead created her own logic, deducing sound wave resonance to a dimension that ordinary people could not comprehend.
The blackboard was densely filled with symbols. The whole classroom fell into complete silence. Meanwhile, in the real world, someone dug deep into Shen Yan's identity. I found out.
Shen Yan used to get full marks in every science subject, she is a science genius, but it's a pity she didn't take the college entrance exam. Her parents forced her to drop out and marry a fool from the same neighborhood, just to exchange for a few $1,000s as betrothal money. After she ran away from home, she survived by hiding in an underground boxing ring and fighting matches. Look at her fighting moves, they are all deadly techniques practiced in illegal fights. Oh my god, she was supposed to be in a laboratory winning a Nobel Prize, yet she is covered in blood in an underground boxing ring. I feel so sorry for Sister Shen. No wonder she has no anger in her, she's been through too much. Wait. Why didn't the country notice such a genius? Now who is paying attention? These years, everyone has been focused on the chosen ones in games.
If Shen Yan hadn't been selected, who would have known about her?
I still feel something is off, she stopped her studies after high school, it's impossible for her to be this amazing, there must be other things we don't know about. Half an hour later, Shen Yan finally finished all her proofs. The physics teacher slumped completely in his chair, he wanted to speak but couldn't utter any words, he had already surrendered to Shen Yan's absolute strength. As everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, Shen Yan set down the chalk. She looked at the blackboard, and a rare trace of loneliness appeared in her eyes.
Teacher. She spoke softly, finally making her request. I actually really want to study properly. But my family's condition is quite ordinary, I really don't have that many books to read. She turned around, her eyes clear as she continued, so, can you let me go to the library to study? I want to read more books.
The physics teacher trembled as he pulled out a blood-stained copper school badge from his pocket and handed it to Shen Yan.
Go, pursue the knowledge that you deserve.
Shen Yan accepted the badge, and under the fearful gazes of all the students with golden badges, returned to her seat. Lin Xiaoruan leaned over and said in surprise, Sister Shen, you were so impressive just now.
How are you so amazing? It's just a coincidence.
Shen Yan lowered her eyelids and replied softly. Shen Yan did all this not because she wanted to show off. She did it because 2 days ago, she discovered a mysterious rule prompt in the crack of the podium.
The favor of teachers is the staff of a shepherd. Good students can receive gifts from teachers.
When you get the copper badge, no one will dare treat you as a mere plaything. She worked hard just to obtain this copper badge that would make this group of golden-skinned dogs not dare to cause trouble at will. Gazing at the antique shiny copper badge in her palm, Shen Yan smiled with satisfaction. Regarding the rule of the copper badge, she had already informed Shen Mo that morning. As for Qi and Lin Xiaoruan, she felt that clever lions could try to gain the teacher's favor, but there was no need to give cute cats and dogs such a brain-racking worry. After changing the gray badge for the copper badge, Shen Yan turned her head to Chen Mo and quietly asked him.
What about you? Have you thought of a way to get into the library? I will get in, at most by tomorrow.
Just wait for me, Shen Mo said, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose as he spoke.
He was confident about getting into the library.
But trying to get a bronze badge like Shen Yan, he felt it was unlikely.
What kind of monster is Shen Yan, anyway? 048, Death High School, study hard, improve every day.
Because Shen Yan spent too much time on that groundbreaking physics calculation on the blackboard, the moment she put down the chalk, the class bell rang sharply.
The physics teacher, like a puppet drained of its soul, held his teaching materials and walked out of the classroom in a daze. He needed to hurry back to the office to figure out what Shen Yan had written on the board.
As soon as the teacher left, the atmosphere in the classroom immediately changed. The 20 or so students wearing golden badges all stood up at once. These young masters and misses, who were usually so carefree, now moved in perfect unison to surround Shen Yan and her 3 friends tightly in the middle. They weren't in a rush to make a move, instead, they looked down upon Shen Yan and her friends, like a pack of wolves surrounding a few straggling sheep. Shen Yan ignored them and lowered her head to feel the bronze badge she had just replaced on her chest.
The hidden rule said, students who possess a bronze badge will not be targets for trouble. Shen Yan was curious about who exactly enforced this will not. If violated, what would the consequences be? She decided to test it out. So, when everyone was caught off guard, Shen Yan suddenly stood up and took a step forward. She looked up at a tall, dark-skinned athlete blocking her way. This guy was tall and muscular, his school uniform buttons nearly bursting from his chest muscles, and he was currently staring fiercely at Qi. Hey, big black carbon, Shen Yan said. The dark-skinned athlete was momentarily stunned and turned back to look at Shen Yan in confusion. Are you talking to me? Yes, it's you. Shen Yan sized him up and casually said, Big black carbon, you're blocking my Wi-Fi signal, could you please move?
The classroom fell silent, one could hear a pin drop.
Qi was so scared he almost bit his own tongue, thinking, has Sister Shen gone mad? Isn't she clearly asking for trouble? That big guy, so tall and imposing, wouldn't a punch knock Sister Shen's brains out? The dark-skinned athlete clearly hadn't been called that before, the muscles on his face twitched a couple of times, then he exploded in rage, you gray-skinned trash, who are you calling big black carbon? You. Shen Yan replied. You're asking for death. The dark-skinned athlete roared, raising his fist to strike Shen Yan in the face.
Shen Yan raised an eyebrow, she didn't even dodge, but took half a step toward him and swiftly slapped the dark-skinned athlete across the face.
Slap. This slap was hard and precise.
The dark-skinned athlete was stunned, covering his face in disbelief as he looked at Shen Yan. Then, shame turned his eyes blood red. He let out a beast-like growl from his throat, and his whole body charged at Shen Yan like a mad bull.
I will kill you.
As that fist was about to shatter Shen Yan's nose.
In that critical moment, the classroom lights suddenly went out without warning.
It was as if someone had suddenly turned off the main switch, the bright sunlight disappeared instantly, and the classroom was suddenly plunged into darkness. Then, a bone-chilling cold rushed in from all directions. Qi shivered, and the breath he exhaled turned into white mist.
Da-da, da-da. The sound of heavy, slow footsteps echoed in the corridor. That mad dark-skinned athlete suddenly froze. He held his fist in midair, his pupils wide with terror, as if invisible hands were tightly gripping his throat. At the classroom door, a person appeared out of nowhere. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit.
The man's face was so pale it looked lifeless, and his eyes, behind golden-rimmed glasses, were motionless, staring straight into the classroom. He stood there, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Upon entering this broken game, I actually have to suffer the loss of an uneducated person. Brother Chen, Sister Shen, I, this illiterate, am not worthy to go to the library with you. Take care. After saying that, he turned back to Lin Xiaoruan, who was nibbling on bread. Sister Xiaoruan, what about you? Can you enter the library? Me? Lin Xiaoruan shook her head at Qi Yi. I can stand outside the library with you and cheer for Sister Shen and Brother Chen. The two underachievers secretly decided that if there is a next life, they will definitely study hard and make progress every day. 049, Death University, welcome to the Human Skin Library. The afternoon sunlight was pale and powerless, shining on the library that had been closed for 3 years, failing to emit even the slightest warmth. The entire building resembled a giant, upright red brick coffin, all the windows sealed from the inside with thick black cloth, only a stale, rotten odor seeping from the cracks in the door. Ding! Warning! Danger level in the area ahead, extremely high. It is advised that players immediately stay away. The bright red system pop-up flashed frantically in front of Shen Yan. With an expressionless face, she glanced at it and directly swiped it away. Danger? At this moment, she actually hoped it was a bit more dangerous inside. The system panel showed that Shen Yan's malice value had silently soared to 90%. She was actually feeling a bit restless. If she didn't find something to vent her frustrations on soon, once her malice value broke 100%, she would completely turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. I hope I can find something tough to hit. Shen Yan licked her slightly dry lips. She didn't waste any words and directly stepped forward toward the yard surrounding the library. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and followed closely behind. Lin Xiaoruan and Qi Yi instinctively stopped outside the warning line. They had no access pass, the library was their forbidden zone. Sister Shen. Brother Chen. Wait a moment. Just as the two were about to enter the yard, Lin Xiaoruan's urgent shout came from behind. Shen Yan stopped in her tracks and turned to look. Lin Xiaoruan quickly jogged over to her. She ran up to Shen Yan and immediately pulled out a dirty, one-eyed rag doll from her arms, solemnly stuffed it into Shen Yan's hands. Sister Shen, hold on to this. Looking into Shen Yan's eyes, Lin Xiaoruan said earnestly, this is the substitute old doll. I brought it back from the last copy. It can help the owner withstand one life-threatening attack. Although it's a bit ugly, it's a good thing for saving your life. When the doll was stuffed into Shen Yan's hands, she received a prompt indicating she had obtained an S-level ghost item. Shen Yan looked down at the doll in her hand. Could Lin Xiaoruan really give her such a precious thing? Withstanding a life-threatening attack? Items of this level in the copy were basically a second life. Are you sure? Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. If you give this to me, what will you do if you encounter trouble? What big trouble could I have outside? Lin Xiaoruan smiled widely. She had actually hesitated for a long time, until just before Shen Yan was about to enter the library that she finally made up her mind. You are our main support. If you live, we still have hope to clear the game. Take it, don't be polite with me. If you all can't get out, Qi Yi and I cannot clear this copy on our own. Nearby, Qi Yi stepped forward to Chen Mo, pulling a heavy old flashlight from his backpack and placing it directly in Chen Mo's hands. Brother Chen, this powerful flashlight is fully charged. Qi Yi patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. It is said that it can blind a strange face for 3 minutes. I'm also a new player, with few ghost items. This is all I have, but at least this can help you buy some time to escape. I hope you live through it. Thank you. Chen Mo grasped the flashlight in his hands. Looking at the heavy ghost item in her hands, the hint of violence in Shen Yan's eyes seemed to fade a bit. The system has warned that the library is extremely dangerous. After a moment's thought, she did not hesitate, stuffed the doll into her pocket, and nodded to Lin Xiaoruan. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the support team, Shen Yan and Chen Mo turned and walked into the courtyard, arriving at the tightly closed dark brown door inside. Creak. The heavy door was pushed open, and a cold wind mixed with the smell of mildew, decaying paper, and a faint scent of formaldehyde rushed toward them. The hall was dimly lit, with only a yellowish desk lamp glowing at the front desk. Behind the lamp sat a librarian wearing a gray waistcoat. He was a very thin middle-aged man, with sunken eye sockets and skin that showed a long absence of sunlight, a grayish-blue color, as if a layer of dried skin was barely covering his bones. He was bending down, using a red cloth to wipe the table, his movements stiff and mechanical. Hearing a noise, the man slowly raised his head, his murky eyes filled with ominous lifelessness. Get out! The man's voice was so hoarse it was painful to hear. The library has been closed for a long time. This is not a place for your amusement. Chen Mo took a step forward and politely said, Sir, we are here to research and study. As he spoke, he handed over a blue-glowing library temporary pass. The librarian glanced at it, his gaze still cold, even carrying a hint of mockery. A temporary pass? Not enough. This is a restricted area, no idlers are allowed.
Chen Mo. Chemistry teacher, can you give me an explanation?
At that moment, a long, fair hand reached out.
Slap. Shen Yan expressionlessly slapped the blood-glowing bronze badge onto the table. What about this? Is it enough?
Shen Yan coldly glared at the pair of lifeless fish eyes, emanating a chill more piercing than the cold wind. I am an excellent student.
I want to study, isn't that allowed? The librarian's murky eyes suddenly shrank at the sight of the bronze badge. That ominous lifelessness retracted in an instant.
In front of that badge representing the mentor's favor, he, as the librarian, also had no power to refuse.
The bronze badge. So you are an excellent student.
The librarian trembled and stood up, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than crying. Since you are an excellent student, of course you can enter.
In this school, nothing is more important than the study of excellent students. He fumbled in the drawer with fingers that looked like chicken claws, pulling out a thin, slightly blackened booklet and handing it to Shen Yan. This is the library's reading rules.
Before you two go in, please memorize it. The librarian leaned his face in closer, the lamp's light shining on his grayish face, making it look particularly eerie.
Books have spirits.
If you do not respect them, they will turn you into part of a new book, forever leaving you on the shelf. Shen Yan grabbed the booklet, flipping it open immediately. Chen Mo leaned over as well, trying to read the dark red letters printed on the top few rules in the dim yellow light.
St. Mary Academy Library Reading Rules. Rule 1, the library's opening hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
When the wall clock strikes 6, no matter where you are, please leave immediately.
Staying in the library after dark is prohibited. Rule 2, maintain absolute silence. The books are sleeping.
If you hear cries, calls for help, or chewing sounds from the depths of the bookshelves while reading, please pretend you didn't hear it and immediately turn this page.
Remember, do not attempt to talk to the books. Rule 3, please take care of the books.
If you touch a book and feel a warmth similar to human skin, or if the cover grows eyes, please do not panic, that is a rare special collection of the library.
Handle it gently, do not hurt it.
Rule 4, there is only one male librarian in the library, wearing a gray waistcoat. If you see a long-haired girl in a red dress looking for books in the lending area, please hold your breath immediately, squat down to tie your shoelaces until she leaves.
Never look up at her face.
Rule 5, the third floor is a teacher's resource room, strictly forbidden for students to enter.
Unless you hear Teacher Lin calling the roll.
After reading the rules, Chen Mo's expression became somewhat grave.
Somewhat tricky, these rules are way scarier than school rules.
Chen Mo whispered, it seems that the books in this library aren't clean, but at least there's a clue about Teacher Lin. Shen Yan saw that Chen Mo had also finished reading the rules. She casually closed the booklet and stuffed it into her pocket. Her gaze passed through the dim hall, looking at the row upon row of massive bookshelves standing like tombstones. Within them, there was a faint maliciousness that excited every cell in her body.
Let's go.
Shen Yan said briefly, taking the lead and walking towards the dead silence in the dark depths.
Chen Mo followed closely behind.
The two figures quickly disappeared among the stacked bookshelves, leaving only the gray-faced administrator, still sitting under the desk lamp, mechanically wiping the surface.
New books are about to be shelved again.
With the door slowly closing, the last ray of natural light was completely cut off. The inside of the library was much larger than it appeared from the outside, with a very high dome, shrouded in darkness and hard to see clearly. Rows of deep brown solid wood bookshelves stood neatly, like silent soldiers, stretching into the shadows at the end of vision. Shen Yan raised her hand to glance at the clock on the wall.
2:05 p.m. There were nearly 4 hours left until the 6 o'clock closing time.
The malicious value in her body was stuck at 90%, and the restless heat that had nowhere to vent made everything around her look unsatisfactory. However, she also didn't dare to recklessly unleash it to consume the malicious value. This malicious value rose quickly but consumed even faster. She didn't have any items like a pacifier to recover load malicious value. How could she dare to casually start a team battle in the library?
It would still be her solo fight against those weird N of them. Let's split up and take a look. Shen Yan glanced left and right, then randomly chose a direction to walk into.
Chen Mo saw Shen Yan go to the right and took the flashlight to the left. The two did not stray too far and stood in a mutual line of sight.
Shen Yan turned into the maze of bookshelves in Area A on the right.
She casually searched for books on the shelves. It was excessively quiet here, with only her own footsteps echoing. The shelves were filled with dense books, fundamentals of mathematics, linear algebra, general rhetoric, all were dull and boring specialized books. Although Shen Yan was good at studying, she didn't want to study at this moment. She patiently flipped through several books, all were ordinary paper, not even a ghost shadow was seen. The malicious value in her body felt like a kettle boiling with nowhere to pour it out, causing her temples to throb violently.
She wanted to find something weird to fight. 3:10 p.m.
Shen Yan had already been wandering in this maze for over an hour.
The feeling of irritation peaked.
She stopped in front of a dusty bookshelf, unable to hold back, and kicked the bottom of the bookshelf hard.
Bang! A dull sound exploded in the silence.
The bookshelf shook slightly, and the dust on it fell in a flurry. It was just that kick that made a noise. Woo! A very faint sound, like a mouse being stepped on the tail, suddenly came from the bottom of the bookshelf. Shen Yan's eyes narrowed, and she immediately crouched down. At the bottom, a chaotic pile of dozens of tattered books lay, with inconspicuous gray labels stuck to their spines.
Shen Yan reached out and pulled out a book titled Basic Vocabulary.
The moment her fingertips touched the cover, a warm, delicate sensation like human skin transmitted along her nerves. Immediately, the book in hand began to tremble violently, the pages flipping madly like a flurry, as if the covers were desperately trying to pull inward, like a human trying to reach out and hold their own head.
Don't hit me. I don't know anything, woohoo.
The book actually began to cry in Shen Yan's hand, its voice filled with fear, sounding like a frightened elementary school student. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow and gently scraped her nail across the book's cover. Shut up. If you cry again, I'll tear you apart. The book twitched in fright, and indeed, it stopped making a sound.
What a coward.
Seeing the book no longer cried, Shen Yan opened it, trying to ask it some questions.
But after asking many, the book only displayed one sentence: I'm sorry, I don't know. Finding nothing useful, Shen Yan could only disdainfully put it back.
Although she found it strange, this thing that cried when touched gave her no sense of achievement. After her interaction with the book, her malice level not only didn't decrease, but actually increased a bit.
What a headache.
However, at least she made some discoveries, so Shen Yan continued to explore. As her exploration deepened, Shen Yan finally discovered the rules here. It turned out, some of the books were not categorized by subject but by class. The shelf Shen Yan was currently on was one of those. The books on the bottom were shabby, with gray labels. The middle layers looked ordinary, but they were all brand new, with silver labels on their numbers. The very top layer was filled with shiny, deluxe books, their numbers adorned with similar shiny silver bookmarks.
In this school, even books were divided by rank? But Shen Yan didn't see any books with copper labels here. Shen Yan tried to take a silver-labeled intermediate macroeconomics.
This book was a bit bolder than the gray-labeled ones. Its cover was tightly pulled, exuding a sense of careful vigilance.
Classmate, please handle with care.
A stiff, restrained voice came from inside the book, sounding like a rule-following class monitor.
Please wash your hands before reading, do not dog-ear the pages, do not write on them.
Hearing the rigid voice coming from the book, Shen Yan was momentarily stunned.
She thought, since the school's hierarchical system is strict, her copper badge should make the silver-labeled books fear her, right?
After pondering, Shen Yan attempted to bring her badge close to the silver book. The silver book, upon seeing the copper badge, immediately bent sharply, making a movement similar to bowing, its tone instantly becoming humble and flattering.
Oh, it's the honor student. Please feel free to ask any questions. As long as you don't tear my cover, I'm willing to cooperate with anything. I can ask anything? Do you know where Teacher Lin is?
Shen Yan succinctly asked her question. The silver book hesitated, its pages rustling as if weighing the pros and cons, and finally stammered.
This I can't say, Teacher Lin, is a taboo.
Honor student, please don't put me in a difficult position. If I speak carelessly, I'll be made into scrap paper by the admin. If you don't say, I'll just use you as scrap paper first. Shen Yan said, making a tearing motion with her hands. The silver book was immediately terrified. Don't tear, just open the first page. Shen Yan then stopped, and followed what the silver book said, opening the first page. She discovered that the first page clearly displayed a line of text. Teacher Lin cannot hear the voices of the living. Only by holding a perfect score exam paper and lighting it at the stairs on the 3rd floor, will she start calling the roll. Beyond that, the silver-labeled book knew no more.
The silver-labeled book doesn't know. What about the gold-labeled ones?
Shen Yan licked her somewhat dry lips, her gaze naturally locking onto the golden book on the top shelf. There were only a few hefty volumes arranged there, each cover shining bright, adorned with eye-catching golden labels. They looked down from their high perch, overlooking the gray and silver books below, exuding an innate air of arrogance and dominance, even while quietly sitting there.
Among them, one book was tied with a pink bow, looking particularly glamorous. It's you!
Shen Yan stood on tiptoe, reaching for the golden book tied with a bow. Just as her fingers were about to touch the spine of the book, a strange transformation occurred.
Bang! That golden book suddenly opened by itself.
The two hard covers snapped shut violently, like a big mouth full of sharp teeth, biting fiercely at Shen Yan's finger. It moved so fast, even creating a gust of foul wind.
Get away! How dare your filthy hands touch me?
A sharp and arrogant female voice emanated from the book, sounding just like a spoiled young lady from a rich family. If Shen Yan hadn't been on guard, she might have really been bitten. It appeared the golden book was a malevolent trick, which piqued Shen Yan's interest. She reached out again and quickly slapped her hand down on the spine, fingers gripping the cover like steel claws, forcefully pulling the book down from the shelf.
Ah! You dare hit me? I will have my dad fire you.
The golden book struggled frantically, its pages flipping like blades, trying to slice open Shen Yan's wrist. In its struggle, the bow at its waist fell to the ground.
Ah, damn it, my bow. You've got quite the temper, huh?
Shen Yan smiled as she picked up the bow and tied it back onto the golden book. Seeing Shen Yan return the bow to itself, the golden book became even more arrogant. At least you know your place, quickly let me.
What are you doing? You want to act so arrogant again?
Shen Yan lit a cigarette, using the burning tip to poke a hole in the bow.
Her innate active skill activated, nuclear kindness extortion.
The rules said she couldn't hurt the book, so Shen Yan did not violently tear it. She only gently held the still screaming golden book with both hands, her fingers softly caressing its human skin-like cover, her nails intentionally digging into the gap of the spine.
This student, Shu.
Shen Yan leaned closer to the book, her tone as gentle as a parent soothing a disobedient child. Why shout so loudly?
I just want to borrow it for some knowledge. If you're uncooperative, it will be tough for me.
If I get unhappy, I might take you to the bathroom and tear you apart page by page. Shen Yan's voice became lower, her eyes increasingly crazed. To wipe my behind. You know, bathroom paper is always rough, but your pages are so soft, they would be perfect, right? As her words fell, a malice purer than a vengeful ghost, denser than the abyss, flowed through Shen Yan's fingertips, continually pouring into the book. It was an absolute suppression from the very depths of her soul. The golden book, which was still cursing wildly moments ago, instantly froze. It felt the explosive terror brewing within this woman. This was no ordinary student, this was a lunatic in human skin. If it didn't cooperate, she really would use it to wipe herself. The golden book began to tremble violently.
Don't, the sharp female voice instantly turned into a crying tone. Don't take me to wipe your behind. Then tell me everything you know. Shen Yan said fiercely.
The golden book immediately agreed. All right, I'll tell you. Shen Yan felt the hot malice inside her flowing smoothly out with the activation of her skill, the malice value on the panel slowly dropping to 70%.
Much better.
She released her grip, and the golden book slumped on the table like a puddle of mud, its pages automatically flipping open, revealing a few lines of twisted writing. The bronze ones are made with the smartest brains.
It's a memory copy. It's the most precious. The school pushes us to learn hard so we can become good books. Only students with bronze badges can create bronze-colored books. Also, the key to the display case is in the hands of that crazy woman in the red dress. She likes to hide in the corner of Area C, brushing her hair. Just when Shen Yan thought the books would no longer speak, a line of bright red letters appeared again. Run away. Junior, don't be left here. It's so painful. The last phrase is not a secret, but rather a friendly reminder.
Looking at these words, Shen Yan narrowed her eyes. She began to understand.
Why do bronze badge students have privileges? Why did the administrator say, there are new books available? The so-called library is simply a huge slaughterhouse of memories.
Bronze badges represent the smartest students, and only the smartest can produce the highest quality memories to create the most precious bronze books.
The school favors them, just like farmers favor pigs ready for market.
No wonder the underperforming students are not allowed in. Shen Yan dusted off her hands. They must be afraid of letting poor quality products in, which would lower the quality of book inventory. When entering the library, the new books the administrator mentioned referred to her in Shen Mo.
Shen Yan picked up the golden book and put it back on the shelf.
She pinned a pink hairpin to the cover of the golden book. This pink hairpin was put on Shen Yan by Mom when she left the house in the morning. Mom said her hair was too long in the front, which would block her view and affect her class.
The pink hairpin is really beautiful. Suddenly, the golden book wailed and cried, "Thank you, Junior.
I haven't received a gift in 10 years.
10 years? It seems that this library has not started having problems just 3 years ago when Teacher Lin had an incident.
The history of this library must be quite long.
No need to thank me. I ruined your bow, so giving you a hairpin means we are even."
On the other side, Shen Mo's progress was not smooth. Although he discovered shelves displaying books of different classes. But he wore a gray badge on his chest. In this hierarchical library, books didn't care about him at all. Gray books ignored him entirely. No matter how much he flipped through them, there were only blank pages. Silver books were even more ferocious. As soon as he reached out, a silver-covered book opened its cover and nearly bit off a piece of his flesh.
He didn't even have the courage to touch the golden books. Shen Mo adjusted his glasses, looked at his torn sleeve, and sighed.
He decisively gave up on communicating with these living things, turning his gaze to the inanimate. At the end of the right side area, there was a borrowing registration desk covered in dust. On the desk lay a thick, dog-eared registration book.
Shen Mo walked over and gently blew away the dust on it.
The paper of the registration book had turned yellow and brittle, densely recorded with borrowing information. Shen Mo flipped through it page by page, his fingers quickly gliding over those names. Finally, on one of the last few pages, his finger stopped. December 24, Teacher Lin Shen, borrowed file number 001, bronze.
In the borrowing status column, a big red X was drawn, with 2 words noted, overdue. Teacher Lin borrowed a bronze book? Shen Mo frowned. He had just tested it, and even silver books were so troublesome. What level must a bronze book be? Moreover, he seemed to have not seen any bronze books on the shelves. He raised his head and looked around. In the very center of the library stood a display area tightly protected by bulletproof glass. There were no shelves, only a lonely, cold exhibit case. Shen Mo quickly walked over.
Inside the exhibit case lay several books quietly, emanating a bronze-like luster. Getting closer, Shen Mo finally realized that the covers of these books were extremely delicate. He could even see faint veins pulsating beneath, as if they had just been stripped from a living person. They were breathing, rising and falling, exuding a bizarre yet alluring vitality. On the glass cabinet, there was a dark yellow warning label, with words as red as blood.
Special Collection, Copper Sequence. For viewing only, strictly prohibited to touch.
It is the most fragile crystallization of wisdom. If you hurt it, even if it is just a scratch, you will forever remain here, using your own skin to fill this void. Shen Mo looked at those words, and the hair on the back of his neck instantly stood up. To hurt it means to use your skin to fill. This was not a book, this was clearly an ancestor offered on a shrine. Since touching it is strictly prohibited, how did Teacher Lin borrow it? Could it be that she forcibly took that book, triggering a certain rule, and, in the end faced an accident?
Shen Mo.
A voice came from behind. It was Shen Yan.
Shen Mo turned around and saw Shen Yan walking over leisurely. Her expression seemed much calmer than just a moment ago when she looked ready to kill.
Shen Mo pointed to the book in the display case and then to the register in his hand.
Teacher Lin borrowed a book from here, then it was overdue.
These copper books are very dangerous. The rules say that if you hurt them, you must stay to pay with your life. Shen Yan glanced at the few copper books that seemed to be breathing.
Of course, they are dangerous. She lowered her voice to a hush that only the 2 of them could hear.
Those books are transformed from excellent students like us. I just had a friendly exchange with a gold-covered book, and it said the copper books are the most precious memory materials.
Teacher Lin didn't borrow books back then, she borrowed a student that has been turned into a book. Shen Mo did not speak, but he roughly guessed it.
Gray, silver, gold, copper represents the levels of students. Then these corresponding books could indeed be made from students of different levels. Also, Shen Yan continued, if you want to go to the 3rd floor to find Teacher Lin, it needs some ritual. That book said you have to burn a perfect test paper for Teacher Lin to call your name.
As for the key to this glass cabinet, she pointed to a dark corner in Zone C. It's in the hands of that woman in the red dress. The 2 quickly exchanged information and pieced together the rough clues. They already had a general direction for their actions tomorrow. At that moment, the wall clock suddenly made a soft click. The minute hand pointed to the number 12. Ding ding. The muffled bell echoed in the silent library. It was 6 o'clock in the evening.
The already dim library lost its last light completely. Deep within the surrounding bookshelves, there began to be the sound of at it rubbing, as if countless things were awakening, preparing to celebrate wildly. Rule 1, when the wall clock strikes 6 times, no matter where you are, please leave immediately.
Let's go. Without any hesitation, Shen Yan turned and rushed toward the door. This library was frightening enough during the day. Though she wanted to see what tricks the library had after dark, they had already obtained clues, and the maliciousness had decreased. There was no need to fight with a bunch of animate books here. The 2 quickened their pace and burst out of the eerie red brick building just a second before the main door slammed shut. Bang! The door of the red brick building slammed shut behind them. Shen Yan and Shen Mo rushed into the courtyard outside the library. At this moment, the light in the courtyard was frighteningly dim, with only the rusty iron gate standing lonely dozens of meters away. Finally out, the 2 continued to move outside. But just as they had taken a few steps, a shadowy figure silently blocked the path in front of the iron gate. Blocking the door was the librarian he had seen in the library hall that afternoon. On his grayish-blue face hung a strange, cold smile, and in his hand, he held a dirty red cloth, slowly wiping the lock of the iron door. You 2 students, you're out late. The librarian's voice in the evening breeze sounded especially eerie. The 6 o'clock bell has already finished ringing, and you still haven't left the scope of the library. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. Shen Mo furrowed his brows and argued, we would have come out when the bell rang. By the last chime of the bell, we were already in the yard. The yard is also part of the library.
The librarian shrugged, his grayish-blue eyes greedily staring at Shen Yan's copper badge on her chest.
Such a simple reasoning, don't you excellent students understand? This was a cunning word game using the rules.
Most people, seeing the library rules, would instinctively think that the rule about leaving refers to leaving the big building of the library. From the moment the first bell rang to the door closing, there were only a few seconds, hardly enough time for anyone to leave this yard.
Since you don't want to leave, then stay.
The librarian tossed away the red cloth in his hand, and his gaunt body suddenly began to swell, as if countless black snakes were writhing beneath his withered skin, and his nails instantaneously grew into pitch-black blades. Especially you, the excellent student with the copper badge, stay, and I promise to turn you into the world's finest book. Before the words fell, he transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Shen Yan with a bloody wind.
Shen Yan did not speak.
She simply expressionlessly pulled out a solid steel rod from her ring.
Since reason doesn't work, then let's use physics. Detected player's current malicious value at 80%. Talent evil to the full effect in play will deal 100% physical damage to the weird. Clang. Sparks flew. The steel rod collided fiercely with the librarian's claws. Shen Yan was shaken back 2 steps by the enormous impact. While we're fighting, run. Shen Yan whispered to Chen Mo. This line stunned Chen Mo for a moment. The seemingly cold-blooded and quiet girl actually told him to run first?
Ignoring Chen Mo's surprise, Shen Yan took 2 steps forward and licked her lips. That bloodthirsty excitement made her look even more sinister than the weird in front of her. In the library, she didn't dare to fight because she didn't want the odds against her to take them on in a group battle. But here, there was only this old monster. Didn't she dare to test the waters? Seeing the librarian charging again, she kicked off and advanced rather than retreating, and the steel rod in her hand came crashing down at the librarian's head with a whistling sound. Her movements were fast, accurate, and fierce. The librarian was taken aback. He clearly did not expect this human to dare to counterattack. But he was, after all, the anomaly guarding this level, and his speed was astonishing. Facing Shen Yan's swinging steel rod, his body twisted into an incredible angle, evading the blow while his claws viciously aimed for Shen Yan's throat. Sizzle! Shen Yan sidestepped the vital point, but the shoulder of her school uniform was still ripped open, blood instantly staining her white shirt. Shen Yan didn't even frown, swiftly hitting back with a blow to the librarian's ribs. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The librarian was stunned. Wasn't he a weird? How could he be harmed by a physical attack? But this did not make the librarian retreat, it only stirred his ferocity. The human and the weird fought fiercely in the dim yard, while Chen Mo took the chance to run to the gate of the yard. As long as he could pull open the iron door, Chen Mo would be able to escape. Although Shen Yan was crazy, the librarian was, after all, the weird in the tale of the rules. And this was his home ground. After dozens of rounds, Shen Yan had several more wounds on her body, and her stamina was quickly running out. Die! Finally, the administrator seized an opening, grinning maliciously as he pounced, his sharp claws blocking all her escape routes. Shen Yan was already prepared to use the doll to block the hit. A strong white light suddenly pierced through the darkness. ZZZ. Chen Mo didn't run away, he turned around. Holding the strong light flashlight in his hand, he shoved it into the administrator's face while the two were in a standoff. Ah! My eyes! The administrator let out a horrible scream as his eyes, which had adapted to the darkness, were instantly scorched by the blinding light, with black smoke rising. 3 minutes of blindness. That was enough for Shen Yan to beat the administrator to the point where death seemed a mercy. Bang! The steel rod in Shen Yan's hand struck solidly at the administrator's temple. This time, the administrator flew through the air like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the ground. Before he could get up, Shen Yan, like a hunting leopard, pounced. Her knee pressed hard against his chest, and the steel rod in her hand rained down relentlessly. Bang! 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 The yard was filled with the dull sound of the steel rod smashing bones and the administrator's increasingly faint cries for mercy. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'll open the door. I'll open the door. The administrator's grayish-blue face was now deformed, his earlier arrogance completely gone. He was curled up on the ground, shivering in fear. Chen Mo stood nearby, his hand holding the flashlight stiffening. He looked at the bloodied girl, her expression still cold as ice, and for the first time felt, some people might truly be scarier than the strange things themselves. Stop it. Chen Mo felt it was enough. But Shen Yan felt it wasn't enough, releasing her full malice was too satisfying. I'll keep hitting. Chen Mo. This woman is a crazy psycho. Meanwhile, outside the library door, Qi Yi and Lin Xiaoruan were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The sounds of fighting and screams from inside made their hearts race, but due to the rules, they dared not enter. Breaking the rules might attract even more terrifying abnormalities. Such as that, disciplined director. Just when the two were anxiously worrying, an annoying voice suddenly came from the shadows by the roadside.
Oh, isn't this the little follower of Akai?
They turned around to see Jiang Chang, holding a black tablet, walking toward them.
The golden badge on his chest shone with a disgusting light under the street lamp. Jiang Chang walked straight up to Lin Xiaoruan, his squinty eyes staring intently at her, sizing up her delicate face. Little kitty, I heard your master Akai is gone.
Jiang Chang took a few steps closer, continuing in a flippant tone, he probably went to study abroad, or went back to inherit his family fortune? TSK, so pathetic, without your master's protection, a lowly student like you will soon become a plaything in this school.
How about, you follow me instead?
Jiang Chang shook the tablet in his hand.
I'm the student union president. As long as you serve me well, I'll make sure you walk all over the school, let me protect you from now on.
Seeing his companion being teased, Shi Yi immediately flared up, stepping forward to block Lin Xiaoruan.
Jiang Chang, watch your mouth. Even without Akai, I can still beat you up. Shi Yi, don't be impulsive. A soft little hand suddenly grabbed Shi Yi. Lin Xiaoruan stepped out from behind Shi Yi. She glanced down at her watch. It was 6:15.
Earlier, Chen Mo had mentioned that he had observed that the school's security would get off work at 6:30. The rule said that students had to leave the school after classes, and were not allowed to stay in the school, however, it didn't specify an exact time. When the security guard finishes work, he will close the school's big gate, so Chen Mo said the latest time to leave is 6:30.
Now there are only 15 minutes left. Jiang Chang, holding his broken tablet, clearly aimed to find information on Shen Yan. Last time, Chen Mo thought Shen Yan was dead and didn't create a fake file for her at all. With little time left, if they wait for Shen Yan to come out, and Jiang Cheng delays her with the file, they will be trapped in this school after closing time. At this point, everything is still unclear. Staying in this school at night means only one way out, death. They absolutely cannot let Jiang Cheng waste any time.
In the midst of her thoughts, Lin Xiaoruan had already looked up, her face showing a soft, harmless smile.
Senior, you are right about everything.
Lin Xiaoruan blinked her big eyes, her voice sweet as sugar. Actually, I've had enough of that Afai, he is fierce and overbearing.
I've long wanted someone handsome and powerful like you to protect me.
Saying this, she took the initiative to walk over to Jiang Cheng. Shi Yi stared wide-eyed, completely unable to believe. Lin Xiaoruan, you. Jiang Cheng was floating with joy from the sudden praise. He looked at the beautiful girl who was willingly throwing herself at him, and his guard dropped to zero, his mind filled with her pretty face.
Ha, the little kitty really knows how to please.
Jiang Cheng laughed proudly, reaching out his hand to wrap around Lin Xiaoruan's slim waist. Don't worry, stick with me, you'll have delicious food and fun times.
He provocatively glanced at Shi Yi next to him. Trash, see? This is the strength of a man, you envy it.
Before Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Because a cold, sharp surgical scissors had, at some point, deeply penetrated his neck's right artery.
Item name, bloodied surgical scissors. Quality, B-class ghost object. Function description, silence of the Grim Reaper.
When the user stabs the scissors into a target's body, the target will be forcibly silenced for 30 seconds, unable to make any sound or call for help. Moreover, the wound will automatically close after removal, appearing uninjured, but internally the organs are completely shattered.
Remark, Shu, don't speak, go quietly to die.
Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining Lin Xiaoruan's pure, flawless face.
Jiang Cheng's eyes widened, staring at the girl in his arms.
He couldn't believe until his death that this girl, who looked like a little bunny, had a more ruthless heart than any butcher.
Pooh.
Lin Xiaoruan expressionlessly pulled out the scissors. Jiang Cheng's body convulsed twice and then fell straight down, his neck wound healed instantly, but he was already dead beyond repair. Looking at the body on the ground, Lin Xiaoruan stepped back in disdain. She patted her chest, anxiously saying, "Scary, scary." The blood sprayed way too high, it scared the baby.
Shi Yi.
He looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the girl who was calmly cleaning the scissors, feeling a chill run down his back.
No wonder Lin Xiaoruan could survive 4 copies.
Just a second ago, she was being cute, and the next second, she could laugh while stabbing scissors into your neck.
Done with it, she even said she was scared to death?
Just then, the iron door of the library creaked open. Covered in blood, Shen Yan and panting Chen Mo helped each other walk out.
Did you kill someone? Shen Yan glanced at the body on the ground, her tone as flat as asking, did you eat dinner?
Yes, Lin Xiaoruan had already put away the scissors. She looked at her watch and said, the security will be off in 10 minutes, we must hurry.
Let's go.
The 4 dared not say anything unnecessary, taking advantage of the night, they prepared to sprint towards the school gate.
In the yard behind them,
the beaten administrator, doubting the strange life, lay on the ground, wiping his tears while howling, "Oh mom, it's clearly me who is strange."
Whoa, beaten to doubt life now. 052, Death High School Christmas Eve, private feast invitation.
Just as a few people were about to leave, Shen Mo suddenly stopped. He bent down, picked up the black tablet computer that Jiang Cheng had dropped on the ground, and casually stuffed it into his school uniform to hide it.
Shen Yan glanced at Chen Mo. She knew Chen Mo's intention in doing this.
Such equipment of the student council president often hides the darkest secrets of this school. It really should be taken. Now that the tablet is taken, the body should be dealt with too. Shen Yan thought for a moment and said to Qi, take his body and throw it away in another place.
Qi looked confused and pointed at his own nose, asking, are you telling me to dispose of the body? Is my speech hard to understand? Shen Yan rolled her eyes, let me rephrase, throw away the dead? Ha!
Qi stood there dumbfounded, thinking that Sister Shen's cold joke was really cold. Why bother? Even though Qi didn't understand why they had to do this, his hands were quick to move. He went to grab Jiang Cheng by the collar while mumbling.
There are strange things everywhere in this school, wouldn't the cafeteria quickly handle the body? Shen Mo, keeping a vigilant watch around, quickly explained. He is a student with a golden badge and the student council president.
This morning, news of Shen Yan getting a bronze badge and me getting a pass must have spread in the school.
If he dies at the library door, the school might trace it back to us. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, it's better to throw him far away.
Oh, got it.
Qi nodded.
As he spoke, he threw Jiang Cheng's body over his shoulder, and the few of them quickly rushed towards the school gate.
The security guard had only 5 minutes left until their shift ended.
Shen Yan felt a bit weak from the injury on her shoulder. Qi, carrying a grown man, couldn't speed up either. Watching time slip away, Lin Xiaoruan gritted her teeth and pulled out a small gadget that glowed green from her school uniform pocket. It was a small wind-up toy with 2 connected parts.
Item name, Rapid March Wind-Up.
Quality, C-grade ghost artifact, consumable. Function description, group resonance. When activated, movement speed of teammates within a 10-meter radius increases by 150%. Note, it was taken from a deserter.
If you don't want to die on the way to charge, run faster. Lin Xiaoruan quickly twisted the handle, and a harsh grinding sound of gears echoed.
In an instant, the 4 of them felt a gust of wind under their feet, causing them to run rapidly. Qi felt that he was not carrying a corpse, but a bundle of cotton. He threw this bundle into a small forest on the way. In the distance, the security guard had started to slowly close the heavy black iron door. They transformed into a few blurred shadows, barely squeezing through the door crack in the last 3 seconds before it was completely locked shut.
Ha!
The moment they burst out of the school gate, the cold, oppressive feeling above their heads instantly dissipated. They had finally returned to the NPC safety zone. The streetlights on both sides emitted a dim and steady light, and from the nearby residential area, they could faintly hear the noise of a television and the smell of cooking. The few of them collapsed under the streetlight at the corner outside the school gate, panting heavily. Shen Yan looked at her white shirt soaked in blood, the wound on her shoulder was still throbbing with pain. In this state, it was impossible to explain to that mom.
Lin Xiaoruan. Shen Yan looked at the girl who was wiping blood off her face. Can I borrow a set of clothes from your home?
I can't go back like this, the NPC will discover something's wrong. Lin Xiaoruan quickly nodded, no need to borrow from home, my clothes are clean, let's change directly. My parents for this identity have long divorced. They each had their own families. I live alone, with no one to care for me. The 2 girls finished their conversation and walked to the dark corner of the school wall to swap clothes. Shen Yan raised her hand, first taking off her jacket, then slowly removing the torn, blood-stained white shirt. When Shen Yan's clothes fell, Lin Xiaoran, who had been about to hand her the jacket, froze mid-motion, her breath momentarily stopping.
The dim light from the street lamp fell on Shen Yan, outlining a visually striking figure.
Shen Yan was slender and cold-looking, appearing like a delicate girl in the school uniform. But once her clothes came off, her body revealed an incredible strength.
Her skin was a healthy wheat color, firm and delicate. The outline of 4 clear abs showed on her stomach, and the muscles along her spine rippled with her movements like those of a leopard. However, more eye-catching than her perfect body were the countless scars that almost covered her entire back. There were old scars left by blunt objects, uneven and bumpy, there were long, centipede-like cuts from knives, and even round, atrophic burns from cigarette butts. These scars were fierce, ugly, crisscrossing her once beautiful skin. Lin Xiaoran's heart seemed to be pierced by something sharply. She couldn't imagine how many life and death torments Shen Yan must have gone through to leave so many indelible marks on such a young body. Shen Yan quickly put on the t-shirt and jacket Lin Xiaoran handed her, covering the violence, and passed with them. Let's go. Shen Yan adjusted her collar. Her voice was calm, but it was clear she didn't want to discuss anything further with Lin Xiaoran. As she spoke, she glanced back at the school beyond the wall. The entire campus looked like a giant beast crouched under the night sky, with a suffocating, dark aura spreading everywhere. When the 2 girls returned to the street lamp, Chen Mo had already cracked open Jiang Qing's tablet.
Seeing Shen Yan return, he turned the screen toward the others.
The tablet really did contain new clues. Shen Mo pointed at an email in the inbox that had already been read. This is an invitation letter, and the subject is quite interesting. Shen Yan leaned in and saw the golden letters on the email. Christmas Eve, private feast invitation. Shen Yan said. What does it say inside? Open it and see.
Under the street lamp, 4 heads huddled around the black tablet. Chen Mo's long fingers swiped on the screen and opened the email titled Golden Christmas Eve, Private Feast Invitation. The screen's faint glow illuminated their pale faces, and as the page loaded, a wave of extravagant luxury rushed toward them, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. The email's background was dark gold, like flowing gold or old, dried-up bloodstains.
Dear Jiangcheng President,
we sincerely invite you to attend the Virgin Mary Peaceful Carnival Night 10th Anniversary Auction.
Time, this Friday at 8 p.m. Location, Elite Club Top Floor VVIP Panoramic Hall.
Below is a preview of the selected auction items for this event.
Item 1, 5 Annie selections from this semester. Starting price, $100,000 per person. Description, the same taste you know, the same youthful innocence you love. These are the 5 most perfect Annies selected from the gray livestock this semester. They have the purest faces and the cleanest bodies. The rights include the first night rights, the first kiss rights, permanent private rights, and the entire training process to your satisfaction. Bonus, God's Eye access, you can view the 24-hour live stream from the room of the Annie at any time, watching them struggle in despair. Item 2, artwork titled Mother. Starting price, $500,000. Description, do you remember that stubborn mother from last year who tried to report us to the Education Bureau? She is very quiet now. After masterful preservation, she was turned into a perfect kneeling specimen.
Placed at the head of the bed, not only to serve as a warning to disobedient Annie, but also as a piece of home decor filled with dark humor.
Item 3, Live Organ Mystery Box, Carnival Night Special Edition. Starting price, $50,000/bid. Description, it's all about the heartbeat. To celebrate the 10th anniversary, we will randomly pick parts from those disobedient defective ones. The heart still beating this second will appear on your plate the next second. The content of the email made the 4 people surrounding it fall silent.
At this moment, even Shi Yi, who loved to complain the most, couldn't say a word. He felt a wave of nausea rolling in his stomach.
Annie.
Lin Xiaoruan stared at the glaring name on the screen, speaking with a pained voice.
It turns out that not being able to find Annie's school record is because there is simply no one named Annie.
She lifted her head, her eyes full of pain. Even just seeing a cold, unfeeling invitation, she could empathize with the twisted suffering behind it. Annie is a code. It is a unified term for the goods selected by them to be auctioned.
Shen Mo took a deep breath, calculating.
5 Annies each semester, that makes 10 in a year. The email says this auction has been going on for 10 years, which means, under the glamorous surface of this school, at least 100 Annies have been completely consumed by them. That is 100 girls who have been trafficked, tortured, and wantonly trampled upon.
Their resentment will gather together, exploding on Christmas Eve, forming a terrifying massacre. So, those gray anomalies say that the cleansing on Christmas Eve is coming. Shen Yan concluded that impending massacre is actually not a curse, but the revenge of the Annies. The gray anomalies also say that Teacher Lin is the only hope.
Shen Mo continued, Teacher Lin, perhaps, is the only one in these 10 years who has attempted to offer redemption to Annie. So only by finding Teacher Lin can they find a way to quell this vengeful fury. If the massacre is not stopped, they, as players, will also become the slaughtered ones. We need to go to the library again tomorrow. After exchanging some new clues, Shen Yan reached out to turn off the tablet screen. We must find the clues left by Teacher Lin before Friday.
Alright, let's disperse. Shen Yan tightened the jacket of Lin Xiaoruan. It's time to go home.
Saying goodbye to his teammates, Shen Yan walked alone into the seemingly warm and peaceful residential area.
This is a completely different world from the school.
No strange teachers, no man-eating rules, only mosquitoes flying under the streetlights and warm lights shining from each household's windows. Shen Yan stood in front of an old security door, took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and then pulled out the keys to open the door.
Click.
The door opened, a wave of fragrant home-cooked dishes rushed towards him.
The television in the living room was playing a boring family ethics drama, a middle-aged couple sitting on the couch, cracking sunflower seeds.
Hearing the door open, the mother in a floral apron turned around, her face filled with a loving smile.
Oh, Yan Yan is back. Why so late? Did you go to your classmate's house to do homework again?
Dad also put down the newspaper in his hands, glancing at the clock on the wall. Come back earlier next time, it's unsafe for a girl to be out so late.
Everything was too warm.
So warm it felt unreal. There was a lot of homework, so I finished it at Lin Xiaoruan's house. Shen Yan lowered his head to change shoes, trying to avoid facing the light directly.
I'm going back to my room first. Wait.
Mom stood up, wiping her hands as she walked to the kitchen. I've kept food warm for you in the pot.
Hurry and take a hot bite, studying so hard, how can you not eat? Got it, I'll change my clothes and be right there.
Shen Yan replied casually, quickly ducked into her bedroom while her parents weren't paying attention, and locked the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she let out a long, heavy breath. She took off her oversized coat, revealing a t-shirt that had already stuck to the wound because of the blood seeping out. When she ripped it off, the pain of flesh tearing made cold sweat instantly bead on her forehead. She rummaged through the bottom of her closet for an old cotton shirt she didn't wear anymore and tore it into strips, skillfully bandaging her wound before putting on a loose set of loungewear. After finishing all this, she looked at the pale girl in the mirror, forcing a smile by stretching her lips.
Time to eat.
She pushed open the door and walked out of her room. On the kitchen counter, 2 dishes and a soup were warming. A plate of stir-fried vegetables, a plate of tomato scrambled eggs, and a bowl of steaming chicken soup. And in that bowl of golden chicken soup lay 2 plump, tender chicken legs, falling off the bone. The moment she saw those 2 chicken legs, Shen Yan's hand holding the chopstick suddenly froze in midair. In that instant, her pupils contracted sharply, the warm kitchen seemed to disappear in an instant, and her thoughts pierced through time and space, landing in a dark, damp old storeroom.
That was 6-year-old Shen Yan.
That day, they had killed a chicken at home, and the smell made her drool. Taking advantage of the adults not paying attention, she secretly grabbed a chicken leg from the table. Before she could take a bite, a skinny hand, as bony as a chicken's claw, struck her face hard.
You little thief! Who told you to eat?
The old woman she called Grandma, cursing as she whipped her with a bamboo stick meant for scaring away dogs, beat her like crazy.
That chicken leg was for your brother. What worthless life are you? You don't deserve a chicken leg. Spit it out. Spit it out. The beating that day lasted a long time.
So long that 6-year-old Shen Yan felt like her bones were breaking. In the end, not only did she not eat the chicken leg, but she was locked in the storeroom and starved for 3 whole days.
After that day, Shen Yan never touched chicken meat again.
Even when she grew up, earned her own money, and could afford a truckload of chicken legs, she still never ate them. She thought she had long forgotten that she had built a defense so strong that knives and guns couldn't pierce it. But it turned out, some scars could never heal. They were just hidden in the deepest places, and with the slightest touch, pus and blood would flow out.
Yan? Why aren't you eating? Why are you just standing there?
Mom's voice came from the living room, filled with gentle concern. The chicken leg was specially saved for you, eat up, it'll help your health.
Especially saved? Help her health?
Shen Yan stared hard at that bowl of chicken soup, and a sudden wave of uncontrollable nausea churned up from her stomach.
Her trembling hand picked up a chicken leg, and as if challenging someone, she took a hard bite.
The soft, tender meat melted in her mouth.
Ugh!
The next second, Shen Yan suddenly threw down her chopsticks, leaned against the nearby sink, and began to gag violently. That nausea rose up from deep within her, as if it wanted to expel her innards completely. Tears flowed as she vomited, her mind filled with the blood-stained bamboo stick and the old woman's vicious curses.
What's going on? Dad and Mom rushed into the kitchen after hearing the noise. Did you eat something bad? Mom reached out, wanting to pat Shen Yan's back. Don't touch me.
Shen Yan violently shoved that hand away, reacting so strongly it was frightening. She looked up, her red eyes filled with fear and rejection, like a wounded, frightened little beast.
Dad and Mom froze, standing there helplessly. Yan, what's wrong? We were just worried about you. Worried?
They were just programmed characters in a script.
I'm fine.
Shen Yan took a deep breath, splashed cold water on her face, forcing down the cramps in her stomach. She didn't glance at the 2 chicken legs again, nor did she look at the worried parents.
I'm tired, I don't want to eat.
She pushed past the 2 people blocking the door and rushed back to her room like a fleeing shadow, slamming the door shut behind her.
She didn't need these.
She didn't need this fake warmth that could burst like bubbles at any moment. No one had ever given her these in the real world, and in this killing-filled copy, she desired them even less. In the darkness, Shen Yan curled up in bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. She remained a lone wolf, only in this way was she the safest. The world finally fell silent. Shen Yan huddled under the blanket, hugging her knees, burying her face deeply in the bend of her arm. In this strange copy filled with monsters that eat people, she was not afraid. Even when injured by the bazaar, she remained calm and composed, even without any hope. But facing this bowl of fragrant chicken soup, she suddenly felt as lost as a stray dog. Clearly, Shen Yan no longer needed to be loved.
054, Death High School, a perfect score on the language exam? The morning sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, rudely invading the dim room.
Shen Yan opened her eyes, and the clarity was already in her gaze.
She got up and walked out of the bedroom.
The house was quiet, the parents in the copy had already left for work. On the dining table was a warm breakfast. a cup of steaming fresh milk and a neatly cut strawberry sandwich. Under the plate was a sticky note with familiar handwriting that Shen Yan had seen often these days. Yan, remember to eat breakfast, Mom will make you braised fish tonight.
Is the pressure too much lately? If there is anything, you must tell me, Mom will always love you.
Shen Yan picked up the sticky note, glanced at it, and casually stuck it on the wall. She pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up the strawberry sandwich and taking a bite without any expression. The sweet jam flavor spread in her mouth. She finished this breakfast quietly like an ordinary high school student. After eating, she stood up, took the cup and plate to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, washed them carefully, and then neatly placed them back in the cupboard. Returning to her room, Shen Yan dug out the jacket she had changed out of last night from the corner, the bloodstains now dried up. She took the clothes to the bathroom and gently scrubbed them with cold water. After cleaning them, she hung the wet clothes in the shadow on the windowsill to dry. After doing all this, she pulled out an old-school uniform from deep in the wardrobe and put it on, then pinned the copper school badge that symbolized her identity. Only 4 days remained until the Christmas Eve massacre. Pushing open the front door, the world outside was still noisy.
Shen Yan walked all the way to the gate of St. Mary Academy.
Today, the school gate was much more bustling than usual, with many students gathering together, their faces filled with anxiety as they whispered.
Have you heard?
Senior Jiang Chang is dead.
What? The student council president is dead? How did he die?
I heard it was a sudden illness, died in the small grove at school.
TSK, so tragic, when found, his body was already cold.
Shoo, don't say that, the school has already issued a notice saying it was a myocardial infarction, and they have come to an agreement with the parents.
Anyone who dares to gossip further should watch out for the discipline director.
Jiang Chang's death was casually wrapped up like this. For this school that eats people, the death of a gold badge student would bring some trouble, but it was merely a hassle. To maintain the surface order, they casually made up a reason to cover it up.
As for the truth? No one dared to care about the truth. Sister Shen.
Under the shade of the trees, Lin Xiaowan and Shi Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over. Shen Yan slightly nodded to the two and then stepped into the school gate. Lin Xiaowan and Shi Yi closely followed behind her. Along the way, the atmosphere around was quite subtle. Many students wearing golden badges, seeing the two bad students with gray badges swaggering down the main road, felt an urge to come up and do something. But when they saw the bronze badge on Shen Yan's chest and her eyes as cold as glaciers, those people forcefully stopped in their tracks.
In this school, hierarchy is the absolute rule.
Fu Lin Xiaowan let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the retreating crowd, she couldn't help but quietly exclaim, "It's really strange, following Sister Shen feels just like when I used to follow young Master A Kai." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but she remained silent and continued toward the teaching building.
Class 3, 7, classroom. Chen Mo sat by the window, deeply immersed in a thick book.
He looked a bit more tired than yesterday, with faint dark circles under his eyes. Seeing the three enter, Chen Mo closed the book and pushed up his glasses.
How did it go? Shen Yan walked over and pulled out a chair to sit down.
Though there was no one else in the classroom, Chen Mo still spoke in a lowered voice, "It's taken care of. I came in around 7 this morning and, while no one was around, I threw Jiang Chang's tablet back into the bushes near his body."
Shi asked, "Bro, did you wipe the fingerprints?"
"I did. Plus, I smashed a corner of the screen to fake it like it fell after death." Chen Mo's work style was always meticulous.
"Unless the school uses rules to backtrack, they won't find us." "And this?" Chen Mo pulled out a test paper from his desk and handed it to Shen Yan.
It was a high school Chinese mock test. At the top of the paper, several striking words were printed: St. Mary Academy, Grade 3 Chinese Midterm Mock Test. And in the examiner's section, a familiar name stood out: Lin Xiaonan.
"I checked the files at the academic office."
Chen Mo's finger pointed at the name, speaking with certainty. "Teacher Lin once administered a test, and a student scored full marks. Teacher Lin then awarded that student a bronze badge. Perhaps this relates to Teacher Lin needing to see a perfect test paper to call roll. I printed this mock test yesterday."
The Chinese teacher Shen Yan looked at the test paper thoughtfully.
The clue obtained in the library was, only by igniting the perfect test paper on the 3rd floor could Teacher Lin start calling the roll.
Since Teacher Lin is the Chinese teacher, this so-called perfect test paper likely refers to this Chinese test.
But Lin Xiaowan leaned in to take a look at the test paper, her brows furrowing. The Chinese subject has subjective essay questions. How could anyone score full marks?
Even the top student would lose points for presentation, right? This indeed posed a paradox.
In normal logic, subjects like math and physics can achieve full marks, but to get a real full score of 150 in Chinese is nearly impossible.
Unless Shen Yan's gaze fell on that test paper.
055, Death High School. As long as thoughts don't slide backward, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Shen Yan stared at the test paper for a few seconds before suddenly standing up from her seat. You guys wait for me, I'm going out to borrow something, I'll be back soon. After saying this, she didn't explain further and turned to leave the classroom. The three left behind exchanged glances. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, clearly not knowing what Shen Yan was up to, but out of trust for his teammate, they could only patiently wait in the classroom.
About 5 minutes passed. Shen Yan returned. She sat back down in her seat. Chen Mo, how many papers did you print? Shen Yan asked. Of course, I printed 2. If it's about being called by the teacher to enter the 3rd floor.
We need 2 exam papers, both with our names on them, Chen Mo replied.
Shen Yan said, give them to me.
Although Chen Mo was confused, he still pulled out another blank exam paper from his desk and handed it to Shen Yan along with the first one.
Shen Yan took the 2 papers and laid them flat on the desk.
Then, in the puzzled eyes of her classmates, she slowly took out a red pen from her school uniform pocket.
Calmly, she removed the cap and began to write.
Swish, swish, swish. Without even looking at the questions, she boldly wrote 2 huge, bright, and extremely bold scores in the score columns of both papers.
150 points.
Looking at those 2 bright red perfect scores, Chi Ye's jaw nearly dropped to the floor.
He pointed at the red pen and stammered, Shen. Sister Shen, when you just said you were going to borrow something, you didn't mean you went to borrow a red pen, did you?
Shen Yan put the cap back on the pen, raised her eyebrows, and casually replied, what else could it be?
Chi Yi.
The other 3 students in the classroom were also stunned. The viewers who had been watching the gaming livestream were momentarily taken aback as well.
After a moment, the livestream chat went crazy scrolling. Wow! This train of thought is absolutely brilliant. I was just thinking, how could anyone get full marks on such subjective questions in language class? Even if we had Mr. Zhou Shuren with us, it wouldn't guarantee a 150, right? But Sister Shen just took out a red pen? Awesome! Such a unique approach. I can't think of such a method even if I rack my brain. This is so clever. 666666666. I'm dying of laughter, scoring full marks for yourself. Awesome. Only I think Sister Shen is really cool? Plus 10086. Sister Shen, after a few seconds of silence, Lin Xiao asked weakly, does scoring full marks for yourself really work? I don't know if it works, let's try, Shen Yan shrugged. She had no idea if it would work, but this is a rules-based game, and the rule says, burn the full score examination paper for Teacher Lin at the 3rd floor stairway, and Teacher Lin will call your name. The rule doesn't say that this paper must be graded by the teacher. She paused and rarely put on a serious expression. Since it's a rule-based game, then Teacher Lin must follow its logic. Let's try it first and see if it works. After finishing, Shen Yan handed one of the full score papers back to Chen Mo. Fill it out, Shen Yan pointed to the large blank areas on the paper. Even though there's a score, we still need to fill in the blanks. Otherwise, if we take 2 blank papers over there, it would be treating the strange situation like a fool, and that really would be unacceptable. Chen Mo looked at the bright red 150 points, paused for 2 seconds, and then silently took the paper. He actually wasn't surprised at all. This simple and straightforward approach was truly very, very much Shen Yan. When on vacation, Chen Mo had watched the replay of Shen Yan's last dungeon livestream. She had always acted this way, never following the usual script. Class is about to start, Chen Mo glanced at the time. This class is English. If that English teacher finds out we're doing Chinese homework in her class, it might cause unnecessary trouble. We need to find a place to write it. Shen Yan nodded, stood up with the papers. The group quickly slipped out of the classroom. Once they reached a vacant corner outside the teaching building, Chen Mo stopped and quickly assigned today's tasks. Shen Yan and I will write our exams in the yard outside the library, and after we finish, we'll go into the library to find Teacher Lin. Xiao Ruan, Shi Yi, you 2 don't need to come with us today. Shi Yi heard this and panicked. Brother Chen, why can't we go with you? It would be good for us to wait outside to support you. First, let me talk. When will you change this impulsive nature of yours? I have other tasks for you. Chen Mo said. Hearing there were other tasks, Shi Yi finally relaxed. Brother Chen, tell me what to do. To be honest, I feel terrible inside, watching you all working hard while I can't help at all. I feel like a useless waste. One day, there will be a fight. You are a battle-type player, there will be times when you can contribute. Chen Mo stroked the fur of Chi Yi, this hot-tempered dog, and continued. Moreover, what I need you to do now is very important. You need to figure out how we can stay at school on Friday night during peaceful night. According to school rules, students must leave school after class and cannot linger. But the auction is held at 8 o'clock in the evening. If we want to participate in the auction and access the core events of this instance, we need to figure out how to evade the school rules. This problem indeed needs to be clarified quickly, after all, time is already running short.
Hearing Chen Mo's words, Shi Yi and Lin Xiaoru exchanged glances and nodded immediately.
Lin Xiaoru said, okay. Shi Yi said, leave this to us. We will ensure the task is completed.
The two teams prepared to act separately. Just as the two groups were about to part ways, Shen Yan suddenly called out to Lin Xiaoru.
Lin Xiaoru.
Shen Yan took out the substitute doll from her pocket and handed it over. Since we are not acting together, you might encounter danger. You should keep this substitute doll.
I don't want it.
Lin Xiaoru didn't think twice, directly putting her hands behind her back. She looked at Shen Yan and shook her head. I've said it, there is absolutely no danger in the library.
Sister Shen, you must survive. You are our backbone, and if you are gone, none of us can clear the game and get out alive.
In fact, Lin Xiaoru insisted on giving the substitute doll to Shen Yan for another hidden reason in her heart. When they first entered the instance, Shen Yan died just because she went to the bathroom alone.
When she received the news of Shen Yan's death, Lin Xiaoru felt extremely guilty.
She thought it was her mistake that led to Shen Yan's death. Clearly, she was already an experienced player who had survived 4 instances, but she had no sense of danger at all. She didn't even think to accompany Shen Yan to such a dangerous place as the bathroom.
Seeing Shen Yan return alive, Lin Xiaoru was truly very happy.
She secretly vowed that this time she would do better. As the most experienced person in the team, Lin Xiaoru felt she must undertake the mission that an experienced player should have.
She couldn't always be a useless person who just hides behind her teammates and cries. Sister Shen, just take it easy and hold on to it.
Lin Xiaoru smiled at Shen Yan. I am an experienced player, of course, I have more than one means of survival. After saying this, as if afraid that Shen Yan might refuse again, Lin Xiaoru grabbed Shi Yi and turned to run. We'll be busy first.
See you.
Watching the two run far away, Shen Yan took a long look at the worn-out substitute doll in her hand. Let's go too, Chen Mo said softly. You keep the doll. After all, Lin Xiaoru has survived 4 instances. She should have other means to stay alive. Hearing this, Shen Yan put the doll away, lifted her feet, and walked ahead. Let's go to the library. The two walked all the way to the library's outer courtyard. In the desolate courtyard, there was a cold marble table. Shen Yan and Chen Mo leaned over the table and wrote furiously. This scene was quite interesting. In this horror instance filled with dangers, 2 players were not busy escaping, but instead crazily doing their homework here.
In the live stream room, the bullet comments couldn't help but start mocking. Chen Mo is actually taking the exam seriously? Is this the self-cultivation of a top student? Shocking.
A certain player is brushing questions in the dungeon instead of killing monsters.
Is it the distortion of humanity or the decline of morals? About me becoming the top student in a deadly high school. To be honest, this scene reminds me of my miserable 3rd year of high school. I can feel the DNA stirring. Morning, 9:30. The two finally filled the entire exam paper. Both top students completed the exam with great finesse. After packing up, the two walked back into that eerie red brick building. In the lobby by the entrance, the gloomy-faced administrator was sitting behind the dark counter, still wiping something with a rag. Hearing the footsteps, the administrator impatiently lifted his eyelids. His dark eyes were filled with anger. He habitually opened his mouth to curse. But, when his gaze met Shen Yan's indifferent face, he suddenly fell silent. Help! Why is this female demon here again? He instinctively buried his head, shrinking into a ball behind the counter, wishing he could instantly stuff himself into a crack in the ground. This scene had the livestream comments laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Bet he's sweating now, my dude. Administrator, at this moment, even a passing handsome guy doesn't dare to breathe loudly. What's the psychological shadow area of the administrator at this moment? Estimating a 3-bedroom, 1 living room starting point. Administrator, please don't come near me. Broken voice. What happened to the scary livestream? This time, the administrator didn't even question the two. He tightly closed his mouth, hiding behind the counter, pretending to be blind and deaf, letting the two swagger with their exam papers past him into the library. Until their figures disappeared from the lobby, the administrator cautiously poked his head out, taking a long breath. So scary. How are today's students scarier than ghosts? After entering the library, the two immediately climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Even at the stair entrance, they could feel the dark silence of the 3rd floor. That oppressive darkness was much thicker than on the first 2 floors, and the air was filled with a faint, acrid smell as if something was burnt. The two squatted at the stair entrance. Shen Yan took out a lighter and with a click lit the flame. Chen Mo held the 2 exam papers marked with a 150 points in red, bringing them close to the flame. Whoosh! The flame licked the paper instantly. Strangely, the paper didn't slowly burn, but exploded into flames the moment it touched the fire. The fire released not a red glow, but a dim, ghostly green light. As the exam paper turned to ashes, a damp, chilling wind suddenly swept through the silent 3rd floor. Woo woo!
The wind howled intensely, like countless people crying. The temperature around them dropped sharply, as if winter had instantaneously turned into an extreme cold apocalypse.
Zzz.
The old light bulb overhead began to flicker wildly, making a crackling sound like faulty electricity, stretching and shortening the shadows of the two, resembling phantoms. The ashes on the ground didn't disperse, but swirled up with the eerie wind, slowly condensing into a human-shaped silhouette in midair. A strong, foul smell of burnt blood rushed over. The dark shadow became clearer, revealing a pale, swollen face covered in corpse spots. She wore a white dress stained with blood, the hem still dripping dark, viscous liquid. She had no white in her eyes, those pitch-black hollow sockets fixed on.
How come? Someone has scored full marks again. Since you got full marks, that means you are a good child.
Suddenly, that terrifying ghost face shot up to Shen Yan's face, stopping just less than a centimeter from her nose. As Shen Yan prepared to grip the doll and pull out the steel pipe to fight the eerie being, that ghostly face abruptly returned to the air. The stench of rotting flesh was simply suffocating. Good children should stay here, forever accompany the teacher.
Let me turn you into specimens and keep you in the library, okay? Kids, I will count to 3, 2, 1. If you don't run away, the teacher will eat you.
056, Death High School Excellence is original sin, kindness is burial goods.
3.
The pale human face in the air began a slow countdown to death. 2. The nearby bookshelves shook violently, countless charred arms stretched out from the darkness like dry branches, clawing and reaching. In this world where rules are law, no one dared to wait for the eerie voice to say 1.
Shen Yan could only quickly retreat backwards.
Shen Mo also closely followed Shen Yan's movements, the two maintaining a tacit formation as they swiftly headed for the staircase. The sound of shoes scraping against the floor was particularly jarring in the dead silence of the third floor.
However, halfway through their retreat, Shen Yan's footsteps suddenly slowed.
She squinted, looking curiously at the seemingly fierce white figure in the air.
Something seemed off?
Due to her talent, Shen Yan had a particularly strong perception of malice, but she didn't seem to sense much malice from this eerie figure.
Although this eerie being was grand and ominous, Shen Yan couldn't feel that desire to drain a person's very marrow. The eerie being didn't seem to be hunting them, it felt more like it was driving them away.
So when they reached the staircase, Shen Yan stopped.
Shen Mo, wait a moment. Hearing Shen Yan's voice, Shen Mo immediately stopped, cold sweat all over his forehead. What's up? Not leaving? You wait at the staircase. I need to go back to verify something.
Shen Yan adjusted her collar and casually said something that shocked Shen Mo.
Are you crazy? Shen Mo's pupils trembled. That thing is much more powerful than the librarian. It floats in the air, your steel pipe can't hit it. I still need to go back. Writing that exam was exhausting, and I finally finished it. I can't let it go to waste. Shen Yan was determined to return. You really are crazy. Shen Mo gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'll go back with you. No need.
Shen Yan raised her hand to stop Shen Mo. I have a doll for substitution. I'm not going to die, I can go alone.
Besides, I feel, this doesn't seem like a dead end.
Shen Mo looked at Shen Yan, then glanced back at the terrifying darkness that hadn't truly pounced on them.
Suddenly, he too realized. This really didn't seem like a certain death scenario.
If the eerie being really wanted to kill them, they would have been dead the moment the exam papers burned.
Why bother with a leisurely countdown? All right.
Shen Mo pushed his glasses and stepped back into the shadows. If anything goes wrong, immediately use the doll.
Yeah. Shen Yan turned and re-entered the darkness.
Third floor, reading area.
When Shen Yan returned, the giant white-dressed eerie figure had disappeared. It was eerily quiet around. Shen Yan took a few more steps forward. Suddenly. Who?
A gust of cold wind rushed behind her. A pale, upside-down face dropped from the ceiling, directly pressing against Shen Yan's nose. It was a face with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and its eerie white dress hung down like a shroud. Its voice was sharp and piercing.
Little friend, wasn't I telling you to leave? Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, you won't be able to escape.
Facing this sudden face jump attack, Shen Yan, without surprise, pursed her lips.
Indeed, it was just to scare people. Unfortunately, it is not scary at all.
She looked up, her expression emotionless as she stared at the ghostly face.
Hello, may I ask, is it Teacher Lin Shan'en? Hearing Shen Yan's words, the female ghost suddenly froze.
Immediately, her gaze became sharper, blood tears streaming even more fiercely.
Leave, this is not a place for you to be. Quickly go, if you don't leave, I will tear you apart and sew you into the bookshelf. She was driving people away.
Shen Yan was right, she released the substitute doll that she had tightly held in her pocket.
I can naturally leave.
Shen Yan fixed her eyes on the eerie, hollow eye sockets and asked rapidly, but how about those students who were turned into books, how do they leave?
The strange body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
It seemed Shen Yan didn't see the ghost's days. She took a step forward, forcing the ghost back step by step. And that top student who scored full marks in Chinese was given a bronze badge by you and was personally sent here. How does she leave? Boom. This sentence was like a sharp knife, deeply stabbing into the ghost's most rotten wound. Ah! Teacher Lin suddenly let out a piercing scream. She fell from the ceiling, curling up in the corner, hugging her head and crying out loud. Her cries were desolate, filled with regret. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. While crying, Teacher Lin frantically tugged at her own hair. She was my favorite student. The principal gave me a bronze badge. He said it was a privilege to protect the best students from bullying. I believed it. I really believed it. I just couldn't bear to see her bullied anymore. I personally pinned the badge on her chest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ton Yudi. Ton Yudi. The moment this name was spoken by Lin Shan, the entire library seemed to tremble a little. At this moment. Ah! A scream more terrifying and vengeful than Teacher Lin's crying suddenly erupted from the first floor of the library. The sound penetrated through the floor, shaking the bookshelves on the third floor with a buzzing noise. That was the true roar of a vengeful ghost. At this time, Chen Mo had already rushed in. He came up after confirming that there was no danger upon hearing Shen Yan and Lin Shan talking. He just happened to catch the name Ton Yudi. Then he heard the chilling response from downstairs. Chen Mo paused, suddenly looking towards Shen Yan. The girl in the red dress wandering on the first floor mentioned in the rules is Ton Yudi, right? Was that sound just now made by Ton Yudi? Chen Mo asked. Shen Yan did not respond but turned her gaze to Teacher Lin. At this point, Teacher Lin had stopped shouting. She raised her blood-stained face, her eyes lifeless. Yes. Her voice was broken and heavy. The girl in red downstairs is Ton Yudi. She wrote a particularly profound and good essay. I gave her a perfect score on her Chinese test and gave her a bronze badge. She happily entered the library wearing the badge I gave her, but she never came out again. Later, I used my teacher's authority to come in to find her, only to discover that she had been turned into the book numbered 008. It was I who harmed her. At this point, 2 streams of blood tears fell from Teacher Lin's face again. She could not put into words the regret within her heart. To free her, I deliberately damaged that book, voluntarily leaving myself here to take her place. Her soul was freed, but she has gone mad. She has been tormented for too long, lost her sanity, and turned into a monster that only knows how to kill. So that's how it is. The teacher sacrificed herself to save the student, trapping herself forever on the 3rd floor. And the released student became a vengeful spirit wandering on the 1st floor. I cannot save her, cannot save Annie. I can't save anyone. Teacher Lin painfully closed her eyes, which were stained with bleeding tears, her voice growing weaker and weaker. I can't save anyone. Annie? Shen Yan and Chen Mo couldn't help but glance at each other. They finally heard that name again. What happened with Annie? Chen Mo was eager to learn more about NG. Since you know that Ton Yudi was killed by the copper badge, you must know what happened with Annie, right? Those selected girls, those students called Annie, where are they? Annie, yes, Annie, I want to go out, I want to save Annie. Teacher Lin stood up, sweeping like a gust of wind toward the stairwell to the 3rd floor. But when she reached the stairs on the 3rd floor, she could no longer move at all. She destroyed the copper books, and she was forever trapped in the library. She couldn't get out. Shen Yan and Chen Mo followed, watching Lin Shan repeatedly bump her head against the invisible barriers in the air. Ah! Teacher Lin suddenly let out a scream even more piercing than before. Her head was covered in blood, and she shrank into a dark corner, her hands tightly covering her ears, shaking her head wildly. I can't save them. No. Don't ask. Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't know anything. Her reaction was too extreme, and black blood splattered everywhere. It's too much. I can't save them all. Too many Annies, they are all crying, all shouting for help. I can't save Annie. I can't save Ton Yudi, and I can't save anyone. I can't save anyone. Watching Teacher Lin gradually shift from sadness to madness, Shen Yan reached out to stop Chen Mo, who wanted to keep asking. Don't ask anymore. Shen Yan shook his head. You won't get anything out of her. The matter of Annie must have harmed her more deeply, and now she's lost her mind. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and could only give up. Then what do we do now? Chen Mo asked. Shen Yan looked down at the 1st floor, clutching his arms and said, we can't solve Annie's problem, let's first deal with the immediate issue. There's also Lin teacher's obsession here, isn't there? Here's the obsession? Chen Mo immediately understood who Shen Yan was talking about, the downstairs Ton Yudi. If Ton Yudi could be freed, there was a chance that Teacher Lin could regain her rationality. Shen Yan stood at the stairway for a moment, then suddenly turned and returned to the reading room's desk, picking up a bloodstained copper badge. She looked at Chen Mo, who had followed her in. This should be the badge that teacher Lin gave Tong Yudi back then. After she finished speaking, Shen Yan stuffed the substitute doll into Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo, I'm going out for a bit, you stay here and wait for me. If something feels wrong, the substitute doll will send you out. Chen Mo was startled. You're going down alone? Yes. Shen Yan held the copper badge tightly in her palm. I'm going to bring Xiaoruan in to help. Maybe Lin Xiaoruan can solve Tong Yudi's issue. We have completed the perfect score exam and fulfilled the rules of the third floor. It's safe for now. The first and second floors might have dangers. It's not suitable for you to go down, and someone needs to keep an eye on teacher Lin. I don't want to redo the exam, so you stay here and maintain the attendance rules to access the third floor. Okay. Shen Mo took the doll, nodding at Shen Yan. Be careful. Shen Yan held the copper badge and turned to rush down the stairs. Leaving the library, Shen Yan ran like the wind. At the entrance of the elite club, she found Qi Yi and Lin Xiaoruan. Sister Shen? Lin Xiaoruan, seeing Shen Yan rushing over like a cheetah, was surprised. How did you come here? Did it end at the library? So soon? Where's Brother Chen? It's not over, Chen Mo is still in the library. I came here to find you for help. You need me to help? Lin Xiaoruan looked confused at Shen Yan. What can I help with? You just come with me. Shen Yan said, placing the bronze badge on Lin Xiaoruan's chest. We'll talk about what to do specifically on the way. What about me? Qi Yi looked at Shen Yan and asked. Shen Yan glanced at the physical invitation Qi Yi was holding, and said lightly, aren't you waiting to ambush solo students to snatch invitations? Keep snatching, I believe in you. Alright, I'll continue. Qi Yi chuckled twice. 3 minutes later. Shen Yan, with Lin Xiaoruan, stood again at the entrance of the library's first-floor hall. Let's go in. Shen Yan was the first to walk toward the eerie, ominous door. Lin Xiaoruan was just about to step forward, but as soon as one of her feet crossed the threshold of the hall, her knees suddenly buckled, and she thudded to the ground. The noise startled Shen Yan, and she turned back to ask Lin Xiaoruan, what happened? Did you trigger a rule? Can't you go in wearing someone else's bronze badge? No. Lin Xiaoruan shook her head and, with Shen Yan's help, got back up. Then she trudged on, continuing into the library. Lin Xiaoruan's talent, Holy Mother Radiance, passively activated. The moment she stepped inside, Lin Xiaoruan felt as if she had been thrown into a meat grinder. Countless tragic wails, the sound of bones breaking, and the tearing of flesh flooded her mind like a tide. Those were the screams emitted by the books on the surrounding shelves. Each book contained a heartbreaking story. All the books were desperately telling Lin Xiaoruan their pain. Countless voices surged toward Lin Xiaoruan. It hurts, it hurts. Woo-woo, new hairpin, I've received a new gift. Lin Xiaoruan clutched her chest, tears instantly pouring out, the empathetic agony nearly making her faint. Lin Xiaoruan, don't keep accepting the strange stories. If you go on, you'll lose your sanity, release your talent and heal the strange pain. Shen Yan's cold voice harshly pulled Lin Xiaoruan back to reality. Lin Xiaoruan struggled to lift her head, and she saw in the center of the hall the ghost dressed in a red dress, Tong Yudi. Tong Yudi's face was filled with black veins, her eyes only whites, and she let out a beast-like roar, seeming ready to tear apart any intruder. Trouble, try to use your talent. Shen Yan pointed at Tong Yudi, heal her. I can't, that's a fierce ghost. Lin Xiaoruan trembled all over, feeling scared. You can do it. Shen Yan stared at her, patiently encouraging, you are an experienced player, I believe in you. You are an experienced player. That's right. She was an experienced player, she wasn't a useless burden. There's nothing that can't be done. Talent activation, Holy Mother Radiance. In that instant, Lin Xiaoruan opened her arms and tightly embraced the cold ghost. Ah! At the moment of contact, Lin Xiaoruan screamed in pain. Tong Yudi went wild, clawing and biting, her sharp nails instantly tearing through Lin Xiaoruan's back. Seeing Lin Xiaoruan get hurt, Shen Yan rushed up and hit Tong Yudi with a stick. Damn it, you don't want to drink the fine wine and instead want to drink the punishment wine, huh? Seeing Lin Xiaoruan wounded, Shen Yan got angry. The malicious value that had been consumed fighting the administrator yesterday surged instantly, and her talent, Evil Overflow, forcefully activated. Try grabbing her again. If she can't heal you, I'll also beat you down. Tong Yudi. Touched. Dared not move. With that one strike, Tong Yudi immediately quieted down. Seeing Tong Yudi was motionless, Lin Xiaoruan bravely began to listen to her pain story. A gentle white light burst out from Lin Xiaoruan, enveloping the two of them. It doesn't hurt anymore. Senior sister. It no longer hurts. The teacher is waiting for you. She came in to save you. She has always been waiting for you.
During the treatment, Tong Yudi began to struggle again.
No matter how much Tong Yudi struggled, Lin Xiaoruan clung to her like a sticky plaster, her light growing stronger.
Gradually, the light seeped into Tong Yudi's body.
The red dress on Tong Yudi started to fade, the terrifying ghostly face slowly becoming calm.
In the end, she transformed back into a high school student wearing a neat uniform and a ponytail. Tong Yudi finally regained her sanity.
She looked at Lin Xiaoruan, who was in pain and nearly exhausted, and a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes. Then she handed Lin Xiaoruan a key that shimmered with a bronze sheen. Acquired gift, bronze key of the forbidden bookcase, B-grade ghost tool.
Function, this is a heavy universal key.
In the horror world, it can ignore the rules of locked and forcibly open any locked cabinet, drawer, or file bag, excluding special plot locks.
Note, no matter what world, the truth should not be locked in a cabinet.
The moment the ghost tool was obtained, Lin Xiaoruan received the notification about acquiring the ghost tool. After giving Lin Xiaoruan the key, Tong Yudi slowly floated towards the third floor.
Shen Yan hurriedly followed her.
Seeing Lin Xiaoruan wanting to follow as well, Shen Yan said, "You can only go to the stairwell on the third floor to wait for me and Shen Mo. Without a full score paper, entering the third floor will trigger the rules." Although Lin Xiaonan was not a spooky character, triggering rules in rule horror stories would still lead to a deadlock.
On the third floor corridor, Tong Yudi saw Teacher Lin shivering in the corner. "Teacher Lin."
A clear voice rang out. Hearing this familiar voice, Teacher Lin suddenly looked up.
She saw Tong Yudi, the obedient student, quietly standing there. "I never blame you, it's not your fault.
I know you gave me the bronze badge to protect me."
Tong Yudi deeply bowed to Teacher Lin.
"It's just a pity that in this shattered world divided by power, in this arena where the top devours people and the bottom harms each other, the little bit of bright light on the weak often becomes their own tombstone." She raised her head, her gaze seeming to penetrate the roof of the library, looking towards the more distant darkness. "The mistake has never been with the flower planters, but with this wasteland that can grow nothing but thorns and poisonous weeds.
It is the rules that divide people into different classes that are wrong. It is this era that prices lives and colors dignity that is wrong.
When hierarchy becomes the only truth, excellence becomes the original sin, while kindness becomes the cheapest funeral item." Tong Yudi reached out her hand towards the void, her body transforming into countless sparkling light points, the final song of her broken soul.
"Teacher Lin, I am leaving.
I want to go to a place without gold badges, no bronze badges, and no privileges or oppression.
The snow there is white, the wind is warm, would you like to come with me?" Tong Yudi.
Lin Xiaonan called out the name with guilt, looking sorrowfully at the books still wailing on the shelves around her.
"I can't leave yet."
Teacher Lin wiped away her blood tears. "There are still so many children here, I must guard them, accompany them."
Tong Yudi, I am truly sorry. There's no need to apologize, teacher. I am leaving, we will meet again if fate allows. Tong Yudi waved her hand at Lin Xiaonan. After saying these words, Tong Yudi transformed into dots of starlight, disappearing into the air. She finally found her freedom. Tong Yudi.
Teacher Lin collapsed on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. After a long time, she finally calmed down. She turned around, took a yellow diary from the shelf beside her, and handed it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan took the diary.
Ding! Acquired gift, Teacher's Bloody Diary, A-grade ghost tool.
Function, this is not just a diary. It is also a proof of fulfillment that is 3 years late. When the holder faces a strange situation filled with grievances due to being forgotten or waiting in agony, presenting this item can trigger memory resonance, proving that the initial breach of promise was actually a helpless struggle for life, thus forcibly soothing the desire for killing in the target. Note, she never broke her promise, she just died on the way to save you. Teacher Lin looked at the copper badge on Shen Yan's chest, her eyes filled with fear and disgust.
Child. She pointed at the badge and said, take it off. This is not glory. This is a mark of a sacrifice. As long as you wear it, no matter where you escape to, this man-eating library will find you. Chen Mo calmly analyzed for Lin Xiaoruan, now we don't know who is in control of this library. Recklessly destroying or purifying all the books here will make too much noise and definitely attract the attention of higher-level anomalies. By then, not only can we not save them, but we might end up getting dragged down ourselves. Let's first go out and understand the source of the anomaly, then we can plan further.
Lin Xiaoruan felt that Chen Mo made sense upon hearing this. She could only look apologetically at the books still queuing and softly said, I'm sorry, everyone, you'll have to wait for another chance. Hearing Lin Xiaoruan's words, the previously quiet line of books instantly erupted. Aren't you going to save us? Why aren't you saving me? I've been queuing for so long. Please, beautiful sister, save me. Whoosh. Countless pages flipped madly, producing harsh friction sounds. They felt the fear of being abandoned, and the despair that had waited in darkness for countless years instantly turned to anger.
Some hot-tempered books surged towards Lin Xiaoruan, as if trying to force her to stay. Be careful. Chen Mo instinctively tried to pull Lin Xiaoruan back. But someone was quicker than him. Bang! A dull sound echoed through the air.
A cold steel rod swept through the air with a whistling sound, directly knocking aside the first few books that attempted to pounce on Lin Xiaoruan. Shen Yan stepped forward with the steel rod, placing herself in front of Lin Xiaoruan.
Her talent evil abounds activated forcefully, and an aura of malice even fiercer and more domineering than these vengeful spirits instantly swept through the scene.
The books that wanted to surge forward suddenly froze in mid-air, trembling in fear.
You're asking for it, aren't you?
Shen Yan coldly glared at this group of unruly books.
You can continue to cause trouble. But Lin Xiaoruan will not help you anymore.
You can kill her right now and rot here forever, until you turn into a pile of waste paper.
The entire corridor fell into silence in an instant. Those books had consciousness, they understood Shen Yan's threat.
If the only savior dies, then they would really be finished. Seconds later, the books seemed to let out air like deflated balloons, one by one falling back to the ground or floating back to the shelves.
Shen Yan put away the steel rod and nodded in satisfaction. At least you know your place. Shen Yan strutted ahead, putting the steel rod away. Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan exchanged glances and quickly followed behind.
The three of them made their way down to the first-floor hall. As they reached the door, Shen Yan suddenly halted. She heard a faint whimper sound from behind the bookshelf in the corner. The sound was small and pitiful, like a little girl hiding in the corner secretly wiping her tears. Shen Yan turned her head to look. She saw a pink book cowering in the darkest corner, its pages shuddering as if it were crying. On the cover of the book, there was a large, beautiful pink bow. In the center of the bow, there was a large, charred hole burned by a cigarette butt.
Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. She remembered this book.
Last time she entered the library searching for clues, she randomly pulled out this book and, while smoking, gave its bow a new style with her cigarette.
What was it crying about? Was it still sad about its bow?
058, Death High School 3-year delayed compliance. September 1st, 2013 weather, sunny. This was my first day of work. This school is simply beautiful, built on the hillside, resembling a castle from a fairy tale. The students here are very polite, dressed in exquisite uniforms, and when they see me, they bow and greet me like a group of little princes and princesses. The principal values education highly. He said he wants to make this the best private high school in the province.
I am really lucky to start my career here. Lin Xiaoruan, go for it.
You must become the best Chinese teacher, to educate and nurture students, to be worthy of the title teacher.
November 15, 2013, weather, overcast.
Today in class, I saw a student named Liamo, a special student who got in through his grades and comes from a poor background, kneeling on the ground, cleaning the shoes of another boy with a golden badge. The whole class was laughing, and no one thought it was wrong. I was furious and stopped everything, but the boy with the golden badge just gave me a disdainful glance and said, "Teacher, this is voluntary, you can ask him if you don't believe me."
Liamo lowered his head, his face red, yet he really nodded.
After class, I asked Liamo why, and he simply said, "Teacher, you don't understand the rules, this is just a game among classmates."
Rules? What rules?
I felt there was something hidden in the shadow of this castle that I couldn't understand.
March 12, 2014, weather, light rain. I went to see the principal. I could not stand that blatant bullying and oppression.
But the principal was not surprised, he just poured me a cup of tea and said earnestly,
"Teacher Lin, the school is also a small society. The hierarchy between people is an unbridgeable gap. Let them recognize their place early, it will be beneficial for their future." I countered him, saying the essence of education is fairness. The principal smiled and took a bronze badge from his drawer, handing it to me. "Teacher Lin, you are too young. If you really feel there are excellent students you want to protect, give this bronze badge to them. In this school, the bronze badge represents immunity, it protects good students." I refused. I pushed the badge back. I did not want to label children with this kind of charitable hierarchy. Every child should be equal, and no one should have to exchange dignity for such things. September 5, 2014, weather, cloudy. I met a genius. Her name is Tong Yudi, a newly enrolled special student. Her essay Caged Bird was written so well, the writing style and depth were not like those of a 16-year-old child. She had light in her eyes, a love for literature. I want to focus on nurturing her, she deserves a bright future, and she should not be polluted by the muck here. October 20, 2014, weather, strong wind. Damn. Damn. Those students with golden badges began to harass Tong Yudi. They surrounded her, making her bark like a dog, making her recite the Annie rules, and called her Reserve Annie. Tong Yudi came to me in tears, but when I went to see the director, he said this was the students playing a joke. This is not a joke. This is a crime. November 7, 2014, weather, heavy rain. I feel dirty. I feel filthy all over. I was preparing to report to the Education Bureau, but just last night, a USB drive was slid under my dorm room door. Inside were all the videos of me changing clothes, showering, and even sleeping in my dorm. When was the camera installed? Where was it installed? The letter read, Teacher Lin, nice figure. If you meddle further, these dozens of gigabytes of videos will appear on the trending search tomorrow. You wouldn't want your parents to see this, right? I vomited all night. I am so scared. I have become weak. I'm sorry, I really cannot be brave. I was also born in a slum, and I still have parents to take care of. I cannot let them be sad. At least I can save this one child. October 15, 2015, weather, overcast. I was wrong. Very wrong. It turns out that Annie is not a nickname, but a code name. I accidentally overheard the conversation of several students with gold badges and discovered the so-called wild auction. Tong Yudi, and many more impoverished special students, they are all products raised in captivity. The bronze badge is not a shield at all, it is a marking code for premium offerings. I secretly entered the elite club and obtained a list about Annie. Oh my god, in these years, there are so many Annie. I must save them. I have to save them. Even if I lose my reputation, even if the videos are exposed, I cannot remain silent any longer. December 20, 2015, weather, light snow. I contacted this batch of 5 chosen Annie. I told them the plan. We need evidence, we need them to help me film the crimes of those beasts at the auction on Christmas Eve. I have already made an escape route, right in the abandoned sewer behind the school. As long as we get the evidence, we will run directly to the provincial police department. The children are very scared, but I promise them, don't be afraid, the teacher is here. This time, the teacher will definitely take you home. December 24, 2015, weather, heavy snow. Something went wrong. Tong Yudi is missing. Tonight is Christmas Eve, the time the auction is supposed to start, but at this critical moment, Tong Yudi went missing. I searched everywhere, and at last, a clue pointed to the library. I have to go to the library to look for her. The other Annies are still waiting for me, I cannot delay for too long. Once I find Tong Yudi, we will leave. You have to wait for me. You must wait for me. Last page, no date. The paper was wrinkled, covered in dark brown blood handprints. The handwriting was extremely sloppy, like someone wrote a last testament in great pain. I can't get out. I'm sorry. I broke my promise. Save Annie, who will save Annie? The last line was written in blood with 4 big characters. Save Annie. The noon sunlight streamed through the bright glass windows of the classroom, shining on the desk and illuminating the dust in the air. But this warm sunlight could not dispel the chill rising in the hearts of a few people. Lin Xiaowan, Shen Mo, Shen Yan, and Qi Yi, who had just arrived to join them, sat around the desk, having just read this fragmented diary that spanned 2 years. Who? After reading the diary, Qi Yi couldn't help but bang the table hard, these beasts. Is this a school or a den of demons? Shen Yan closed the bloody diary, gently rubbing the cover with her fingertips. As the holder of this, Class A cursed object, she could see the detailed attributes that appeared on the diary. The description of this cursed object says, this is not just a diary, but a proof of obligation that is 3 years overdue. Shen Yan raised her head, her gaze cold. The description says, when the holder encounters a strange cause of resentment due to being forgotten or waiting in vain, presenting this item can trigger memory resonance, proving that the original broken promise was truly a helpless struggle for life, thereby forcibly calming the target's desire to kill. This description reflects the truth of that year. Shen Yan paused and continued. On that Christmas Eve 3 years ago, those selected Annie waited in despair for Teacher Lin. They might have had evidence taken secretly in their hands, perhaps guarding the escape route, waiting hopefully for that one glowing light. But Teacher Lin did not come. She died in the library, among a pile of man-eating books. Chen Mo pushed his glasses and took over the conversation. For those girls, the greatest despair is not death, but being abandoned. They would think Teacher Lin betrayed them, that even the one person they trusted in this world had abandoned them. That kind of resentment from being abandoned by the entire world, combined with the pain of being humiliated by the gold badges. It broke out at that special moment on Christmas Eve. Chen Mo looked out at the seemingly calm campus, as if he could see that bloody night through the sunlight. Those Annies didn't escape, they all died that Christmas Eve, turning into eerie beings. So, they felt deceived, feeling that this world was too dirty. Resentment soared, vengeful spirits demanded lives. They transformed into the fiercest vengeful spirits, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter on this school every Christmas Eve that followed. In recent years, too many people have died.
So much so that the magnetic field of this school has completely changed, blurring the boundary between life and death. Thus, many students have actually long become eerie beings, even though they might not know it, still playing the roles of good students and bad students day by day. So here has turned into a bizarre school where the living and the eerie coexist under twisted rules.
And the next round of slaughter is about to begin.
Deaf High School, as long as there's no money involved, there's food to eat.
You are wrong. Just after Chen Mo finished his theory of Annie turning into vengeful spirits to slaughter the school, Shen Yan's voice suddenly rang out.
She crossed her arms, calmly rebutting.
Chen Mo, your logic is reversed.
Those girls were never the source of tragedy, nor the masterminds of any massacre. They were just knives, outlets, victims of the rules.
Shen Yan raised her head, looking at Chen Mo. The school itself is the real monster.
The creators of rules that treat people as commodities, along with those who condone, indulge, or even enjoy this, are the true culprits.
Those girls turning into vengeful spirits is merely the leftovers spit out after being digested by the school's enormous belly.
Yes, they are also victims. Lin Sherwan's eyes reddened as she firmly stood by Shen Yan's side. If they weren't pushed to a dead end, who would want to become a monster?
Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and fell silent for a moment.
As a highly rational person, he was used to tracing back causes from results, but Shen Yan's words made him see the deeper evil logic behind this cruel rule.
You are right. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging his oversight. I was thinking too shallowly.
He quickly adjusted his state, bringing the topic back to reality. This diary gave us clues to break the deadlock, but it's only a clue.
To truly break through, we need to infiltrate that auction. Now that we understand the background, what should we do next?
Shen Yan didn't directly answer Chen Mo, but turned to Qi Yi, who had been lost in thought.
Qi Yi, how is your invitation letter robbery plan going? Don't mention it.
Qi Yi was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his messy blonde hair. I worked my butt off all morning, and I only managed to snatch one invitation. As he spoke, he threw the crumpled invitation letter on the table. All these students are in groups, and even those a bit alone seem like marginal figures with no value. They don't have invitations at all. Just this one, and I pried it out from a lonely little fatso.
One invitation is definitely not enough.
Lin Xiaoruan frowned. We have 4 people.
Moreover, getting in with just an invitation isn't reliable. Chen Mo glanced at the invitation letter. It has names written on it.
Hee,
brother Chen, I also noticed this unreliability.
Qi Yi suddenly grinned, showing a big white tooth, so I thought of a new plan.
What plan? Lin Xiaoruan asked curiously.
I found a part-time job for us at that elite club. Qi Yi said proudly, finally feeling a sense of presence in this team. I directly talked to the logistics manager over there and told him that we 4 are struggling students.
Life is hard and we need to work to survive.
I said we don't need a salary, just give us 2 meals, even if we have to do the dirtiest, hardest jobs. When the person in charge heard us say we don't want money, his eyes lit up right away.
In this day and age, who doesn't love free labor?
He immediately agreed to let us do part-time work. Lin Xiaoruan blinked in surprise. Didn't see this coming. Qi Yi, you're actually quite clever.
What's clever about that?
Qi Yi's smile faded a bit. Leaning back in his chair, he said lazily.
It's just experience.
I dropped out of school before finishing middle school. My old man found me a stepmother, they had a new son, and forgot about me. Back then, I was young, had no education and no skills, and regular factories wouldn't dare to hire child labor.
So I had to survive. What could I do?
Qi Yi shrugged. I went to the docks to find labor bosses, to construction sites to find foremen. I told them I was strong, I wasn't afraid of hard work, and I didn't want money, just let me eat a full meal at noon and night.
Carrying sand, moving bricks, unloading cement, as long as I didn't ask for money, someone would give me food. Jobs that paid were hard to find, but free labor? Who would be worried no one would use that?
The air grew quiet for a few seconds.
Who would have thought that behind this carefree and rebellious Qi Yi, there was such a story? Who says only the rich have colorful lives? The suffering of the poor is equally diverse. You did well, Shen Yan rarely praised Qi Yi. Qi Yi grinned and pulled out 4 badges with red cords from his pocket, placing them on the table. I've arranged the work.
I'm strong, I'll help in the kitchen to move things, wash dishes. Sister Shen and Xiaoruan are pretty, go serve in the hall, serve tea and water. Chen Mo, you look gentle like a scholar, the person in charge wants you to greet guests at the door, responsible for checking the list. With this temporary work permit, not only can we stay in the club on Christmas Eve, but for the remaining days as well. Shen Mo picked up the work permit and nodded. This is indeed a good infiltration plan. He looked up at the clock on the wall. Today is December 22nd. Today aside, there are exactly 2 days until Christmas Eve. Since we need to blend in, we must make good use of these 2 days to prepare for Christmas Eve.
Shen Yan, do you have any plans?
Shen Yan reached for a work permit and hung it around her neck before speaking.
My plan? I don't have any plans.
If you ask me, I suggest we go straight to the kitchen and grab a few knives to storm into the club.
Then we can kill. Sister Shen, I'll go to the kitchen to borrow knives right now.
Shi Yi was also eager to try, he was itching to show off his skills.
Chen Mo.
He felt it was unnecessary to ask.
Never mind, let me share my plan then.
Shen Mo took on the role of strategist. Based on my earlier theory, the massacre on Christmas Eve is triggered by the grievances of the Annies. If we do nothing and wait until Christmas Eve, when both old and new grievances erupt, the whole school will turn into a dead zone, and none of us will survive.
So right now, the most important thing for us is to survive Christmas Eve. To survive, we must prepare in 2 ways.
As Chen Mo said this, he held up 2 fingers and laid out his plan.
First, verify our escape route.
Tomorrow, Shen Yan and Shi Yi will go to the back mountain to check if the abandoned sewer mentioned in the diary is still passable.
If things get out of hand, we need to have a way to escape. Second, we need to find the current Annie.
As Chen Mo said this, he looked at Lin Xiaowan.
Xiaowan, this task requires you.
While you're serving, pay special attention to places like the kitchen or the prep area.
Since it's an auction, the goods being girls must have been controlled.
They are not qualified to sit at the table, only locked away in a place near the banquet hall, waiting to be pushed out.
Xiaowan, your perception is strong.
The place where Annie is locked up must have also held other Annies before.
That place will have a heavy air of suffering. You need to find it while ensuring your own safety. Lastly, it's my turn.
I will find a way to enter the club manager's office and check the list of participants in this auction.
I believe this will help uncover information about the auctioneer. Who is auctioning Annie? Where does the money spent on Annie ultimately go?
I must trace the source.
If I want to comfort the spirits of the past, I think it will take the blood of the instigator as a sacrifice.
Shen Yan had been listening carefully to Chen Mo speak. She was mostly satisfied with Chen Mo's plan.
She wasn't really without any plan at all, she just wanted to charge in, but she was too lazy to say so much, it was exhausting. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Shen Yan stood up and lit a cigarette.
She summarized this brief meeting. Chen Mo's point is that if we want to break the deadlock, we must not only appease the spirits of the past but also save the living now. If we have the ability to rescue the current Annie, then I believe those past Annies will leave us a way out.
060, Death School, fair price, honest to all.
After a busy morning filled with taking tests and battling strange wits, the 4 were already reluctant to move. Although this was an open-ended side quest and they could go home after class, many high schools have a common rule: no snacks are allowed on campus. Moreover, since the school has a cafeteria, students are also prohibited from leaving during lunch.
So when lunchtime arrived, the choices before everyone were only 2.
Either suffer from hunger until evening or go to that smoky, stinky cafeteria that you could smell 2 miles away. Shi Yi slumped in his chair, glancing over at the cafeteria, and said pitifully, "I miss young Master A Kai. With him around, we could at least go eat some fruit salad.
It's so tough being hungry."
As a big guy, he was most afraid of being hungry. Just as he was worrying about how to survive the afternoon, he suddenly saw a pile of things appearing in front of him. Several bags of neatly packaged shredded pork bread, sausages, and a few bottles of mineral water suddenly appeared, all stacked neatly on his desk. He lifted his head and saw Shen Yan standing in front of his desk. Shen Yan had already withdrawn her hand and calmly said one word.
"Eat? This kind of good thing really exists?" Seeing the food, Chiye's eyes lit up.
Without saying a word, he ripped open the packaging and took a big bite. He knew that Shen Yan had a spatial ring. At this moment, he didn't bother with polite formalities, only mumbling, "Saved, Sister Shen, you're the reliable one."
"Aren't you guys eating?" Shen Yan looked at Chen Mo and Lin Xiaowan.
Hearing her words, Chen Mo and Lin Xiaowan did not hold back either and took their portions of food to eat. Seeing that everyone had shared the food, Shen Yan opened a bottle of water and slowly took a sip. Once everyone had nearly finished eating, she took out a small notebook and a pen from her pocket.
"All done eating? If you're done, let's settle the bill."
"Bread costs 100, water 100, and sausages 200, Shen Yan said casually while keeping an account. Even though we're all teammates are one thing, but business is another. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Remember to transfer money outside, fair prices and no cheating."
Shi Yi, who was drinking water, almost spit out the sip he had just taken.
"1 bottle of water costs 100?
He swallowed his water, surprised as he looked at Shen Yan. "Sister Shen, is this bread crust made of gold?
Is it too expensive?"
Shen Yan paused her pen, her lifeless eyes scanning him without emotion. "If you think it's too expensive, spit it out now, and I won't charge you."
"Well, then I'll pass." Shi Yi shrank his neck.
Although he complained, he knew that in a place where life could be lost at any moment, spending 100 for a satisfying meal was actually a good deal.
And what is 100?
In the real world, he was already a millionaire. Keep a record, Chen Mo said calmly, even thinking the price was fair, you go out and check. Lin Xiaowan nodded repeatedly, not to mention 100 for a bottle of water, as long as Sister Shen was willing to give her one, she would pay 1,000. After a simple lunch, the few of them lay down in the classroom to rest. The afternoon classes were basically self-study. No teacher had appeared in the classroom. The four of them lay on the desk sleeping. Shen Yan squinted her eyes thinking, suddenly noticing the bloodstains seeping through Lin Xiaowan's clothes in front of her. Xiaowan, come with me, Shen Yan thought for a moment, stood up, and waved to Lin Xiaowan. The two went to the supply room and the classroom where brooms were stored. After closing the door, Shen Yan looked at Lin Xiaowan and said, lift up your clothes, I'll apply some medicine for you.
Apply medicine?
Lin Xiaowan was taken aback for a moment but then obediently did as told. Earlier in the library, to calm Tong Yudi, her back had been scratched, leaving a long blood mark. Although she hadn't cried out in pain, the blood had long soaked her uniform. Shen Yan took out iodine and gauze from her space, skillfully helping her clean the wound.
Ouch!
The medicine stung against the wound, making Lin Xiaowan shiver. Bear with it, Shen Yan said, her hands moving a bit more gently. A few minutes later, the wound was bandaged.
Lin Xiaowan lowered her clothes, turned around, and looked at Shen Yan gratefully, saying, Sister Shen, thank you, actually, this little injury is no big deal.
No need to thank me, Shen Yan nodded, flipping out a small notebook from her uniform, quickly jotting down 2 lines.
Medical fee plus labor fee, 1,000. Also, to be settled outside.
Lin Xiaowan's previously touched expression instantly stiffened on her face. A flurry of ha 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 floated in the comments.
I knew it. I knew it. Shen Yan has no heart. Lin Xiaowan, my tears haven't even fallen yet, and you stuff me with a bill? This is a horror instance, hey. She's actually running a little shop business here? Shen Yan, feelings are feelings, business is business, gotta charge money. LMAO. The ones above are wrong, Shen Yan is just tough on the outside.
In the afternoon, the four did not fuss about other things. Whether going to explore the back mountain or sneaking into the club, they needed to keep strong enough to handle potential crises. They had consumed too much energy this morning, it was more important to rest and regain strength. As school was about to end, the setting sun dyed the classroom red.
Chen Mo looked at the bronze badge still hanging on Shen Yan's chest and asked with furrowed brows, Shen Yan, aren't you going to take off this badge? Teacher Lin said this is a sacrificial mark, wearing it will attract the library's weird attention.
Not taking it off, Shen Yan shook her head decisively, although this thing is a curse, it's also the safest identity card we currently have. If we take it off now, in this school where the weak are preyed upon, we will become the lowest class of slaves. By then, we won't even need to wait for Christmas Eve, just those security guards and the students with gold badges will tear us apart. Shen Mo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, what you say makes sense, when faced with 2 dangers, we should take the lesser one.
Keeping it is indeed safer.
Then I'll keep mine too, Lin Xiaowan adjusted her badge a little.
At 5:30, the school bell rang.
Shen Yan put on her backpack and, mixed in with her teammates, walked out of the school gate in the crowd. By the time she got home, it was almost dark outside. Pushing the door open, the house was brightly lit, the television was blasting with loud news programs, and the smell of braised pork wafted from the kitchen.
Just like every other day. Yin Yan is back?
Great, the food is just ready, wash your hands and come eat. Mom came out of the kitchen with dishes, wearing an apron, a warm and kind smile on her face, holding a spatula in her hand.
Dad, sitting on the sofa, also took off his glasses, grinning and asking her, how was school today? Are you tired? It was fine.
Shen Yan changed her shoes, washed her hands, and sat at the dining table. Watching her parents continuously serve meat into her bowl, she took a bite of rice, and with an easy expression, she spoke up.
Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you.
You see, the final exam is coming soon, and there's a lot of homework. I made an appointment with Lin Xiaowan to review our studies at her house these days. There's just her as a girl at her house, and it's quiet, suitable for studying. So, I will be coming back late these 2 nights, and if it gets too late, I might not come back, just stay at her place. Hearing this, Mom froze for a moment and then nodded, that's fine.
Xiaowan's house is quiet too, without adults, so it's really lonely. Having you 2 girls together is good, you can supervise each other while studying. Dad also agreed and even reminded her, alright, go ahead.
But don't stay up too late, take care of your health. Tomorrow let your mom give you some money to buy some fruit on the way back from school, don't go to her house empty-handed.
Got it. Shen Yan replied. After dinner, Shen Yan didn't say anything more.
She returned to her room, tidied up briefly, and then lay on her bed, listening to the sound of her parents chatting in the living room. They discussed the vegetable prices for tomorrow and talked about the neighbors' trivial matters, their tone filled with plans for the future. The wind picked up, and Shen Yan got up to close the window, walking to the windowsill to take a look. The moon in the sky had unknowingly been tinted with a faint crimson, like a bloodshot eye, coldly overlooking the nearby bloodthirsty high school. A storm was approaching.
There were only 3 days left until that Christmas Eve, which would place everyone on the dinner table. Death High School. On Christmas Eve, Shen Yaozu awakens his talent. On December 24th, Christmas Eve.
A heavy snow sealed the mountains, wrapping the entire Yucai High School in a layer of terrible white silence, with only the elite club brightly lit. In the 2 days prior, Shen Yan and Qi Yi had almost drilled through the school's drainage system. It was full of old filth and dead rats, but the two pinched their noses and waded through the dark sludge to determine an escape route. Inside the club, the newly selected Annie girls were locked in specially made rooms. Lin Xiaowan, taking advantage of delivering meals, located 5 of the rooms. Those 5 selected girls were locked in their rooms with chains as thick as fingers. Taking advantage of meal delivery, Lin Xiaowan secretly told them she would find a way to get them out. From the historical surveillance footage copied by Chen Yaozu, those iron chains locking the girls were specially made, releasing only for the few minutes they would be auctioned off as goods on Christmas Eve night. This meant that if Shen Yan and the others wanted to save these Annies, they would have to cut off the club's power during those few minutes of release and then take advantage of the chaos to get them out. Through 2 days of investigation, Chen Yaozu discovered that the invitation letters for the party were sent from an abandoned mailbox. Moreover, the login addresses for this mailbox were spread around the world. Additionally, the money from the auction over the years had flowed to banks around the globe. On the surface, it was hard to trace the mastermind behind this auction.
However, Chen Yaozu still managed to uncover it. Even though everything was done very secretly, Chen Yaozu confirmed through technical means that it was all overseen by the principal. Of course, this was also inseparable from the support of the school board behind it. If they wanted to quell the wrath of the dead, perhaps they would need to offer the principal's blood as a sacrifice and the souls of those on the school board as offerings. Night fell. The banquet hall was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers reflecting brilliant light, and the red carpet underfoot was spotless. The long table was filled with delicacies from land and sea, and the champagne tower stood taller than a person, with waiters in crisp tuxedos bustling about. The guests were dressed extravagantly, toasting and chatting, their faces adorned with phony yet elegant smiles.
Shen Yan, wearing a black server uniform, held a tray and stood in the corner. She glanced around the hall. Qi Yi was on the other side serving dishes, Lin Xiaowan was in the kitchen waiting, and when the clock struck 12, she would receive the key to unlock the Annie prisoners. Chen Yaozu had mixed into the control room. When the time came, he would cut the power.
Everything was ready. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10th anniversary celebration of St. Mary's Peaceful Carnival Night. The host stood on stage, reading the opening remarks with fervor. Tonight, we will present to you an unprecedented sensory feast. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Now, without further ado, let's bring up tonight's first auction item. 2 waiters pushed a display stand covered with a red cloth onto the stage. The host pulled away the cloth, revealing a female corpse preserved as a specimen. She was in a kneeling position, hands clasped, her face frozen in the terror and despair of her last moments. Laughter and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. This is an artwork called Mother. The host announced loudly, "Do you all remember last year's stubborn mother who tried to report us to the Education Bureau? She is very quiet now. After masterful preservation, she has been made into a perfect specimen in a kneeling position. Who wants to take her home to place at their bedside? Not only will it warn disobedient Annies, but it's also a piece filled with dark humor for home decoration." The starting bid for this item is $500,000. Each bid must increase by no less than $50,000. The auction begins now. $600,000. A man with gold-rimmed glasses immediately raised his paddle. "This will be quite interesting in my study." $700,000. $850,000. Bids echoed back and forth, as if they were auctioning not a corpse, but a true work of art. Shen Yan watched all this with an expressionless face. Ultimately, this artwork was sold for $1,500,000 to a fat middle-aged man. Congratulations to this gentleman. The host continued the auction with a beaming smile. Next up, we have our Carnival Night special segment, the Living Organ Blind Box. Waiters pushed a row of small carts covered with silver plates onto the stage. The thrill is what we're after. Old friends are already familiar with this segment. The host kept stirring the atmosphere. To celebrate the 10th anniversary, we will randomly extract parts from those disobedient defective products. The heart still beating this second might end up on your plate the next second. Defective hearts start at $50,000 each, no ceiling on bids. Who wants to go first? I do. I'll do it. The atmosphere on site ignited instantly. People crazily raised their paddles, as if participating in an exhilarating game. Each time the gavel fell, it meant a living organ was being extracted from a person and was served right in front of the winning bidder. Some bidders looked at the lively heart in front of them, taking out knives and forks. Time passed second by second. Soon it was 11:58. The bloody blind box segment finally ended. The host's voice rang out again, this time filled with immense gravity and anticipation. Next, we have tonight's grand finale auction item dash.
He deliberately paused, waiting until he had everyone's attention before speaking again.
Esteemed guests, 5 of this semester's most perfect Annies will soon be on stage. Starting bid, $100,000 each. Same flavor you're familiar with, same freshness you love. Now, let's catch our breath and wait with bated breath. When the midnight bell tolls, they will be presented on a dining cart by the attendants. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath. The clock struck 12. Dong, dong, dong.
The bell tolled ominously and long, like a death knell ringing from the depths of hell. At the moment the last toll fell, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly went out.
The darkness instantly engulfed everything. The power was cut off by Shen Yaozu. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Turn on the lights.
The crowd began to stir, exclamations rising and falling. Then, a sinister wind swept in from all sides, making the curtains in the hall flutter. At that moment, the temperature dropped sharply, and everyone shivered with cold.
Then, without warning, cries began to emerge in the hall.
Those were the cries of girls, sounding mournful, despairing, and full of resentment. The cries came from all directions, echoing in the hall like countless vengeful souls wailing.
Help me. It hurts. Why? Why would you do this to us? These seemingly superior people fell into chaos at this moment. Shen Yan took the opportunity to drop the tray and ran towards the corridor beside the banquet hall.
Yi, Lin Xiaoruan, and Shen Yaozu also moved at the same time, and the 4 met at the entrance of the corridor.
The key is already in my hand.
Lin Xiaoruan raised the key in her hand and signaled her teammates. Her task tonight was to hold the key, unlock the chains, and present the Annies as if delivering goods. Seeing the key, the 4 rushed into the corridor that held the Annies according to their plan. Warning, the player has entered a super dangerous area.
Warning, the current area is overloaded with resentment. Please evacuate immediately.
As soon as they dashed into the corridor, Shen Yan received a strong warning from the system. She ignored the system's warning and, without hesitation, followed her teammates into the corridor that held the Annies. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, the scene before them suddenly transformed. The originally brilliant corridor vanished, and what lay before them turned into a dark passage filled with spider webs. The walls were mottled and decayed, the floor covered in dust, and the air was filled with the stench of decay.
The corridor that once had only 5 rooms transformed into an endless hallway in an instant. Countless doors lined both sides tightly. What's going on?
Lin Xiaoruan asked, her face pale, frantically looking around. She felt as if the strange pain was about to burst her body.
Weren't there 5 rooms? Why are there so many now? Where did the Annies go? Every room that exists now has an Annie. Shen Yaozu said in a deep voice. Let's just open a room and see what's going on.
Shen Yan preferred to take action rather than wait passively in the face of the unknown. The 4 of them bravely pushed open the nearest door. The room was dark, with only a faint moonlight filtering in through the window. On the bed sat a girl, her head bowed, long iron chains wrapped around her, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were crying.
Are you Annie? Lin Xiaoruan asked cautiously. The girl did not answer. Lin Xiaoruan took a few steps closer. We are here to save you.
Before she finished speaking, the girl suddenly raised her head. It was a face mangled and bloody, with hollow eye sockets and a mouth stretched to the ears, revealing ghostly white teeth.
Liars, you are all liars. You never intended to save me, you just want to send us to the dining table like butchers, may you all die.
The girl lunged off the bed, the chains slashing through the air with a piercing sound.
Shen Yan's gaze turned icy, and the malice overwhelmingly evil surged to its peak in an instant.
The violent emotions within her found an outlet, the steel rod in her hand felt like an extension of her arm, carrying a purer evil than the strangeness itself, and she swung it down fiercely.
Bang! Physical exorcism, 100% real damage. The girl was knocked out by a stick.
The girl didn't give up the attack, she twisted her body and planned to pounce again.
Get out first! Shen Yan shouted.
The 4 hurriedly rushed out of the room, and Yi, walking last, slammed the door shut with a bang. Who knew, even more terrifying things were about to happen. The doors on both sides of the corridor suddenly opened one after another by themselves.
Countless Annie came out from the rooms.
They had twisted expressions and stiff movements, surging towards the 4 like a tide of corpses. Faced with the tide of corpses, Shen Yan immediately thought of Lin Xiaonan's diary. Without hesitation, she reached into the void, ready to take out this plot device. However, just as she touched the diary, a scarlet warning box popped up that only she could see.
System alert, the resentment value in the current area is overloaded, special plot items cannot be summoned temporarily. Damn it!
Shen Yan cursed under her breath, directly giving up the thought of taking out the diary. Seeing countless Annie surrounding her, Shen Yan could only pull out a steel rod and enter a melee with these Annie. The steel rod danced in Shen Yan's hands, creating afterimages. The spiritual pollution in her body kept accumulating during the battle, and with each heavy blow, it was vented, forming a dangerous balance. A strange claw reached for Chen Mo's back. Seeing this, Qi shouted angrily and instantly stepped in front of Chen Mo.
Talent, righteousness above all, activated.
The claw dug deep into Qi Ye's back, leaving 3 gaping wounds that revealed bone. Having activated his talent, Qi automatically blocked the pain. He retaliated with a punch, driving his furious strength straight through the strange creature's chest. The more he was hit, the stronger he became. The damage his teammates took was forcibly transferred to him. As the battle continued, Qi Ye's wounds multiplied. His body was drenched in blood, but his fighting power became increasingly terrifying. In the end, he transformed into a killing god, sending all the nearby strange creatures flying. "I can hear your suffering, don't be afraid." Lin Xiaoruan knelt behind the battle circle, fully activating motherly radiance. Countless desperate cries and resentful curses surged into her mind. She closed her eyes, and 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The rapid depletion of her spiritual power made her face pale as paper.
There were simply too many strange creatures.
Qi Ye's injuries grew worse. Although he couldn't feel pain, his life force was quickly draining away. If this continued, once he exited the battle, all his wounds would instantly worsen to an incurable state, and he would die immediately. Lin Xiaoruan's spirit was about to collapse. She could no longer distinguish between reality and those strange memories. As an ordinary person, Chen Mo had no combat ability. If it weren't for Qi Yi constantly taking damage for him, he might have already died there. Shen Yan's stamina was also nearing its limit. She felt the steel rod in her hand becoming heavier. The 4 had been forced to the end of the corridor, with no way to retreat. The Huaxia livestream was silent. At this moment, no one was sending bullet comments. Everyone thought this 4-person team was about to perish.
As the battle reached a deadlock, Shen Yan took out a clock from her ring.
Special item, rusty reversed clock. Type, S-level causality/rule type. Appearance, an old-fashioned clock covered in verdigris. Description, time is a never-ending river, and those who swim against its current often meet a terrible end. This item does not belong to the world of the living. It is stained with the blood fingerprints of its last owner.
When you press it, you are not buying time, you are bribing the rules to briefly turn a blind eye.
Effect, forced rewind, ignore the current scene rules and forcibly turn the time axis back.
20 minutes ago. Note, the user's memory will be fully retained, and the body state will be reset. Remark, blood warning, fate only allows 1 Q jump.
This alarm clock was exchanged by Shen Yan in the system mall for 50,000 points many days ago.
Current system points, 0.
The alarm clock is a one-time item, Shen Yan's last trump card, and the reason she dared to ignore the system's warnings and repeatedly enter high-risk zones.
Now is the time to use the alarm clock.
Shen Yan planned to use the alarm clock to turn back time to the banquet hall 20 minutes ago. However, just as she took out the alarm clock and prepared to use it, the situation suddenly reversed again.
Ugh! Chen Mo suddenly let out a painful scream.
He knelt on the ground, holding his head, and blood gushed from his nose. The world made of data and logic in his eyes completely collapsed at this moment. This infinitely extending corridor, these unending oddities, all of this violated the most basic laws of reality.
A massive flow of false information surged against his brain, finally triggering his hidden talent. A dazzling white light erupted from him.
The hideous oddities froze instantly in the white light, and the spiderweb-covered walls around began to shatter like glass, piece by piece. Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into pure silver, and countless data streams flashed rapidly in his gaze. Chen Mo stood still, pushing up his glasses that were already broken halfway, and a personal game panel that only he could see quietly unfolded in the void.
Congratulations, player successfully awakened potential talent. Talent name, Universal Restoration, SSS level.
Active skill, Domain of Truth, forcefully shatter all illusions, false rules, and mental pollution within a certain range, violently restoring the scene to its most original material state.
Passive skill, Absolute Rationality, immune to any fear pressure on the mental level, keeping the brain in an absolutely awake calculation mode.
Cost, while the skill is activated, the brain enters an overclocked state, consuming a massive amount of sanity points per second. If sanity points reach 0, it will result in direct brain death.
062, Death High School. Annie is not the boss?
As Chen Mo's talent, Universal Restoration, erupted, the infinite corridor shattered like a broken mirror, crashing down.
The magnificent corridor reappeared, and the foul smell in the air dissipated. Ha!
The moment Qi Yi confirmed he had exited the state of combat, his whole body began to twitch. The deep, bone-visible scratches on him were healing at a visibly rapid speed, with white gas rising from the wounds, like a tire being reinflated. This is the perverse nature of brotherhood. As long as a person is not dead, they are reborn once the battle is over. The crisis was thus resolved, and for a moment, several people were a bit dazed.
Stop dazing around. Shen Yan kicked open the first door. Chen Mo, Lin Xiaoruan, you go in and save people. Shi Yi and I will guard the door outside. Okay. Chen Mo didn't even have time to feel happy about his awakened talent at this moment. He and Lin Xiaoruan quickly rushed into the room, inserting the key into the lock on the iron chain, and with a click, unlocked the chain around the first girl's neck. Then they entered the second room. At this moment, the golden door at the end of the corridor was suddenly pushed open from the outside. I was wondering why the power suddenly went out. It turns out there are sneaky rats causing trouble. Quickly catch these rats. A group of bodyguards dressed in black suits rushed in, wielding electric batons. They held baseball bats and machetes, like vicious dogs hunting rabbits. How dare you disrupt the banquet? Xie and Shen Yan fought fiercely, but this was the enemy's stronghold. When the real fight started, they would still be at a disadvantage. At first, only 7 or 8 bodyguards rushed in, but soon, more and more students with gold badges joined the siege. Relying on their large numbers, they slowly forced the two back step by step. A few stinky rats, we finally caught you, a student with a gold badge sneered, swinging a knife toward Xiye's shoulder. Remember to be a top person in your next life. Shen Yan blocked the long knife with a swing, then turned to glance at the situation behind them. At this moment, Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan had just brought in 2 rescued girls, rushing into the third room. The situation was not good. They could no longer bear to clash with these people head-on. Xie, let's retreat first. Shen Yan made a quick decision, pulling Xie to quickly retreat as they followed Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan into the third room. Once inside, Shen Yan slammed the door shut, locked it, and the two did not dare to relax. They pushed forcefully against the door together. Outside came the sounds of frantic banging and shouting, the door shaking violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Hurry! You two come help block the door. Chen Mo shouted to the 2 idle girls, pushing a heavy iron bed to the back of the door as he spoke. The 2 girls, though crying with tears streaming down their faces, knew that life and death were at stake, and they stumbled over to press their frail bodies firmly against the iron bed in Chen Mo's hands. Bang! 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 The banging outside grew louder, and the door lock began to deform. Lin Xiaoruan was quickly unlocking the locks on the third girl's body. Hurry up and open the door. You can't escape. Hand over Annie, and we can lead you with whole corpses. While the people outside threatened harshly, they gathered strength to bang the door. Just as the door seemed about to be breached, suddenly, the noise outside abruptly stopped. A cold wind swept down the hallway, slipping through the door crack into the room, causing the temperature inside to drop several degrees. Immediately, a horrific scream echoed down the hallway. Ah! What is that? A ghost. There's a ghost. Help! Run! Ah! In the hallway came the sounds of flesh being violently torn apart, and the crack of bones being crushed. Through the thin door panel, the people in the room could hear the commotion outside clearly. It seemed a one-sided massacre was happening outside, as the once arrogant gold badge students now let out desperate wails. Don't come over. I'm the son of the school board member. You can't kill me. Ah! The screams rose and fell in waves. One could imagine what kind of horrific slaughter was taking place outside the door. Or perhaps, this was just a delayed case of evil meeting its retribution. It was unclear how long it had been, but the sounds outside completely ceased. A deathly silence enveloped the hallway. Click! Lin Xiaoruan finally unlocked all the locks on the girl. She was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, clutching her chest and trembling all over. So much resentment, outside the door, it's all pain and hatred. I can feel it, that kind of sorrow, is beyond my ability to soothe. Bang! The door was knocked again. This time, it was no longer the sound of kicking but a soft, muffled thud, as if a head was banging against the door panel. Bang! Bang! This gloomy sound was even more hair-raising than the violent banging moments ago. If Shen Yan and Xie had not been pushing against it with all their might, the door might have already burst open. Annie! A mournful voice came from outside the door. The voice was very eerie, like the overlapping voices of thousands of girls, the air around filled with echoes of her speech. Come out, come join us. All Annies must be together, only together can we be strong, only then can we be unafraid. Don't believe that anyone can save us, no one can save us. They are all liars. At first, the voice was a whispered warning, but it quickly turned into an angry roar. Come out. Come out right now. Boom. A tremendous force slammed against the door, and Qi let out a groan, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Shen Yan's gaze sharpened, and she pulled out the Lin Shannon's diary from the space again. This time, the system did not pop up the red warning of overloaded grievance. Shen Yan thought this might mean the narrative ghost tool could work now. She said in a deep voice, everyone, step back. We are going to open the door. Sister Shen? Shi Yi was taken aback. Let's open it and take a look.
We have Lin Xiaonan's diary. The reason Annie doesn't believe anyone can save her is that she resents Lin Xiaonan's abandonment. Shen Yan felt they should give it a try. Let's open the door and see if it can alleviate her grievances. Everyone knew of the diary's existence, and upon hearing this, they immediately obeyed and stepped back. Shen Yan slightly opened a crack in the door and handed out the yellow diary. Roar! The strange entity outside was very fierce, wanting to rush in to hunt again, but the moment it charged in, it crashed headfirst into the diary that emitted a faint light. That violent black mist froze in an instant. The moment she touched the diary, she sensed what it was. She paused for a moment, that pale hand trembled as it reached in through the gap in the door to take the diary.
Shen Yan immediately closed the door again.
A few seconds later, the strange entity outside quickly grasped the significance of the diary and understood that Teacher Lin did not abandon them that year. Instead, she died alongside them on that cold night while trying to save them.
Woo woo!
That terrifying entity, clutching the diary, suddenly started to cry at the door.
Hearing the crying outside the door, Shen Yan took a deep breath and opened the door completely. Although she was prepared, the sight outside still made everyone gasp. Standing at the door was not a person, but a girl covered in faces. They were all the Annie who had tragically died in this school over the years, gathered together to form a massive embodiment of grievances. At that moment, Lin Xiaoruan walked uncontrollably to the strange entity covered in faces. She crouched down and gently hugged that terrifying monster, causing the book in its hands to drop to the ground. I don't know how to comfort you.
Lin Xiaoruan choked back her tears, radiating a soft golden light, but I heard your pain, your story. I know you wish for someone to save Annie, you must wish for Annie to escape alive.
We promise, we will take the living Annie out.
The monster covered in faces thrashed violently, screaming in agony, and finally, it broke free from Lin Xiaoruan's embrace, retreating to the other end of the corridor. Lin Xiaoruan slumped to the ground, looking back at Shen Yan and shaking her head apologetically. Sister Shen.
I can't heal her. That's normal.
Shen Yan calmly stepped forward, that his hatred piled up from countless Annies.
Such tragedy cannot heal itself, only blood repayment can erase their resentment.
She took a few steps forward, staring directly at that entity covered in faces, and said, Please believe us, we can save the living Annie. The entity covered in faces lifted its massive head, and hundreds of mouths opened in unison, the voices mournful.
You will not stop me
from slaughtering those scum.
Stop you? Why would I stop you?
Shen Yan looked at her curiously, raising her hand to point at the banquet hall outside. We never intended to stop your revenge. Your massacre can continue, however, you should not slaughter us, your fellow victims. Your hunting ground is in the banquet hall outside.
Annie's countless eyes deeply looked at Shen Yan. In the next second.
Roar! She let out a deafening roar and turned into a black whirlwind, howling towards the banquet hall.
All right, the area is clear.
Shen Yan looked at the monster's departing figure and clapped his hands. I don't know how long the diary will affect Annie. Hurry up and get the other two Annies out.
We need to leave the school from the original escape route. 2 minutes later.
A few people brought 5 weak girls down to the basement floor of the elite club and crawled into the abandoned sewer of the school. It was foul-smelling and muddy here, but to the hell behind them, this was the ladder to heaven. 20 minutes later, they crawled through the abandoned sewer to the back mountain of the school. When the 5 girls, covered in mud, finally breathed their first breath of cold, free air, they turned in unison and deeply bowed to Shen Yan and his group.
Thank you, thank you.
At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded simultaneously in the minds of the 4 people.
Ding! Congratulations, players. Successfully rescued 5 Annies. Hidden mainline task completed. Dungeon Death High School cleared. Starting settlement. Did successfully rescuing the 5 Annies mean clearing this dungeon? The surprise came too quickly, and the 4 people couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Golden light spread out in the snowstorm, and at the same time, the screens of billions of viewers in the Great Xia Kingdom also displayed the same scene. Dungeon, Death High School, 4 stars. Overall clearing evaluation, SSS, perfect clearing. Settlement list. Chen Mo, Great Xia SS level, normal clearing. Survival time, 21 days 6 hours. Exploration degree, 78%. Boss kills, 0. Qi Yi, Great Xia S level, extreme clearing. Survival time, 21 days 6 hours. Exploration degree, 55%. Boss kills, 0. Lin Xiaoruan, Great Xia SS level, normal clearing. Survival time, 21 days 6 hours. Exploration degree, 70%. Boss kills, 0. Then, the most dazzling golden characters began to condense in the air. MVP, Shen Yan, Great Xia. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS level, perfect clearing. Survival time, 21 days 6 hours. Exploration degree, 80%. Boss kills, 0. Finally, the game panel settled rewards for each person separately. Shen Yan looked up at his settlement interface.
Reward settlement in progress.
Received SSS exclusive cash reward, 35 million yuan, 35 million. Additional reward, S-level ghost weapon selection box X1. Special reward, Great Xia National Fortune plus 10%, National Physical Enhancement, Border Defense Enhancement, Resource Manifestation.
Meanwhile, on the retinal layer visible only to Shen Yan, that unobtrusive red small text quietly reappeared, still overlapping with the golden official rewards. Received game points, 100,000 points, can be used in the system mall. In the real world, the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom had completely boiled over.
The bullet comments scrolled like a tsunami. Wow! SSS level, such a difficult dungeon, and it can still be perfectly cleared. Although it's a bit worse than the last SSSS mythical level clearing, this is already very good.
The upstairs ignored one thing: the survival time of this dungeon is 2 months. Shen Yan cleared the dungeon in advance, creating a miracle again. The key is, it turns out that you can clear the dungeon by completing side quests without defeating the boss, so amazing.
Mainly, those rescued Annies are a very important side quest, right? National Fortune plus 10%? Am I seeing this wrong? I want to cry, thank you Sister Shen. Long live Sister Shen.
The river that dried up for 3 years in front of my house suddenly has water. This is the first time I have seen the manifestation of national fortune with my own eyes. It's so incredible.
Those who said Shen Yan is a disaster, come out and be hit. Come out and bow to the hero of the nation.
Whoa, I really couldn't hold back when the last Annie cried, but thankfully they were all rescued. Little Ruan baby is so amazing, I knew she would definitely survive. Chen Mo has also awakened his talent, common smart, and the awakened talent is very impressive. I have high expectations for him.
Shi Yi is also great.
Although his exploration level is low, he is very brave in every fight, a real man.
And, why do I feel like Shen Yan doesn't look very happy? Shen Yan was indeed not very happy.
To be precise, Shen Yan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Her eyes were fixed on that shiny 35 million. Shen Yan took a deep breath in her heart and questioned the system that was playing dead.
System, come out and explain. If I remember correctly, you told me this was a financial product, saying the highest return could be 50 million renminbi? Now I only get 35 million. What about the remaining 15 million? Did you eat it? Or did the middleman make a profit? Is this a 25% personal income tax or service charge? Which financial product deducts so much money?
Shen Yan rarely spoke so much at once, but when it came to money, she had to ask clearly.
In the wind and snow, the system's cold voice rang in Shen Yan's mind.
The host has killed 0 boss in this instance, exploration level is inadequate, cannot obtain the highest reward. The SSSS myth level completion can get a reward of 50 million renminbi.
Shen Yan was speechless. So what you mean is, I have to kill the instance boss Annie for that 15 million?
I'm not a good person, but I'm not that bad. She is so miserable already.
Warm reminder, Annie is not the boss of this instance. Ha?
Shen Yan froze for a moment, then turned to look at the dark sewer entrance.
Then, how about I crawl back into the sewer and kill for a while? 063, Death High School killing back to school. System notice, instance settlement has been completed. The host is about to be teleported back to reality. The host cannot kill back to school. Hearing the system's answer, Shen Yan looked regretfully at the school down the hill. TSK, can't kill back, what a pity. Ding. Detected that the instance Death High School has completed the clearance settlement. All players will be teleported back to the real world. Countdown begins, 120 seconds. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the minds of the 4 players. Lin Xiaoruan looked at the clearance panel that popped up. A hint of obvious disappointment crossed her round eyes. She lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes, and softly said, "Is this really the end? I thought I could have a chance to return to the library one more time, to heal those books. I heard their pure pain. I feel my soul will always remember that sound. Their suffering has left a mark on my body. Sigh, I also feel like the end is a bit hasty." Chi scratched his newly healed scalp, looking regretfully at the S on the settlement screen. Did we clear it without killing the boss? I thought I was a strength-type player and would have a chance to show my skills during the boss battle. But what now? It's over? And I got the worst rating of the whole team. I really want to cry. Shen Mo furrowed his brows, looking at the school below, he said. How can it just end? How was my talent triggered? I haven't figured it out yet. The talent introduction didn't say the conditions for triggering it. If I go to the next instance, I'll still be as clueless as a newbie, but clearly, the exploration levels were similar. If I just had a little more time. Shen Yan stood in the snow, listening to her teammates' complaints, slightly raised her eyebrows. It seemed they were not happy about the early settlement? She silently asked that system that loved to play dead. System, if I use the rusty reversing alarm clock to go back 20 minutes, let those girls escape by themselves. Will the game re-enter settlement the moment they come out? The system responded quickly. If the host can find the real boss before the girls escape and engage in battle, the game will not enter the settlement program. Special reminder, the game will not settle players in a state of battle. Warning, it is advised that the host does not attempt. If the forced rollback triggers the hidden boss battle, the difficulty level of the dungeon will rise to hell level. Please do not go back to die. Who is the real boss? Shen Yan asked again. She directly ignored the system's warning. Host's permissions are insufficient. To obtain boss information directly, you need to pay 500,000 points to exchange for the answer. What the hell? Shen Yan almost choked on her breath. 500,000 points? She looked at her meager balance of 100,000 points, gritting her teeth in anger. I say, why don't you go rob it? The system once again feigned silence. At this moment, the countdown in the sky had turned into red numbers. Teleportation countdown, 100 seconds. Shen Yan took a deep breath and turned to look at her three teammates beside her. You three. I want to ask, if there's still a chance to kill back at school and drag the boss out to kill it, would you be willing to? Oh, I must clarify, my question is based on the premise that Annie is not the boss. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Chen Mo was first stunned, then he rationally analyzed, the countdown has already started, going back to school is useless, teleportation is happening soon. It doesn't matter whether it's useful or not. Shen Yan interrupted him and asked again, you three, just answer me, if the boss is not Annie, would you be willing to kill back? Please answer me immediately. To avoid being interrupted by Annie, Shen Yan emphasized twice that Annie was not the boss. The three exchanged glances and then gave their answer together. Willing. 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 The three voices spoke in unison. Good. Shen Yan felt reassured. She took one last look at the quiet school under the night sky. She remembered the crying book tied with a bow, thought of the Annie amalgamation that had countless faces, and recalled Lin Shan'en, who willingly sealed herself in a diary for the students. Of course, most importantly, she thought of the 15 million that she still hadn't gotten. They say fortune favors the bold, for money, Shen Yan decided to go all in. She was more realistic, she only cared about money. Unlike Lin Xiaoru, that saint, who still thought about the suffering of those useless books in the library. Shen Yan took out the old rusty alarm clock from her space. Teleportation countdown, 10 seconds. 9. 8. Since you all don't want to settle, then I guess I have to pamper you one more time. Shen Yan's lips curved into a crazy arc, and the moment her voice fell, her thumb pressed down heavily on the button at the top of the alarm clock. Click. In that instant, the entire game scene entered a state of stillness. The wind and snow froze in mid-air, and then the golden settlement panel began to rewind, everyone's movements flowed back. Outside the screen, hundreds of millions of viewers in the Great Xia Kingdom stared in shock at the live broadcast suddenly rewinding. What the hell? What happened? Is the live broadcast broken? Why is it playing in reverse? No. It's time reversal. I've seen this scene in other live broadcasts before, but they all cleared it, and now using time reversal, this is truly a first. Who did it? They clearly cleared it. Is it for a higher rating, risking their lives? I feel like it's Xinjia who did it, she's the only one crazy enough to pull off such operations every time. Don't throw mud at Xinjia, she wouldn't do such a thing. I think it was Qi Yi, he's the most reckless and was lamenting about not killing the boss, it must be him. Time has gone back, but the national fortune rewards were not taken back, the river in front of my house is still rushing, full of fish. Qi Yi, this is word of mouth. Fisherman, where's your river? Let me go take a look, just want to take a look, send me a location, don't force me to kneel and beg you, adoptive father. Commander Lei Dong looked at the replayed live broadcast and suddenly slapped the table. These little brats, I was just happy they all revived. Just don't let me find out who did it. In the game world. When the vision became clear again, the four had returned to the dark sewer entrance with the 5 girls. Time had returned to 20 minutes ago. Except for Shen Yan, the memories of the other 3 and the 5 girls had all been reset. They only remembered escaping from Annie's room, preparing to leave through the sewer as planned. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Qi Yi was ready to enter the sewer first, just like last time. Shen Yan stopped Qi Yi with a hand, saying, we're not going out yet. After stopping Qi Yi, Shen Yan turned to the 5 girls, handing them a flashlight. You 5, take the flashlight and follow the markings to get out. Qi Yi and I have marked the way, there's no danger in the sewer. Just don't look back, and keep walking, and you'll make it out. Although the 5 girls were scared, they nodded obediently at Shen Yan's serious expression, helping each other as they crawled deep into the sewer. Watching the girls leave, Chi looked puzzled. Sister Shen, aren't we going together?
According to the original plan, they were supposed to leave through the sewer together to avoid the Christmas massacre.
We're not going.
Shen Yan shook her head. Now is the most chaotic time in school. We need to take advantage of the chaos to go back to slay the boss.
Ha! Lin Xiaoruan was startled. Sister Shen means we should kill Annie? But she's already so pitiful. How about we just don't kill her? If we avoid Christmas, there probably won't be any danger. We can hide for 2 months until the quest ends. No killing Annie.
Shen Yan gave a direct answer and explained her sudden reasoning. Annie is not the boss. The boss is always opposed to the players, and the real boss will only want to kill us. It wouldn't let us go like Annie does. So the real boss is something else. We have to find the real one.
After tonight, it will hide again.
Shen Yan glanced in the direction of the administrative building and continued, while Annie is having a buffet in the banquet hall, let's go meet the principal. She didn't know who the current boss was, but she could only explore what she thought was the right answer with confusion in her heart.
Hearing about finding the boss, Chi's eyes lit up. He hadn't wanted to escape anyway. Okay, let's go find the principal. As long as the boss isn't Annie, I dare to fight anyone. I really want to have an explosive battle. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo spoke up. Shen Yan makes a good point. This is a 4-star high-difficulty quest. Although Annie's performance is strong, logically she doesn't seem like the final boss. If we don't escape, we might trigger hidden plot points. Plus, I still need to verify how my talent is triggered. I agree to look for the boss. Only Lin Xiaoruan still looked worried at the sewer entrance, but is it really safe for them to walk alone? Don't worry.
Shen Yan glanced at the already sealed sewer entrance. I've explored this route with Qi many times, there won't be any danger. In the last round, when the 4 of them escaped with the 5 girls, they encountered no danger at all. This route's safety had been verified, but Shen Yan didn't mention it.
Seeing Shen Yan's confident expression, Lin Xiaoruan finally agreed to look for the boss.
She didn't want to survive to the end of this quest, the library's books, and Teacher Lin trapped in the library, they shouldn't be stuck in pain forever. In the end, the 4 of them reached a decision to search for and slay the boss. The 4 of them ran down the stairs, directly leaving the elite club. As soon as they reached the bottom, they stopped in their tracks. The sight before them made everyone's scalp tingle. The distant library had somehow come to life. The once solemn library now sprouted countless thick, fleshy tentacles, writhing in the air like veins, connecting to the top of the elite club. In those semi-transparent veins, a constant stream of flesh and blood energy was being pumped into the library.
Those? Chen Mo's pupils constricted. They should be the students slaughtered by Annie, their bodies and souls have been absorbed into the library, and they will become new books?
Shen Yan glanced at the blood vessels, although the scene before her was strange, she wasn't in the mood to focus on it.
She just took a quick look and said, let's go.
We need to find the principal in the administrative building, that's what's important right now. Time was limited, Shen Yan just wanted to find the boss of the dungeon. The 4 of them rushed directly to the 3rd floor of the administrative building.
Chen Mo had checked the school's blueprints, he already knew the location of the principal's office. They quickly found the principal's office. The door to the principal's office was tightly shut.
Shen Yan knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside.
Chen Mo and Xiaoruan, you both step back a bit. Shen Yan took a half step back and gave Qi a look.
The 2 of them, extremely in sync, lifted their legs and kicked the door violently at the same time.
Bang!
With a loud crash, the heavy redwood door was kicked off its hinges and slammed hard onto the floor.
The 4 of them entered the office. The office was kept very clean, simple and tidy, looking like an ordinary office. Only Shen Yan knew it wasn't as ordinary as it appeared, because her system was frantically alerting her. Warning!
Player has entered a highly dangerous area.
Warning! Boss force field detected.
The system's red text was flashing rapidly. Suddenly, the scene in the office began to change. The original office vanished in an instant, twisted into the familiar library 3rd floor, filled with the smell of musty paper. The 4 found themselves standing in front of a giant bookshelf. In front of them, next to a desk, sat a young woman in a white dress, facing away from them.
After the scene changed, Shen Yan instinctively glanced at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo shook his head at Shen Yan, his ability showed no response, he didn't know if his ability hadn't been triggered, or if this place wasn't a mirage. While the 4 were puzzled, the woman at the desk slowly turned around. The moment they saw her, everyone gasped in surprise. Her left face was that of the gentle and intellectual Lin Xiaonan, the teacher who wore glasses. However, her right face had completely mutated, her skin had turned into the yellowed pages of a book, densely filled with twisted writing, and one eye had become a dark whirlpool of ink.
Did you send Annie out?
Lin Xiaonan's left face showed a gentle smile, her voice soft, that's wonderful, they are finally free. However, the next moment, the muscles on her right face twitched violently, and her voice became a piercing scream.
But the outside world is full of man-eating wolves.
The voice was sharp like nails scratching glass. Only by becoming books here can they live forever.
I kept them here to protect them. Why don't you understand? You bad children.
How dare you intrude on the third floor without getting full marks?
You all deserve to die. As her roar echoed, the air in the entire space seemed to freeze in an instant. Looking at this madwoman in front of her, Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Teacher Lin? You really gave me quite a shock. Who would have thought that the mastermind behind turning students into books and the school into a slaughterhouse is you? My actions were for redemption. Lin Shanen's personality began to constantly switch between good and evil.
One moment she was the gentle teacher trying to scare the children away. Please leave, kids.
I'm about to start a countdown. If you don't leave soon, the teacher will really eat you. The next moment she transformed into the evil monster. You all deserve to die. Why do you interfere with my and the children's lives? You won't stop my redemption for them. I want to turn them into the best books, to forever preserve their wisdom. No longer bound by the disgusting class system outside. She pointed out the window, her tone fervent and twisted. Do you think those golden books were made by children with golden badges? I tell you, the truth is exactly the opposite. The principal of this school, the board of directors, and those children with golden badges have all been turned into gray books by me. Those golden books were made by children wearing gray badges. I changed their rank. If they cannot be superior humans, then let them be books in my library. I will protect them, they will forever be cherished here along with their knowledge. No one can steal their wisdom, they will always remain pure and innocent, never to return to that dirty society. Watching the extremely unstable Lin Shanen, Chen Mo quickly analyzed. She must have split her personality in extreme anger and distortion. The original Lin Shanen was kind and beautiful, which is why she wrote that diary to save Annie. But after her death, she was eroded by the resentment here, giving birth to this evil second personality. I think she is the ultimate boss of this copy. Roared children, stay here, especially you, Shen Yan. I will turn you into a bronze book, I will always cherish you. Lin Shanen became more and more passionate as she spoke. The evil personality completely took over, her entire face instantly twisted, transforming into a huge book bleeding black blood. Since no one wants to leave, then let's all stay and become books. With a wave of her hand, countless books shot into the sky, turning into blades that rained down like a storm upon the floor. Here, she was the master of knowledge, she was a god. Qi Yi. Shen Yan called out Qi Yi's name, using her words to attract Lin Shanen's attention. You can kill the boss now, aren't you strong? Let me see your power? As she spoke, Shen Yan let out a low shout. The talent, Evil Overflows, instantly activated, her steel rod danced like a shield, knocking down all the attacking books. Bang! 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 Each book was as heavy as a brick, making Shen Yan's tiger mouth go numb. Sister Shen, you called me just right. Qi Yi roared. The talent, righteous to the end, activated, he placed his flesh and blood in front, shielding Chen Mo and Lin Xiaoruan, taking the first wave of the rain of books. Chen Mo hid behind Qi Yi, the data stream on his glasses flashing crazily. This is the real material world, my everything returns to truth, cannot directly break it. But I can see the flow of energy. Chen Mo pointed at several blood vessel-like tentacles connecting to the floor behind Lin Shanen. I see it, she is drawing energy from the library. We need to cut that off quickly. Hee, overestimating yourselves. Lin Shanen let out a series of eerie laughs. She began to use the books to create a rain of swords faster, violently attacking the four. The four jumped and ducked through the 3 levels of the library, using the terrain and bookshelves as cover, engaging in a final desperate battle with this goddess of knowledge. Qi Yi protected Chen Mo behind him, while Lin Xiaoruan followed closely behind Shen Yan, continuously healing the stray books. Lin Shanen was incredibly strong, she seemed to be able to endlessly draw energy from this twisted space of the library. Not only could she manipulate books to attack, but she could also change the terrain at will. Suddenly, the library became infinitely large, with bookshelves moving like a maze, trying to divide and surround the four. Shen Yan was forced to retreat step by step, several wounds appearing on her body, all of which were transferred to Qi Yi. Seeing Qi Yi covered in blood, Shen Yan's malice value skyrocketed. Chen Mo observed constantly under Qi Yi's protection, and he finally discovered Lin Shanen's weakness. Every time Lin Shanen's gentle personality appeared, the frequency of the surrounding books' attacks would slow down. In the brief moments when she reunited with Shen Yan, Chen Mo quickly shared this discovery with Shen Yan. Because she had been fighting Lin Shanen the whole time, Shen Yan hadn't noticed Lin Shanen's weakness. After receiving Chen Mo's reminder, an idea instantly sparked in her mind. Lin Shanen. At the moment when Lin Shanen's attack frequency slowed down again, Shen Yan shouted while blocking, "Look at me, Teacher Lin, I have your diary." She pulled out the yellowed diary from her space and held it high. That diary emitted a faint yet firm light amidst the swirling dark air.
the rain of books in the air suddenly paused. On Lin Shanen's terrifying face, the eye belonging to teacher Lin suddenly shed a tear of blood. The diary, my diary. Lin Shanen, you must become the best Chinese teacher. Shen Yan narrowed her eyes. This was the moment she would launch her final attack. At the instant the boss froze, Chen Mo also finally found that fleeting logical loophole. It's wrong, energy is conserved, so why can Lin Shanen continuously draw energy from the library? In that instant, silver light exploded in his eyes. Talent skill, realm of truth. Restore it to me. Buzz. An invisible wave violently struck Lin Shanen, forcefully cutting off her energy connection with the entire library. Outside the library, the blood vessels delivering flesh and blood also burst at this moment. Ah! Lin Shanen let out a painful scream as her body fell from mid-air. At this moment, Chen Mo finally understood the trigger conditions of his talent. He didn't need to accumulate malice like Shen Yan, nor did he need to empathize with strange pain like Lin Xiaoruan. His talent stemmed from doubt. As long as he could find a flicker of logical bug in this seemingly perfect environment, his brain would use it as a starting point to forcibly run the truth program, formatting the entire erroneous world. Seeing Lin Shanen fall to the ground, Shi rushed out quickly, his talent activated to the extreme as he dealt Lin Shanen a heavy punch. Die. Already primed for action, Shen Yan shot out like a cannonball, gathering the entire team's damage in one blow, as her steel rod crashed heavily onto Lin Shanen's face that had turned into a page. Bang! With a loud bang, the evil page instantly shattered. The dark air dissipated at that moment. A translucent figure quietly appeared in place. That was Lin Shanen. The Lin Shanen who wore a white dress, had glasses, and smiled gently. She looked at the diary in her hands, then glanced at the 4 disheveled students in front of her, revealing a relieved smile. Thank you all. Her figure began to turn transparent, dissolving into spots of starlight. Countless books flew down from the shelves, lining up in front of her as if bidding farewell to their teacher. Lin Xiaoruan stepped forward and gently hugged the soon-to-disappear teacher Lin, tears streaming uncontrollably as she empathized with her final guilt. Teacher, goodbye. At that moment, the entire library began to tremble violently. Having lost Lin Shanen as the core, this huge monster began to collapse. Run! It's going to collapse. Shen Yan and Shi Yi worked together to smash the delivery pipes, and the 4 rushed out from the crumbling administration building. Behind them, the man-eating library crashed down, turning into a pile of ruins. After exiting the library, Lin Shanen's body suddenly floated above the rubble. She floated in mid-air, a pair of transparent angel wings made of sparkles sprouting from her back. Countless golden books circled around her, as if pleading for the healing of a deity. In the void, Lin Xiaoruan looked at her panel. The rating displayed above is wildly fluctuating, finally stopping on a new interface. Talent evolution, Virgin Radiance, S+1 level. Looking at the suddenly appearing game panel, Lin Xiaoruan's eyes flickered with a hint of brightness. So talents can evolve in level? This was the first time she learned such a thing. However, she quickly threw herself back into the healing process. Chen Mo stood in the ruins, looking up at the holy figure. This scene was sacred and beautiful. Time passed for a long while. The flying snow in the sky gathered with the glowing points formed from the vanishing spirits. So beautiful. In this moment, Shi Yi truly wanted to compose a poem, but unfortunately, limited in culture, he could only utter, "Wow, it's so beautiful." At that moment, a book tied with a pink bow flew out from the ruins. It squatted on the stone table outside the library, sobbing softly. Seeing it, Shen Yan walked over. She crossed her arms and looked down at it, saying, "Hey, stop crying. It's really loud. Everyone else has gone to receive transcendence, why aren't you going?" "I can't go." The book let out a wronged voice, "I can't go. My body is damaged, so Teacher Lin patched my body with that young lady's flesh and blood. Now our souls have merged into one, we have become monsters and cannot be reborn." Suddenly, another proud voice emerged from the book. "Humph. This young lady doesn't need to be cured. The road to rebirth for those commoners is beneath me." Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. She thought a book made by a gray student couldn't possibly be as proud as a wealthy young lady. It turned out, this book housed 2 souls. 2 souls merged together cannot be reborn. The countless Anis that formed a collective also couldn't be reborn, could they? Shen Yan couldn't help but glance at the elite club in the distance. "If you're not going to be reborn, what do you want to do?" Shen Yan asked. "I don't know." The initially timid voice spoke, "Just let me wander alone into decay." "Where's your home? Shall I take you back to find your parents?" Shen Yan suggested tentatively. "No." The timid voice suddenly screamed, "They don't care about my life or death, they only love my younger brother. If I die, they only care about the compensation, never questioning the cause of my death." At that moment, the proud young lady sighed in puzzlement. "This is strange. My parents prefer my brother because they think boys can inherit the family fortune.
Do you poor people also have a throne to inherit?
Hearing this tragic resonance of class between the two souls, Shen Yan fell silent for a moment. It turned out these two girls were both unfortunate victims of the preference for sons over daughters. Alright, stop comparing who's worse.
Shen Yan bent down, picked up the book. Do you want to come with me? Let's see the world outside.
The two voices paused for a moment, then answered in unison.
Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player Shen Yan has obtained a special soul device. Item name, Stitched Twin Vengeful Spirit Book.
Type, S-level psychic/control type, growth type. Appearance, a golden book tied with a dirty pink bow, the cover intricately stitched together with two distinctly different textures of human skin, emitting a bizarre scent of expensive perfume mixed with the odor of rotten sewers. Description, class is an unscalable high wall for the living, but death is the equal end for all beings. This book houses two entirely different souls, one proudly outrageous, the other heartbreakingly timid. They were at odds in life, yet were forcibly stitched together by a dark line called fate after death.
Effect.
Active skill, Psychic Howl. Suddenly flipping open the book releases the arrogant pressure originally belonging to the upper class and the utmost resentment of the lower class.
This twisted psychic shockwave can forcibly interrupt the strange attacks around.
In the world of high-stakes adventures, there lies a story of a rich girl with a soul that instinctively senses high-value items, like hidden props, ghost artifacts, and keys. When there's something valuable within 10 meters, her bow will automatically stand up, pointing in that direction. Note 1, Crimson warning: they are very loud, extremely loud, and often fight in the book over merit. It is suggested to wrap the book tightly with tape during regular times, or it can become quite annoying. Note 2, don't try to argue with her, because you will never win against two people. At this moment, Lin Xiaoruan had finished all the healing and slowly descended. The golden screen in the sky once again unfolded, and that familiar mechanical voice echoed through the clouds this time.
Ding. All bosses have been detected as killed/purified. Dungeon Death High School cleared. Beginning recalculation.
Note, due to player Shen Yan using a special item to reset time, the personal rewards from the first calculation have been cleared, but the national fortune rewards issued have been retained. Seeing this note, Lin Xiaoruan, Qi Yi, and Shen Mo exchanged curious glances at Shen Yan.
When did she reset time? Shen Yan remained silent. I did ask for your opinions. Settlement list, Shen Yan, Chen Mo, Lin Xiaoruan, Qi Yi. Chen Mo, SS level, normal clear. Survival time, 21 days 9 hours. Exploration rate, 87%. Boss kills, 1, assisted. Reward, 10 million renminbi. Qi Yi, SS level, normal clear. Survival time, 21 days 9 hours. Exploration rate, 68%. Boss kills, 1, finishing blow. Reward, 10 million renminbi. Lin Xiaoruan, SSS level, perfect clear. Survival time, 21 days 9 hours. Exploration rate, 92%. Boss kills, 1, assisted. Special achievement. Divine Redemption, Purified Final Boss. Reward, 35 million renminbi. Special reward, National Fortune value plus 2%. Immediately afterward, the most dazzling golden divine light began to condense, and the MVP settlement scene gloriously emerged. MVP, Shen Yan, Great Xia. Survival time, 21 days 9 hours. Exploration rate, 95%. Special achievement. Turning the Tide, used causal items to forcibly activate Hell mode and cleared it. Killing the false god with a mortal body, killed the dungeon's ultimate boss Lin Xiaonen. Hidden achievement visible only to the player. Master of Soul Artifacts, subdued S-Class Twin Vengeful Spirits. Overall evaluation, SSSS, mythical level. Reward settlement in progress. Received SSSS level exclusive cash reward, 50 million renminbi, 50 million. Additional reward, S-Class Ghost Artifact Selection Box X1. Special reward, National Fortune value plus 5%, additional reward, total increase of 15%. Meanwhile, on a retinal layer that only Shen Yan could see, those red words surfaced once again. System reward, points 100,000. Seeing the system's reward, Shen Yan was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but question the system. Why, for a mythical level clear, do you only give a reward of 100,000 points? The system fell silent, saying nothing. In the real world, the live stream had completely gone crazy. Holy crap! An SSSS level mythical clear, can you believe we actually saw a second one in our lifetime? That's a reward of 50 million. Please, I also want to be the chosen one. The person above, don't get too excited. If you really had the selection, you wouldn't be happy. National fortune increased by another 5%? My goodness, the haze in our area suddenly cleared, and the air is as good as a forest park. It's actually 7%, okay?
Our soft baby also contributed. In the secondary dungeon, as long as you reach 90% exploration, you get national fortune rewards materialized.
So the time rewind we just saw was done by Shen Yan. Miss Shen is always pulling off crazy moves. But she really has that ability. What about those who cursed her for being greedy? Are their faces hurting?
In the snowy field, Shen Yan looked at the dazzling 50 million and finally burst into a wild grin.
50 million, not bad. How to spend 50 million wildly and boldly in just 15 days? Shen Yan was eagerly waiting for answers.
As the players departed, the massive dungeon called Death High School began to crumble bit by bit in the snowstorm. Those golden badges representing privilege rusted and peeled in the biting cold wind, ultimately transforming into a puddle of indistinguishable iron water. Those gray uniforms symbolizing humility were buried under the snow in the ruins. No longer can we see heights and lows, nobility and lowly status. In this school, people once tried to build an unbreakable class barrier with money and power. The high-ranking ones clinked glasses in the banquet hall, viewing the flesh and blood of the bullied as a feast for themselves. The lower ones silent as books in the library, flattened and folded their souls, stuffing them into the narrow books called top students. Lin Shan'an tried to combat this cruelty with an extreme form of love. She thought that by turning the children into soulless books, she could spare them from the harshness of the outside world. But she forgot that when protection becomes imprisonment, love becomes the hardest cage. In this world, nothing is more suffocating than the strangulation done in the name of for your good. In this absurd exam, no one is a true winner. Those who commit violence ultimately become food for their own desires, those who stand by become the oil that drives the wheels of evil in their silence, and those victims, even if they escape the sewers, already have irreparable sludge left in their hearts.
But thankfully, there are always some madmen who will break in.
They do not follow established rules, nor do they fear false authorities. They are like a rough hammer, shattering the glass window named fate, letting the cold yet free wind blow for the first time into this suffocating greenhouse. At this moment, on the big screen of the real world, the image freezes on the backs of 5 girls supporting each other as they walk towards the distance. Behind them is a collapsing hell, in front of them is a vast wind and snow. Perhaps the road ahead is still difficult, perhaps the outside world is still full of injustice and discrimination, but at least at this moment, they are walking on the free snow. When the snow falls, it does not distinguish color or class, it equally covers each person's shoulders.
Copy Death High School End.
065, 4 years of blank records, as if evaporated from the world.
Buzz.
In the moment the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, a wave of humid warm wind rushed to her face.
In the real world, Sanya, a private seaside villa. It is a bright sunny afternoon, the pool shimmering with light.
Shen Yan looked down at herself. She was now wrapped in a long down jacket she had changed into after the snow.
20 days had passed in the game, but only 2 or 3 days had passed in the real world.
She was stuck wearing a thick down jacket, transported back from the game to the swimming pool where she had been before entering the game.
This is quite awkward.
When entering the instance, she had been pulled to the teleport point wearing a bikini. When exiting, she was thrown back into hot Sanya wrapped in a thick quilt.
Does this broken game's main god have some twisted interest in alternating hot and cold? Miss, you're back. The butler came forward right away with 2 rows of maids, the maids holding soft bathrobes and change of clothes, while next to them, the food cart was filled with freshly made seafood feasts. Shen Yan lightly nodded, too hot to say much. She directly took off the heavy down jacket and, like a fish returning to the sea, splash she dove into the nearby swimming pool. The icy pool water instantly enveloped her body, washing away the stench and oppression she had accumulated in that eerie school. Shen Yan swam a lap in the large pool, and only when she exhausted the air in her lungs did she suddenly break through the water's surface. She climbed ashore, went to the nearby shower room to take a shower, changed into a comfortable silk loungewear, and then lazily sat under the sunshade, beginning to enjoy the giant Boston lobster. Miss, a call came in from the Special Investigation Bureau just now.
The butler poured her a glass of iced coconut juice while reporting. Director Lei informed that please rest for an hour and then head to the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau in Linjiang City for a meeting.
Cough cough. Shen Yan almost choked on the lobster meat, rolling her eyes. Even the donkey from the production team is not treated this way, right? Just finished the game and without a moment to catch my breath, we have to go to a meeting? An hour isn't even enough for a nap. I heard there are rewards to be given out.
The butler slightly bowed, speaking with respectful tone. This time, the evaluation of the Death Academy dungeon is extremely high, and it is said that each surviving player will receive a cash reward of over 20 million.
As the MVP, miss, yours will definitely be more. Money.
Shen Yan gnawed on her straw, feeling uninterested. Forget it, I only have 15 days of vacation now. I'm worried about how to spend that 50 million in 15 days.
Giving me another 20 million just adds to my workload, doesn't it? The butler was dumbfounded.
He had seen people complain about not having enough money, but had never seen anyone complain about having too much to spend.
Miss, why spend it all?
The butler couldn't help but advise, once you get promoted to a level 3 game, your rest time will increase. It can be as long as a year.
If you don't save a bit, what if in the future?
You also said, in the future. Shen Yan put down her coconut juice, her gaze passing through her sunglasses to the glaring sunlight. What if I die in the next dungeon?
If I'm gone and the money is still sitting in the bank, won't that be too tragic?
So it's better to spend it all, that brings good luck. The butler opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. After having a quick bite, Shen Yan went upstairs to catch half an hour of sleep. When she woke up, she changed into a neat black sports outfit, put on a cap, and boarded the private plane sent by the Special Investigation Bureau.
From Sanya to Linjiang City, she was catching up on sleep the whole way.
3 hours later, she arrived at the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau in Linjiang City, where she was led to the conference room on the top floor by the person in charge of reception.
The atmosphere in the meeting room was pleasant.
Lin Xiaowan, Qi Yi, and Shen Mo had already arrived, and they were excitedly chatting together. When they saw Shen Yan walk in, the three, who were still talking, suddenly fell silent. Shen Yan pushed down the brim of her cap, with no intention of making small talk, and walked straight to sit in a discreet spot in the corner.
However, how could Lin Xiaowan, this little fangirl, let her go? Sister Shen.
Lin Xiaowan rushed over like a little cat seeing its owner, happily sitting beside Shen Yan with bright eyes. You're here.
How was your rest?
Pretty good.
Shen Yan yawned. Qi Yi and Shen Mo also gathered around. Sister Shen, I really want to thank you so much this time.
Lin Xiaowan's smile faded, and her tone became particularly serious. If it weren't for you using that ghost artifact to rewind time and bring us back to the dungeon for me to complete the final purification, I might never forget the horrific screams of those books. I would be having nightmares for the rest of my life.
That's right, Sister Shen.
Qi Yi, surprisingly, had already dyed his hair back to yellow in such a short time, scratching his head and smiling. If you hadn't helped me go back to finish that last blow, I wouldn't have gotten that S grade 4 extreme clearance. Thanks to you, I can earn this money, and with this money, I can finally start a legitimate business for my poor buddies instead of just wasting our days.
Shen Mo quickly added. I also want to thank you.
If it weren't for those extra 20 minutes of battle, I might still be clueless about the trigger conditions of my talent.
Understanding the core condition of suspicion has at least greatly improved my survival rate in the next dungeon.
As the atmosphere grew more emotional, almost turning into a Shen Yan appreciation ceremony, Shen Yan felt goosebumps rising on her skin.
Stop.
Shen Yan interrupted them in disgust. Don't throw all this sentimental nonsense at me.
You want to thank me? Fine, just pay up.
As she spoke, she took out her phone, expertly pulled up the payment code, and slapped it on the table.
This move left the three of them dumbfounded. Seeing their dazed expressions, Shen Yan calmly reminded. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, bottled water, all of these should cost money now. You guys haven't forgotten, have you? Hurry up and pay. Why are you staring at me like that? Want to default on your payment? Oh. I didn't forget. The three finally reacted.
In an instant, the meeting room was filled with the sound of ding, ding, ding as money was transferred.
Everyone honestly transferred 1 million to Shen Yan. Seeing the balance change, Shen Yan happily put away her phone. This business is truly a win-win. Sister Shen. Lin Xiaowan hesitated as she approached Shen Yan with her phone. Can we add WeChat?
After all, the four of us have been through life and death together, it would be easier to contact each other in a group. Shen Yan glanced at her but did not refuse.
She switched the payment code to a WeChat QR code. Beep.
Lin Xiaowan scanned it and then looked at the profile picture and nickname that popped up on the screen, and she was stunned again. Shen Yan's profile picture was a red background with golden characters saying congratulations and prosperity. Her nickname was Promising Young Woman. Lin Xiaowan felt that this nickname, combined with Shen Yan, was really a bit disjointed.
Shen Yan took a sip of the free tea provided by the Special Affairs Bureau and casually accepted Lin Xiaowan's friend request.
However, when she saw Lin Xiaowan's ID, the tea she had just sipped sprayed out.
Cough. What's wrong, Sister Shen? Lin Xiaowan quickly handed her a tissue. Shen Yan, not bothering to wipe her mouth, pointed at the ID on the phone screen and asked with a strange expression, what does your doll who loves prosperity mean? Lin Xiaowan's face immediately turned red to her neck. It doesn't mean anything, she said, avoiding eye contact. Loves prosperity?
Shen Yan looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. This prosperity wouldn't be referring to someone named Akai, right? Lin Xiaowan, caught out, could only nervously twist her fingers.
It is that Akai.
Although I know he is just an NPC, I still feel quite regretful. He really helped us a lot, but unfortunately, he never appeared again until we cleared the game. He was a very impressive young man. I chose this name because I don't want to forget him so quickly. The air suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Shen Yan silently wiped the tea stain from the corner of her mouth, lowered her head, and a rare, faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
A doll that loves prosperity? Has she become addicted like a cat?
Beside them, Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, glancing between Shen Yan and Lin Xiaoruan. He became increasingly convinced of his suspicions, but wisely chose to remain silent.
At that moment, the big door of the meeting room was pushed open.
Commander Lei Dong strode in with large steps, holding a thick document in his hand.
Everyone, you've worked hard.
Lei Dong first gave some routine praise, affirming everyone's performance in Death University, then changed his tone and became serious. The reason for the urgency in gathering everyone is because of an unexpected situation.
Lei Dong opened the projector, and a satellite map appeared on the screen, marked with a place called Lu Town. I've called you here because the player Lu Ruyan couldn't return.
Lei Dong said solemnly, she has been left in the instance, and the instance she is in, Zombie Siege, will officially descend into reality at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, covering this small town.
What? Lin Xiaoruan exclaimed, Sister Lu Ruyan, isn't she quite powerful? How could she?
If I'd known earlier, I would have called her to Death University, Lin Xiaoruan said regretfully.
She also sighed, it's truly a shame. Isn't her name Lu Ruyan? That's Emperor Ruyan, and she just died like this? She is not dead.
Lei Dong corrected him, she entered the NPC area and did not return to the game area, and was determined by the game to be lost. This means she was not killed by monsters, but voluntarily stayed there, becoming a part of the instance, that is, an NPC.
Voluntarily became an NPC?
Hearing this, Shen Yan's mind instantly flashed back to those parents who made her a whole table of dishes, chattering at her to eat more. Shen Yan's eyes turned cold, quickly driving those two shadows out of her mind. What is fake, indulging in it will only lead to a terrible death. I gathered you here today for this matter, Lei Dong continued, I need you to carry out a task. This time, the task requires you new players to cooperate with a senior player who is about to enter the level 3 game to solve the upcoming Zombie Siege horror story. Don't worry, the difficulty is not high. For zombie-type horror stories, as long as you are not infected, physical elimination will suffice. The task period is expected to be 1 to 2 days, and there will be an additional cash reward. This reward will be sent to your accounts along with what you earn in the instance. By the way, you need to gain experience from this task, as next time you may have to handle the horror story issues on your own. The Divine Banquet game has invaded for 5 years, and during these 5 years, the country has established a mature response mechanism for these small-scale horror story incidents. Although there are still casualties, these are viewed like traffic accidents, unexpected but no longer surprising. This is also why the atmosphere in the game livestream does not seem so tense. Finally, Lei Dong said. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather at the cafe downstairs of the Special Investigation Bureau. The senior player will meet you there, the meeting is adjourned. Lin Xiaoruan and the other two nodded and got up to leave the conference room. Shen Yan adjusted her hat and also stood up to leave. Shen Yan, stay for a moment, Lei Dong's voice sounded behind her, I have something else to ask you. Shen Yan paused and sat back down in her chair. After everyone else left, the conference room door closed again. Shen Yan leaned back in her chair, lazily looking at Lei Dong, what's the matter? Are you going to hold me accountable for forcibly reversing time? As long as there are no serious mistakes in the game, I won't ask too much, since orders from above aren't absolute. I believe your choices must have their reasons. Lei Dong shook his head, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from Shen Yan, pushing a file folder toward her. What I want to ask about is your past. Lei Dong stared into Shen Yan's eyes, pointing at the file, since you were selected to enter the game, the Special Investigation Bureau has been conducting a background check on you. But it's very strange. What we can find is only that in the year you turned 18, you ran away from home after your parents stopped you from pursuing your choices during the college entrance exam, working as a waitress in a small restaurant for 2 months. And then, you disappeared. You vanished for 4 whole years, Lei Dong's gaze sharpened, until 3 months before you entered the Divine Banquet game, you reappeared in the public eye. In those 4 years, your file is completely blank. No spending records, no travel records, no medical records, it's as if you evaporated from the world. Shen Yan, you know we are a national department. For core combat power, we must ensure a clean background, so can you explain this situation? Shen Yan reached for the thin file, casually flipped through it a couple of times, and then threw it back on the table. I have nothing to say. Her tone was flat, without a trace of panic. Lei Dong frowned, you can't reveal anything at all? Captain Lei, Shen Yan leaned forward, her hands crossed on the table, her gaze open and sharp, don't try to investigate my past. I am now a player chosen by the game, I am working hard to clear the levels, and I am earning fortune for the country. Isn't that enough? Everyone has secrets. I can assure you that my secret will not threaten national security. Lei Dong looked at the young girl in front of him, who was like a hedgehog. They stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Lei Dong sighed and took back the file. What could he do? Arrest her for questioning? Don't be ridiculous.
This is currently the only player in the world to receive the mythical SSSS rating for completing the game.
As long as she does not act against humanity, even if she disappeared for 4 years, even if she sprang out of a stone, the Special Operations Bureau will still have to accommodate her.
Alright, Lei Dong conceded, as long as you do not do anything harmful to the country, the Special Operations Bureau can respect your privacy. Is there anything else? Shen Yan asked. Lei Dong shook his head, that's it. If you're done, then I have something.
Shen Yan seemed to remember something, took out an ancient-looking black ring from her pocket, and casually tossed it to Lei Dong.
This was left behind by the 5th player after their death.
That fool set a secondary password for the ring, and I have no idea how to open it.
Can the Special Operations Bureau open it? Lei Dong caught the ring steadily.
He looked deeply at Shen Yan. During the time you disappeared, did you go hunt the 5th player?
Shen Yan said nothing, neither admitting nor denying it.
This ring uses a special spatial encryption technology. Lei Dong examined it carefully, his tone becoming serious and official. We will immediately arrange for the technical department to crack it. This is a delicate task and may take some time. Don't worry, the Special Operations Bureau has strict procedures. The list of items inside will be sent to you for confirmation as soon as we crack it. Alright, since I gave it to you, it means I trust the Special Operations Bureau. Shen Yan said. With no trust, there was no choice. She truly could not open the ring, and when she asked the system how to unlock it, the useless system didn't respond and acted dead. After handing the ring to Lei Dong, Shen Yan turned to leave. Watching Shen Yan's elegant departure, Lei Dong's assistant nervously asked. Director Lei, are we really just going to ignore her background check? 4 years of blank history is too uncontrollable. Lei Dong played with the ring in his hand, his gaze deep. How do you want to manage that? She has achieved a mythical level completion twice, bringing good fortune to the country. A talent of this level, no matter how unconventional, will still be given leniency. Moreover, I think her background may not necessarily have issues. A high school student who never went to college is able to easily overturn established theories in the physics community. What does that indicate? Lei Dong looked out the window, his voice low. It indicates that during those 4 blank years, she very likely received some kind of unimaginable higher education or joined a highly classified special program. We can't find out, perhaps not because it's blank. But because our authority is not enough. The assistant was shocked, looking in the direction where Shen Yan had disappeared. That seemingly mad girl was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mystery, enigmatic and unpredictable.